Chapter 1. The Geniuses and Fools of Raul Marion High School. December 1995, Philadelphia. "Hey, buddy, pass that damn ball over here." A determined, slender black boy fervently clapped his hands, requesting the ball from his teammate. With only 8 seconds remaining in the game, the score stood at 71-72. The boy seized the ball, expertly dribbling between his legs to confound the defenders. Glancing at the countdown timer suspended above the court, he skillfully managed the remaining time, preparing to hold the ball until the last moment. At such a tender age, he had already cultivated a killer instinct. With a sudden burst of energy, he halted abruptly, executing a graceful fadeaway jump shot. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly like a river. As the final whistle blew, the countdown ceased. The basketball slipped from his fingertips, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Before the eyes of thousands, it swished effortlessly through the net. The crowd erupted in euphoric cheers. The game had concluded. "Well done, Kobe. You are the best. You are the nation's top high school player." The recently crowned hero, Kobe Bryant, shone as the brightest star on the court, celebrating the hard-fought victory with his teammates amidst the adulation of the crowd. This was the final match of the high school league in the Philadelphia area. And with this victory, Raul Marion High School would advance to the playoff stage of the Pennsylvania State League.AS if scripted. The underdogs of Raul Marion, pressured throughout the game by Maple High School, hold off an astonishing comeback, thanks to their superstar, Kobe Bryant. With staggering statistics of 32 points, 10 assists, 9 blocks, 6 steals, and 8 rebounds, people increasingly believed that this 17-year-old prodigy had outgrown this court. A grander basketball stage awaited him. The sky was his only limit. Enough noise, you're disturbing my dreams." At the far end of the Raul Marion bench, a youthful Asian boy with an innocent face removed the towel from his face, bleary-eyed, and gazed at the raucous scene. He let out a huff, feeling irritated by their commotion. What did the team's triumph matter to him, a player who had spent years guarding the water cooler? Now, he could hardly muster the energy to wave his towel. Were it not for his close friendship with Kobe, who had staunchly defended him, he might have long been expelled from the team. Yilong was a time traveler. 3 years prior, he was merely an unremarkable scion of wealth, living a life free from the burdens of work, indulging in a daily routine of leisure and revelry. One fateful night, after a bout of heavy drinking, he whimsically assisted an elderly lady across the street, only to be struck by a speeding tractor, which propelled him into a blinding light. And in an instant, he found himself in the American world. After a prolonged period of bewilderment, he gradually accepted his new reality. In this world, he was no longer a privileged heir. His parents were ordinary individuals who had traveled thousands of miles overseas to earn a living. After much perseverance, the two individuals established a Chinese restaurant in Philadelphia's Chinatown. Initially, the business struggled, but gradually it began to thrive, eventually reaching a point where they could enjoy a modest livelihood without worry. However, it was only upon entering high school that Yilong began to recognize the disparities between himself and his peers, particularly at La Salle College High School, located in the suburbs of Philadelphia. In this institution, there were ordinary students like him, a few from impoverished backgrounds, but predominantly, it was filled with the offspring of affluent families from various parts of Philadelphia. Among them was his close friend, Kobe Bryant, the son of former NBA player Joe Bryant. Although Joe Bryant's NBA career was rather unremarkable, the mere fact that he made it to the league distinguished him as a rarity among the masses. He had once secured a $1 million contract with the 76ers, a staggering sum in those days, allowing young Kobe to enjoy the lifestyle of a privileged child from an early age. At the age of 6, Kobe accompanied his father to Europe, and after graduating from middle school, he returned to his hometown of Philadelphia. Upon entering La Salle College High School, he quickly became the center of attention, especially as he inherited his father's legacy, embarking on his own basketball journey with a talent surpassing that of his father and a more flamboyant playing style in his previous life. Although Yilong was a child of privilege, he too had a passion for basketball. Finding the professional circuit exhausting, he formed his own team, gathering a group of friends to play alongside him. Now, having traversed into this new world, Yilong envisioned a chance for redemption, hoping to make a name for himself in the realm of professional basketball. To his dismay, however, he did not awaken the extraordinary physical talents typical of protagonists in other basketball novels. Standing at 1.88 meters, he was merely an average presence in the professional arena. What was even more disheartening was that while others were bestowed with remarkable star templates, shooting packages, and buffs, he had awakened a self-discipline system. This system aimed to promote self-sufficiency, asserting that strength could be gained through discipline. Host, Yilong. Basic information. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 83 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Ability scores maximum per category, 200. Speed, 30. Agility, 22. Strength, 13. Jumping, 50. Stamina, 55. Shooting, 49. Ball handling, 37. Breaking, 21. Post-play, 10. Passing, 48. Rebounding, 33. Stealing, 29. Blocking, 17. Overall ability score, 31. Rating F. Well, not only did I not receive a dragon slaying template, but I was also given this utterly disappointing system. Self-discipline? Absurd. When have I, a dignified scion of wealth, ever endured such indignities? Enough of the whining. Please complete today's training of 500 push-ups to increase your strength attribute by 1 point. What the hell? This is ridiculous. 500 push-ups for just 1 point in strength? Yilong had never encountered such a miserly system. After a period of attempting self-discipline, Yilong could no longer endure the associated hardships and reluctantly embraced a life of lethargy and neglect. However, with a modicum of basketball foundation, he managed to join the school team. The circumstances of his entry were rather peculiar. The team star player, Kobe, was his roommate and believed that only Yilong could adequately fulfill the role of his practice partner. Thus, in a rather bewildering turn of events, Yilong found himself as the last name on the roster of the Raoul Marion High School basketball team, essentially a mere filler. Hey Yi, we won. We are the regional champions and going to help you secure the state championship next. The exuberant shouts jolted Yilong from his reverie back into reality. Kobe, grinning widely, shook Yilong's shoulders vigorously. Yilong could only roll his eyes in exasperation. You better treat me to a grand dinner tonight for ruining my sweet dreams. Kobe, already accustomed to Yilong's aloof demeanor, patted his chest and acquiesced to his request. Following the raucous celebrations, the crowd gradually dispersed, and players began to return to the locker room. Kobe, along with the coach and several other starters, had already retreated to the locker room to commence a champagne celebration. Under the urging of the staff, Yilong lazily rose, tidied up his belongings, and on his way back to the locker room, heard a fan from the stands hurling insults at him. Yilong, you fool who climbed the ranks through backdoor means. Yilong didn't even glance at the heckler, merely responding with an indifferent middle finger. Having witnessed numerous tumultuous scenes over the years, his composure remained intact. Upon entering the locker room, Yilong noticed Kobe was absent. Leaving him feeling somewhat bored, he decided to take a shower, despite having played a game where he hadn't even broken a sweat. As he approached the bathroom door, he unexpectedly spotted Coach Donner conversing with Kobe in the hallway. He positioned himself behind the door to eavesdrop on their conversation. Kobe, we must let him go before the state tournament begins next month, Coach Donner stated emphatically. Kobe scratched his head. Coach, is there truly no room for negotiation? Kobe, wake up. Having him on the team is equivalent to having one less player. Don't you want to secure the first state championship in school history? This year presents the best opportunity, and it is your final chance. Coach Donner's passionate plea caused Kobe to waver, lost in contemplation about why Yilong, overhearing their discussion, readily deduced they were speaking of him. He sighed softly, having anticipated such an outcome long ago. Feeling dejected, he turned to leave, even contemplating foregoing farewells to his teammates. Ding. Host detected to be facing a dilemma of leaving the team or bidding farewell to basketball forever. System enhancement in progress. The sudden mechanical voice resonated in his mind, leaving Yilong momentarily stunned in place. Dread washed over him. The inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 2. The System of Frantic Enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the Discipline Berserk system. Through discipline, you shall grow stronger. May you soon become a rising star in the NBA. From this moment forth, your self-discipline will yield a tenfold enhancement effect. The system is now preparing to bestow upon you a grand update gift pack. Would you like to accept it? A series of mechanical notifications from the system left Yilong utterly unprepared. This surprise arrived with astonishing suddenness. If he were to leave the school team now, it was highly likely that he would bid farewell to basketball forever. With only a few months remaining in high school, this was his last chance. Only by receiving an invitation to play college basketball or declaring for the NBA could he continue to pursue his dream of a professional basketball career. With this thought in mind, Yilong decisively pressed the yes button in response to the system's offer. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received the super gift pack that enhances physical attributes. You may select one attribute from the 5 options: speed, agility, strength, jumping, or stamina to receive a boost of 100 points. Wow, is this system really that wild? Yilong mused. Previously, I had to do 500 push-ups just to gain 1 point in strength, and now I'm being given 100 points outright? Pondering further, he wondered, isn't it a bit wasteful to add 100 points to a single attribute? Shouldn't it be balanced across all? However, the system clarified that this grand gift pack could only enhance one specific attribute by 100 points permanently. The host must make a choice within 10 seconds, or the gift pack would become void. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yilong's mind began a race. Among the 5 attributes, given his current situation, there was no doubt that strength was of utmost importance. Strength was the most visible enhancement on the court. Possessing strength meant an increase in defensive capability, especially when it came to interior defense and physical contact. At the high school level, the vast majority of players possessed sound technical skills, particularly in the American context, where many gifted athletes had already developed peak levels of speed and jumping ability. Yet, what they lacked most was strength. With no time for extensive contemplation, Yilong decisively selected the strength option from the choices before him. Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded his mind, as if he had been enlightened. An energy surged forth from an unknown realm, overwhelming him entirely, and he fainted. Upon awakening, Yilong found himself lying in the school hospital bed, greeted by the concerned expression of Kobe, who sat by his side. As soon as Yilong opened his eyes, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a 100-point increase in strength, elevating your strength attribute to 113. Your strength now meets the NBA average level, exceeding that of 99 of perimeter players. Yilong opened his system panel to find that indeed, the strength section stood out distinctly from the others. The remaining attributes had not even reached 60, only the strength reached a terrifying 113, which elevated his overall ability rating to F. Host, Yilong. Basic information. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 83 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Ability values, individual, maximum value, 200. Speed, 30. Agility, 22. Strength, 113. Jumping, 50. Stamina, 55. Shooting, 49. Ball handling, 37. Drive, 21. Back-toed basket, 10. Passing, 48. Rebounding, 33. Stealing, 29. Blocking, 17. Overall ability. Value, 40. Rating, F. With a strength of 113, he has reached the average level of an NBA player, surpassing that of a perimeter player with a rating of 99. For an interior player of Shaquille O'Neal's caliber, strength would need to exceed 190, right? As Yilong marveled at the power of the system, he reflected on his aspiration to become an NBA player, recognizing the vast potential for improvement. At that moment, Kobe noticed he had regained consciousness and quickly stood up, expressing concern. You're finally awake. The doctor has conducted a thorough examination and found no significant issues. It seems to be just a temporary fainting spell caused by low blood sugar. Yilong chuckled as he patted Kobe's arm and replied slowly, Of course, my body is as strong as an ox. Seeing him return to his usual self, Kobe finally exhaled in relief. However, his brow soon furrowed again, as if pondering a dilemma. Kobe hesitated to continue. Why Yilong, sensing his intent, spoke directly. Kobe, I overheard your conversation with Coach Donna. Just say it. Kobe could only shake his head helplessly, covering his face with his hands as he said, Indeed, I can no longer protect you. It's all right, I don't blame you. You have already done enough for me over the years. Thank you, Kobe. We are about to participate in the state elimination tournament, and the coach needs every position filled with effective players. Kobe was aware of Yilong's capabilities, or rather, the lack thereof. Having not played for a long time, Yilong had no chance of participating in the games. Suddenly, Yilong interrupted him, saying, Kobe, trust me one more time. Kobe hesitated, but, we both know your abilities. The coach and the basketball department won't agree, even if I leverage my father's connections. Yilong offered no further explanation. He simply pressed his hands against the bed and sat up. Come on, brother. Let's have a wrist wrestling match. What? Kobe was puzzled by his sudden request. Yilong felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He knew he could easily overpower Kobe in a wrist wrestle. Though confused, Kobe extended his arm. The moment their wrists met, Kobe was struck by an incredible force. By the time he attempted to exert his strength, he was already pinned down by Yilong. Kobe widened his eyes, finding it difficult to believe. No, I wasn't ready just now, let's go again. His competitive nature left him somewhat discontented. This time, he prepared himself thoroughly, eager to decisively defeat Yilong. Yilong merely smiled slightly, exerting a gentle force, and once again triumphed in arm wrestling. The overwhelming strength he exhibited left Kobe with no opportunity for a comeback. At that moment, Kobe could no longer sit still, pondering how it was possible. How could someone who hardly participated in training suddenly possess such formidable strength? Yilong chuckled triumphantly. I told you, if you believe in me once more, I will surely bring you a surprise. How is this possible? Yi, what has happened to you? Kobe, brimming with excitement, leaped from the bench. He felt joy for Yilong, yet his emotions were somewhat complex. Just then, the smile at the corner of Yilong's mouth froze. For at that very moment, he raised his gaze to Kobe. He was astonished to find a series of numbers before his eyes. Could it be that I can see Kobe's attributes? Chapter 3. Kobe's attribute panel just moments ago. Yilong was surprised to discover that he too could perceive Kobe's statistics. Host. Kobe Bryant basic information. Height, 197 centimeters weight, 90 kilograms wingspan, 208 centimeters attribute values. Maximum for each category is 200 speed, 105 agility, 90 strength, 75 vertical leap, 110 stamina, 95 shooting, 95 ball handling, 92 breaking through, 101 post play, 90 passing, 70 rebounding, 63 stealing, 79 blocking, 77 overall attribute value, 88 rating. My goodness. Young Kobe's attributes are somewhat extraordinary. His speed, vertical leap, and breaking through abilities have all surpassed 100. 8 of his attributes exceed 90, and remarkably, none fall below 60. This is already the caliber of a qualified NBA starter, isn't it? Why was he selected only at the 13th position? Was it merely due to his status as a high school player? Yilong was murmuring to himself, lamenting the considerable gap between himself and Kobe. Although he had enhanced his strength through the attributes granted by the system, it seemed he still had a long journey ahead before he could enter the NBA. Henceforth, he must seize every opportunity to showcase his abilities. At this stage, if Yilong wished to regain the trust of the coaching staff, he had to rely on his strength advantage at his age, starting with defense, as his other skills were still quite lacking. Kobe, observing Yilong seemingly lost in thought, gently shook his shoulder and said, Yi, what are you pondering? I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Truly impressive. Come, let's head to training. Perhaps there is still a chance to win back the coach's trust. Yilong sprang from his bed, filled with exuberance. This is precisely what I intended. The two of them hurriedly exited the infirmary, swiftly retrieved some gear from the changing room, and made their way to the basketball court. It was still morning, and after a late-night celebration by the team, the expansive gymnasium was astonishingly devoid of any presence. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Yilong's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a special training mission. A special training mission? Meaning it was not a daily occurrence? Following the system update, the previous daily training tasks now offered doubled rewards, while the likelihood of randomly triggering special tasks increased when the host faced pivotal life choices, significantly amplifying reward potential. Please select one from the following 3 special tasks, completion of which will yield substantial rewards. 1. Perform 100 shuttle runs around the basketball court to gain 10 points in speed, 2 points in agility, and 15 points in stamina. 2. Complete 100 barbell curls to earn 5 points in strength. 3. Execute 200 squats and 10 sprints of 100 meters to acquire 10 points in vertical leap and 8 points in speed. Yilong pondered deeply. At present, he found himself abundantly endowed with strength attributes, consequently dismissing the second option outright. As for the third option, which proposed enhancing his jumping ability, it seemed unnecessary at this juncture. The immediate priority lay in augmenting several crucial attributes. Thus, the most prudent choice remained the first option, as it would not only elevate his speed and agility but also bolster his stamina, with his current stamina already at 55 points. An additional 15 points would render him fully capable of competing at the high school level. Kobe, I believe we should commence with some warm-up exercises. Yilong commenced his stretching exercises, his joints emitting creaking sounds. Kobe glanced at him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression one of surprise. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Yilong engaging in physical activity. It seemed he had indeed transformed somewhat. Come on, let us begin with 100 shuttle runs. With that, Yilong took off swiftly, initiating the shuttle runs across the court. Damn it, 100 shuttle runs? Have you lost your mind? That amounts to over 5,000 meters. Kobe exclaimed, though he was unwilling to concede defeat. He immediately surged forward, quickly catching up with Yilong. Having been inactive for a long period, Yilong soon realized that 100 shuttle runs were no trivial feat after merely 20 laps. Having barely completed 1/5 of the task, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Oh, how agonizing. The pursuit of discipline is truly excruciating. A voice echoed, Host, please rise and continue the task within 5 minutes, or you will be deemed ineffective. 5 minutes? That should suffice. I shall embrace discipline. Discipline shall lead me to a better self. Let's go. Yilong shouted slogans that Kobe could hardly comprehend, struggling to rise from the ground before dashing off once more. Just as Kobe attempted to catch his breath, leaning heavily on his knees, he could only painfully keep pace, wondering if this kid had taken some strange medicine today. Wait for me. I will not be defeated by you, Yi. The two youths, on the expansive basketball court, exuberantly unleashed their youth and sweat. By the time Kobe had completed the 70th lap, he could no longer endure the strain. He collapsed onto the bench at the sidelines, unable to rise. Yilong had long since reached the limits of his physical endurance, yet today, a profound conviction within him sustained his resolve. He could not afford to relinquish his efforts. To do so would be tantamount to forfeiting his last opportunity. Yilong stumbled to the back, his body completely beyond his control, with only wisps of consciousness lingering. Desperately holding on, he could no longer recall how many times he had fallen in his frantic dash, rising again only to fall once more. He refused to allow his life to descend further into oblivion. Having arrived in this world, he must accept his identity as someone not born into privilege, embracing his mediocrity. He must strive for transformation. Moreover, the system had bestowed upon him a rare opportunity. What reason did he have to forego altering his destiny? Come on, Yi. Just one last lap to go. At this moment, Kobe had begun to rally support for Yilong from the sidelines. Yilong completed his final lap, letting out a roar before collapsing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 100 shuttle runs, receiving a reward of 15 points in stamina, 10 points in speed, and 2 points in agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing his physical limits, triggering a critical reward. Obtained a bottle of body recovery potion. Note: this item can be used to swiftly alleviate physical fatigue. Yilong felt that the suffering he had just endured was entirely worthwhile. His body seemed to be transported to an alternate realm, bathed in golden light, and all the aches and pains dissipated, leading him into a restful slumber. When Yilong awoke once more, he found himself surrounded by his teammates, who formed a circle around him. Tang Na let out a cold chuckle and, pointing at the peacefully sleeping Yilong, remarked to Kobe, "Is this what you meant when you said Yilong has begun to practice self-discipline?" At this moment, Yilong felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body. With a swift somersault, he sprang up from the ground, startling everyone around him. "Coach, allow me to take the field in today's practice match. If I fail to meet your expectations, I shall voluntarily resign from the team." Coach Donna seemed convinced that Yilong would not waver. It is settled then. At 3 p.m., the intra-squad practice match at Raul Merian High School commenced in earnest. Chapter 4, a stunning debut in the practice match. According to tradition, the intra-squad practice matches at Raul Merian High School typically featured Kobe leading a team of 4 novices against the other key players. Even in this format, other main players often found it challenging to secure victory against Kobe's team, as it was widely acknowledged that Kobe had reached an NBA caliber level. This disparity stemmed not only from differences in skill, but also from the psychological intimidation he instilled in others. In this particular year, Yilong, who had scarcely participated in any formal matches, was naturally classified among the novices and assigned to Kobe's team. With a confident stride, Kobe approached Yilong from behind, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Don't worry, brother," he declared with conviction. "I've got your back. You won't be leaving this team." Yilong could only manage a bitter smile and cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "Even if we win, what does it matter? The coach will focus on my individual performance." Kobe responded with a faint smile, "I understand. I will look for opportunities to pass to you, but you must also strive to excel." Yilong shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. "You focus on your responsibilities. I will commence with defense and look for opportunities to set screens for you." Kobe, utterly astonished, responded, "You're going to set a screen for me? Oh my God." The game commenced, and the white team, comprising Kobe and Yilong, swiftly gained possession of the ball. With remarkable speed, Kobe dribbled to the half-court, not even pausing for his teammates to position themselves. He executed a smooth, drifting jump shot, scoring and granting his team an early advantage. Splendid. This is how Kobe plays. Coach Donahue showed no restraint in his admiration for Kobe. After making the basket, Kobe instinctively began directing his teammates, "Get back on defense. Come on, brothers. Let us stop this next play." Yilong sprinted swiftly, almost being the first to return to the opponent's 3-second zone. Coleman, the center from Raul Merian High School, was an explosive and powerful African-American player, standing over 2 meters tall, making him a prominent figure in the paint for his age group. It was his collaboration with Kobe that filled the last gap in the team's roster, allowing their prowess to advance rapidly. Coleman could undoubtedly be considered the rightful second-in-command of the school team. Receiving a pass from the guard, he executed a rough dribble and a swift pivot. Charging toward the basket, prepared to wreak havoc beneath the rim as he had done in the past. However, halfway through his turn, he realized he had yet to enter the 3-second zone. Suddenly, he faced substantial resistance, akin to a boulder obstructing his path. Upon glancing down, he discovered it was Yi Long. Standing at 188 meters, Yi Long appeared significantly shorter in front of the towering Coleman, yet his lower body strength remained remarkably stable, unwavering as he stood resolutely in Coleman's path. "Damn rookie, step aside. Don't block my way." Coleman seemed to regard Yi Long with utter disdain, having scarcely acknowledged his teammate and failing to comprehend his presence in this pivotal position. The collision of their bodies produced a resounding thud, leaving coaches and staff on the sidelines utterly astonished. Coleman, he couldn't possibly push Yi Long aside? How is this even conceivable? Coach Donald exhibited a look of skepticism. Meanwhile, Kobe was beside himself with excitement, cheering, "Well done, brother. Stop him from scoring beneath the basket." After several attempts to overpower Yi Long, Coleman found himself unable to budge him, resigning to a less favorable option. He took a gamble and attempted a small jump shot from a considerable distance away from the hoop. The basketball wobbled but ultimately kissed the backboard and went in. As a center reliant on physicality, this was not his preferred scoring method. However, the shot still counted. Yi Long could only sigh helplessly and chuckle. What remarkable fortune. Coleman let out a derisive laugh. "Just wait. Next time I'll slam it right over you. Come on, little Beachy. Rally yourself. Let us score the next goal." As the possession changed, Kobe advanced with the ball, swiftly making his way to the front court. Yi Long swiftly approached the arc, executing a flawless pick and roll for Kobe. Although his physique did not possess the bulk of a center, his formidable strength allowed him to gain the upper hand in the tussle against Coleman. What a splendid screen. Utilizing Yi Long's pick, Kobe launched a jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Clang. It was a miss. Damn it. Rebound. Kobe shouted. All eyes were fixed on the basketball ricocheting off the rim. My goodness. The rebound. He almost single-handedly secured position against both opposing big men. Yi Long, utilizing his formidable lower body strength, secured a prime position for rebounding. Despite his lack of height and a slow vertical leap, he managed to seize the offensive rebound. With a feint shot, he unexpectedly passed the ball to the trailing Kobe. The latter soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk over Coleman's head. If you wish to dunk over me, I must first deliver one over you, Kobe jested. Faced with such provocation, Coleman felt powerless. After all, Kobe's status on the team was unassailable, and he could not be bothered to engage in verbal sparring. He was now intent on redirecting his frustration towards Yi Long, a mere bench warmer who had managed to embarrass him, the starting center, on 3 consecutive occasions. His pride was at stake. As possession shifted, Coleman demanded the ball from his teammate, determined to continue backing down Yi Long in an attempt to fulfill the boast he had just made, aiming to dunk over him. Yi Long steadfastly anchored his lower body, his enhanced strength allowing him to overpower every player of his age group. Onlookers were once again astonished by this spectacle. Standing at only 188 meters, Yi Long remarkably withstood the onslaught of center Coleman. The visual impact was truly staggering. Coleman found himself utterly unable to employ his rough back-to-the-basket techniques to penetrate the paint. Attempting to replicate his previous move, he went for a jumper. But this time it clanged off the rim. Yi Long successfully thwarted this attempt, once again seizing the defensive rebound. Yi Long executed a long pass directly into the hands of the fast-breaking Kobe. Kobe delivered another emphatic dunk. On the sidelines, Coach Donna observed Yi Long's performance during these sequences, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This young man indeed possessed considerable talent, a delightful surprise he had previously overlooked. Throughout the scrimmage, Yi Long had primarily assumed a makeshift role in the interior, although he did not score a single point. His defensive prowess and rebounding skills were more than capable of matching those of the team's starting center, Coleman. His strength earned him the respect of all his teammates. Coleman, who had only managed 2 out of 12 attempts, was effectively subdued by Yi Long's defense. After the game, Coach Donna nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Congratulations, Yi Long. You have passed the test, and you may temporarily remain with the team. However, to fully earn my trust, your performance in the next official game will be crucial." Upon hearing the coach's words, Yi Long and Kobe exchanged smiles, both exhaling in relief. Yilong increasingly anticipates the forthcoming formal competition. Chapter 5. Self-discipline meets a better self. A cup of black coffee at dawn heralds the commencement of a day steeped in rigorous self-discipline. In the boys' dormitory of Raoul Marian High School, a still groggy Kobe is roused by Yilong's call. The suburban Philadelphia air is brisk at 4 in the morning. "Hey, Yilong, have you lost your mind? This is the earliest I've seen you rise in 3 years." Though Kobe is exceedingly reluctant. The aspiration to become a star in the NBA compels him to don his attire and join Yilong for a morning run. Ever since that fateful fainting episode, Yilong has transformed his previously indolent demeanor, exhibiting an unprecedented level of discipline that surpasses even Kobe's. As they sprint through the awakening dawn, the chilly air invigorates their spirits. Yilong cannot suppress a sneeze. His body still struggles to adapt to such intense discipline. Yet for the opportunity to grace the professional basketball stage, he perseveres with grit. After concluding a 10-kilometer aerobic jog, Kobe manages to hold on, while Yilong collapses to the ground in exhaustion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily jogging training. Stamina increased by 2. No special reward tasks have been triggered at this time. Yilong could only fulfill the daily tasks within the system, yet he found contentment in this. His rate of improvement far surpassed that of his peers, considering his initially weak foundation. Now, he was enhancing his abilities at a breakneck pace. Following the system update, the rewards had multiplied several times, allowing him to take a shortcut on his journey. After completing their morning aerobic exercises, the two of them arrived at the dining hall and ordered some items. Since their goal was to break into the NBA, it was only natural that their choice of ingredients aligned with the standards of the NBA. Yilong ordered 4 fried eggs, 3 vegetable pancakes, along with a few slices of bread and some milk. Kobe was taken aback by the abundance of food Yilong brought. "You have indeed changed significantly. How can you eat so much? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" "Ha ha ha, I fear not gaining weight," Yilong replied. As he mentioned, NBA players do not need to regulate their diets as strictly as fitness athletes. A moderate increase in weight can actually enhance their strength and foundational skills. After all, basketball is primarily a contact sport. For instance, when Shaquille O'Neal joined the Lakers, although his physique became less defined, his dominance on the court only intensified. Recalling O'Neal, Yilong suddenly realized that at this moment, O'Neal had probably not yet joined the Lakers, but he had already fallen out with the Magic. He glanced at Kobe, pondering how this young man could not possibly foresee that his journey in the NBA would be so seamless. About to partner with one of the most dominant centers in history. After finishing breakfast, the two returned to their dormitory to tidy up and rest for a while. Seizing the opportunity of a free morning with no classes, they prepared to head to the gym for additional training. In fact, at this stage of their senior year, as athletes specializing in sports, they had very few mandatory courses left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 100 change of direction sprints, agility 2 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 50 squats and 100 frog jumps, jumping ability 5 points. Ding! The host has missed too many mid-range shots, task failed. Yilong chuckled, astonished that it could unfold in such a manner. It appears that the area beyond the restricted zone is indeed not within his offensive repertoire. Ding! The host has engaged in 50 instances of post-play against Kobe, enhancing back-to-the-basket attributes by 5. Ding! The host has completed 500 push-ups, increasing strength by 2. Ding! The host has achieved a bench press of 100 kilograms, boosting strength by 1. As evening descended, Yilong finally completed the daily tasks outlined by the system. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Yet, gazing at the steadily rising attributes in the system, he drifted off to a contented slumber. Host: Yilong. Basic information: height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 84 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Attribute values: maximum per category, 200. Speed, 40. Agility, 26. Strength, 116. Vertical leap, 55. Stamina, 72. Shooting, 50. Ball handling, 37. Breaking through, 21. Post play, 15. Passing, 48. Rebounding, 33. Stealing, 29. Blocking, 17. Overall ability rating, 45. Score, E. A week later, Raoul Marian High School finally faced the first match of the state elimination tournament. Their opponent was Chester High School, the very team that had eliminated them in the state league previously. This year, with a more complete and seasoned roster, Raoul Marian High School was united in purpose, determined to exact revenge. Through a week of intra-team training matches, Yilong had also earned the trust of the coach and would take to the court as a substitute in the game. Yilong understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be missed. Chapter 6. Starting from defense, the Pennsylvania High School League, the first match of the playoffs. La Salle College High School faced off against Chester High School, and the venue was filled to capacity, the atmosphere charged with excitement. A seemingly modest high school game had drawn such an audience, most of whom were there to witness the dazzling talent of La Salle's prodigious star, Kobe Bryant. With his lineage as the son of a former NBA player and his extraordinary skills on the court, Kobe had risen to fame at a remarkably young age. Among the spectators, there were even several scouts from various NBA teams present to evaluate his performance. Yilong did not collapse onto the bench as he typically would upon entering the arena. Instead, he engaged in warm-up exercises with fervor. Although not a starter, he remained poised and prepared for his moment on the court. When Kobe Bryant made his entrance, the crowd erupted into a frenzied roar of applause. From the very onset of the game, Kobe unleashed an impressive display of skill, scoring effortlessly both inside and outside, amassing a remarkable 12 points and compelling the opposing team to call a timeout. At that juncture, the score stood at 14-2, with Chester High School managing to secure a mere 2 points through fouls drawn in the paint. This team, once victorious against Rowell Marion High School, now found itself utterly defenseless. This shift can be attributed to Kobe's rapid development, as well as the enhanced cohesiveness of the Rowell Marion High School roster. Yilong, get ready, it's your time to shine, Coach Donald suddenly declared, redirecting the attention of all towards Yilong at the far end of the bench. Yilong was utterly bewildered, having never anticipated that the coach would allow him to take the field so soon. Was his debut arriving this rapidly? The thought stirred a hint of excitement within him. Yilong stretched lazily, performing a few simple stretching exercises. He shed his training attire, ready to make his appearance. The number 30 of Rowell Marion High School, a long-forgotten number, is about to shine once more. Kobe approached Yilong, exchanging a fist bump. You finally made it. Let's go? Just don't hold me back. Yilong scoffed lightly. At present, I lack the capability to hinder your progress. I merely need to focus on fulfilling my own responsibilities. If you strike the iron fewer times, victory will be yours. Kobe cast him a sidelong glance, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. As the timeout concluded, the players re-entered the court. The moment Yilong stepped onto the hardwood, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, on making your first appearance following the system update, triggering a special mission. Mission 1. Complete 5 positioning confrontations in the paint. Rewards include 5 rebounding ability for strength and 3 agility. Mission 2. Execute 5 screens for teammates. Rewards include 5 strength and 5 agility. Mission 3. Complete 30 shooting attempts in live play. Reward includes 5 points to shooting ability. Please select one mission to exclude, and complete the remaining 2 to earn substantial attribute points. Without the slightest hesitation, Yilong decisively eliminated Task 3. Whether or not he could score was a separate matter. The notion of allowing a mere supporting character to recklessly attempt 30 shots in such a pivotal match was utterly absurd. Should that course of action be taken, this game could very well mark the conclusion of his professional career. As the match resumed, Chester High School maintained a steady and methodical approach, continuing their assaults on the inside. Their interior player, a Caucasian towering just over 2 meters, cast a scornful glance upon seeing Yilong, who stood at 188 meters, enter the fray as an inside player. The white center seized the ball, dribbled, and executed a turn to back him down. Yilong suddenly exerted force through his legs, firmly anchoring himself to the ground, immovable as a mountain. Although he did not possess a height advantage at this moment, Yilong stood before the white center like an insurmountable peak. How is this possible? I cannot even push him back. The white center pondered in confusion. Yilong spoke calmly. My friend, it is not height that determines the advantage of an inside player, but rather strength. The white center attempted several times, but under Yilong's defense, he was utterly unable to complete his offensive play and could only pass the ball back to his team's perimeter player. Outside the 3-point line of Chester High School, the shot was taken. The ball clanged against the rim and missed. Yilong moved swiftly, maneuvering within the 3-second area with remarkable agility. His formidable strength effortlessly displaced the opposing white center from the zone, allowing him to seize the prime position for rebounding. With a gentle yet assertive motion, he secured the rebound and immediately delivered a precise long pass to the sprinting Kobe. Kobe executed a thunderous dunk, eliciting a roar of applause from the crowd as Rowell Marion High School extended their lead. Subsequently, the opponents managed to score during their offensive possession, resulting in a turnover. But Kobe continued to dominate with the ball. Yi-Long arrived beyond the three-point line, utilizing his strength to execute a flawless screen for Kobe. With the aid of the pick, Kobe took a shot and scored. The score stood at 18-4. Raul Marian High School held a commanding lead. In his debut, Yi-Long did not directly participate in the offensive plays. However, he exerted a significant influence on both ends of the court, embodying the perfect blue-collar role for the team. In the following match, despite playing for only 15 minutes, Yi-Long accrued impressive statistics of 8 rebounds, 5 steals, and 2 blocks. He frequently set screens for Kobe, creating opportunities for the offense, and flawlessly fulfilled his role as the team's blue-collar worker. Moreover, he effortlessly accomplished the special task assigned by the system, earning additional rewards. Ultimately, there was no doubt that Raul Marian High School triumphed over their opponents with a resounding score of 98-66, avenging their earlier defeat to Chester High School. Kobe Bryant scored an astounding 49 points, along with 9 assists and 5 rebounds, earning him the title of Most Valuable Player. In a post-game interview, Kobe stated, "There was no doubt, we were simply stronger than our opponents. I must express my gratitude to my teammate Yi-Long. His performance today was truly exceptional, especially considering he has scarcely played in the past 2 years." However, the reporters remained focused solely on Kobe, persistently probing, "Kobe, we know your skills have far surpassed this age group. Have you considered skipping college to enter the NBA draft directly?" Upon hearing this, Kobe smiled knowingly and replied, "No, I haven't made a decision yet. It is a choice that requires careful consideration." When Yi-Long returned to the locker room, he was greeted with cheers and applause from his teammates. Head coach Tang Na expressed his satisfaction with his performance, saying, "Yi, you played exceptionally well. Keep up the good work." Yi-Long suddenly inquired, "Coach, with my current abilities, can I make it into the NBA?" "What?" Tang Na seemed to have heard something utterly preposterous, his expression one of disbelief. The other teammates erupted into hearty laughter. "Yi, I do not wish to discourage you, but considering your playing style and height, even making it into the NCAA seems quite challenging at this moment, let alone contemplating the NBA." Indeed, the coach affirmed. Yi-Long seemed to have anticipated the outcome of this response and did not appear overly disappointed. Indeed, given his current capabilities, what qualifications did he possess to discuss the NBA? Having honed his defensive fundamentals nearly to perfection, it was time to commence training on his offensive skills. Chapter 7. The Dilemma of Kobe and Yi-Long. As winter faded into spring, the year 1996 arrived in the blink of an eye. LaSalle College High School, competing in Pennsylvania's High School League, triumphed with an impressive streak of 27 consecutive victories, decisively securing the first state championship in the school's 53-year history. During this season, Kobe Bryant emerged as the nation's most prominent rising star, averaging 38 points, 12.0 rebounds, 6.5 assists, 4.0 steals, and 3.8 blocks per game. Without question, he was awarded the National High School MVP and shattered the scoring record for high school students in Pennsylvania that had been held by Wilt Chamberlain. In late April, on a sunny morning in Philadelphia, Kobe Bryant held a press conference amidst a throng of eager onlookers. Dressed impeccably in a suit and sunglasses, exuding an air of defiance, he made the most pivotal decision of his life, opting to forego college and bring his prodigious talent directly to the NBA. Before articulating his choice, he paused meaningfully, stroking his chin, and gazed at Yi-Long, who sat among the audience. Yi-Long nodded with a smile. The two had made a wager before arriving here. Yi-Long wagered that he would not make a decision immediately. Kobe, whose competitive spirit was exceedingly strong, naturally would not let any opportunity to triumph over Yi-Long slip by. Thus, when the time came to announce his decision, he deliberately paused for a moment. Yi-Long was aware that an unintentional wager between the two had given rise to a momentous scene in history, rendering them witnesses to the annals of time. However, the present-day Kobe has ascended to the status of a dazzling supernova, while Yi-Long remains merely an obscure high school player. The path to the NBA is still a long and arduous journey. Over the course of the past 4 months, Yi-Long has meticulously cultivated a commendable habit of self-discipline. Rising at the break of dawn each day at 4 a.m., he engages in morning runs, skipping rope, swimming, and practicing aerobic exercises. He is invariably the first to arrive at both the gym and training facility, dedicating himself to strength and endurance training, alongside shooting and ball handling drills. His attributes are steadily ascending, with significant improvements observed daily. Host, Yi-Long. Basic information. Height, 190 centimeters weight, 85 kilograms wingspan, 193 centimeters ability scores, maximum score per category, 200 speed, 80 agility, 76 strength, 130 vertical leap, 70 stamina, 110 shooting, 85 ball handling, 77 breaking through, 51 post moves, 65 passing, 58 rebounding, 92 stealing, 69 blocking, 77 overall ability score, 80 rating. His daily regimen of disciplined training tasks is consistently maximized, coupled with occasional special tasks that are triggered. As of now, Yilong's overall ability has reached 80, earning an impressive rating of A, particularly distinguished in strength and stamina, while other attributes remain at a satisfactory level. The most delightful surprise has been the remarkable progress made over these past few months. Yilong has grown an additional 2 centimeters. However, at the age of 17, this growth is likely to be the extent of his physical development. Presently, it seems that should he pursue a university education, he would certainly secure a place. With further dedication, he might even carve out a role as a bench player within an NBA rotation. Nevertheless, his innate abilities are rather mediocre, and he lacks any particularly remarkable offensive techniques. Relying solely on strength and defense to capture the attention of NBA scouts is exceedingly challenging. In essence, the pathway to the NBA via the draft appears to be virtually obstructed. Over the past few months, while participating in the high school varsity team at Raul Marians, Yilong commenced his journey on the basketball court with a focus on defense, gradually earning the trust of both his coach and teammates. From a bench warmer relegated to guarding the water cooler, he steadily secured his position as a starting player on the team. However, due to his relatively modest foundational skills, he often found himself playing the role of a defensive stalwart during the majority of the game, with only occasional opportunities to capitalize on offensive plays and make open shots. Coupled with the inherent disadvantage of his height, Yilong recognized that his aspirations of establishing a foothold in the NBA seemed almost fantastical. At the high school level, athletes' foundational talents are nearly set in stone, and even upon entering college, the focus tends to be on refining and deepening their skills, making significant transformation quite challenging. Nevertheless, history is not devoid of late bloomers who have defied the odds and thrived in college basketball. As the high school chapter came to a close, the players of the school team prepared to part ways, each contemplating their future paths. The majority would relinquish their basketball dreams due to a lack of inherent talent, while only a select few would secure scholarship opportunities at prestigious basketball institutions. In America, the attrition rate in the realm of basketball is exceptionally high. At the graduation ball, Kobe made a grand appearance with his singer girlfriend, Brandy, basking in the glow of success. Yilong had always harbored a disdain for such cacophonous surroundings, preferring to solitude in a corner, relishing delectable cuisine and fine wine. After a brief interlude, Kobe approached with Brandy in tow. "My brother, what are you doing sulking in this gloom? Come out and enjoy yourself." Kobe jested with a grin, casting a glance at Brandy. Brandy, exuding warmth, stepped forward with a smile and extended her hand. "Hello." Yilong stood up and extended his hand to her, greeting hello. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Today, Brandy has become a household name as a singer, a perfect match for Kobe in terms of prominence. However, it seems that Kobe is not particularly fond of his current girlfriend. In truth, most people can perceive that, aside from her fame. Brandy's appearance and physique do not quite complement Kobe. Moreover, Kobe's exceptional talent destined him for the NBA, where he is poised to shine brightly as a promising prospect. Upon observing the appearance of Brandy, Yilong found it unsurprising that Kobe eventually parted ways with her, turning instead to embrace a romance with Vanessa. Brandy bore a striking resemblance to the NBA star, Castle. "Bro, I just secured a $2 million endorsement deal with Adidas. What gift would you like? Feel free to choose anything." "A Rolex?" No, I meant a Rolls Royce." Kobe was left utterly speechless, frozen in place. He was puzzled. Wasn't Kobe an athlete under Nike's banner? How had the timeline of this world shifted? Had he endorsed Adidas? Or had he later switched to Nike? Nevertheless, this issue was of little consequence to him, as no one was seeking his endorsement at the moment. He was still torn between continuing his education at university or participating in the summer league to secure an NBA spot. Given his current level, it was highly probable that he would only attend an ordinary university. Aspiring to compete in the NCAA, particularly at prestigious basketball schools like Duke or North Carolina, seemed utterly unattainable. As the three of them were engrossed in conversation, Coach Donovan, slightly inebriated, approached with a drunken gait. clutching an envelope that he promptly thrust into Ye's hands. "This is for you," he declared, "to reward your outstanding performance with the team during this period." "No need to thank me too much." Kobe, bewildered, questioned, "Hey, Coach, why didn't I receive one?" Coach Donovan chuckled heartily. "You don't need it," and then turned to leave. Yilong opened the envelope and discovered it was an invitation to a university, Davidson College. Chapter 8. Jordan raises his cup once more as the draft begins. Davidson College? Is this not the alma mater of Stephen Curry? Yilong was aware that this institution gained prominence only due to Curry's success. Historically, it has produced very few basketball stars. It is primarily an engineering and technology school, with little emphasis on fostering a vibrant basketball culture. Yilong was still in a state of indecision. Upon returning home, his mother presented him with an invitation from the University of Pennsylvania. It was not for an athletic scholarship, but rather due to his commendable academic performance. Coming from the enigmatic Eastern nation, he found the pursuit of knowledge to be a rather effortless endeavor. With earnest sincerity, his mother advised him, since the path of athletics seems to be closed, why not consider Penn? It is an Ivy League institution, a coveted opportunity that many aspire to attain. Yilong let out a sigh and replied softly, "Mom, I will think about it some more." He then turned and returned to his room. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 1,000 frog jumps. Jump 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 100 sprint runs. Speed 5. Agility 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 200 barbell squats. Strength 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a 20-kilometer long run. Stamina 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 3,000 spot shooting training sessions. Shooting 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 5,000 dribbling training sessions. Dribbling 7. At the crossroads of life, when goals began to fade, it seemed that only relentless discipline and training could help Yilong forget his confusion and anxiety. After graduating from high school, his teammates all went their separate ways in search of their own futures. Yilong continues to bide his time, seeking an opportunity that truly belongs to him. He has chosen neither Davidson College nor the University of Pennsylvania. The illustrious class of '96 is on the verge of emerging, heralding an era ripe for miracles, where even undrafted players like Ben Wallace can ascend to the pantheon of Hall of Fame legends. Yilong believed that he could certainly do it. On June 16, 1996, the world's attention was captivated by the NBA Finals. The Chicago Bulls, led by Michael Jordan, triumphed over the Seattle Supersonics with a score of 4-2, securing the NBA championship for 1996. On this Father's Day, Jordan formally announced his majestic return, after retiring following 3 consecutive championships and then making a comeback. The basketball deity had not been able to lead the Bulls to a miraculous turnaround in the previous season's playoffs. However, after a grueling offseason of intense training, Jordan made it abundantly clear to the world the severe repercussions of provoking him. The Bulls achieved a staggering 72 wins in the regular season, setting a new historic record, and dominated the playoffs, claiming his 4th championship title. That year, Jordan once again ascended to the heights of greatness. Yilong and Kobe's families were present in Chicago to witness Jordan lifting the trophy. After the game, both were overwhelmed with emotions, having witnessed the basketball deity receiving the highest honor in the Hall of Fame. Their spirits were profoundly stirred, and Kobe, in front of Yilong and their families, vowed to secure more NBA championships and surpass Michael Jordan. Yilong merely smiled faintly, refraining from uttering a word. As a successor, he was acutely aware of Kobe's career trajectory. Although he ultimately did not surpass Jordan, there is no doubt that his entire professional journey was a resounding success. For 2 decades, he steadfastly represented a single city, encountering the peak of Shaquille O'Neal upon his entry into the league and securing 3 consecutive championships in partnership with him. Following O'Neal's departure, he faced considerable skepticism. Nevertheless, he triumphed once more, achieving back-to-back championships and becoming an enduring icon for countless admirers. Yilong was undoubtedly aware of Kobe's fate, yet he would not abruptly inform him to avoid helicopter rides or similar warnings, for each individual possesses their own destiny. However, as Kobe's dear friend in this lifetime, Yilong could not passively witness Kobe's demise. Perhaps his presence might invoke a butterfly effect, ultimately altering Kobe's fate. Even if events were to unfold according to historical trajectory, when the time came, in that very year, he would offer a gentle reminder. Yilong's thoughts drifted far away, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of Kobe. With a furrowed brow, Kobe exclaimed, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" You scoundrel. Long waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging, I know you surpassed Jordan. What? That was a promise made merely 3 minutes ago. Kobe retorted, bewildered. I was just inquiring about your plans. Have you decided which university to attend? University? Who told you I was going to college? Long shrugged nonchalantly. What? You are not going to university? Then what do you intend to do? Kobe's confusion deepened. Whatever you plan to do, I shall do as well. I have no intention of remaining behind you. Long replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Kobe was initially taken aback, yet he refrained from commenting further. Merely offering a faint smile. Long retorted, what? Do you doubt my abilities? Kobe shook his head in response. Of course not. You train with me every day. I am well aware of your true prowess. Everyone has underestimated you. Trust me, you simply lack an opportunity. Kobe continued to encourage him. Long gently patted Kobe's shoulder, uttering no further words before turning away. 10 days later, the 1996 NBA draft was officially held in New Jersey. This particular draft was brimming with brilliance and talent, widely anticipated to be a year of exceptional prospects. Few could have foreseen that the success rate of this rookie class would rival that of the illustrious class of '84. In a surprising turn of events, the Philadelphia 76ers, who held the coveted first overall pick, opted not to select the local prodigy Kobe Bryant. Their rationale was that they were unwilling to stake their future on a high school player. Instead, they chose the enigmatic Allen Iverson, a diminutive guard from Georgetown University. Standing at just 6 feet tall, yet possessing the athleticism reminiscent of a football player. The following 11 teams, similarly, declined to place their hopes on a high school player. Echoing Philadelphia's sentiments, especially considering that even the legendary Michael Jordan had honed his skills through collegiate basketball. Although Kobe felt a tinge of disappointment when his name was called at the 13th pick, the outcome ultimately proved fortuitous. The Lakers and the Hornets completed a trade, sending their starting center in exchange for Kobe, who realized his dream of joining the iconic franchise in Los Angeles, the team once graced by his idol, Magic Johnson. After a lengthy 2 rounds of the draft, 58 fortunate individuals were announced by NBA Commissioner David Stern. Without unexpected circumstances, Long was not selected. Chapter 9. An Unexpected Opportunity. Shortly after Kobe was chosen by the Los Angeles Lakers, he arrived in Los Angeles and engaged in a cordial conversation with the team's general manager, Jerry West. They subsequently finalized a rookie contract worth $3,500,000 over 3 years. In this era, Kobe's rookie salary was notably high, reflecting the Lakers' commitment to his future development. At the conclusion of the press conference, Kobe chose the number 8 for his jersey in the upcoming season with the Lakers. Come on, Kobe, take your little assistant and let's visit the arena, West said, patting Kobe on the back as he stepped down from the press table. Kobe exchanged a knowing smile with Long and introduced him to West, saying, "This is my friend from the East, Long, who is also my high school alumnus. He plays exceptionally well. Perhaps we should consider signing him, as he might surprise us." West jested, "What do you mean by exceptionally well? Ping pong?" Long contemplated the humor of the old man, pondering whether his implication was that Asians excelled only in table tennis rather than basketball. Yet, he refrained from retorting, and the trio merely shared a hearty laugh, dismissing the remark as a jest. Upon their arrival at the court, the appearance of Kobe ignited considerable commotion within the arena. The current iteration of the Lakers, once the illustrious monarchs of the NBA, now found themselves in a state of disarray following the retirement of legends such as Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar from the Golden Generation. Although under the leadership of the astute coach, Silver Fox Harris, the team managed to remain in the playoff contention, they struggled to ascend to the ranks of championship contenders. The principal issue remained the absence of a superstar to captivate the large market. During the off-season, the venerable Jerry West undertook bold maneuvers, securing a 7-year, $120 million contract with the league's most dominant center. Last season, Shaquille O'Neal had just led the Magic to a playoff sweep against the recently returned Michael Jordan. However, the parsimony of the Magic's management had sown the seeds of discontent within the Big Diesel, prompting thoughts of a transfer. Los Angeles was in dire need of a superstar to invigorate the basketball market, and West's ambitions aligned perfectly with O'Neal's aspirations. Long was nearly overlooked by everyone, as they assumed he was merely a staff member or assistant brought by Kobe. Feeling somewhat helpless, he could only stand quietly on the sidelines, observing Kobe engage in a practice match with Lakers players such as Eddie Jones and Van Exel. Kobe's performance was commendable, although his shooting percentage was not particularly high. His defensive prowess overwhelmingly suppressed the main players, Eddie Jones and Van Exel. West, watching from the sidelines, applauded enthusiastically, greatly appreciating Kobe's performance. This young man is truly a prodigy. His defensive skills are exceptional, and his style is flamboyant. I foresee him as the successor to Jordan. The physical similarities between the two are striking. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose among the staff on the sidelines. Yi Long, along with the others, cast their gaze towards the court, where a corpulent figure, a rather hefty man accompanied by several bodyguards, made his entrance. Shaquille O'Neal? I wonder which little brat aspires to succeed Jordan? Allow me to crush him. O'Neal appears rather lackadaisical. Is he arriving late for practice? Having recently signed a lucrative contract worth millions, O'Neal has evidently indulged himself during the off-season, his physique now nearly double what it was during his time with the Magic. After a brief warm-up, Coach Harris signaled for him to join the scrimmage. With 4 players absent today, they were in need of one more to form a 5-on-5 game. At that moment, Kobe stepped forward, confidently approaching Harris. "Coach, let my brother Yi Long take the court for a bit. He plays quite well." Harris, skeptical, replied, "Yi Long? Who is that? I've only heard of Bruce Lee." Laughter erupted among the group. Kobe pointed to Yi Long, standing on the sidelines. "Are you sure he can handle it? Please, Coach, haven't you seen my high school games? Yi Long performed exceptionally well during his senior year." "Very well then. Let him take the spot for now." Upon hearing about the opportunity to engage in a training match with the Los Angeles Lakers, Yi Long was naturally unwilling to let it slip by. Although he did not wish to rely on Kobe, life often presents itself with a dearth of chances. Now, this opportunity lay before him, with Coach Harris, General Manager West, and the esteemed Shaquille O'Neal, alongside a host of the Lakers' key players, in attendance. Yi Long swiftly approached Harris, extending a handshake and greeting everyone amicably. "Young man, you appear quite spirited. What position do you play?" "Currently, I can play anywhere except for the point guard." "What position do you find lacking?" "Haha, the blue team is in need of a big man to match up against O'Neal." Van Exel jested. Yi Long nodded slightly, indicating that there was no issue. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this individual, seemingly unfazed, confidently assert that he had no problem facing O'Neal? An Asian figure, appearing to stand only 9 meters tall, was prepared to confront O'Neal in the paint? "No problem, I shall do my utmost." Yi Long understood that although his strength was an advantage, attempting to confront O'Neal was nearly an impossible dream. However, he had no alternative at this moment, and could only exert his utmost efforts to resist. All right. The young man shows commendable courage. "Fetch him a jersey and let the training commence," Harris called out. O'Neal wore a mocking expression, tinged with derision, and remarked, "Hey, dear temporary worker, do take care of your ribs." Facing the towering figure of the 7-foot muscular giant before him, Yi Long maintained his composure, neither subservient nor arrogant, and with a smile remarked, "It is you, my stout friend, who ought to be cautious." O'Neal, continuing the banter, retorted, "I hope your bravado holds up when you step onto the court." Moments later, Yi Long swiftly donned his training attire and made his way to the court. The highly anticipated 5v5 training match for the Lakers was about to commence. Chapter 10, Matching Up Against the Great Shaquille O'Neal. This seemingly ordinary training session drew an unexpected surge of attention, with spectators quickly gathering around the sidelines. The match was divided into 2 teams. The white team comprised of key players such as Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Ceballos, Campbell, and O'Neal, while the blue team featured Kobe, Kersey, Scott, Yi Long, and Fisher. Apart from Yi Long, the other participants were newly joined rookies and various substitute players. In essence, it was a contest of starters against reserves. What on earth? Are they really fielding an Asian player who stands only 9 meters tall as their center? Indeed. It seemed that O'Neal could easily overpower him. Even in a training match, one might question the necessity of such an arrangement. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Yi Long also chose to forego the jump ball with O'Neal, allowing the opponent to gain possession. He made his way directly to the paint. Then Exel swiftly advanced the ball to half-court, while O'Neal leisurely approached the key, extending his hand, ready to receive the ball. At the moment when Yi Long collided with O'Neal, it felt as though a massive truck had rolled over his chest. However, Yi Long remained steadfast and did not falter. In that fleeting instant, he astonishingly perceived O'Neal's attributes. Host, Shaquille O'Neal. Basic information: height, 216 centimeters. Weight, 151 kilograms. Wingspan, 231 centimeters. Attribute values: injured impact version, speed, 120 agility, 100 strength, 190 vertical leap, 110 stamina, 100 shooting, 75 ball handling, 62 driving, 61 post play, 180 passing, 90 rebounding, 163 stealing, 100 blocking, 177 overall capability value, 117 rating. SSS. The first 5 attributes concerning physical prowess all surpass 100, with strength reaching a terrifying 190. Yilong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, reflecting on the terrifying dominance of the league's foremost center. Was this a manifestation of his overwhelming prowess or merely a consequence of his injuries? How formidable would Shaquille O'Neal's reign have been had he remained unscathed by ailments? Although Yilong's physique and height differ significantly from O'Neal's, his strength has now exceeded 140, preventing him from being easily overwhelmed by the shark in confrontation. Not bad. Young man, your lower body seems quite stable, O'Neal remarked with a dismissive smile. While he did not knock Yilong down, he effortlessly sent the ball into the hoop. Leveraging his superior wingspan, Yilong found himself somewhat outmatched. Although he managed to withstand O'Neal's formidable charge, he still allowed him to enter the paint and score with ease. Head coach Harris furrowed his brow, perplexed. This lad, with such a physique, did not get knocked down by Shaquille. Impressive indeed. Veteran West remarked. The disparity is still too great. Scoring against him comes effortlessly for Shaquille. A faint smile graced West's lips, seemingly pleased with the signing he made during the off-season. Undoubtedly, O'Neal is the most dominant center in the current league. Although his physique has changed somewhat, it has only augmented his formidable strength. No matter, your defense has been commendable. There is no one here capable of stopping him. This is inherently an unequal contest. Veterans Horry and Scott continuously encouraged Yilong. As possession shifted, the blue team initiated play, and young Fisher swiftly handled the ball, advancing past half court, while Horry and Scott strategically positioned themselves at the corners and weak side. As Yilong executed a robust pick near the free throw line, Kobe emerged from the right side, utilizing the screen to his advantage. The instant he received Fisher's pass, Kobe surged forward with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of lightning. However, the opposing defenders responded swiftly. Van Exel and Eddie Jones quickly positioned themselves before Kobe, obstructing his path to the basket. Although their speed and explosiveness could not rival that of the exuberant young star, both had amassed considerable experience in the NBA over the years, endowing them with a keen sense of defensive anticipation. A moment's hesitation from Kobe resulted in being swiftly engulfed by a triple team from his adversaries. After Yilong completed his cover, he swiftly opened up space, positioning himself just a step within the three-point line. In a moment of desperation, Kobe had no choice but to leap and pass the ball to Yilong. Observing this, O'Neal remained stationed at the edge of the paint, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of defending. Upon receiving the pass, Yilong executed a light dribble and decisively stepped back. He launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. Was his very first attempt a three-pointer? Without a doubt. Yilong's choice of shot elicited gasps of astonishment from the spectators on the sidelines. After all, in this era, the three-point shot is seldom the favored option. Influenced by the likes of Jordan and the 4 dominant centers, the mid-range and interior game reigned supreme. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a parabolic arc, and clang. It struck the rim. The backboard reverberated. A few towering giants leaped into the air, poised to contest the rebound, yet the basketball lingered on the rim, spinning for a few moments before elegantly dropping into the net. It was a successful shot. It swished through. Yilong gently clenched his fist, exhaling deeply, contemplating that fortune had favored him. On the sidelines, Harris and West exhibited faint expressions of astonishment. Remarkable, indeed. An interior player who can shoot three-pointers? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Let us observe further. O'Neal, who had always harbored disdain for interior players who ventured outside to attempt three-pointers, approached Yilong with a taunting demeanor, stating, "You spineless coward, you are unworthy to stand with me in the paint. Soon, I shall deliver a thunderous dunk upon your head." Yilong retorted, "Foolish fat man, who claims I play in the paint? I merely filled in due to a lack of position in this match." Amidst their bickering, O'Neal had already received a pass from his teammate. With a powerful step, he barreled toward the basket. Like a mountain descending upon him, he seized the basketball with both hands and soared toward the rim, aiming to dunk right over Yilong. Attempting to dunk on me. Yilong let out a furious roar, swiftly pivoting on his heel and taking a small step back. The muscles of his biceps swelled impressively. Boom. The crowd was startled by a tremendous sound, rendering them utterly speechless at the sight before them. The resounding clash between the court floor and the human body echoed as if a great pit had been carved out. Yi Long stood resolutely beneath the basket, while Shaquille O'Neal lay motionless on the floor. Chapter 11. Securing a short contract for the Summer League. He actually toppled O'Neal. Who on earth is this individual? What sorcery is this? Where did this behemoth emerge from? The spectators on the sidelines could no longer conceal their astonishment. In this league, I have never witnessed anyone capable of bringing down O'Neal. Both Lakers head coach Harris and general manager Jerry West widened their eyes in disbelief at the extraordinary event that had just transpired. West, naturally, was primarily concerned about O'Neal's injury. O'Neal remained on the ground, motionless, prompting West to summon several team doctors to his side. Fortunately, it was merely a brief fainting spell, and he soon regained consciousness. O'Neal gradually propped himself up on his arms, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, his expression slightly contorted. What the hell is going on? You little brat. Damn it, my back. O'Neal clutched his waist, his expression increasingly pained, clearly indicating that Yi Long's maneuver had caused him a back injury. Yi Long stepped forward, a hint of apology etched on his face as he remarked, I apologize. I did not anticipate your fragility. Upon hearing these words, O'Neal nearly choked with indignation, glaring fiercely at Yi Long. Kobe quickly intervened to defuse the tension, stating, Hey, Yi Long didn't mean any harm. Besides, that was merely a routine confrontation within the paint. Coach Harris, with a resigned nod, concurred, acknowledging Kobe's perspective. Indeed, Yi Long's defense had been commendable. A standard exchange in the post. Had O'Neal not pulled Yi Long's arm, he would not have been so forcefully toppled to the ground. Nevertheless, Harris remained astounded by Yi Long's strength. How could such an ordinary physique harbor such immense power capable of appending a 300-pound giant like O'Neal? It was evident that this match would not proceed, as immediate medical examination was necessary. The team physician informed West. West, somewhat disheartened, held his head in despair, exclaiming, Oh heavens, let it not be serious. This is the player we just signed for $120 million. As O'Neal was carried off on a stretcher by several team doctors, he cast a final glance at Yi Long. Yi Long cast a glance at him, and their eyes met. A hint of a sly smile seemed to play upon O'Neal's lips. Yi Long was somewhat perplexed. Is this fellow a fool, laughing even while injured? At this moment, Coach Harris approached calmly and remarked, Yi, as you can see, with O'Neal leaving the court, we can only engage in a 4-on-4 training match. So you must withdraw for now. Yi Long smiled with a hint of resignation. All right. I never anticipated that my stunning defensive performance would jeopardize my subsequent opportunity to play. With a sense of disappointment, he removed his training jersey and turned to leave the court, preparing to continue watching from the sidelines. However, Harris unexpectedly approached him, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Nonetheless, young man, you played exceptionally well. I believe our team can offer you a short contract for the Summer League. Afterward, he glanced at the general manager, West, who also expressed his admiration with a smile, stating, Certainly, just for that moment when you brought down Shaquille. You absolutely deserve a short contract. Upon hearing this, a significant weight was finally lifted from Yi Long's heart. With the general manager's assurance, the Summer League contract seemed assured. Kobe, upon receiving this news, was equally thrilled. Yi, we can fight side by side. As a rookie for the Lakers this year, Kobe was also set to participate in the Summer League to hone his skills. The Summer League serves as a platform for rookies and undrafted players to showcase their talents. Although it may only lead to a 10-day two-way contract, seizing the opportunity can profoundly alter one's fate. After Yi Long's departure, the training match transformed into a 4-on-4 contest. He did not leave the venue but remained on the sidelines to observe the entire session. Despite O'Neal's absence, the substitute blue team, featuring Kobe and Fisher, was unable to triumph over the four primary players, including Eddie Jones and Van Exel. The defeat was significant and disheartening. Kobe faced relentless targeting and double-teaming from his opponents, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage. Of his 25 attempts, only 9 found the basket, yielding a total of 22 points, 2 assists, and 4 rebounds. Most alarmingly, he committed a staggering 9 turnovers. Although merely a routine training match, it served as a sobering realization for the proud Kobe, highlighting the considerable gap between himself and the NBA's elite players. At this moment, both Yi Long and Kobe are acutely aware that the journey ahead of them remains extensive. After the conclusion of their training session, Kobe chooses to linger in the arena, dedicating himself to solitary and intense practice. Yi Long seized the opportunity to visit Jerry West's office, where he formalized an Exhibit 10 contract. allowing him to join the Los Angeles Lakers in their forthcoming Southern California Summer League. Following this, he returned to the Lakers training facility, resuming his rigorous training alongside Kobe. In the expansive gymnasium, the two young athletes exuberantly poured their sweat, pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion. Ding. Congratulations, host, strength 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, speed 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, shooting 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, dribbling 1. Yi Long, in a state of drowsiness, felt an extraordinary surge in his physical capabilities, as if his body were being nourished to an unprecedented degree. At some point, he found himself lying on the gym floor, having succumbed to slumber. In this era, it is rare for domestic players to venture abroad, and encounters with the NBA are few and far between, especially for someone like Yi Long, who has spent an extended period studying overseas. Consequently, the news of Yi Long's signing with the Lakers did not create significant waves within the basketball community. Both domestically and internationally, some even mistakenly assumed he was of Chinese descent. Soon, the roster for the Lakers' participation in the Southern California Summer League was finalized. The names of prominent figures such as Yi Long, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher are prominently featured. Most participants in this summer league consist of first- and second-year rookies. Among these newcomers, aside from Kobe and Fisher, who have already secured formal contracts with the Lakers, the rest, like Yi Long, are temporary players who have signed Exhibit 10 contracts. Consequently, the competition within the team remains intense, and ultimately, perhaps only one or two of these individuals will earn a place on the Lakers roster for the upcoming season. In addition to the Lakers, the Southern California Summer League also includes teams such as the Clippers, Mavericks, Warriors, Knicks, Timberwolves, Kings, and Spurs, with the Lakers' initial opponent being the Timberwolves, also from the Western Conference. The second-year sensation, Garnett, is among the participants. Kobe, who also entered the draft straight from high school, places great importance on this matchup. In mid-July, the Summer League officially commenced. Yi Long donned the number 30 jersey from his high school days, while Kobe wore the iconic number 8. As the match was about to commence on the stage of the Summer League, every player yearned to showcase their talents. Some teammates were so unfamiliar to Yi Long that he could scarcely recall their names. All players exchanged glances, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Chapter 12. The Summer League matchup against Garnett. Having just concluded the thrilling NBA Finals, the fervor for basketball remained unabated in this nation. Even a modest Summer League event drew a throng of spectators. This particular match was personally overseen by Lakers head coach Devin Harris. Typically, teams are led by assistant coaches or temporarily appointed coaches for the Summer League, yet Harris preferred to take the reins himself. Before the game commenced, Harris repeatedly cautioned Kobe and the other players, emphasizing the formidable opponents they faced, including Garnett, a sophomore of considerable caliber, and Stephon Marbury, this year's 4th overall pick. The challenge ahead would be arduous, and he urged everyone to maintain their focus. At that moment, someone voiced confusion. Marbury? Wasn't he selected by the Bucks? To which Kobe replied, he exchanged places with Ray Allen. Clearly, Kobe possessed an astute awareness of the rookies who ranked ahead of him, viewing each as a future rival. His inherently competitive nature made it difficult for him to accept being chosen at the 13th position. The game soon commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Fisher and Kobe in the backcourt, a forward named Brown, and a towering center standing at 2.16 meters. In this match, Yi Long was positioned at the power forward position, aware that he would most likely be matched against Garnett, who predominantly roamed the small and power forward positions during the early stages of his career. Yi Long undoubtedly possesses superior strength in his matchup, yet he may not quite measure up in terms of speed and explosiveness. Nevertheless, facing off against a well-established sophomore star presents him with an exceptional opportunity to showcase his talents. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the occasion of their debut in the NBA Summer League, triggering the game task. Score over 10 points while matched against Garnett to earn 5 shooting attribute points. Secure more than 10 rebounds to gain 5 rebounding attribute points. Achieve over 10 blocks to receive 5 blocking attribute points. Attain more than 10 steals to obtain 5 stealing attribute points. Yi Long let out a sigh, finding the situation increasingly absurd. Is it truly so effortless to achieve 10 blocks and steals? Completing even the first 2 tasks seems the most one could hope for. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special reward task. Win this match to receive an attribute resetter, available for today only. Previously, the special reward was a stamina restoration potion, and now another attribute resetter has appeared. This system is replete with an array of peculiar trinkets. Yilong remains oblivious to the manner in which this unique reward has been triggered. Regardless, he resolves to complete the first two tasks and secure victory in the match. As the referees beckon, the starting players from both teams gradually take their positions. Garnett appears somewhat familiar with Kobe, and he approaches him with a friendly demeanor. "Hey, Kobe Bryant, I've seen your father play." Kobe, seemingly disinterested, responds curtly, "And what about me?" With a chuckle, Garnett retorts, "The student surpasses the master. You must undoubtedly be more skilled than your father." "Haha. Unfortunately, we do not play the same position, but I assure you, you will not win this game." Kobe, maintaining his indifference, replies, "Oh, is that so? We shall see. By the way, are you really planning to send that diminutive player, standing at just 1.9 meters, to guard me?" Garnett glances at Yilong and mockingly responds, "You would do well to remember your words. He shall astonish you and everyone else." Kobe stands resolutely, firmly supporting Yilong. Yilong merely cast a fleeting glance at Garnett, uttering no further words. He had just examined Garnett's attribute panel. Host: Kevin Garnett. Basic information: height, 211 centimeters. Weight, 101 kilograms. Wingspan, 226 centimeters. Ability scores: maximum value of 200 for each category. Speed, 115. Agility, 90. Strength, 80. Jumping, 122. Stamina, 150. Shooting, 101. Ball control, 82. Breaking, 93. Post play, 145. Passing, 72. Rebounding, 105. Stealing, 99. Blocking, 129. Overall ability score, 106. Rating. Yilong observed the situation, and although the disparity in their abilities remained significant, he was not devoid of confidence. In terms of strength, it was evident that Garnett was currently at a disadvantage, which happened to be Yilong's area of expertise. The advantage lay with him. On this court, the only way to prove oneself was through sheer strength. Words were futile. The match commenced with fervor. The Timberwolves launched an aggressive opening, with Marbury swiftly advancing the ball past half-court. Utilizing his teammates' screens, he executed a long-range jump shot with precision. Kobe maneuvered around the screen, attempting an extreme block, but he was slightly delayed, and the ball had already slipped from Marbury's fingertips. The spectators watched as it swished through the net. After scoring, Marbury exaggeratedly examined his palm, as if to question how his shooting touch could be so fiery. This was a provocation towards Kobe. Both were rookies that year, but aside from the first overall pick, Iverson, the most talked about and renowned was Kobe, selected 13th overall straight out of high school. Naturally, Marbury, a rookie chosen before him, harbored resentment towards Kobe and sought to taunt him following his basket, relishing the opportunity to belittle this second-generation star. Faced with Marbury's challenge, Kobe, youthful and impetuous, was unwilling to back down. Eager to respond offensively, he advanced the ball to the front court. Before Yilong could position himself to set a screen, Kobe took an audacious shot from beyond the arc, directly against the defender. It was a reckless attempt. Given Kobe's current abilities and Yilong's understanding of him, he realized that this shot was likely a gamble born of frustration. Yilong swiftly approached the basket, anticipating the trajectory of the falling basketball. He engaged in a fierce battle for positioning in the paint, countering Garnett's physicality with remarkable tenacity. Despite lacking advantages in height and wingspan, Yilong's lower body strength proved formidable as he resolutely forced Garnett out of the 3-second zone. In the midst of Garnett's incredulous astonishment, Yilong firmly established an optimal position for rebounding. Indeed, the shot was a miss, as Kobe failed to find the net. Yilong seized the opportunity, executing a graceful leap to capture the rebound. A splendid offensive rebound. Pass it to me," Kobe urged from the perimeter, applauding enthusiastically. However, Yilong's choice was unexpected. He had no intention of passing the ball. He was determined to take the shot himself. After all, he had a scoring mission. Although Garnett failed to secure the rebound, his defensive instincts kicked in swiftly as he promptly moved in front of Yilong, poised to block the shot. Yilong adopted a one-handed throwing posture, feigning a shot. With a nimble pivot and dribbling, he evaded Garnett's block. Utilizing the backboard, he sent the ball into the hoop. Garnett, infuriated, seized Yilong from behind. The referee's whistle sounded. The shot was successful and a foul was called. Chapter 13, A Flawless Performance Conquers the Crowd. Well done, Yilong. The teammates on the court and the spectators at the sidelines were filled with exhilaration upon witnessing this moment. No one anticipated that the first score of the Lakers Summer League would be executed by the most inconspicuous player. Yilong positioned himself at the free throw line. With a gentle dribble, he steadied his aim and released the ball. The basketball danced precariously on the rim, swirling twice before finally descending into the net. The additional free throw was successful, and he had executed a three-pointer. Infuriated, Garnett muttered curses under his breath, being outscored by a rookie, an undrafted player at that. Ignited a fierce anger within the young and impetuous Garnett. "Listen carefully, you wretch. My name is Yi Long. You, a parentless orphan, lack proper upbringing." Yi Long retaliated with a bold gesture, asserting his presence with a defiant middle finger. The tension in the game escalated palpably, as this fiery young player thrived on the electric atmosphere. On the sidelines, Lakers head coach Devin Harris pondered thoughtfully, his chin resting in his hand. The match continued. The Timberwolves initiated their offensive play, with Marbury swiftly advancing the ball. He executed a high pick-and-roll with Garnett, who rolled down to receive the pass. With a single arm, he held the ball aloft, ready to unleash a powerful shot. Yi Long exerted all his strength to interfere, yet it proved futile. He could only watch as the ball slipped through the hoop. This outcome was inevitable, a mere reflection of the disparity in innate talent. Although Yi Long possesses considerable strength, he still exhibits a certain disparity in size and agility when compared to his opponent. After scoring, Garnett continued to cast a provocative glance at Yi Long. Yi Long paid him no mind, swiftly dashing towards the front. Seizing the opportunity, with remarkable speed and precision, Fisher delivered a long pass, perfectly landing the ball in Yi Long's hands. Yi Long soared into the air, executing a one-armed axe maneuver, and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. The crowd erupted with excitement. Within merely 2 minutes of the game's commencement, both teams were engaged in a fierce back-and-forth, electrifying the atmosphere. Perhaps no one anticipated that from the most inconspicuous position prior to the match, a young man with yellow skin from the East would deliver a three-pointer followed by a fast-break dunk. At this moment, the fury within the renowned Kevin Garnett was ignited. And as the Timberwolves prepared to mount their offense, Garnett swiftly called for the ball from his teammates. He aimed to continue his one-on-one battle against Yi Long in the paint. The game had barely begun. Yet this marked the third physical confrontation between the two in the interior, seemingly transforming the court into a duet of their own. Yi Long firmly lowered his waist and established a solid stance, refusing to yield an inch in his designated area. Garnett, taken aback, pushed forcefully several times, utterly astonished. How could this be? He was unable to budge the young man before him in the slightest. Not a single movement. Yi Long's somewhat shadowy smile instilled a sense of trepidation in Garnett, leaving him with no choice but to launch an aggressive attack. He sought to employ the same tactic once more, leveraging his height and long arms to execute a one-handed shot. Yi Long has now secured an impeccable defensive position. A colossal block descends from the heavens, perfectly delivering the ball into Kobe's hands. "Splendid, Yi. A flawless defense." As Kobe exclaimed, he swiftly dribbled down the court. With a series of evasive maneuvers and a back dribble, he penetrated the defense and executed a layup with finesse. The Lakers continued to extend their lead. Although Garnett faced a setback against Yi Long in the previous offensive play, he promptly repositioned to the perimeter and launched a mid-range shot. Meanwhile, the duel between Marbury and Kobe unfolds beyond the arc. On the grand stage of the Summer League, most players are engaged in their individual battles, striving to showcase their talents. Yi Long's matchup against Garnett was entirely commendable, and he even held a slight advantage. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Yi Long has remarkably achieved 12 points, 5 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. On the offensive end, he missed only 1 shot, while his defensive prowess was truly dazzling, limiting Garnett to a mere 4 points in the first quarter. From the sidelines, Coach Harris offered high praise for Yi Long, stating, "Xiao Yi, your performance today has been exceptional. If you continue to play like this, you will undoubtedly earn Jerry's recognition and secure a formal contract. However, I believe the Summer League should provide everyone an opportunity to showcase their talents, as chances must be equitable. Therefore, Xiao Yi, it's time for you to take a brief respite from the game." Yi Long let out a helpless smile, resigning himself to the coach's arrangement. "Kobe, will you continue to play?" Harris inquired. The contrast in their attitudes towards the two was striking. Yi Long pondered. Is this the fundamental distinction between full-time and temporary workers? Next time I step onto the court, I must seize the opportunity even more fervently. Kobe nodded and remarked, "Yi Long has truly excelled. I believe you should continue to play." However, Harris dismissed Kobe's suggestion, merely stating, "This has been decided." As the second quarter commenced, Yi Long found himself largely a spectator, only re-entering the game as the first half neared its conclusion. At that point, the Lakers had already established a commanding lead of 17 points over the Timberwolves, with a score of 52-35, rendering the outcome nearly inevitable. During Yi-Long's absence in the second quarter, Garnett managed to regain his form, transforming into a formidable force within the paint, feverishly accumulating points. After scoring 20 points, he returned to the sidelines, donning his training attire, indicating a low probability of returning to the game. In such a trivial match, the team primarily focused on nurturing new talent, and players like Garnett, who had already garnered some renown, would naturally not play for too long. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves' other rising star, Marbury, remained active on the court. After Kobe exited, Yi-Long surprisingly found himself positioned as a shooting guard, a significant leap from his previous role as a power forward. Despite the limited time on the court, Yi-Long magnificently showcased his talents, culminating in a buzzer-beating three-pointer after stealing the ball from Marbury. This shot propelled the Lakers into the second half with a 20-point lead. The atmosphere among the audience ignited as this young player, with his yellow skin, electrified the arena. By the end of the first half, he had amassed an impressive 15 points, 5 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, trailing only Kobe's 21 points, while leading the game in both blocks and steals. Upon returning to the dressing room, Yi-Long was met with congratulations from teammates who had previously shown him indifference. Once the second half of the match commenced, it appeared that the Timberwolves had entirely relinquished their efforts, as both Garnett and Marbury remained absent from the court. In merely 4 minutes of the third quarter and 5 minutes of the fourth, Yi-Long elevated his statistics to an impressive 23 points, 11 rebounds, 6 blocks, 5 steals, and 3 assists, leading the Lakers to an undisputed victory in their inaugural game of the Summer League. Yi-Long completed the first 2 tasks, earning 10 attribute points and a special reward in the form of an attribute resetter. These 10 points may be freely allocated. Yi-Long has allocated all 10 attribute points to his shooting skill. Host: Yi-Long. Basic information: height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Attribute values: each category maxes out at 200. Speed, 92. Agility, 90. Strength, 149. Vertical, 80. Stamina, 120. Shooting, 100. Ball control, 85. Breakthrough, 78. Postplay, 75. Passing, 60. Rebounding, 95. Stealing, 70. Blocking, 80. Overall ability value, 90. Rating, A at present. His role can be likened to that of a player endowed with external shooting prowess and defensive capabilities, akin to what would later be termed a 3D player. Although such terminology was not yet in circulation during this era, which did not place significant emphasis on three-point shooting, the classical shooting guard archetype, exemplified by Jordan, was the prevailing ideal. Yi-Long believes that he can carve out a completely new path in this era. Chapter 14. The first encounter with Little Sweetie. As the competition concluded, Kobe was the first to rise, approaching Yi-Long to extend heartfelt congratulations to his brother. Yi, you played exceptionally well. You are the pride of our Raoul Merian High School. Although he himself scored 28 points in this match, his fame had long been established, rendering the impact of Yi-Long's sudden rise to prominence utterly distinct. Coach Harris and other teammates also came forth to embrace and shake hands with Yi-Long in celebration. Even the 2 stars from the opposing Timberwolves, Garnett and Marbury, approached him, saying, "Buddy, you truly played well this time. I must admit it. I hope you stay in the NBA, and I look forward to facing you in the regular season." Despite Garnett's tough demeanor on the court, he was clearly eager for their next encounter. "I will, of course, remain," Yi-Long assured. Following this match, he was almost convinced of his capability to compete in the NBA. The next step was to maintain discipline and stabilize his performance, proving his worth during sufficient playing time. Upon returning to the locker room, many teammates were still celebrating, most of whom were young players embarking on their first NBA experience. Though it was a summer league, for some, it would be an indelible memory. "Hey, Yi-Long, my brother. I think you've missed the chance to celebrate with everyone." A middle-aged black man dressed in formal attire entered to remind him. It seemed that even in such a small-scale summer league, there would be post-game press conferences. Yi-Long murmured softly, "Do not fret. They are merely minor media outlets or NBA interns." It was evident that Kobe had long been accustomed to such scenes. "It matters not. Should any reporters challenge us later, I shall shield you from their inquiries. However, given our exceptional performance in this match, it is unlikely that any ill-intentioned journalist will emerge." Yi-Long suddenly flashed a cunning smile, patting Kobe on the shoulder as he said, "Good brother. Let us go all the way in helping each other. I have no desire to attend such a tedious press conference. I simply wish to return to my regiment. Kobe Bryant furrowed his brow slightly and replied, You must be out of your mind. We just finished a game. I'm not tired at all. See you another day, brother. As he spoke, Yilong swiftly gathered his belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and exited the locker room, leaving his teammates in a state of bewilderment. In truth, Yilong understood that such inconsequential matches were of no concern if he chose not to attend. Moreover, the post-game press conference for the Summer League was merely a formality, devoid of any significant exposure, rendering it a waste of time. If he were to secure a formal contract in the future and participate in the regular season, showcasing outstanding performance would naturally warrant attendance at these press conferences. Otherwise, after just one impressive game, especially in a summer league, there would inevitably be whispers of him seeking attention. He reasoned that it would be far more beneficial to return early to practice, complete routine tasks, and enhance his skills, ensuring that when the time comes, he could rest easy. Yilong hurriedly exited the gymnasium when, all of a sudden, a small girl, rushing with great urgency, collided directly into him. Although Yilong may not be a towering figure on the basketball court, he is nonetheless quite tall in real life. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed little sister before him collided with him. Yilong was completely unperturbed, while the young girl was abruptly knocked to the ground, her camera clutched in her hand, now shattered upon the earth. Yilong hurried over and helped the golden-haired girl to her feet. The moment she lifted her head, Yilong felt as though he had been transported to another realm, for her face was strikingly familiar. She appeared as though she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Her features exquisitely sculpted, with three-dimensional contours. Her large eyes sparkled with a bright yet profound light, as if capable of discerning the depths of the human soul, while occasionally revealing the innocent radiance of a child. There was also a hint of rebelliousness and wild allure about her. Her signature golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, cascading like a golden waterfall. Britney? Yilong exclaimed, Isn't this the globally acclaimed pop sensation, Britney Spears? The girl before him appeared to be merely a high school student. Though her features were undeniably youthful, they could not conceal her extraordinary beauty and exquisite charm. Yilong rubbed his eyes, now utterly convinced that the high school girl who had collided with him was none other than Britney. Recalling the myriad tribulations she faced in a parallel world after her rise to fame, emotional turmoil, abuse, and her subsequent descent into a disheveled existence, he could hardly reconcile that image with the pure, adorable girl before him, untouched by the taint of the entertainment industry. It was as if they were two entirely different beings, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Today marked her first day of summer internship, and in her flustered state, she had inadvertently bumped into an athlete. Britney stood there, momentarily entranced by the strikingly handsome visage of the young man before her, whose features were chiseled as if sculpted by the finest artisan. His exceptional demeanor starkly contrasted with the greasy, unkempt men she had encountered during her audition for the Disney Channel. Oh, I'm so sorry, she quickly apologized, realizing it was her fault for not paying attention and colliding with someone else. Hastily, she bent down to retrieve her camera, inspecting it thoroughly, only to discover it had been completely shattered. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. After all, this was supposed to be her first day as a junior reporter for her summer internship. How could fate be so cruel? At that moment, Yilong resembled a warm-hearted elder brother, approaching Britney with gentle strides. He softly took the broken camera from her hands and remarked, It's beyond repair now. I shall purchase you a new one another day. Britney hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, No, I broke it myself. You need not buy me another. By the way, are you called Britney? Yilong inquired. Britney was taken aback, pondering how this young man, evidently a recent athlete from the basketball court, could possibly know her. A mere high school student. Yes, I am Britney, the intern reporter here for post-match interviews. It's a pleasure to meet you. Despite her inner confusion, Britney graciously introduced herself to Yilong. What a coincidence. I am the very subject you are to interview. My name is Yilong, and I suppose I am also an intern athlete for the Lakers, haha. I wonder if that's the right way to put it. Yilong spoke with ease. The Lakers? Oh my goodness. How impressive. Britney exclaimed, adorably covering her mouth. I will contact the Lakers staff and borrow a camera for you. Hurry inside. Thank you. I am truly grateful to you, brother Yilong, she replied. By the way, let us exchange numbers. I'll think of a solution regarding the camera. Thus, Yilong successfully exchanged contact information with Britney, who was clad in jeans and sneakers, her upper body adorned with a simple white short-sleeve t-shirt. Her casual athletic attire did little to conceal her alluring figure. After bidding farewell to Yilong, she jogged into the arena. Following his guidance, She located the staff member and borrowed the Lakers' camera, efficiently completing her summer internship project's filming and interview tasks. However, her ambitions extended beyond this. 2 or 3 years prior, she had nurtured dreams of becoming an actress and a singer. She had auditioned for the Disney Channel's Mickey Mouse Club and had the opportunity to collaborate with stars such as Christina Aguilera and Carrie Russell. Although the program was eventually canceled, Britney had resolved to enter the entertainment industry. Her current role as a junior reporter was merely a means to fulfill her academic credits. Meanwhile, on his way home, Yilong found himself reminiscing about his enchanting first encounter with Britney. Such a pure and flawless beauty, how had she transformed into what she was now? His heart remained unsettled for quite some time. Yilong yearned to alter Britney's fate. Yet given his current capabilities, what could he truly change? The sole path forward was to persist, to uphold his discipline, enter the NBA, and perhaps, by becoming a genuine NBA superstar, he could eventually influence Britney and transform her destiny. Chapter 15. Seizing the final opportunity. With his remarkable performance in the inaugural Summer League match, Yilong was granted the opportunity to continue as a starter in the second Summer League match, facing off against the Los Angeles Clippers, who are also from the same city. The Clippers primarily focused on honing the skills of their 7th overall pick, Lorenzen Wright, a star center from the University of Memphis, who was even named to the NCAA All-American team last season. Many anticipate that Lorenzen Wright will swiftly evolve into a dominant force in the NBA, especially since the position of center remains highly coveted in this era. From the outset of the match, it became evident that the tactical centerpiece of the Clippers was none other than Lorenzen Wright. The other players on the court seemed to have received a directive to consistently create opportunities for him. Following his stellar performance against Garnett in the previous game, Yilong naturally took on the challenge of guarding this towering center, who stands at an impressive 2.11 meters. Initially, Lorenzen Wright, like many of the other big men who had faced Yilong, underestimated the 1.9-meter Asian player. However, it did not take long for Yilong to put the highly touted rookie through a rigorous test. With an unparalleled display of formidable strength, Yilong's tenacious defense rendered Lorenzen Wright ineffective, resulting in a shocking stat line of 0 for 7 shooting in the first quarter, with no points to his name. Even the commentators on site could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, "For an interior player to miss 7 consecutive shots, that efficiency is alarmingly low." At this juncture, it seemed that few attributed Wright's struggles to Yilong's exceptional defensive prowess. After a brief respite lasting half a quarter, Yilong made a triumphant return, continuing to closely guard Lorenzen Wright in the paint, while simultaneously transforming into a lethal off-ball scorer, seizing every opportunity for an open shot. Just before the halftime break, the Clippers executed a pick-and-roll play, with Lorenzen Wright receiving the ball and charging towards the basket, aiming for a thunderous dunk. However, he was intercepted mid-air by Yilong. Despite the significant disparity in their physical stature, Yilong's presence overshadowed Lorenzen Wright's, and this astonishing block ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Thanks to this remarkable defensive effort, Yilong aided the Lakers in establishing a commanding 23-point lead by halftime. Throughout the first half, Lorenzen Wright attempted 15 shots but only managed to convert 2. In contrast, Yilong, having played just a season and a half, recorded an impressive stat line of 12 points, 8 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 3 assists. As the second half commenced, the much-hyped rookie, Lorenzen Wright, had utterly lost his confidence. Even when his teammates passed him the ball, he hesitated, unwilling to attack. Having developed an inherent fear of matching up against Yilong throughout the entirety of the third quarter, he did not attempt a single shot. In the fourth quarter, during garbage time, he was relegated to the bench by the Clippers head coach, unable to step onto the court. As the game concluded, the Southern California Summer League witnessed the Los Angeles Lakers triumphing over the Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 122-97 in their second match. Kobe Bryant delivered a stellar performance, amassing the highest score of the game with 37 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Yilong contributed an all-around performance with 18 points, 15 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 5 assists. Having showcased exceptional performances in consecutive games, Yilong has captured the attention of certain local media in Los Angeles, with headlines in various sports newspapers proclaiming, "The Lakers' twin stars shine brightly. The mysterious Hwashia talent rivals the 13th pick, Kobe." Perhaps the answer for Los Angeles in the new season is not 0K, but the KV duo? Yilong's remarkable performances in the first 2 games of the Summer League, although not garnering widespread attention across the entire league, have certainly earned him a modest reputation locally in Los Angeles. His rapid progress has astonished everyone not long ago. He was merely an assistant spectating from the sidelines of the Lakers. In a blink of an eye, he found himself competing alongside the rookies from the illustrious draft class of '96. Even Kobe, his closest ally, occasionally could not resist the urge to discreetly inquire if Yulong had undergone some clandestine training. Yulong responded nonchalantly, "There is nothing else, only self-discipline." Although Kobe did not outwardly express any thoughts, deep within his heart, he sensed a vague unease. Will Yulong pose a threat to his position in the Lakers? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Kobe promptly shook his head, swiftly dismissing such thoughts. Even if Yulong were to perform exceptionally, it would not pertain to his position, thus having no bearing on him. Furthermore, Yulong is his close comrade, even when they are on the court together. In the subsequent matches, the Lakers faced off against the Mavericks, the Warriors, and the Knicks, ultimately suffering a series of disappointing defeats, culminating in 3 consecutive losses. Throughout these encounters, Kobe's shooting accuracy fell below 40. Yulong's statistics have exhibited a slight decline, maintaining an average of approximately 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game. This downturn is undoubtedly linked to a reduction in his playing time. During this period, the Lakers signed a black center on a 10-day contract, introducing a measure of competition for Yulong. On the final day of Yulong's 10-day contract, the Lakers faced off against the Kings, who boasted the 14th overall rookie, Peja Stojakovic. Yulong understood that this was his final opportunity. Energized and fully focused, he approached the game with an intensity akin to a surge of adrenaline. Throughout the match, he seamlessly transitioned from the shooting guard position to the center, exhibiting an extraordinary state of play. With an impressive shooting accuracy, he achieved 15 successful shots out of 20 attempts, including 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc, culminating in a staggering total of 46 points, 13 rebounds, and 7 blocks, almost a triple-double. This remarkable performance shattered the single-game scoring record for the Southern California Summer League this year. In the wake of this exhilarating game, General Manager Jerry West personally visited Yulong to extend a formal contract offer of $700,000 for 1 year. While he may not reach the caliber of a rookie like Kobe, it is noteworthy that even the Chicago Bulls sharpshooter, Steve Kerr, earned only $750,000 annually in this era. Yulong is thoroughly satisfied with this contract. Opportunities are forged through one's own efforts, and his journey is still long ahead. At this moment, Jerry West has completely transformed his attitude towards Yulong. "I sincerely apologize for my previous remarks about your sole proficiency in table tennis. Yulong, you are destined to become a true NBA superstar." The two shared a hearty laugh, resolving their past grievances with a warm embrace. Yulong has officially signed with the Los Angeles Lakers, marking not only a pivotal moment in his life but also a groundbreaking milestone in the annals of basketball history. He has become the first player from the Chinese civilization to enter the NBA. Chapter 16, The Hectic Offseason. Yulong has officially signed with the Los Angeles Lakers to compete in the 1996 to 2007 season, continuing to wear his high school number 30 jersey. Kobe promptly reached out to Yulong with a congratulatory call, and that evening, he prepared to host a celebratory party for Yulong at a mansion in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Yulong initially wished to indulge himself, but upon recalling that he had yet to fulfill his self-discipline tasks for the day, he could only politely decline Kobe's request. Upon hearing that Yulong intended to pursue discipline immediately after signing a contract, Kobe was utterly astonished. "Hey, my friend, you're pushing yourself too hard. You just signed a formal contract. Why not take a moment to unwind?" As Yulong perspired profusely, sprinting through the dusky streets of Los Angeles, he gazed at the setting sun, offering a faint reply of no to Kobe before returning to his disciplined run. Ding. Congratulations. Host S stamina increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations. Host S speed increased by 1 point. Ding. Congratulations. Host S agility increased by 1 point. Ding. Congratulations. Host S jumping ability increased by 1 point. Meanwhile, as Yulong fervently honed his abilities through sheer willpower, Kobe was unwilling to remain complacent, especially not behind his dearest brother. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that Yulong's capabilities were nearing his own. Although he felt genuine joy for Yulong, knowing the trials he had endured, he resolutely refused to allow Yulong to surpass him. At that moment, his girlfriend Brandy unexpectedly called, her voice tinged with urgency and impatience. "Kobe, where are you?" "Everyone is here." Kobe merely let out a cold sigh and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot attend. Let us discuss the party later." He gathered his belongings and headed to the gym for practice. After concluding his evening of self-discipline, Yi Long returned home to take a refreshing shower. Armed with his bank card, he made his way to a nearby bank to check his account balance. To his delight, he found that a sum of $50,000 had been deposited, his signing bonus from the Los Angeles Lakers. The payroll system for NBA players is notably flexible. Typically, salaries are dispersed bi-weekly following the commencement of the new season. Although the new season has yet to begin, Yi Long is permitted to draw a portion of his salary in advance as a reward for signing. The amount available for such an advance is determined by the team, and it is worth noting that Kobe Bryant, during his rookie contract, received an advance of $500,000, equivalent to half of his season's salary. Yi Long withdrew $30,000 in one go. Upon returning home, he placed a stack of cash directly on the dining table where his parents were having their meal, leaving both adults utterly astonished. Yi Long then candidly revealed the news of his contract with the Lakers. His parents, caught up in their excitement, leaped from their chairs, embracing their son in celebration. Witnessing their 17-year-old son already capable of earning for the family filled them with genuine joy. However, they were soon confronted with a pressing dilemma. Yi Ma is contemplating whether to transfer her restaurant in Philadelphia and embark on a new beginning in Los Angeles. Ye's father wore an expression of profound discomfort, as this venture had been their labor of love in Philadelphia for over a decade. The prospect of starting anew in an unfamiliar place posed a formidable challenge. Father, mother, you need not worry about me. Focus on nurturing your business in Philadelphia. I am more than capable of managing on my own in Los Angeles. As for accommodations, the team would certainly provide for that, even if one were reluctant to reside in the apartments arranged by the team. There was the option of staying in Kobe's luxurious estate, or perhaps renting a place of his own, a plan Yi Long had already meticulously devised. In the end, an understanding was reached. Yi Long ventured alone to Los Angeles, while his parents remained in Philadelphia. After enjoying dinner, he returned to his room, where he received a call from Brittany. Congratulations, Yi Long. You are truly remarkable. I am thrilled to hear you have become a member of the Lakers. The sweet voice on the other end of the line stirred Yi Long's emotions. He had initially thought that after completing her summer internship, Brittany would no longer be interested in basketball. To his surprise, she was aware of his recent signing with the Lakers. Thank you. By the way, let us meet up sometime soon. I have something for you. Yi Long had naturally purchased a new camera, a gift for Brittany. Although Brittany's primary focus had shifted away from journalism, she was still elated upon receiving the camera the following day, her eyes betraying an unmistakable delight and admiration. The two embarked on their inaugural date at Disneyland, reveling in the experience until late into the night, reluctant to part ways. Brittany shared her future aspirations with him, expressing her intent to diligently pursue music. Her vocal talent was commendable, and both her family and educators had encouraged her to tread the path of music. Yi Long could only manage a faint smile upon hearing this. He understood that no matter how one might contrive to alter fate, events destined to unfold would inevitably come to pass. Ultimately, Brittany was destined to tread the path of stardom. He too had to strive diligently, otherwise, he would soon find himself left behind. On the eve of his departure from home, his parents surprised him with a remarkable gift, a brand new Ford automobile. While it may not belong to the realm of luxury brands, it was more than sufficient for someone like him, who was just stepping into the world. Here, one only needed to be 16 years old to obtain a driver's license. Yi Long, having just reached the age of maturity last year, set forth in his newly acquired Ford automobile, gathering a few belongings. Yi Long journeyed westward, embarking on a long trek from Philadelphia to Los Angeles. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to temporarily reside in the opulent mansion in Beverly Hills, once owned by Kobe, but now purchased by his girlfriend, Brandy. This estate boasted comprehensive training facilities and a plethora of entertainment options, most notably featuring a basketball court that replicated an NBA venue in exacting detail. It was the perfect setting for Yi Long and Kobe to hone their skills during their leisure time. He found it impossible to rent a property with such exceptional amenities. Once settled, Yi Long and Kobe commenced an intense off-season training regimen, perspiring profusely each day as their physical abilities underwent relentless refinement. Both their bodies and mental fortitude experienced a remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, the news of Yi Long signing with an NBA team spread like wildfire, instantly igniting fervent discussions within the domestic basketball community and the sports arena at large. The Basketball Association even reached out multiple times to both Yi Long and his family, urging them to return to domestic teams for competition, promising lucrative salaries and bonuses that would enhance the visibility of the domestic league. After much contemplation, Long ultimately declined the invitation from the local teams, and the sole reason was the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. As the sweltering summer off-season swiftly passed, the 1996-97 NBA regular season was on the cusp of commencing. Chapter 17, the season opener. Los Angeles, Great Western Forum. November 1st, 1996, afternoon. Long, adorned in a casual denim ensemble and donning headphones, hummed a hip-hop tune as he made his way to the locker room. At this hour, during the lunch break, only a handful of individuals occupied the space. Including Long, there were merely 5 or 6 people present, comprising the newcomers Kobe and Fisher, exchanging smiles. Kobe and Long shed their jackets, revealing their devilishly sculpted physiques, an outcome of their rigorous summer training. Nearby, Fisher and a few others were left utterly astounded by the impressive figures of the two. Good afternoon, rookies. Eddie Jones, the Lakers' primary scorer, sauntered into the locker room, greeting Kobe, Long, and the others with warmth. With a frown, Kobe retorted, "Hey man, don't call us rookies. I might just take your spot soon." His just elicited hearty laughter from the veteran players in the locker room. "Do you think you're in a team as pitiful as Allen Iverson's? Come on, brother." The Lakers aim for the playoffs and even the finals in the Western Conference. During your rookie season, just sit on the bench and watch us veterans shine. Then Exel mockingly scoffed. Upon hearing the name Allen Iverson, Long and the others visibly paused, for he had become a thorn in the hearts of these newcomers. Earlier that day, in the regular season opener, the first overall pick Iverson had played 37 minutes for the Philadelphia 76ers, scoring 30 points with 6 assists and 1 steal. Astonishing the entire league. No one had anticipated that this 183-meter-tall player would deliver such a stellar performance in his inaugural NBA game, showcasing dazzling dribbling, elusive drives, and precise mid-range shooting. He embodied the essence of an NBA superstar. Especially Kobe, who, upon hearing about Iverson's performance, fell into a prolonged silence. This once proud and ambitious player felt a surge of discontent towards everyone ranked ahead of him, particularly the first overall pick Iverson. Why couldn't he occupy that esteemed position? He harbored a breath of determination, eager to prove himself in tonight's home game. Yet, reality swiftly shattered his illusions. Coach Harris entered the locker room with the starting lineup for the evening. In the backcourt, Van Exel partnered with Eddie Jones. The small forward position was filled by Ceballos, while the frontcourt featured Campbell alongside the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Except for the newly acquired O'Neal, the other 4 positions remained unchanged from the Lakers' playoff roster of the previous season. Upon hearing this lineup, Kobe felt a surge of indignation. Just as he was about to confront Harris, the coach seemed to anticipate his objections. "Kobe, I understand you've been inspired by Iverson's performance and are eager, but hold your horses. I have my plans. Your current abilities do not warrant a starting position. Do you understand?" His tone was gentle yet laced with authority, instilling a sense of respect that left Kobe speechless. However, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and pressed on. "O'Neal? I don't see him. Is he definitely playing tonight?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a heavy, thunderous footfall pushed open the locker room door. O'Neal, with his bulkier frame, arrived carrying a multitude of bags, tightly secured. With a playful demeanor, he exclaimed, "Good afternoon, little buddies. Time to warm up." "Ha." Kobe shot him an exasperated glance, resigned to the situation, and replied flatly, "Hey, big guy, you're late again." O'Neal shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "So what? I can drop 30 or 40 points every night on this court, along with over 20 rebounds. No one can criticize my actions." The others around shared a look of helplessness. This rotund giant was indeed infuriating, yet there was no denying his talent and capability. In this locker room, sheer prowess on the court commanded absolute authority, and until one had achieved greatness, any words spoken were rendered utterly ineffective. Long silently resolved to seize every moment of playing time. In the new season, he has been assigned by the Lakers to play as a swingman in the small forward and power forward positions. A conclusion drawn by the coaching staff based on his performance during the trials and his playing style. Long was acutely aware that the small forward and power forward positions were indeed the most vulnerable areas of the Lakers roster, and he was certain that he would have the opportunity to take the court. At that moment, Shaquille O'Neal unexpectedly approached Long. With a bemused expression adorning Long's face, O'Neal gently ruffled his hair with his large hands and teased, "Aren't you the big fella who took me down? Congratulations. You've truly made it onto the team." Long feigned a smile and remarked, "Okay, Shaquille, is your body feeling all right now?" O'Neal waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Thanks to you, I almost faced a season-ending injury. Fortunately, I am exceptionally gifted." Coach Harris promptly approached, dispelling Yilong's concerns. Do not heed his nonsense. He was not injured during the previous training match. He then turned to O'Neal, questioning, "Are you not aware that your most pressing issue is your ankle injury? The team physician has indicated that this is a consequence of your reckless weight gain. It would be wise to consider surgery soon." O'Neal wore a nonchalant expression, continuing to wave his hand. "What a jest, my dear coach. I must first showcase my prowess to the executives." Harris sighed in resignation. As the team's most prominent superstar, he found himself powerless against O'Neal's obstinacy. In a short while, the Lakers roster for the night had assembled, and the players donned their uniforms, readying themselves for warm-ups as they emerged slowly from the players' tunnel. For the first time, Yilong experienced the electrifying atmosphere of an NBA game. The venue was a sea of people, a vibrant golden ocean, set against the backdrop of the bustling metropolis of Los Angeles. The Lakers enjoyed a full house every night, the energy palpable. During the warm-up session, Yilong methodically joined his teammates in rhythmic passing drills, followed by simple shooting exercises and light jogging. Though the game had yet to commence, the crowd's excitement was already at a fever pitch. The atmosphere intensified as Shaquille O'Neal executed several thunderous dunks, igniting the audience's fervor. Kobe Bryant, not to be outdone, swiftly dribbled to the basket and executed an impressive windmill dunk, further elevating the excitement in the arena. Their opponents for the evening, the Phoenix Suns, began to filter in for their own warm-up. This season, the Suns were not regarded as formidable adversaries, especially following the recent off-season, during which their legendary star Charles Barkley had joined the Houston Rockets, forming a formidable trio alongside Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler. Having lost their primary player, the Suns were resolutely aiming for a season of mediocrity, with the upcoming draft promising a talent of Tim Duncan's caliber. The game commenced swiftly, and despite O'Neal's bulky physique, which had noticeably changed, he effortlessly secured the opening possession for the Lakers. As Yilong and Kobe sat on the bench, they engaged in a discussion about the likelihood of the Lakers securing a swift opportunity for them to enter the game, given the team's salary structure and hierarchy. It was anticipated that Kobe and Fisher would see playing time before Yilong. Not long into the match, O'Neal began to dominate the paint, showing no mercy to the Suns' interior defense in the absence of his longtime rival, Barkley. He executed a series of emphatic dunks, achieving an impressive 7-4-7 from the field, all from within the restricted area, displaying a level of dominance even more formidable than during his days with the Magic. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, the Lakers held a commanding 36-21 lead over the Suns, a 15-point advantage. Coach Harris waved his hand, signaling for Kobe to get ready to enter the game. Chapter 18. Debut appearance. Kobe's popularity was undeniable. The moment he donned his number 8 jersey and stepped onto the court for the first time, the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Without a doubt, even before his first official game, Kobe had already become a darling of Los Angeles. His similar physique and the graceful style he exhibited during the Summer League inevitably drew comparisons to the current titan of the league. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Kobe faced immediate attention from the Suns players. Despite their deficit, they were keen to prevent this highly touted rookie from asserting himself on the court. In the initial plays following his entry, as soon as Kobe touched the ball, defenders swarmed him. As the first quarter neared its end, he attempted a shot under pressure, which unfortunately did not find its mark. The quarter concluded with the Lakers leading the Suns 38-25 by 13 points. As Kobe exited the court, his expression reflected a hint of frustration. Fisher approached him, whispering words of encouragement, seemingly attempting to console the young star. Yilong approached, gently patting Kobe's shoulder, opting for silence. As he himself had yet to earn a chance to play, it was he who truly needed consolation. In stark contrast, the veteran players in the team showed no restraint. Shaquille O'Neal remarked, "Do you see? Rookie, this is the brutal reality of the NBA." Meanwhile, Van Exel jested, "It's utterly commonplace. The NBA is a world apart from other competitions. How many players who once dominated in college find themselves faltering in the NBA? Moreover, he is merely a high school player." Initially, Kobe faced the mockery and sarcasm with silence, but upon hearing the words "merely a high school player," he abruptly lifted his head and shot a fierce glare at Van Exel. Upon witnessing the unfavorable situation, Yilong swiftly placed his hand upon Kobe's back, offering a gentle pat. Kobe said nothing, lowering his head in silence. There was little he could do in the mere few minutes since his debut. His performance had indeed fallen short of expectations. It was only natural for others to express their opinions. Kobe felt a surge of determination within him, yearning to return to the court and demonstrate his true capabilities. However, As the second quarter commenced, Devin Harris did not grant Kobe the opportunity to re-enter the game. Long and Fisher, among others, have yet to make their appearance. On the other hand, the Suns have begun to gain momentum, compelling the Lakers to deploy their key players. Otherwise, the point differential would swiftly widen. O'Neal continued to exhibit remarkable prowess in the second quarter, demonstrating a high-scoring efficiency in the paint. However, midway through this quarter, he unexpectedly fell into foul trouble, accumulating 3 fouls in a mere 2 minutes, thus necessitating an early exit for rest. As the second quarter concluded, the Suns had narrowed the gap to 52-61, trailing the Lakers by a mere 9 points. Observing the score tighten with each passing moment, Long sighed deeply. At this rate, it seemed he was unlikely to make an appearance in the match. Ding! A special task for the host has been announced: complete your NBA debut, regardless of the final statistics, as long as the appearance is achieved. A unique hidden reward will be triggered. As the mechanical voice resonated within his mind, it was indeed the case. Long had long anticipated this moment. How could there be no special mission at such a pivotal juncture? However, the timing of this arrival seemed rather belated. Did the system predict that he would certainly not take the court in the first half? Or was it that he would immediately be granted an opportunity to play? Having not stepped onto the court for an entire half, Long felt a chill envelop his body and could only warm up again when the second half commenced. The starting lineup for the third quarter still did not include him, nor did it feature Kobe, Fisher, or others. In the inaugural match of the regular season, the home opener, the Lakers coaching staff remained quite cautious. After a brief adjustment during halftime, the Lakers reclaimed their lead in the game. Shaquille O'Neal continued to dominate the paint, relentlessly dismantling the Suns' interior defense. Despite being burdened with 4 fouls, O'Neal still managed to amass 28 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 blocks in just 3 quarters, showcasing his unparalleled dominance within the paint. In the third quarter, both Long and Kobe remained on the bench without a single minute of playing time. Kobe's statistics remained stagnant at 0 points from 1 attempt, while Long's entire statistical panel displayed zeros. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers maintained a commanding 18-point lead over the Suns with a score of 90-72. At this juncture, the 3 Lakers rookies were filled with diverse thoughts. The fourth quarter represented their final opportunity. As should the point differential exceed 20, there was a strong likelihood they would be given the chance to gain valuable experience. However, Kobe seemed indifferent to this prospect, unwilling to step onto the court merely to accumulate points during garbage time, which he deemed devoid of significance. As the final quarter commenced, the Suns sought to mount a comeback, yet consecutive 3-pointers from Eddie Jones and Van Exel swiftly extinguished their hopes. Shaquille O'Neal continued his dominance in the paint, executing a powerful dunk followed by a deft layup, extending the Lakers' lead to over 30 points. With just over half of the fourth quarter elapsed, the Suns called for a timeout and proceeded to bench key players such as Larry Johnson and Chapman. Following Charles Barkley's departure, Larry Johnson undoubtedly emerged as the Suns' star player. Yet his performance in this match was far from satisfactory, tallying merely 15 points and 6 assists while committing a staggering 7 turnovers. Observing the opponents withdraw their mainstays, Harris seized the moment to execute a complete lineup change during a dead ball situation, substituting 5 players in one sweeping motion. Long, Kobe, Fisher. The 3 rookies make their simultaneous debut. Long's heart raced with excitement as he shed his training attire and donned his number 30 jersey, gradually making his way onto the court. It had been an eternity since a player of Asian descent graced this arena, leaving many spectators astonished, unsure of when the Lakers had signed such a player. Unfortunately, a number of racists began to jeer, despite entering the league as an undrafted free agent. The attention surrounding Long's debut was no less than that of his fellow rookies. Numerous Chinese fans and domestic viewers were incessantly tracking Long's every move. Meanwhile, in distant Philadelphia, his parents sat glued to the television, their hearts swelling with pride and joy as they embraced upon witnessing their son take the court. This was a moment of historic significance. The game was set to resume. Long occupies the position of power forward on the court, while Fisher partners with Kobe in the backcourt. Fisher swiftly advances with the ball. Long positioned himself at the corner, ever ready to receive the pass. Kobe navigated around the screen from the wing, emerging to catch the ball. 2 defenders lunged forward. Long was completely open in the corner. Yet Kobe chose not to pass. Instead, he faced the defense and boldly attempted a 3-pointer. Alas, it struck the iron and failed to find its mark. Long, with his spirit intensely focused, dashed towards the basket the moment he witnessed Kobe's shooting motion. Rebound. Chapter 19. the debut concludes. Yi Long charged into the paint, utilizing his overwhelming strength to effortlessly displace the other players in the post. He secured an optimal rebounding position with ease, extending a single hand to cradle the offensive rebound. Before the Suns' defenders could react, he feigned a move beneath the basket and executed a delicate layup that found its mark. The score now stood at 112-80. As the Lakers continued to extend their lead, Yi Long secured his inaugural score in the NBA in a most remarkable fashion, though it was merely a straightforward layup. The timing of his offensive rebound and subsequent shot was executed with exquisite precision. Upon witnessing Yi Long's successful basket, his teammates rose in unison from the sidelines, celebrating this momentous occasion. This event marks not only the commencement of Yi Long's professional journey in the NBA, but also serves as a monumental milestone for Chinese players in the league. Kobe, having just missed his own shot, displayed a semblance of frustration, yet feigned nonchalance as he approached Yi Long, offering a celebratory high five. The game resumed with the Suns appearing disinterested, as their substitute players executed a hasty offense devoid of strategic coordination. Kobe took it upon himself to advance the ball past half-court. Despite having played nearly 5 minutes, he had yet to score. At this moment, he seemed almost obsessed and agitated, disregarding his teammates' open opportunities and forcing his way through the defense. He surged towards the basket. The referee blew the whistle, signaling a defensive foul against the Suns. Kobe stepped up to the free throw line, poised to secure his first points in the NBA. However, fortune did not favor him. His initial free throw clanged off the rim. Observing Kobe's erratic display, Lakers head coach Devin Harris buried his face in his hands, shaking his head in dismay. Kobe took a deep breath, gathering his composure before slowly releasing his second free throw. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net. Kobe had finally registered his first points in his professional career. Yet, immediately after making the shot, Harris called for a timeout and substituted Kobe out of the game. Aware that his opportunity had slipped away, Kobe, in his brief 6 minutes on the court, had played as though trapped in a nightmare, thus tarnishing his NBA debut. Upon exiting the game, he remained silent, covering his face with a towel. Yi Long remains on the court. The Suns initiate their offensive, a penetrating maneuver through the pick and roll in the paint. Yi Long covered the entire hot pot, completely obscuring the ball. However, a player from the Suns managed to seize the loose ball. It was passed to Michael Finley in the far corner. Yi Long's lateral defensive speed is remarkably swift. Although he did not completely block Finley's shot, he succeeded in disrupting it. The ball clanged off the rim. The Lakers once again initiated a defensive counterattack. Yi Long sprinted down the court, executing fervent movements without the ball. He navigated around his teammate's screen and received Fisher's pass at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. With the defender looming before him, Yi Long confidently took the shot from beyond the arc. Alas, it clanged off the rim and missed. Yi Long squandered a precious opportunity for offense. The Suns secured the defensive rebound and swiftly counterattacked, scoring. This hasty attempt from beyond the three-point line soon led to Yi Long being substituted for Harris. Alas, such is the fate of a rookie. Once an opportunity slips away, trust becomes elusive. Yi Long also left the court. Seated on the bench, he watched the remainder of the game unfold. In his professional debut, he recorded a modest tally of 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. While these statistics may not be remarkable, they surpass Kobe's performance, which consisted of 2 attempts with no successful shots, managing only a single point through free throws. After all, the expectations surrounding the two players were vastly different. Remarkably, even prior to the game, no one anticipated that Yi Long would receive the opportunity to play. Chapter 20, Divergence in Training Direction as the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. In the hearts of Yi Long and Kobe, a medley of emotions surged, tinged with an indescribable bitterness. Was this truly the conclusion? The sensation felt akin to the evaporation of a summer's worth of effort into mere illusion. The two sat vacantly on the bench at a loss, their eyes fixed in a daze upon the other players on the court who were reveling in the victory. The atmosphere in the Forum's arena remained boisterous and lively, celebrating the euphoria of the opening game, yet this jubilance felt starkly alien to the two newcomers. At that moment, Shaquille O'Neal, donning a playful expression, approached the two dejected young men. With a large hand patting one of their heads, he chuckled, "Rookies, your journey is just beginning. Do not rush it. Ha ha ha." In this match, O'Neal delivered an awe-inspiring performance, amassing an astonishing 39 points, 22 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 2 steals, even while burdened with 5 fouls. He single-handedly dismantled the psychological defenses of the Suns, undoubtedly solidifying his position as the leader of the Lakers and validating the hefty investment of $120 million made by the venerable Jerry West during the offseason. Kobe, feeling somewhat impatient, was not fond of others touching his head. He shrugged off O'Neal's hand and silently began to gather his belongings. Noticing Kobe's disregard, O'Neal shifted his attention to Yilong and remarked, "Little dragon, you played quite well today. Frankly, for an undrafted player, your performance is commendable." Yilong playfully teased, "You played even better, you hefty fellow. Congratulations." O'Neal, unfazed, burst into hearty laughter. Coach Harris approached, taking a moment to commend Yilong. Although he only recorded 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block in this match, his performance on both ends of the court was commendable. Given his humble beginnings, few believed he could acclimate to this arena, which had not seen an individual of Asian descent for quite some time. In fact, prior to the game, many speculated that the Lakers had signed Yilong merely to fill the roster. However, during his brief time on the court, Yilong indeed delivered a performance that exceeded the expectations of most. Yilong tidied up his belongings and returned to the locker room, taking a shower. Although he had not perspired excessively, it was evident that his performance at this level did not warrant the attention of the post-match reporters. Bored, he sat on the bench in the locker room and activated the system, only to discover that the special task for making his NBA debut had been completed unbeknownst to him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the NBA debut. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden special gift package. Would you like to open it now? Without hesitation, Yilong pressed the affirmative button. A chime echoed, announcing, "Please select from the following 3 rewards. First, an immediate allocation of 20 attribute points, which can be distributed at your discretion. Second, a time-limited Stephen Curry, Peak Edition, shooting motion package, which can be upgraded to permanent status after completing 10,000 shooting training sessions. Third, the host may choose to elevate any one ability score to its maximum level. Another selection of 3 rewards. However, the hidden special reward this time is exceedingly generous. Is it not?" Yilong reflected that this should be the most substantial reward he had received since awakening his system. He immediately eliminated the first option. In comparison to the other 2 rewards, it seemed trivial. The prospect of maxing out a certain attribute was undeniably enticing. Yet the allure of the shooting package in the vault was equally compelling. After all, he could eventually enhance his attributes through discipline. But once a person's shooting form was established, it became exceedingly difficult to alter. Since the awakening of Yilong, he has devoted a significant amount of energy to enhancing his physical capabilities. This approach is the most straightforward and rapid means of improvement. However, he has consistently neglected systematic shooting training, resulting in a shooting speed that is rather sluggish, resembling that of a post player. If he could truly alter his shooting form to increase his release speed, his offensive threat would be significantly amplified. Nevertheless, the prospect of completing 10,000 shooting drills seems rather daunting. After much contemplation, Yilong ultimately opted for the second reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 5-day limited Stephen Curry shooting package. Successfully completing 10,000 3-point shots will upgrade it to a permanent status. Must he achieve this within 5 days? Otherwise, the shooting package will become void. This implies that he must make at least 2,000 shots each day. Hello, Mr. Yilong. As the first player from China to enter the NBA and score, do you have any remarks? A young reporter with an Asian visage suddenly intruded, prompting the staff to hastily intervene. At this moment, Yilong was no longer inclined to partake in interviews. He hastily gathered his belongings, got into his car, and returned to Beverly Hills. Once he had organized his things and arrived at the backyard basketball court with a basketball in hand, he found that Kobe had already been practicing, drenched in sweat. The two exchanged a smile, as if the shadows of competition had suddenly vanished. Yilong embarked on an intense training regimen focused on 3-point shooting. Initially, his accuracy was markedly low, and he struggled to adapt to Curry's shooting form, failing to even achieve a 30 success rate. Kobe also noticed the alteration in Yilong's shooting technique. What is this? Are you preparing to become a 3-point shooter? Why has your shooting posture changed? Yilong offered no further elaboration, merely expressing with a hint of dissatisfaction. I missed that 3-pointer today, and it really bothers me. It seems that the future will belong to the 3-point shot, so I must devote myself to practice. Kobe, however, scoffed at this notion. As a staunch advocate of the classical guard archetype, he remained unconvinced by the allure of the 3-pointer. After all, in this era, no player has achieved championship glory solely through 3-point prowess, not even a sharpshooter of Reggie Miller's caliber. Within the framework of contemporary basketball, three-point specialists serve merely as embellishments. Akin to Steve Kerr of the Bulls, they are not essential to the team's success. Rather, the prevailing trend favors a formidable and versatile defensive anchor in the paint, coupled with a shooting guard who possesses precise mid-range capabilities and the ability to finish plays. At this moment, a divergence emerged between Yi Long and Kobe regarding their training directions. Kobe, along with his personal trainer, commenced a series of competitive shooting drills, fervently honing his mid-range shots, particularly focusing on powerful shots under defensive pressure and his signature fadeaway. Meanwhile, Yi Long retreated to the opposite half of the court, meticulously arranging several baskets, and, positioned beyond the three-point line, embarked on his rigorous three-point shooting training. Swish. In the desolate arena, under the cloak of night, it was only Yi Long, Kobe, and his trainer, the sound of basketballs colliding with skin mingling with sweat. Kobe's shooting rhythm became increasingly fluid amidst the competition, while Yi Long, through countless repetitions of three-point shots, began to adapt to Curry's shooting form, his shots growing progressively smoother, with the tally of attempts in the system continually rising. The two young athletes persevered until dawn, practicing until the first light of daybreak illuminated the horizon. Chapter 21. Yi Long, the DNP 2 days later. The Lakers face their second game of the regular season. Yi Long has undergone 2 days of grueling shooting drills, successfully completing 8,000 three-pointers. With merely 3 days remaining to unlock the permanent shooting package akin to that of Stephen Curry, he has only 2,000 shots left to fulfill his task. Throughout these 2 days, Yi Long has scarcely managed to sleep for more than 5 hours, dedicating himself tirelessly to the basketball court. In the afternoon, Yi Long, accompanied by his teammates, boarded a charter flight bound for Minnesota. Their match against the Timberwolves marks the second game of their season. The Timberwolves also boast a youthful roster, led by Kevin Garnett and the 4th overall pick of this draft, Stephon Marbury. Much like Allen Iverson, Marbury is among the select few rookies who have been immediately recognized and nurtured as core players within the team. Yi Long and Kobe have previously faced off against Garnett and Marbury in the Summer League, which has instilled a sense of confidence in them. However, as of today, their circumstances within the team have diverged significantly. Marbury delivered an impressive performance in the season opener, scoring 16 points along with 5 assists and 5 rebounds, second only to the 1st overall pick, Iverson. Following the conclusion of the opener, sports commentators across various media outlets began evaluating this year's rookies, with Iverson and Marbury being regarded as formidable contenders for the title of Best Rookie. In contrast, Kobe, who was heralded by Los Angeles fans with high expectations prior to the season, delivered a dismal performance, earning him the dubious distinction of being the most disappointing rookie of the opener in the eyes of many critical commentators. As the game approached, Kobe appeared notably solemn, harboring a sense of determination to prove the doubters wrong. During pre-game warm-ups, Yi Long showcased his skills with an air of ease, sinking several precise three-pointers from beyond the arc. Coach Silver Fox Harris approached Yi Long with a hint of skepticism and inquired, "How have you managed to alter your shooting form in such a short span of days?" Yi Long glanced at the coach, unable to conceal his embarrassment, and awkwardly scratched his head as he spoke. "Coach, don't you think my shooting has become quicker? Perhaps I could play the 1 or 2 position. I am capable." Upon hearing these words, Harris's expression shifted from skepticism to hearty laughter. "Young man, merely tossing in a few three-pointers during pre-game practice does not qualify you to assume the 1 or 2 positions. These roles demand not only exceptional ball handling skills, but also a broad perspective and the ability to orchestrate plays. Moreover, I suggest you stick to your original style. Three-pointers are not meant to be shot with such a floaty technique." Clearly, the traditionalist Harris could not accept Yi Long's somewhat airy shooting form. In his rigid mindset, he believed that such a three-point shot, when faced with defensive pressure, would lack any intimidation and yield a low success rate. He could not fathom why Yi Long suddenly altered his original style. Was it perhaps due to his limited playing time in the previous game? Yet, as an undrafted rookie earning merely a few $100,000, did he truly desire more playing time? Harris chose not to elaborate further, seemingly making a silent decision in his mind. Yi Long never anticipated that casually sinking a few three-pointers during warm-ups would inadvertently hinder his professional career. Throughout the match, he remained seated on the bench from the very first second until the final moment, failing to receive even a fleeting second of playtime. Harris, fearing that he might recklessly attempt three-pointers, made a last-minute decision to keep him off the court. There was also another factor at play from the onset. The score between the two teams remained exceedingly close. Under the leadership of Garnett and Marbury, the youthful Timberwolves posed significant challenges to the Lakers. O'Neal, constrained by foul troubles, managed only 22 points and 10 rebounds. Nevertheless, the Lakers, relying on their seasoned players, ultimately imparted a lesson to the young Timberwolves, securing a hard-fought victory with a score of 98-95, achieving their second consecutive win to start the season. In this match, Kobe's playing time was even less than in the previous game, totaling a mere 5 minutes. However, during this brief period, he seized the opportunity with resolve, successfully converting 3 out of 4 mid-range attempts, marking his first points in live play during his career, coupled with 4 successful free throws. Kobe Bryant scored in double digits for the second game of his career, dispelling the shadows of the prior match, amassing 10 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound, showcasing admirable efficiency and establishing himself as a vital scoring asset from the Lakers bench. In this match, Yilong seemed to have become a mere specter, sitting solitary at the far end of the bench, devoid of any goal celebrations, and receiving no high-fives from his teammates. As the game concluded, only Kobe approached Yilong, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, offering words of solace. "Don't be disheartened, my brother. Gather your spirits. Opportunities will arise." Naturally, before departing, he could not resist engaging Yilong in a debate. "I told you my training direction was not misguided, didn't I?" It appeared that in his eyes, their previous disagreement had reached an irrevocable conclusion. Yilong said little, merely offering a faint, bittersweet smile before gathering his belongings and quietly departing the arena. He returned to the basketball court at the villa to diligently continue his remaining shooting drills. He understood that a gem will inevitably shine, and at this moment, he merely lacked an opportunity. The Lakers, after all, are a team with championship aspirations, and in such fiercely contested matches, it is only natural that a player like him, an undrafted rookie, would not be granted playing time. The history of the NBA is a vast torrent, teeming with countless talented individuals, yet, ultimately, only a few hundred manage to remain on this illustrious stage. Do those who are eliminated truly lack ability? Sometimes, all they truly require is a singular opportunity. Yilong's sole endeavor at present is to continue refining himself, enhancing his abilities, and biding his time in anticipation of an opportune moment. Following the conclusion of their away game against the Timberwolves, the Lakers will return to Los Angeles for a brief respite of 2 days. Their next adversary will be the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, marking the first encounter of this season. To compete against the basketball deity Michael Jordan is indeed a dream cherished by every rookie entering the league. Chapter 22, The Sudden Shift in the Starting Lineup. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing 10,000 three-point shooting drills. Ding. Congratulations, host, on upgrading the Stephen Curry shooting package to a permanent form. Yilong exhaled softly, gradually unveiling the system panel. After days of rigorous training and self-discipline, his attribute values had experienced a notable enhancement. Host, Yilong basic information: height, 190 centimeters, weight, 85 kilograms, wingspan, 193 centimeters, signature shooting style. Stephen Curry, peak version. Attribute values, maximum for each category: 200, speed, 97 agility, 93 strength, 156 vertical leap, 92 stamina, 140 shooting, 106 ball handling, 91 breaking through, 80 back to the basket, 76 passing, 66 rebounding, 98 stealing, 75 blocking, 82 overall ability value, 96 rating. Gazing at his current capabilities, Yilong could not help but reflect on the arduous journey he had traversed over the past few months. From an initial attribute value barely surpassing 40, earning an F rating, to now achieving over 90 and elevating his evaluation to A, it was evident that he had attained a level suitable for an NBA-caliber rotation player. Yet, he still awaited an opportunity. Although he held a firm confidence in his skills, he remained uncertain about when he would earn the trust of the coaching staff. As evening descended, his teammates arrived at the arena early, the atmosphere thick with tension, for they were about to face the formidable reigning champions of the league, the Chicago Bulls, the team of basketball legend Michael Jordan. Yilong understood that the probability of being granted playing time in such a crucial match was exceedingly low. Meanwhile, Kobe, meticulously organizing his gear beside him, was diligently lacing up his sneakers, poised to face Michael shortly. Feeling nervous? Then Exel approached, teasingly inquiring. Kobe nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, albeit somewhat stiffly, betraying the palpable tension within him. Having just delivered a commendable performance in the previous game, He was now on the brink of confronting the greatest player in history. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood, yet he feigned composure. Adopting an air of nonchalance as he remarked, "What is destined to happen will inevitably come. I have long been prepared to face it." Although no one yet hailed Kobe as Jordan's successor, it seemed he had already set this as his ambition. With aspirations that extended beyond merely emulating Jordan, he yearned to surpass him. As a group of players deliberated strategies to counter Jordan, their head coach, Harris, entered the room, bearing unfortunate news. The collective gaze of the players turned towards him. After a brief pause, Harris continued, "Our starting small forward, Ceballos, suffered an unfortunate fall at home during lunch. Initial assessments this afternoon indicate a torn Achilles tendon." The news was met with dismay, as players sighed in disappointment. Yilong and Kobe surveyed their surroundings, only to realize that Ceballos had not attended today's event. This revelation was not particularly surprising. Although Ceballos held the starting small forward position for the Lakers, his presence was remarkably minimal, at best a role player, ranking merely 5th in team scoring, the lowest among starters. His prolonged tenure as the Lakers' starting small forward could be attributed to his commendable athleticism and readiness, as he did not monopolize the ball, occasionally contributing noteworthy performances on the defensive end. Thus, Harris decided to make some adjustments to the starting lineup. He paused momentarily, casting a glance at all the players before stating, "Kobe, you will replace Ceballos today and take on the role of starting small forward." What? How could this be? Upon hearing these words, the team members, including Kobe, were taken aback. No one anticipated that this rookie, who had been criticized for scoring only a single point in his debut game as the 13th overall pick, would swiftly be granted a starting opportunity. In truth, Kobe served as the backup for the two-guard position, Eddie Jones, rather than the small forward position. Even Kobe himself found it hard to believe that the coach would suddenly assign him to the starting small forward role. Observing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Harris spread his hands and explained, "Do we have any other options? Let us not question an 18-year-old who has already scored in double figures in just his second game." At that moment, Shaquille O'Neal, lounging lazily nearby, murmured, "I feel that the young lad, Yilong, would be more suited for the small forward position." Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Yilong was taken aback. Could it be that O'Neal was actually advocating for him? Had he discerned the latent prowess within him? Nevertheless, O'Neal's words held truth. Despite Yilong's somewhat diminutive stature, he firmly occupied the role of a versatile 3 and 4 position player within the team. In terms of both offensive ball share and defensive agility, he was indeed a commendable choice for the current 3 position on the roster. Harris cast a glance at Yilong, shaking his head in resignation. "Yilong is still acclimating to this arena. We shall temporarily set aside this suggestion." Upon hearing these words, Yilong felt an immediate sense of despondency, his expression darkening. It seemed that this stubborn old man would once again deny him a chance to take the court in this match. Despite being renowned as the Silver Fox, Harris was undeniably a quintessential old-school coach, heavily emphasizing defense and tactical systems, and possessing a well-known aversion to nurturing newcomers. This conservative mindset rendered Harris somewhat out of touch with the sweeping currents of the contemporary NBA. In a parallel world of the past, the Lakers dismissed him and secured the Zen Master, paving the way for the dawn of their championship dynasty. Yilong could not help but reflect on the uncertainty of his future. Would he truly have to wait another 3 years for his moment to shine? If he failed to make an impact this year, it was likely he would have to depart from this league next year. After all, in this league, reminiscent of the late 1990s, the prejudices against Asian players in basketball ran deep, and such stereotypes could not be altered overnight. Once the starting lineup was confirmed, the Los Angeles Lakers players gradually entered the court to warm up. The members of the Chicago Bulls emerged from the player tunnel in perfect unison. Michael Jordan made a grand entrance, his perfectly polished bald head gleaming under the lights, framed by an imposing visage that exuded an innate regal aura. Despite being in the Lakers' home territory, Jordan was met with a mix of cheers and boos, yet he remained unfazed by the latter. In fact, the more vehement the jeers, the more determined Jordan became to deliver a punishing performance against his adversaries. Following a brief warm-up session, the players lined up in 2 rows to engage in a pre-game handshake ritual. Yilong was positioned at the very end of the line, being the last to shake hands with Jordan, who did not even spare a glance at him. Yilong, however, beheld the attributes and capabilities of Jordan, vividly displayed within the system. Upon gazing at Jordan's panel, Yilong felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 23. The terrifying abilities of peak Jordan is this: the prowess of the league's foremost player? Host. Michael Jordan basic information height, 198 centimeters weight, 89 kilograms wingspan, 210 centimeters attribute values, maximum value 200, speed, 110 agility, 125 strength, 90 jumping, 138 stamina, 136 shooting, 190 ball handling, 182 breaking, 151 post play, 129 passing, 99 rebounding, 92 stealing, 149 blocking, 101 overall ability value, 130 rating. SSS Jordan's overall ability value has reached an astounding 130. Except for strength, rebounding, and passing, all other attributes have exceeded 100. The most formidable aspects are undoubtedly shooting and ball handling, with shooting reaching a remarkable 190 and ball handling soaring to 182. Yulong could not help but marvel once more. There seemed to be no one in the entire league whose shooting prowess rivaled that of Jordan. The attribute of shooting is a composite of three elements: close range, mid-range, and long-range accuracy. As for Yulong, he excelled in both close and long-range shooting, though his mid-range game lacked a touch of finesse. Jordan, on the other hand, had likely perfected his close and mid-range shots to near perfection, enabling his overall shooting ability to reach a staggering score of 190. In truth, it was not that Jordan's long-range three-point shooting lacked precision. At times, he simply chose not to invest significant training hours in that aspect, showing a low willingness to shoot. Yet, should he desire, he could effortlessly sink 6 three-pointers in a single half during the finals, followed by that iconic shoulder shrug celebration. Although Jordan did not meet his gaze, Yulong could still feel the unparalleled aura of intimidation and pressure emanating from him. The starters from both teams have taken the court. The match is about to commence. The visiting Bulls starting lineup today includes Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, and Luke Longley. The home Lakers field a starting five of Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Kobe Bryant, Campbell, and O'Neal. Kobe's popularity among the fans in Los Angeles remains high. In only his third career game, he started and was met with thunderous applause from the home crowd. Some fans even held up signs proclaiming, "Michael, Kobe will surpass you one day." Jordan merely scoffed at such statements with disdain. Pippen, with a smirk, murmured, "I hear there's a rookie named Kobe over there who is quite arrogant. It's time he experiences the taste of being locked down." As the players positioned themselves for the jump ball, Kobe approached Jordan, his expression grave and unwavering. Without turning his face, he defiantly muttered, "Michael, I intend to dominate you in this game." Jordan, chewing gum, could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a dismissive snort, disregarding the young rookie entirely. O'Neal effortlessly secured the ball for the Lakers. Van Exel swiftly orchestrated the advance into the frontcourt. According to their tactical arrangement, the initial focus was naturally to establish dominance in the paint, allowing O'Neal to assert his advantage inside. After executing a pick and roll, O'Neal quickly positioned himself, ready to receive the ball. At that moment, however, Kobe unexpectedly surged from the wing, swiftly receiving the pass from Van Exel, a near face-to-face handoff. O'Neal could only roll his eyes in resignation, preparing to box out for the rebound. Pippen rapidly moved to position himself in front of Kobe. "Step aside. I'm taking on Michael one-on-one. Please, with your skills, get past me first." In the inaugural clash between the two teams' number threes, a fierce exchange of banter erupted. Kobe's expression turned somewhat ferocious as he dribbled swiftly, intent on evading his adversary. However, Pippen, with remarkable acuity, seized the moment and deftly intercepted the ball. The steal was a resounding success. "Huh. Rookie, you appear to me as if you're moving in slow motion," Pippen taunted while passing the ball to a sprinting Jordan. Jordan responded with a thunderous reverse dunk. Cursing under his breath, Kobe, who had just committed a turnover in the opening play, muttered angrily. On the sidelines, Lakers head coach Harris erupted in fury. "You better adhere to the strategy. If you continue to play recklessly, I'll have you benched." On the bench, Yulong observed the unfolding events with a resigned smile. If he did not play in this manner, he would not embody the spirit of Kobe Bryant. Chapter 24. Kobe's struggles. The game continued. The Lakers pressed forward with their offense. This time, Kobe took his position at the baseline, patiently awaiting an opportunity. After a series of simple ball movement strategies, the Lakers delivered the ball to Shaquille O'Neal. Confronted by the towering Australian giant, Longley, O'Neal remained undeterred, leveraging his formidable strength and mass to effortlessly dominate the paint. Just as he was about to execute a dunk, Jordan, having stealthily approached from the opposite corner, snatched the ball from O'Neal's grasp, executing a flawless steal. In an instant, the tide shifted from offense to defense. O'Neal, still lamenting to the referee about Jordan's foul, found his complaints falling on deaf ears as the official merely shook his head. The Bulls swiftly advanced the ball past half-court, returning it to Jordan. Kobe, eager to engage, closed in on Jordan, incessantly taunting. "I want to grant you opportunities as easily as that hefty fellow." Jordan, without dribbling, turned slightly to hold the ball, expressing impatience. "You ought not to disrespect an all-star center averaging over 25 points and 10 rebounds. You are merely a rookie in this league. I will make the shot." With that declaration, Jordan executed a smooth turnaround jumper. Despite Kobe's utmost effort to block the shot, he was unable to reach it. The basketball glided from Jordan's fingertips, swishing cleanly through the net. The Bulls started strong, with Jordan scoring 4 consecutive points, establishing an early lead of 4-0. Faced with Jordan's unreasonable demeanor, Kobe's expression was one of intense anger. However, he managed to exert control over his emotions, preparing to seize opportunities to score. Shaquille O'Neal continued to assert his dominance in the paint, ultimately aiding the Lakers in breaking their scoring drought. Nonetheless, the Bulls maintained a firm grip on the game during the first quarter. The impeccable synergy of their iron triangle rendered the Lakers' defense impotent, while on the offensive end, the outside shooting faltered under the formidable defense of Pippen and Jordan. Kobe, who played merely 6 minutes in the first quarter, was substituted after attempting 4 shots, all of which were thwarted by Pippen, resulting in a scoreless outing. He even committed 3 turnovers, delivering a dismal performance in his first career start. Utterly overwhelmed by the league's most formidable duo, after Kobe's exit, he long remained without playing time, as the Lakers' small forward position was occupied by the capable reserve, cherishing, a second-round pick from the same draft class as Jordan and Barkley, who, despite being a veteran, possessed commendable readiness to contribute. The first quarter concluded with the Bulls leading the Lakers by 9 points, 30-21. Notably, Michael Jordan shot an impressive 7 for 9, amassing 16 points, which accounted for over half of his team's total score. On the national broadcast stage, Jordan's dominant display elicited admiration from commentators, who remarked, "Tonight, Michael is unstoppable. He may very well set a scoring record." As the second quarter commenced, Kobe returned to the court, finding both Jordan and Pippen absent. He aimed to showcase his abilities and made several aggressive drives, only to be met once again by Rodman's rejection. Following the block, Rodman taunted him with bravado. Kobe's offensive rhythm was evidently lacking. The psychological disparity weighed heavily upon him, coupled with an overwhelming desire to prove himself. The continuous setbacks on the offensive end led to a transference of negative energy onto his defensive efforts. Confronted by the sharpshooters Kersey and Kukoc from the opponent's bench, he committed 3-point fouls on 2 consecutive occasions, allowing the Bulls to stretch their lead to double digits. Lakers head coach Harris, infuriated, promptly benched Kobe, admonishing him as he left the court. "Listen, Kobe, you've played like absolute rubbish tonight. You won the court again." Faced with such scathing reproach from the head coach, Kobe could only endure in silence. Indeed, it was an undeniable truth that he had performed poorly in this match. Despite having never encountered a coach who dared to speak to him in such a manner since his middle school days, he had to accept the reality of the situation. After all, this was the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball, and simultaneously, the most unforgiving arena. Following the game, Kobe, overwhelmed with frustration, slumped on the bench, draping a towel over his face and remaining utterly silent. At this moment, Yilong naturally refrained from adding insult to injury. Instead, he gently patted Kobe's shoulder as a gesture of consolation. After all, his own predicament was scarcely more favorable than Kobe's. At least Kobe still possessed a modicum of fame, affording him some playing time, whereas Yilong seemed to have been entirely forsaken by the head coach. Is it truly the case that in this era, the style of play for 3D players is destined to remain unacknowledged? Must a sharpshooter forever be relegated to the role of a mere shooter, while a defensive stalwart is confined solely to that of a guardian? At this moment, Yilong felt as though time stretched infinitely before him. He could not comprehend how those players, who had spent countless years sitting on the bench guarding the water cooler, managed to endure such a fate. After all, his temperament was ill-suited for languishing on the sidelines, waving towels for others, or being relegated to the role of a mere supporter. As the game progressed, he found himself teetering on the brink of slumber during this high-stakes, nationally televised showdown. The Bulls widened their lead significantly upon Jordan's return to the court. The gap surged to 20 points. Although O'Neal maintained his dominance in the paint, relying solely on interior scoring could not bridge such a vast chasm. Moreover, the Lakers appeared ensnared in a web of fouls. Corsi, who had substituted for Kobe, accumulated 5 fouls within just over a single quarter, nearing disqualification. Harris wore a furrowed brow, apprehensive about the dire state of the game. With 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 58-36, with the Bulls leading the Lakers by a staggering 22 points. The match seemed devoid of hope, its suspense rapidly evaporating. Harris called for a brief timeout, gesturing to Corsi to step off the court. He then scanned the bench, and to Kobe's surprise, who had anticipated another opportunity, Harris instructed, "Yilong, prepare to enter the game." Just as Yilong was on the verge of drifting into unconsciousness, he heard his name, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. The opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. The heavens reward the diligent. Without further ado, Harris continued to scribble on the tactical board, adding, "Yilong, for the remainder of this quarter, your task is to mark Jordan." The collective shock that rippled through the room was palpable. Chapter 25. Yilong faces Jordan. Everyone believed that assigning Yilong to defend against Jordan was akin to an ant shaking a tree, absurd and laughably naive. Shaquille O'Neal shook his head in resignation, muttering softly, "It seems this old man is ready to concede the game entirely. Why doesn't he just substitute me out as well?" Unexpectedly, Harris overheard this remark and turned to say, "Shaquille, you cannot leave the court just yet. The team still needs you." O'Neal, perplexed and somewhat irritated, replied, "Coach, we are already trailing by over 20 points. Is it not futile to have this rookie defend against Jordan? Should we not reconsider our resolve?" Harris's demeanor shifted dramatically. He spoke with a grave seriousness. "Regardless of the necessity to persist, you must continue to play. This is a nationally televised stage, and with less than 2 quarters played, if you exit now, what will the ticket-holding fans think? I implore you all to exhibit some professional spirit." The last remark, though directed at the entire team, seemed to be a thinly veiled jab at O'Neal. Seeing the veteran's ire, O'Neal could only close his mouth, resigning himself to the arrangement without further protest. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. On the Lakers' side, aside from Yilong in the small forward position, all the starting players were reinstated: Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Campbell, and O'Neal. Meanwhile, the Bulls continued to be spearheaded by Jordan and Rodman, with the remaining 3 positions filled by substitutes. Remarkably, with less than half the game elapsed, Jordan had already amassed an astonishing 31 points, shooting at an efficiency exceeding 60. Such a remarkable performance from an outside player is truly daunting. Yet, this was a routine spectacle. For he is Michael Jordan, the man who has claimed the scoring title 8 times, reigning supreme in the annals of NBA history. Upon Yilong's entrance, a palpable tension enveloped him. Although this was not his inaugural appearance, to claim he felt no anxiety would be disingenuous, for he was about to face Jordan, the deity of this league. The Bulls swiftly advanced the ball across half-court. Yilong swiftly approached Jordan, adopting a defensive stance as he engaged him in a fierce struggle. Leveraging his physical strength, he persistently thwarted Jordan's movements. However, it was evident that his defensive experience was still lacking. Despite his brute force, he was easily pushed aside by Jordan. Seamlessly, Jordan utilized a screen to receive a pass from his teammate. Yilong reacted swiftly, deftly maneuvering around the cover to stand before Jordan. Jordan let out a cold chuckle, not even leaning back, as he prepared for a jump shot. The defender, Kobe, had a physique nearly identical to his own, yet the player before him, with his yellowish complexion, was clearly at a disadvantage, posing no significant threat to his defense. Jordan released the ball. Yilong let out a fierce roar, his body leaning forward with unwavering courage, actively engaging in a physical confrontation with Jordan. In that fleeting moment of contact, Jordan was astonished to discover that this player, considerably shorter than himself, possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. The audience and players on the sidelines widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in disbelief. Jordan, suspended in midair, found himself losing balance and was abruptly knocked out of bounds by Yilong. This sudden and forceful impact caused his shot to veer off course, resulting in a complete airball. Jordan was unceremoniously sent tumbling from near the 3-point line. The entire arena was left in shock. As Jordan's loyal protector, Rodman immediately rushed to his aid. The referee, witnessing the scene, had no choice but to call a defensive foul on Yilong. However, Yilong had not infringed upon any area above Jordan's arms and had merely encroached upon Jordan's personal space, yet such nuances were not recognized in that era. Harris continuously protested to the referee from the sidelines, but to no avail. The decision had been made and was final. Observing the unfolding drama, O'Neal couldn't help but chuckle. recalling his own experience during a practice match where he had been similarly taken down by Yilong. Yet, Jordan's aerial control was unparalleled throughout the league. And the fact that a rookie, an obscure player of Asian descent, had knocked him off balance was nothing short of astonishing. The audience remained in a state of disbelief. After a considerable pause, Jordan, with Rodman's assistance, managed to rise from the ground. At last, he cast a sharp glance at Yilong and growled, "Kid, I'll remember you." Chapter 26. The counterattack begins. Jordan walked slowly to the free throw line, executing 2 foul shots with precise accuracy, bringing his score for the game to 33 points. As possession shifted, the Lakers initiated a baseline inbounds play. Van Exel swiftly advanced the ball past half court, while Eddie Jones attempted to isolate, struggling to shake off Pippen's relentless defense. Yilong ascended to a higher position, effectively blocking Rodman's path, while O'Neal executed a swift cut towards the basket from the side. Unexpectedly, Eddie Jones failed to grasp the intricacies of this collaboration and instead passed the ball directly into Yilong's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Yilong seamlessly positioned himself as a conduit, deftly flicking the ball with one hand and effortlessly delivering it into the grasp of the swiftly advancing O'Neal. Upon receiving the pass, O'Neal, with both hands raised, forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Following the triumphant dunk, O'Neal's expression radiated exuberance as he pointed a finger sideways at Yilong, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. That was an excellent pass." Yilong refrained from saying much, merely exchanging a brief high-five with him. After all, the team still trailed by over 20 points. Merely breaking the scoring drought did not warrant exuberant celebration. As possession shifted, the Bulls continued to mount their offensive assault. Yilong continued to engage in a fierce tug-of-war with Jordan, akin to a stubborn piece of taffy clinging to him, attempting to disrupt his rhythm from the moment he was without the ball, rendering him uncomfortable. Jordan was indeed somewhat irked by this unknown rookie, as he had anticipated a smooth game devoid of any surprises. Little did he expect the emergence of this Asian player, reminiscent of the league's notorious defensive maestro, Gary Payton. However, at this juncture, the rookie's defensive prowess was still lacking, particularly in footwork, which appeared somewhat chaotic. With a feigned move and a sudden burst of acceleration, Jordan effortlessly shook off Yilong, positioning himself beyond the arc to receive the ball. Without hesitation, he launched a 3-point shot. Yilong never anticipated that this individual was so cunning and astute. He felt as though he was merely a blank canvas in his presence. Despite exerting every effort to bolster his defense, it proved futile, leaving him to watch as Jordan released the ball, a basketball soaring through the air above the court. Clang! It hit the rim and failed to score. Jordan found himself in an awkward predicament. How could he miss an open 3-pointer with no defender in sight? Nevertheless, his teammates were not overly astonished, for this was not Jordan's typical scoring arsenal. O'Neal let out a thunderous roar, towering over others, snatching the defensive rebound from the crowd. He swiftly passed it to Van, igniting a fast break. Yilong maneuvered with astonishing agility, nearly evading all defenders. He positioned himself at the 45-degree angle beyond the 3-point line. The opponent's guard, Steve Kerr, struggled to keep pace with Yilong. Yilong received a pass from his teammate. Without the slightest hesitation, he executed an extraordinarily swift shooting posture, launching the ball from beyond the 3-point line. His teammates were taken aback, astonished by Yilong's decisiveness. According to the tactical plan, the Lakers' primary offensive strategy was to establish a position for O'Neal to dominate one-on-one. A pursuit-style defensive counterattack 3-pointer like Yilong's was simply not a part of the current Lakers playbook. The moment the basketball slipped from his fingertips, Yilong felt an unparalleled smoothness in his grip. The hoop before him appeared as vast as the ocean. His defender, Cole, was far too slow to anticipate Yilong's rapid release. After making the shot, Yilong pointed skyward with one hand, effortlessly turning around amidst the coach's furious reprimands and the astonished gazes of his teammates. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish! It fell through the net with a splash. Wow, what a magnificent shot. Who is this extraordinary talent? The commentator was nearly beside himself with excitement, especially after Jordan's missed 3-pointer led to this counterattack. Coach Harris stood on the sidelines, momentarily stunned, his tirade abruptly silenced. In the hearts of all present, a collective sentiment arose. Never before has such a shot been witnessed in this era. Chapter 27. The Emergence of a Superstar. After Yilong made his move, he turned back with an air of unshakable confidence, allowing those present to perceive the unmistakable aura of a superstar emanating from this novice. At that moment, Michael Jordan's expression was undoubtedly the most mortifying. Mere seconds prior, he had just missed an open three-pointer, and in the blink of an eye, this obscure rookie executed a stunning trailing three-pointer. For him, this was undoubtedly a flagrant humiliation. The score on the court stood at 60-41. Thanks to Yulong's trailing three-pointer, the Lakers finally narrowed the gap to within 20 points with 2 minutes and 51 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Possession changed hands. The Bulls continued their offensive assault. Yulong persistently pestered Jordan, who, feeling somewhat exasperated, muttered under his breath, "You insufferable rookie. Does your fervent effort truly have the power to alter the fact that you are trailing by over 20 points?" With an expression of indifference, Yulong remained unfazed by Jordan's presence, his gaze unwavering as he meticulously scrutinized Jordan's movements. Jordan, unable to completely shake off Yulong's defense, maneuvered to the three-point line on the flank, forcefully receiving the ball from his teammate, seemingly intent on retaliating against Yulong from the same position. As Jordan caught the ball, he leaped, launching an audacious shot. The score was heavily in their favor. Yet being humiliated by a novice compelled Jordan to reclaim his dignity using his most proficient method of retaliation. However, in this instance, Yulong had fully anticipated Jordan's actions. He sprang into the air, striving to block Jordan's three-point attempt. To his astonishment, he found Jordan's release speed astonishingly rapid, with the arc of the shot soaring to an incredible height. Despite Yulong's early prediction, he was a fraction too late. He exerted every ounce of his strength, stretching his fingertips in a desperate bid to make contact with the soaring basketball. Jordan's expression shifted noticeably, momentarily stunned. He distinctly perceived that Yulong had indeed grazed the ball he had launched. Instantly, he shouted to Rodman, stationed in the paint, "Rebound." Rodman, still oblivious as he engaged in banter with O'Neal, presumed Jordan's shot was a guaranteed score. As anticipated, the ball clanked off the rim, failing to touch the net, and went out of bounds. There was no opportunity to contest the rebound. The Bulls players stood in disbelief. Jordan's response shots were typically domineering and reassuring, yet this time, he had missed a three-pointer under the defense of a rookie. Even the commentators erupted in excitement. "Wow, this young talent from Huaxia is remarkable. He actually managed to contest Jordan's three-point shot." In the words of the renowned TNT commentator Albert, there were few in the league capable of such a feat. The Bulls' offensive effort ultimately fizzled out, and the Lakers continued their counterattack. Yulong understood that he had not yet earned the privilege to attempt consecutive three-point shots, as the primary offensive authority still resided with O'Neal. After providing several screens for his teammates, Yulong obediently retreated to the corner, aiding in creating space for the interior players while awaiting an opportunity to receive the ball and shoot. O'Neal, engaging in a one-on-one battle against Rodman, effortlessly advanced into the paint. Rodman was unable to withstand O'Neal's powerful onslaught and resorted to grabbing him in an attempt to commit a foul. To everyone's astonishment, O'Neal forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. A remarkable 2-1. The home crowd of the Lakers erupted in cheers. In a moment when hope seemed lost, the Lakers unexpectedly surged with a mini comeback. The score now stood at 60-43, narrowing the deficit to just 17 points. Free throws, however, remained O'Neal's Achilles heel, as he failed to convert. Yet, in a twist of fate, another interior player, Campbell, unexpectedly seized the rebound from the missed free throw. Yulong had unknowingly arrived beyond the three-point line at the arc. Campbell, understanding the moment, deftly passed the ball behind him to the increasingly informed Yulong. Yulong received the ball and took an immediate shot. The Bulls players were caught off guard, unable to mount any defense. They could only watch as Yulong took the open shot. His shooting form remained flawless, with an exquisitely delicate touch at his fingertips. It was another perfect score. Yulong's three-point shot pierced through the heart of the net. In a single possession, the Lakers scored 5 consecutive points. The atmosphere at the home court reached a fever pitch. The score now stands at 60-46. The Bulls' lead has dwindled to a mere 14 points. Their head coach, Phil Jackson, swiftly called for a timeout. Only 2 minutes and 5 seconds remain in the second quarter. In the 2 minutes of Yulong's appearance, he executed 2 three-point shots flawlessly, successfully defended against 2 of Jordan's offensive attempts, contributed an assist, and recorded a block. He impeccably fulfilled his responsibilities on both ends of the court, exceeding the expectations of everyone present. As Yulong approached the bench, his teammates gathered around him, exchanging high fives, a sight that had never been witnessed before, considering he had merely been a marginal player by the water cooler. Kobe's expression appeared somewhat displeased, yet he still made his way over to Yulong to share a celebratory high five. Yulong comprehended Kobe's sentiments profoundly, as this night he delivered a nightmarish performance. The triumph of his brother only intensified his inner turmoil, yet it remained unspeakable. "You played quite well, Xiaoyi. How do you feel?" Harris seemed to have softened his attitude towards Yilong significantly. After all, he had salvaged a match teetering on the brink of losing all suspense. Yilong's contributions are unparalleled. "Coach, I feel absolutely fantastic and am ready to continue playing. I can persist in defending against Jordan and seize every opportunity for an open shot." As the timeout concluded, Harris indeed kept Yilong on the court to finish the remaining time of the second quarter. Surprisingly, Jordan did not take a break, according to past conventions. He would typically rest for a while in the second quarter. However, given the considerable lead the Bulls held, he remained on the floor, evidently incensed by Yilong's presence. Chapter 28. Ignite the Arena. The nationwide broadcast of the Lakers versus the reigning champion Bulls continues. With just 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Bulls initiated their offense. After a timeout, Phil Jackson, who had intended to call it a day, surprisingly brought all his starters back onto the court. Michael Jordan demanded the ball from his teammates, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Yilong. Yilong's gaze was piercing, unwavering in its intensity. The two individuals were engaged in a genuine one-on-one confrontation in this match. Observing this, the other team members promptly distanced themselves. Suddenly, Jordan made his move. Yilong suddenly closed in, closely guarding Jordan, keenly observing his every movement. Jordan, unfazed, altered his rhythm, skillfully dribbling behind his back and pivoting. With rapid finesse, he displayed the unparalleled one-on-one prowess of the league's elite shooting guards. In less than 5 seconds, he effortlessly left Yilong behind, with a clean and decisive maneuver. At this very moment, Yilong came to the profound realization of the chasm that separated him from the league's most elite stars. This disparity, it seemed, could scarcely be bridged by mere diligence and training. Jordan's instinct for the game was unparalleled in history, leaving no one in his wake. As Yilong was left behind, he could only watch as Jordan executed a signature fadeaway jumper, scoring effortlessly. The score now stood at 62-46. As the Bulls broke their scoring drought and maintained their lead over the Lakers. After being successfully outplayed, Yilong silently roared in frustration, channeling his emotions. While Coach Harris fervently rallied his spirits from the sidelines. "It's all right. It's all right. Don't lose heart. Keep pushing, lads. Onward with the offense." The possession changed hands, and the Lakers swiftly initiated their attack. In this match, Yilong, showcasing commendable performance on the offensive front, had already earned the trust of his teammates. Yilong received the pass from his teammate once more, positioned at the familiar 45-degree angle on the left side, beyond the three-point line. Yilong received the ball and immediately assumed a shooting posture. The Bulls' defensive stalwart, Scottie Pippen, became alert, swiftly approaching Yilong's side. He defended closely, leaving no room for Yilong to take a shot. Yilong feigned a pass with remarkable finesse, swiftly delivering the ball into the hands of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Without a moment's hesitation, O'Neal turned and unleashed a thunderous dunk, securing the points. Both teams appeared to have entered an optimal offensive rhythm. The Bulls continued to implement the Zen Masters triangle offense, culminating this time with Pippen attempting a layup for the finish. In a stunning display of defensive prowess, O'Neal executed a powerful block, sending Pippen's layup soaring away. Yilong seizes the ball. He advances swiftly. This offensive play sees Jordan taking the initiative to closely guard Yilong. Yilong's control and operational skills are not yet top-notch. When confronted with a defender of Jordan's caliber, a master of steals in the league, he naturally cannot recklessly charge forward. Instead, he passes the ball back to Eddie Jones at the arc. The latter, poised and ready, takes aim beyond the three-point line and decisively releases the shot, successfully scoring. Yilong adds another assist. The score on the court has reached 62-51. The Lakers have unleashed a brief surge. The point difference between the two teams has widened to 11 points. The visiting Chicago Bulls initiate their final offensive before the conclusion of the half. The Lakers fans rise in unison, fervently chanting for defense. After several well-executed passes, the Bulls still find the ball in Jordan's hands. Jordan is set to execute the Bulls' last attack of the half. Yilong maintained his confidence, gesturing to his teammates, indicating that their assistance in double teaming was unnecessary. The final offensive play would undoubtedly culminate in a one-on-one showdown. If they focused on enclosing Jordan, the Bulls' two sharpshooters would seize the opportunity, leading to a counterproductive outcome. Jordan moved leisurely, neither rushed nor sluggish, dribbling the ball while keeping an eye on the timer. intent on drawing the clock down to its last moment before making his shot, leaving the Lakers with no time to react. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Jordan's mouth as he dribbled with one hand and waved dismissively at Yilong with the other, chattering away, "Come on, rookie. Allow me to introduce you to the harsh realities of the court. Welcome to the league, novice." As Yilong faced Jordan's incessant taunts, his patience wore thin, and he retorted sharply, "You old man, you talk too much." With that, he leaned forward, poised to steal the ball. Jordan, taken aback, never anticipated that this rookie, fresh to the league, would dare to exchange barbs in his presence, although it was he who initiated the provocation. Few in the league had the audacity to counter his trash talk, let alone a mere freshman. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yilong seized the opportunity and snatched the ball from Jordan's grasp. The crowd erupted in excitement. The commentators in the broadcast booth leapt from their seats, exclaiming in disbelief, "My goodness, what have we just witnessed? That rookie has stripped the ball from Michael Jordan." He raced down the court, preparing for a fast break dunk. After the steal, the other players on the Bulls appeared utterly stunned, failing to react in time to pursue the play. Yilong skillfully dribbled his way to the front court. Unimpeded by any defenders, he soared high into the air, executing a graceful windmill dunk with an elegant flourish. Spectators along the sidelines gasped in astonishment, with some even clasping their heads in disbelief, their expressions capturing the sheer shock of the moment. Yilong executed a breathtaking buzzer-beater dunk. Concluding the first half of the match, the arena erupted with a cacophony of cheers reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. The Lakers' teammates on the sidelines were in a frenzy. Everyone had assumed Yilong was merely an unremarkable athlete of Asian descent, yet he astonished all with his astonishing explosive power. During the game, he performed an impressive game windmill dunk. As the first half drew to a close, the Lakers narrowed the score to 62-53, bringing the point differential to single digits. In the first half, Yilong accumulated 8 points, 3 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal, delivering an outstanding performance in less than 5 minutes on the court, marking the finest first-half display of his career. Meanwhile, the basketball legend Michael Jordan, who had unleashed a record-breaking 35 points in the first half, returned to the locker room wearing a visibly displeased expression, akin to that of someone suffering from constipation. As Yilong exited the court, his teammates eagerly approached him, exchanging high fives in celebration. "Well done, young man. You were exceptional," they exclaimed. "Hey, you stole the ball from Michael Jordan and executed a spectacular windmill dunk. You're on your way to fame." The atmosphere was jubilant as they made their way back to the locker room. At that moment, the notorious Dennis Rodman, known for his brash demeanor, approached Yilong with a broad grin and said slowly, "You little rascal, you're in trouble now. You've provoked Michael." Chapter 29. The provoked Michael standing before Yilong was Rodman, slightly taller and infamous throughout the league as a notorious villain, exuding an air of intimidation as if he were schooling this novice in the league. Most rookies would likely be intimidated by Rodman's bravado, but Yilong's, having experienced a second chance at life, was unfazed by the antics of such a petty bully. It was merely a display of false bravado, and in this setting, Rodman would not dare to act aggressively. Should he do so, the consequences would extend far beyond mere suspension. Faced with such near-threatening words, Yilong merely curled his lip and cast a disdainful glance at Rodman, casually remarking, "I am incensed by him, but who do you think you are? Get lost." The slightly heightened tone at the end prompted Rodman to glare at him fiercely, yet he refrained from uttering another word, begrudgingly turning away in defeat. The teammates, witnessing Yilong, a newcomer, exhibit such fearless defiance against a character like Rodman, particularly the rookies who had just joined the team in the past 2 years, could not help but feel a newfound respect for him. Shaquille O'Neal, equally disdainful of Rodman's antics, found himself elated at witnessing Rodman's downfall. Approaching Yilong, he affectionately ruffled his hair and praised, "Kid, without a doubt, you are the star of tonight's game." Yilong smiled and replied, "Not at all. I am overly praised." Kobe, perhaps due to his unsatisfactory performance in tonight's match and his ensuing melancholy, merely approached Yilong and softly said, "Keep it up, brother." Yilong merely nodded without uttering a word. As his technical prowess increasingly came to light, he gravitated more towards an outside style of play, inevitably destined to vie for a place alongside Kobe within this team. Yilong's emotions were somewhat intricate, yet his resolve to move forward was fortified. In this alliance, strength reigns supreme. Regardless of the circumstances, it is conceivable that he and Kobe will eventually reach that pivotal moment. The halftime intermission swiftly came to a close. and the second half of the match commenced. Players from both teams gradually returned to the court. The Bulls, right from the outset of the third quarter, deployed their most formidable lineup consisting of Harper, Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, and Longley. Coach Phil Jackson was taken aback, as he had anticipated an early victory, leading to a period of garbage time. Instead, an unexpected rookie emerged, disrupting the entire course of the game. However, they still maintained a commanding lead, and the Bulls exuded confidence, convinced of their impending triumph. The Lakers' lineup for the third quarter continued with the scoring strategy they had employed before the halftime break, featuring Van Exel, Jones, Yilong, Campbell, and O'Neal. Had it not been for Yilong's remarkable performance at the end of the second quarter, he likely would not have found himself in the starting lineup for the second half. It was not merely his two precise three-point shots that earned him Harris's trust, but rather his defensive prowess against Jordan, a feat that, in the current Lakers roster, only Yilong can accomplish. The third quarter has officially commenced. The Bulls are set to inbound from the baseline. With no elaborate strategies or movements, Harper directly hands the ball to Jordan, from a lead of over 20 points. The gap has now narrowed to single digits. Undoubtedly, the Bulls' tactics have become more prudent. After frequently losing face before a rookie in the first half, Jordan is determined to reclaim his dignity in the second half. Yilong's gaze remained as fierce as a torch, unwaveringly fixated on Jordan's every movement, scrutinizing each subtle change. The cunning Jordan opted not to engage in a direct confrontation with a three-pointer, but instead executed an exquisitely simple post-up, successfully completing a mid-range jumper. This particular shot left Yilong utterly helpless. Jordan's back-to-the-basket play was, in many respects, insurmountable. It was a signature move that had underpinned his dominance in the league for over a decade. To contain such a back-to-the-basket fadeaway, one could only attempt to pressure him from the front or rely on teammates for double-teaming. However, this strategy often granted his Bulls teammates open shooting opportunities, and one misstep could result in Jordan penetrating the defense with devastating effect. The score stood at 64-53. With Jordan's mid-range success at the start of the second half, the Bulls regained a double-digit lead. Jordan's points for the game had escalated to 37. After making his shot, Jordan taunted Yilong while retreating on defense. "Rookie, you're still a bit too green." Yilong found himself somewhat helpless in the face of the brazen demeanor of the old rogue. After all, he was the foremost player in the league, perhaps even the greatest in history. As a mere rookie who had just entered the league, Yilong could only retaliate through his performance on the court. With a turnover, the Lakers initiated their offense. Once again, it was Shaquille O'Neal's solo play in the paint. Confronted by the dual blockade of Langley and Rodman, O'Neal forcefully barreled into the paint, poised to deliver a thunderous dunk. However, at that moment, Pippen also rushed in from the perimeter to provide assistance. The formidable Shaquille was, for the first time, met with a triple-team defense from his adversaries. Meanwhile, Yilong lurked in the corner beyond the three-point line, ever ready to strike. O'Neal executed a no-look pass, as if they shared an unspoken understanding, delivering the ball into Yilong's hands. Yet, the pass was evidently too forceful. Yilong nearly lost his grip, making a slight adjustment before his shot. Yet, it was precisely during this moment of adjustment that Jordan had already surged in from the flank to defend. Yilong, unhurried and composed, pivoted and dribbled the ball. With a subtle flick, he left Jordan in his wake. The spectators on the sidelines erupted once more, nearly all rising to their feet in fervent applause for Yilong's spectacular maneuver. "Oh my goodness, this rookie, in his first year, has outmaneuvered the deity of basketball. Dear heavens," the commentator shouted in a frenzy. Yilong seized the opportunity and executed his shot with precision. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before gracefully descending into the net. The shot was successful. Another three-pointer. This marked the third three-point shot of the match. The score is now 64-56. With Yilong's remarkable three-pointer, the Lakers have narrowed the gap to single digits once again. At this moment, a cloud of discontent loomed over Jordan's countenance. Despite having set a new season scoring record in this game, he felt the most displeased and embarrassed he had ever been. The Bulls continued to mount their offensive assault. Yilong remained full of energy, intently focused on Jordan. This time, the Lakers provided Jordan with no opportunity to create space, opting instead to double-team and assist in defense. In a fit of rage, Jordan chose not to pass, but forcefully drove toward the basket. With a deft maneuver in midair, he attempted a layup. The referee called a defensive foul on O'Neal. However, as O'Neal landed, He limped and waved to the Lakers bench for assistance. Had O'Neal sustained an injury? Yilong was at a loss regarding the recent turn of events, as he observed O'Neal conversing with the team doctors before limping back to the locker room. In this pivotal moment of chasing points, the departure of the Lakers' key player undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the team's morale. Chapter 30. The Shark Departs. Kobe returns. The unexpected exit of the colossal O'Neal abruptly halted the Lakers' momentum, which had been building as they launched a counterattack. Jordan stepped to the free throw line and sank both shots with precision, the ball swishing perfectly through the net. The score stood at 66-56. The Bulls had once again extended their lead to 10 points. Michael Jordan's scoring in this match had now reached 39 points, tantalizingly close to the 40-point threshold. With O'Neal sidelined, Harris was compelled to substitute in the seldom-used backup center, Tyrese Knight, a slender 7-foot white center. The contrast in intensity between Knight and O'Neal was stark. Consequently, the Bulls capitalized on this mismatch, relentlessly attacking the paint and scoring repeatedly. In less than 2 minutes on the court, Knight had already accrued 3 personal fouls. Following the Lakers' adjustments, the Bulls seized the opportunity to unleash an 8-0 run, widening the gap to 18 points. In desperation, Harris called for a timeout to regroup. Thus, Knight was benched, and power forward Campbell was temporarily assigned to the center position. "Kobe, are you ready? It is your time to shine." Upon hearing Harris's words, Kobe, who had been deeply disheartened by his lackluster performance, suddenly felt invigorated. He never imagined that the coach would grant him another opportunity, especially after delivering such a poor showing as a starter in this game. Consequently, the Lakers' lineup transformed to include Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Kobe, Yilong, and Campbell, with Yilong naturally taking up the power forward position. His remarkable strength was evident, as he had initially played in the paint, though at this stage, his three-point shooting had become increasingly dazzling. The Bulls also made adjustments, with Jordan finally taking a breather. At this point in the third quarter, with an 18-point lead, Zen master Phil Jackson did not want Jordan to exert himself excessively. After all, this was a Jordan who had already experienced retirement, and at the age of 33. He needed to focus on maintaining his physical condition throughout the season rather than exhausting himself in a feud with a rookie at the season's onset. Though Jordan observed from the sidelines, a bottle of mineral water in his mouth, his gaze remained fixated on Yilong on the court, showing no signs of relinquishing his competitive spirit. With Jordan off the court, Pippen led a group of substitutes into battle while the Lakers launched their offense. Despite having faced adversity and setbacks in the first quarter, Kobe remained brimming with confidence, moving to the perimeter to receive the ball, preparing for a one-on-one. His defender was none other than Scottie Pippen, one of the league's premier defensive players. Kobe executed a series of crossovers, suddenly coming to a halt before stepping back beyond the three-point line. He released the shot from the top of the arc. Pippen closed in rapidly, his imposing hand reaching out to block. Yet, Kobe chose not to pass. Instead, he forcefully leaned back and took the shot from beyond the arc. This was his signature style of play. Pippen failed to block the shot. The magnitude of Kobe's leanback was substantial. The basketball was released. Yilong had unknowingly positioned himself beneath the basket, ever ready to contest the offensive rebound. Suddenly, the basketball arced through the air, tracing a trajectory that was neither too high nor too low, and, in a manner that took everyone by surprise, it banked off the backboard and into the hoop, 3 points. At last, Kobe shattered his scoring drought in this match. The home crowd of the Lakers erupted in jubilation, for he was the prodigious talent they had long anticipated. Following the successful shot, Kobe exchanged an exuberant high-five with Yilong, a moment captured by the cameras. This scene vividly symbolized the bright future of the Lakers. The commentator exclaimed, "The Lakers' twin stars." Chapter 31. The Final Showdown. After Kobe's audacious step-back three-pointer found its mark, the score stood at 74-59, widening the gap to 15 points. However, the Lakers remained significantly behind. As the ball changed possession, the Bulls initiated their offensive play. In the absence of Jordan, the Bulls' attack appeared noticeably off-kilter. Under Yilong's relentless defense, their sole formidable scorer became Pippen. Yet, Pippen's accuracy paled in comparison to Jordan's. As his mid-range jumper ricocheted off the rim, Yilong suddenly leapt into the air, asserting his dominance in a fierce contest of strength against the Bulls' backup center, and securely claimed the defensive rebound. Upon witnessing Yilong seize the board, Kobe, fully aware of the unfolding situation, embarked on a swift dash, initiating a fast break with remarkable agility. Yilong, understanding the situation, deftly executed a powerful one-handed flick, delivering a magnificent long pass across the court. Kobe soared high, receiving the ball with great effort. Although the force was considerable, he managed to secure it firmly. The Bulls' defense was swift. Yet Kobe skillfully maneuvered past his defender and executed a reverse layup, scoring 5 consecutive points. The Lakers continued their pursuit of the score, while the Bulls showed no intent to call for a timeout. Pippen continued to dominate at the arc, showcasing his prowess. During the 2 years following Jordan's retirement, Pippen led the Bulls into the playoffs single-handedly, underscoring his comprehensive abilities. Confronted by the audacious Kobe, Pippen responded with a face-to-face jump shot, effortlessly landing a precise 2-point basket. After his successful shot, Pippen couldn't resist taunting Kobe, saying, "You're still just a kid." This remark seemed to provoke the young and fiery Kobe, who, in the subsequent plays, attempted to break through Pippen's defense, but to no avail. Kobe appeared somewhat overwhelmed, falling back into a pattern of isolation plays, resulting in a dismal shooting performance, hitting only 2 out of 11 attempts. However, thanks to Yilong's intimidating presence in the paint, the Bulls struggled to score during those possessions, preventing the deficit from widening further. The third quarter swiftly came to a close, with the Bulls maintaining a 13-point lead at 82-69 as they entered the final quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, Jordan re-entered the game, indicating that the Bulls remained vigilant. On the Lakers' side, Shaquille O'Neal had definitively announced he would not return for this match, requiring further examination and treatment. The decisive final quarter began, with the Lakers continuing their scoring lineup from the end of the third. Yilong and Kobe, the twin stars of the Lakers, are freshmen in their inaugural season. This match appears to herald a potential savior for the Lakers' comeback. Currently, the entire Lakers squad can only place their hopes upon this duo, as their 2 main scorers, Van Exel and Eddie Jones, have significantly faltered in their performance. The Lakers swiftly advanced the ball, with Kobe taking the lead in the fast break. Yilong mentioned the importance of setting screens at a high position, which is a frequently employed offensive strategy during their practice matches. A quality screen not only relies on the physical advantages of size and stature, but also necessitates the screen setter to possess formidable strength. Yilong continuously engaged in a battle of strength with Rodman. Although Rodman occasionally resorted to verbal provocations, Yilong effortlessly sent him flying with a decisive move, executing it with remarkable precision. The referee did not call a foul, and with the benefit of Yilong's exceptional screen, Kobe made a direct drive towards the basket. A serpentine layup. Just as the moment unfolded, the cunning Jordan had seemingly appeared beneath the hoop, and with a resounding smack, he executed a firm block from behind, effortlessly denying Kobe's layup by pinning the ball against the backboard. With a swift motion, he seized the ball, leaving Kobe no time to react as Jordan propelled the ball forward himself. Confronted with such suffocating defense, the Lakers players appeared to have surrendered, with only Yilong standing resolutely at the forefront, charging ahead alone. The Bulls executed a 2-on-1 fast break. Goodness, is this young man truly attempting to thwart Jordan and Pippen single-handedly? The commentators were ecstatic, rising to their feet in excitement. Yilong's spirit is intensely focused. This shot is of utmost importance. He must single-handedly thwart the fast break orchestrated by Jordan and Pippen. This could very well be the pivotal moment that influences the team's morale in the final quarter. Jordan, with the ball in hand, exhibits a fleeting gaze, seemingly contemplating whether to take the shot himself or to assess Pippen's positioning. Pippen surges in from the right, poised to receive the pass. Yet, Jordan opts not to distribute the ball. He decides to take it upon himself. Yilong leaped high into the air, channeling all of his physical energy, poised to intercept Jordan's impending layup. In the midst of aerial confrontation, although Jordan's flexibility and hang time were decidedly superior, he found himself slightly overmatched in strength. Confronted by Yilong's formidable defense, Jordan ultimately faltered. He opted not to take the shot, but instead chose to pass the ball. Upon witnessing this, Yilong immediately descended to the ground, and in the very instant of landing, he executed a second jump. Pippen, receiving the pass, prepared to leap for a spectacular dunk. Yilong let out a quiet sigh. Was he ultimately a step too late? No, it is far from over. A figure, dark as lightning, leaped high from behind. It is Kobe Bryant, the Black Lightning clad in the number 8 jersey. Soaring into the air, he delivered a resounding block on Scottie Pippen. The home crowd erupted in a frenzy upon witnessing this moment. An astonishing defensive display from the twin stars of the Lakers. Kobe's competitive spirit would not allow him to concede defeat so easily. Having been thwarted in his last offensive attempt, he was determined to seek retribution. Without a moment to celebrate, Kobe and Yi Long exchanged a glance, swiftly propelling the Lakers' counterattack. The basketball moved rapidly. Kobe drove towards the basket. Yi Long had already created space, taking position in the corner. Jordan and Pippen leaped simultaneously, endeavoring to defend against Kobe's layup. Kobe soared high into the air. Devoid of any shooting space, he could only abruptly fling the ball towards the corner. Yi Long adeptly caught the less-than-ideal pass. Beyond the three-point line, he drew back his bow and aimed. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a flawless arc swish. The net rippled with a splash as the ball found its mark. A three-pointer. Yi Long has just made his fourth three-pointer in this match. Simultaneously, he continues to set a new personal record for points in a single game, now totaling 14. In addition, he has contributed 5 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. The score stands at 82-72, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to 10 points. After making the shot, Kobe approached Yi Long for a celebratory high five, exclaiming, "Well done, my brother. That was a splendid pass, my brother. Keep pushing to take them down." As the two were passionately celebrating, they suddenly noticed Jordan advancing alone with the ball into the half-court. Yi Long and Kobe executed a formidable double team against Jordan, an impressive display of defensive prowess. The dynamic duo of the Lakers faced off against the seasoned veteran of the league. Jordan, positioned beyond the three-point line, unleashed an extraordinary fadeaway jumper, defying the dual defense with his remarkable aerial ability. The basketball slipped from his fingertips, tracing an exquisite arc through the air before gracefully finding its mark in the hoop. The indomitable Jordan, akin to a reaper of souls, struck with a trailing three-pointer, piercing through the defenses of the Lakers' twin stars. The score soared to 85-72, widening the gap to 13 points once more. Nearly 5 minutes had elapsed in the fourth quarter, and Jordan had already amassed an impressive 42 points, his solitary 40-plus performance of the season thus far. The Lakers commentator, in utter despair, exclaimed that the basketball deity was poised to claim victory. It was truly astonishing. Michael Jordan was living up to his legendary status. Sensing the impending doom, Lakers coach Harris swiftly called a timeout, aiming to halt the Bulls' momentum and recalibrate his strategy. Given the current circumstances, it appeared prudent for the Lakers to abandon the perimeter offense led by Van Exel and Eddie Jones in favor of a front-court strategy spearheaded by Yi Long and Kobe. Kobe's penetrative drives, complemented by Yi Long's open three-point shooting, represented the Lakers' most relied-upon scoring system at this juncture. As the timeout concluded and both teams returned to the court, the 13-point deficit was not insurmountable. However, the challenge lay in facing the Bulls, the reigning titan of the league, who would not grant any opportunities for a comeback once they seized the initiative. The formidable trio of Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman epitomized a combination that instilled fear throughout the entire league. As the possession commenced, both teams entered a genuine battle, with defenses tightened to an extraordinary degree. After several exchanges, neither side had registered any points. Yet, as time continued to dwindle, the situation grew increasingly dire for the Lakers. Launching their offense, the ever-trustworthy Yi Long received the ball once more beyond the three-point line. However, the Bulls were acutely aware of Yi Long's shooting prowess and promptly dispatched 2 defenders to contain him. Yi Long deftly maneuvered, exhibiting impeccable control. He skillfully evaded 2 defenders, sinking a mid-range jumper. His personal tally rose to 16 points. Simultaneously, he shattered a scoring drought that had plagued both teams for 3 minutes. The score stood at 85-74, widening the gap to 11 points. With only 3 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the match, the Lakers were poised for a final, desperate struggle. The Bulls launched their offense. Kobe emerged from the flank, intercepting the Bulls' triangulated offensive play. He delivered a long pass to the fast-breaking Yi Long. With Pippen hot on his heels, Yi Long refrained from forcing the play, instead executing a behind-the-back pass. With a gentle flick, he orchestrated a flawless alley-oop assist. Kobe thunderously slammed the ball home with both hands. The dynamic duo of the Lakers continued to score relentlessly, narrowing the deficit to single digits. Meanwhile, they remained steadfast in their defensive efforts, applying relentless pressure that forced the Bulls into mistakes. Jordan's mid-range shot fell short. Although Rodman secured the offensive rebound, Yi Long swiftly dislodged the ball from behind. As the Bulls entered their defensive possession, they devoted nearly all their energy to guarding Yi Long and Kobe. Yi Long, quick-witted and sharp-eyed, possesses a broad vision. He swiftly passes the ball to the cutting Eddie Jones, who nearly scores an easy layup. Prior to the commencement of this match, It is likely that no one anticipated that these two first-year rookies would emerge as the most dependable players on the Lakers roster. The former mainstays, such as Jones and Van Exel, have now relegated to supporting roles. Nevertheless, their experience remains invaluable, for they are seasoned veterans who have battled for years and are unlikely to falter in critical moments. The score stands at 85-78, with the Lakers trailing the Bulls by only 7 points. In the last minute, the Lakers have executed a remarkable 6-0 run, with just 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Bulls head coach Phil Jackson promptly calls for a timeout. This may very well be the most precarious moment the Bulls have faced thus far in the game. The Lakers' strategy remains straightforward. They continue to apply full-court pressure defensively, while Kobe drives the offense and Long orchestrates the transition plays. Following the timeout, the Bulls indeed adjust their offensive strategy, abandoning their previous ball movement in favor of placing the ball directly in Jordan's hands, preparing for individual plays to minimize turnovers. At this juncture, the Bulls have two formidable sharpshooters, Kerr and Kukoc, positioned on the perimeter, compelling the Lakers to exercise caution and refrain from double-teaming Jordan. Long is tasked with the individual defense against Jordan, and so far, no one has performed better than him in this contest. Faced with Long's tenacious and relentless defense, Jordan finds himself increasingly frustrated and resorts to a step-back jumper. Although Long was unable to block the shot, his defensive prowess disrupted Jordan's rhythm, resulting in a missed shot. Campbell fought for the offensive rebound. Vance's fast-break layup found the net once more. The Lakers narrowed the gap to a mere 5 points, standing at 85-80. Goodness, this young talent from Huaxia has once again thwarted Michael Jordan. The spectators and commentators alike were utterly astounded. A splendid exhibition of elite one-on-one defense. Chapter 33, the final moments of battle in the match between the Lakers and the Bulls. Merely 1 minute and 38 seconds remained on the clock. The Bulls still held a 5-point lead and possessed the ball. Michael Jordan steadily advanced with the ball, while the Lakers' home crowd collectively chanted for defense. Defense. Long stands resolutely in defense. This match is destined to become the debut of this unremarkable figure. Not only has he dazzled with his spectacular three-point performances on the offensive end, but more significantly, he has excelled in restricting Jordan on the defensive front. No one has done it better than him. Jordan stands tall before Long, dribbling with one hand, unhurried and composed. Undeterred by the thunderous jeers from the Los Angeles crowd, with an unflinching demeanor and a steady heart, he continues to taunt, "Come on, you damn rookie. Show me what you've got." As he speaks, he provocatively gestures with his other hand, challenging Long. Long observed the old rogue repeatedly provoking him, and a sly, enchanting smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Suddenly, Jordan surged forward, launching into a breakthrough. Long did not exert his full strength to thwart Jordan's path to the basket, for he had gleaned wisdom from previous encounters with Jordan. Understanding the deceptive nature of his movements, what appeared to be a drive could very well transition into a retreat or fade away. In the next moment, just as Long anticipated, Jordan abruptly halted. With a lowered shoulder, he began to back down. His deft maneuvers allowed him to ultimately evade Long's defense. He launched a fadeaway jumper. At that precise moment, Kobe swooped in for the double team. In this critical juncture, Kobe relinquished his assignment on the perimeter, Steve Kerr, opting instead to converge on Jordan. As Jordan leaped to shoot, the moment was irrevocable. However, should he release the ball now, there was a substantial risk of it being swatted away by the combined efforts of Long and Kobe. Hesitating in midair for a brief moment, Jordan chose to pass instead. He flung the ball to Kerr, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle on the wing, enjoying a wide-open opportunity. At that moment, the hearts of the players, coaches, staff, and all the fans in the arena hung in suspense. If Kerr made this shot, it would undoubtedly spell doom for the Lakers. With merely a minute remaining, if the deficit stretched to 8 points, even with extraordinary prowess, the Lakers would find themselves at an impasse. Kerr received the pass, leaped, and assumed the quintessential shooting posture. The basketball traced a lofty arc through the air. All eyes followed the trajectory of the ball. Clang. The basketball circled the rim several times. It bounced out. It did not go in. Sometimes, in the realm of sports, victory is not solely reliant on skill. A touch of fortune is requisite as well. In this match, it was evident that divine favor rested upon the Lakers. The player with the highest three-point shooting percentage in the league, positioned in his most advantageous spot, inexplicably failed to convert this seemingly certain three-pointer. The rebound. Long and Kobe simultaneously let out a fierce shout, then dashed towards the basket. Rodman had already secured his position beneath the rim. Yet, Yilong suddenly leaned forward, unleashing immense power that rendered Rodman incapable of jumping. In a surprising turn of events, Rodman's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to comprehend how this young man could suddenly exhibit such extraordinary strength. Amidst their contest for positioning, Kobe soared high into the air, extending his arms gracefully to seize the rebound. The moment Yilong witnessed Kobe capturing the rebound, he immediately abandoned his struggle with Rodman and sprinted fervently towards the front court. Kobe, however, did not pass the ball to Yilong right away. Instead, he opted for a layup. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. In this critical moment, Kobe missed a pivotal shot due to Pippen's interference from behind. But it was not over yet. A roar resonated from above, declaring, "We shall not be defeated." Yilong's physique soared through the air like a rocket, executing a breathtaking slam dunk. Upon landing, he found himself perched atop Pippen's shoulders. The entire arena was left in astonishment, erupting with thunderous applause akin to a roaring tide. The score stood at 85-82, with merely 52.3 seconds remaining in the game. The Lakers had narrowed the gap to a mere 3 points. Pippen, feeling the sting of pride wounded by a rookie's audacious dunk, reacted with indignation and gave Yilong a shove. Yilong, lacking extensive experience, did not feign collapse. Observing this, Kobe immediately rushed forward to confront Pippen, standing his ground in a spirited debate. Yilong swiftly advanced, joining forces with Kobe to corner Pippen against the wall. The atmosphere was palpably tense, prompting the other veteran Lakers players to immediately step in and separate the three. This was a critical moment for narrowing the score. Both Yilong and Kobe were indispensable. Any conflict could lead to a technical foul, or worse, an ejection from the game, leaving the Lakers with no hope of closing the gap. The referee intervened to restore order, issuing verbal warnings to several players. Bulls head coach Phil Jackson called for a brief timeout. During this intermission, neither side's players took a seat, instead huddling together to strategize. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court, entering the true climax of the contest. Despite their significant lead, the Bulls found themselves in a precarious situation, and their players visibly displayed signs of anxiety. Even the seasoned Jordan bore a serious expression, chewing gum with an intensity that betrayed his inner turmoil. The Bulls initiated play, with Pippen firmly controlling the ball at the top of the arc, while Jordan positioned himself on the wing, poised to strike. Yilong fixated intently on Jordan, vigilantly monitoring Rodman's position. This was the quintessential maneuver of the Bulls' formidable triangle offense. Pippen was strategically consuming the game clock, clearly indicative of their tactical approach. With a slender 3-point lead, every second they could expend would bolster their chances of victory. As the 24-second shot clock dwindled down, Pippen finally sprang into action. Yilong maneuvered around Rodman's screen, effectively obstructing Jordan's movement. Realizing the precarious situation, Pippen opted for a mid-range jump shot. Despite Kobe's valiant defensive efforts, he was unable to block Pippen's attempt, although he did manage to disrupt it. Pippen's shot clanged off the rim, failing to find the net. Eddie Jones seized the defensive rebound. With just 37 seconds remaining in the game, Harris chose not to call a timeout, initiating the Lakers' half-court offense. Yilong and Kobe maneuvered from two distinct flanks, weaving around the pick and roll. Engaging in tactical plays, Jordan personally shadowed Yilong, while Pippen focused on Kobe. Yilong dashed back, utilizing Campbell's cover to evade Jordan's defense. He received the ball at the arc's peak, as Pippen and Rodman lunged towards him almost instantaneously. Yilong feigned an attack, deftly passing the ball to the cutting Kobe. With unwavering determination, Kobe ascended for a layup. Bulls center Longley reached out to impede him. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Despite losing his balance, Kobe's motion remained fluid, his wrist executing a gentle flick. The basketball kissed the backboard before gracefully sinking into the net. The crowd erupted. An additional free throw awarded. The Lakers' home court surged with fervor once more. The players, ignited with passion, celebrated with exuberant high fives. Kobe stepped to the free throw line. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, he confidently netted the free throw. A 2-1 play achieved. The score was leveled at 85-85. From a deficit of over 20 points, the Lakers, in the game's final moments, had finally equalized. Only 8 seconds remained on the clock. Phil Jackson called for the last timeout of regulation. In this climactic moment, the Bulls would undoubtedly consume all available time. With Jordan poised to execute the final, decisive shot, The Lakers remained on edge, for Jordan was the most adept clutch player in the league. This shot bore no psychological burden. Make it, and he would ascend to legendary status. Miss it, and they would plunge into overtime. Chapter 34. Is there still hope? As the timeout concluded, players from both the Lakers and Bulls returned to the court, the score standing at 85-85, with just 8 seconds left in the game. The Lakers' strategy was clear. They initiated interference from the moment the Bulls inbound the ball, striving to delay time as much as possible. Once the ball reached Jordan, the situation would become precarious for the Lakers. Engaging in an aggressive press, the Bulls set multiple off-ball screens for Jordan, managing to get the ball into his hands. Confronted by the relentless defense of Long and Kobe, Jordan secured the ball with poise. The Bulls' formation swiftly spread out. Kobe immediately shifted to guard the Bulls' sharpshooter, Kerr. The Lakers opted against double-teaming Jordan, as a shooter like Kerr had already missed an open shot. Allowing him another opportunity could prove disastrous. Thus, the Lakers' defensive strategy for this final possession was man-to-man, with Long assigned to single-handedly defend Michael Jordan. Jordan skillfully dribbled the ball, meticulously consuming the precious seconds of the game. As the final moments approached, he refrained from provoking Long, for he was now resolute in his focus. Throughout the match, Long had delivered numerous spectacular plays, often overshadowing Jordan, who felt a simmering frustration within. Yet, in the grand scheme of victory or defeat, such grievances paled in comparison. He recognized that the previous humiliations were trivial, for losing this match to the Lakers, culminating in a breathtaking turnaround, would etch his name in disgrace. Time ticked away, inching closer to the final 5 seconds. Suddenly, Jordan surged forward. He executed a dramatic retreat, showcasing his iconic move. Despite Long's utmost concentration, his body seemed to betray him, nearly causing him to stumble. Nevertheless, he managed to support himself with an elegant posture, preventing Jordan from outmaneuvering him. Yet, the shot was ultimately unpreventable. With a sidelong glance at Long, Jordan released a flawless mid-range jumper. As the expressions of dread from the Lakers contrasted with the jubilation of the Bulls, the basketball arched gracefully through the air, swishing cleanly through the net. It was in. The Staples Center fell into an eerie silence, a stark stillness enveloping the arena. Only a handful of diehard Bulls fans, adorned in their team's jerseys, erupted in fervent celebration. Oh my God! Jordan had sunk the game winner. With a classic mid-range shot, he sealed the fate of the match. The Lakers players were engulfed in despair. Yet, amidst the tension, a voice from the sidelines pierced the air. Don't give up. There is still time. The game is not over. Long glanced back at the timer above the backboard. Only 0.8 seconds remain. The game is not over. Without hesitation, he immediately signaled to the coach to call for the final timeout. The Lakers have requested a timeout. 87-85. The Chicago Bulls lead by 2 points. There are merely 0.8 seconds left in the entire game. Thus far, it seems that there has never been a last-second victory in NBA history within such a brief interval. Long contemplated that 0.8 seconds was ample time to execute a shot. However, it necessitated effective tactical cover and collaboration. The potential for a miraculous outcome was not entirely absent. Harris was devising a strategy for the final offensive play, presenting 3 options: Long's three-pointer, Eddie Jones's three-pointer, and Kobe's cut to the basket. Yet, this final play left no room for a breakthrough tactic. Suddenly, with unwavering confidence, Kobe addressed the coach. "Coach, allow me to take the three-pointer for the final play. I will not let you down." Van Gundy, unable to contain his disdain, scoffed at Kobe, whose shooting accuracy had been abysmal throughout the game. "Forget it. I believe Yi is the best candidate for the three-point finish." In truth, everyone could discern. In this match, Long has successfully made 4 three-pointers, achieving this remarkable feat with merely 5 attempts. In stark contrast, Kobe has taken 4 three-point shots without a single success. Observing this, Kobe, ever confident, asserts that despite having missed numerous attempts earlier, he remains undeterred when it comes to crucial moments. Fan, the audacious player, retorts, "You are not undeterred. You merely produce bricks." This leaves Kobe momentarily speechless. Harris, noticing the escalating tension, promptly intervenes, urging them to cease their bickering and to remain vigilant for forthcoming opportunities. We all recognize that in this game, Young Ye's three-point shooting has been exceptionally accurate. However, do you believe the Bulls will grant him an easy opportunity to receive the ball? Throughout this exchange, Long remains silent, seated quietly on the bench, eyes closed in contemplation. Aside from listening to the coach outline strategies, he reflects on the various moments of his scoring in this game. Recalling the sensation of releasing his three-point shots, he thinks of that man, the one capable of sinking three-pointers from considerable distances, and now he possesses the very shooting prowess of that man. As the timeout concludes, the players return to the court. Yilong cast a glance at the three-point line. Realizing that there was no turning back, the only route left was to attempt a three-pointer, even if he were to score a two-pointer to push the game into overtime. Given the Lakers' current rotation and stamina, defeat was all but assured, as the Bulls boasted a significantly deeper bench, with rebounding no longer a concern. The most suitable choice for the Lakers to initiate the sideline play was undoubtedly their big man, Campbell. The other four players, proficient in three-point shooting, began to move swiftly. Only 5 seconds remained on the shot clock. The Bulls dispatched two defenders to closely guard Yilong, while Kobe found himself with an opportunity to receive the ball beyond the arc. Surprisingly, the Bulls seemed unconcerned about Kobe's three-point prowess. Kobe extended his hands, signaling Campbell for the ball. Yet Campbell hesitated. He did not pass. In that moment, under the combined pressure of Jordan and Pippen's double team, Yilong made a sudden and wide-ranging cut, arriving 2 steps beyond the three-point line. That position was untenable. Too far. The spectators on the sideline shouted in alarm. However, time was running out for the inbound. Campbell had no other choice. Even the Bulls players were taken aback, unable to fathom that Yilong would venture so far to receive the pass. Yilong has received the ball. Yilong leapt into action. The entire process of his shot unfolded with an effortless grace, resembling flowing clouds and rushing water, devoid of any hindrance. What took everyone by surprise was that he attempted the shot from a distance 2 steps beyond the three-point line. In this era, particularly at the tail end of the 1990s, no player would dare to take a shot from such a distance. Unless it was a desperate heave as time expired at halftime, no one would attempt a game-winning three-pointer from that position. Yet, Yilong, this audacious rookie unburdened by fear, launched the ball. All eyes were upon him as he executed this long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced through the air, tracing a high parabola over the court, above the backboard. The countdown to the end of the game had already begun to sound, yet the ball continued its graceful trajectory. In those fleeting 0.8 seconds, the hearts of the Lakers fans felt as though they had endured a century of suspense. Chapter 35, a name forged in battle. The clutch shot. The game concluded, and within the vast arena that could accommodate tens of thousands, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by the crisp, melodious swish of the net. The ball had gone in. The lights signaled a successful shot. A game winner. Yilong executed a last-second three-pointer for a stunning victory. The Staples Center erupted in jubilation. Kobe, Jones, and the Madman, among his teammates, rushed towards Yilong in an ecstatic frenzy. Yilong fervently brandished his fists, accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the home crowd that echoed like a tidal wave. Yilong's decisive shot elevated the atmosphere of the match to unparalleled heights. A home victory against the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, led by the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. There exists no narrative more exhilarating than this. The players of the Chicago Bulls appeared utterly bewildered, caught in a daze, unable to accept the harsh reality, particularly Michael Jordan, who stood with his hands on his hips, fervently chewing gum, his gaze fixed coldly upon the arena's expanse, silent and seemingly in a state of disbelief. Although this match set a new personal scoring record for the season, it was, for him, a profound humiliation. No one could have anticipated that the tyrant of the league would falter, bested by an obscure rookie. The officiating crew meticulously reviewed the footage, confirming the validity of the basket. Instantly, the home crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a tsunami. The Lakers players were in a frenzy. Those on the bench surged onto the court, encircling Yilong in a jubilant embrace. In this moment, he became the savior of the Lakers, averting disaster and supporting the crumbling edifice. Throughout the match, he achieved an impressive 5 out of 6 from three-point range, tallying 21 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists for steals, and 4 blocks. He delivered the final, game-winning buzzer-beater three-pointer. It was a night emblematic of the underdog's resurgence, a tale of inspiration for the humble. The atmosphere in the Lakers' home arena was suffused with jubilant celebration, this breathtaking turnaround capable of stirring the hearts of every spectator. As the jubilation subsided, the players regained their composure. The outcome of the match was indisputable. Players from both teams exchanged cordial handshakes, and Jordan slowly approached Yilong, extending his hand in a gesture of respect. Yilong, maintaining his composure, shook hands, and embraced Jordan. In this match, Jordan delivered an outstanding performance, amassing 44 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals, showcasing his prowess as the league's finest. Yet, despite his remarkable display, the outcome was a loss. With a cold and commanding demeanor, Jordan remarked, "Rookie, your name is Long, is it? I shall remember you. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be in this league." Long smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. My career has only just begun. With your kind words, I shall strive to keep your score below 30 points next time." Upon hearing this, Jordan couldn't help but laugh. What a bold statement. "Keep working hard, rookie. Your journey is still long ahead." He then gestured with his fingers to indicate the number 4, signifying his 4 championship titles. Long was aware that he was about to showcase his bravado, so he hastily released his grip and went to shake hands with the other players. At that moment, Kobe approached Jordan, his expression one of defiance, declaring, "Michael, there will come a day when I surpass you." Jordan, faced with the arrogance of this young upstart, could only shake his head in resignation, replying, "This league is not won by mere words." He chose not to elaborate further. Left speechless by Jordan's retort, Kobe could only glare at him in frustration. As time passed, the audience gradually dispersed, leaving Long and Kobe to face the reporters for an interview. Although Kobe's shooting percentage was less than stellar during the game, he delivered a commendable performance in the latter half, amassing 12 points, 3 assists, and 4 rebounds. Notably, his crucial 3-point play that leveled the score in the final moments made him the second key contributor to the Lakers' victory, following Long. During the interview, the two young men remained exuberant. "Congratulations on overcoming the defending champions. You were trailing by over 20 points at one point. What belief sustained you through this remarkable comeback?" Long exclaimed with excitement. "This was an arduous contest. With O'Neal's premature exit due to injury, I understood the imperative for us to secure victory. The moment I stepped onto the court, I embraced this belief. As an undrafted player, I was uncertain whether this would be my only opportunity in life. Fortunately, I seized the moment and aided my team in clinching the win." As the two were being interviewed, their teammates unexpectedly doused them with a bucket of ice water, and the exuberance of the young players erupted once more. Regardless of the circumstances, the sensation of triumph was overwhelmingly delightful, especially considering they had triumphed over the most formidable team in the league under such challenging conditions. After concluding the interview, Long began to gather his belongings, preparing to return to the locker room when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for leading the team to victory against the reigning champion Bulls. Special rewards activated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an impeccable performance, achieving fame in a single battle, with continued rewards to follow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for executing a career-first game-winning shot, unlocking a hidden reward." Chapter 36. A Surge of Rewards. The series of notifications ringing in his mind caught Long off guard, prompting him to decisively claim all 3 rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability for automatic recovery, restoring full stamina once daily, permanently effective. What? Long was utterly astonished. The magnitude of this reward was astonishing. A daily restoration of full stamina meant he possessed an infinite endurance capacity, whether during routine training or on game day. Regardless of how exhausting the practice, he would be fully rejuvenated the next day. In the annals of NBA history, few could achieve such a feat. Even those who might have been capable would likely do so only after many years, when technological advancements allowed elite players to utilize various high-tech remedies for stamina recovery. Now, Long had attained the ability for automatic endurance, effectively saving him a considerable sum over the course of his career. Ding. Now, we present the second reward. Congratulations on receiving 20 attribute points, available for free allocation. Better late than never. Long had long anticipated the reward of attribute points. This time, the system was exceptionally generous, granting him a remarkable total of 20 attribute points, which could be allocated freely for the first time. If he were to grind for these points through self-discipline, it would take him at least a week to accumulate such a sum. Long gradually opened the system panel, allocating 20 points, with 10 points each dedicated to stealing and blocking. With his offensive performance in this match, he believed he had earned the trust of both the coach and his teammates. His shooting ability was now sufficiently refined to fulfill the role of a shooter within the Lakers. The next step was to continue enhancing his defensive skills and solidify his position within the team, for he understood that the primary players had underperformed in this game, thereby granting him this opportunity. Once the starters regained their form, his main role in the team would revert to defense, as it was the most fundamental means for a rookie to earn the coaching staff's confidence. In this match, he had caused Jordan some trouble on the defensive end, which was particularly impressive to those watching. However, his experience was still somewhat lacking, and he occasionally incurred unnecessary fouls. Thus, he opted to enhance his defensive capabilities through point allocation. After the adjustments, his stealing ability and blocking ability surged to 85 and 92, respectively, with his overall capability rising by 2 points to reach a total of 98. Host: Yilong. Basic information: height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Exclusive shooting style: Stephen Curry. Peak version. Ability values: maximum per category, 200. Speed, 97. Agility, 93. Strength, 156. Jump, 92. Stamina, 140. Shooting, 106. Ball handling, 91. Breaking, 80. Post play, 76. Passing, 66. Rebounding, 98. Stealing, 85. Blocking, 92. Overall capability value, 98. Rating. Having claimed the first 2 rewards, Yilong continued to unveil the final reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a hidden reward, a clutch shot guarantee card. The host may choose to activate it at an appropriate moment. This reward is indeed exceptionally overpowered. Yilong once again expressed his amazement, pondering whether defeating the mightiest team in the league could indeed trigger such a plethora of rewards. His imagination soared as he envisioned a scenario where, in the climactic moments of a decisive Game 7 in the finals, he would be granted the opportunity to step onto the court, wielding this miraculous card capable of ensuring a game-winning shot, thereby leading his team to victory and securing his name in the annals of history. With utmost care, he meticulously stored this extraordinary card within the confines of his system space. At this moment, Yilong returned to the locker room, where he was greeted by the jubilant celebration of his teammates, who had already commenced their champagne revelry. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol and cigars swiftly permeated the entire room. Although it was merely a regular season match, for the newly restructured Lakers, triumphing over the reigning champions was indeed a moment worthy of celebration. At that juncture, the Lakers' executive vice president, the venerable Jerry West, along with owner Jeannie Buss, also entered the locker room to offer words of encouragement and praise to the players. "You boys played exceptionally well. Tonight, all expenses are on me," declared the generous Buss, seemingly harboring a deep disdain for Michael Jordan and his Bulls. Meanwhile, Jerry West approached Yilong, gently patting him on the shoulder, and with a hint of remorse said, "Young Yi, you played splendidly. I must apologize once more for my previous comments suggesting you only excel at ping pong. You are undoubtedly an exceptional basketball player, and you will shine brilliantly on the grand stage of the NBA." Upon hearing this, Yilong merely smiled faintly. He was not a petty individual and had long since forgotten the matter. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Of course, not only will I shine brilliantly, but I shall also become the greatest in history." "The greatest in history?" Old BAS responded with a look of incredulity, followed by hearty laughter. At that moment, everyone perceived the young man as audacious and brash, not taking his words to heart. Subsequently, Jerry West and Old BAS offered their commendations to Kobe. After the post-match press conference, the Lakers decided to revel at a nightclub, with the entire evening's expenses covered by the owner. The players were eager to seize this rare opportunity, especially with 2 to 3 days until their next game, allowing for a well-deserved respite. Unexpectedly, midway through their celebration, Kobe insisted on returning to practice. Yilong found himself at a loss, compelled to return as well. The two engaged in an intense basketball practice in the backyard of the villa, drenched in sweat, until the early hours of the morning. Chapter 37. Rising to fame as dawn broke, Yilong rose from his slumber, embarking on a day of disciplined training. Despite having only 2 or 3 hours of sleep the previous night, he awoke invigorated, his body brimming with strength and devoid of any fatigue. Approaching midday, Kobe emerged from his room, weary yet astonished. Upon witnessing Yilong practicing in the backyard, his face registered disbelief as he exclaimed, "Brother, what's going on? After such a grueling match yesterday, how can you possibly be up so early? Have you taken something?" Yilong, panting heavily, approached Kobe with a basketball in hand. Momentarily at a loss for words on how to explain himself, "Perhaps I am just an extraordinary talent among millions?" Kobe shot him a bemused glance, then subsequently joined in the training. Yilong sensed that his innate attributes were steadily improving. After such an intense match yesterday, any other novice might have found themselves exhausted for days, unable to rise. However, Yilong had unexpectedly acquired the ability to recover his body autonomously, akin to a complete revival, proving far more effective than any healing apparatus. Naturally, this ability might be perceived by others as a unique and extraordinary talent. The two engaged fervently in their training until noon, at which point the housekeeper had prepared lunch. Yilong casually took a cold shower and returned home, preparing to dine. Upon entering, he discovered an unfamiliar yet familiar face at the dining table. Brandy, Kobe's girlfriend, was familiar as she was a household name frequently seen on television, yet strange, as she was now Kobe's official partner, and they had not been in touch for quite some time. Yilong was aware that this girlfriend was not Kobe's ultimate destination. He had presumed that the two had parted ways long ago. To his surprise, she appeared today. Upon seeing Yilong, Brandy greeted him with a courteous smile, saying, "Hello. Buddy, I watched yesterday's match as well. You all performed remarkably well. You've truly risen to prominence. And your matchup against Jordan has established you as a household name among grassroots sports heroes." Yilong, somewhat perplexed, responded with astonishment, "Grassroots hero? Haha. I quite like that title." At this moment, Kobe chuckled and added, "Indeed, that is the commendation my brother deserves. By the way, Brandy, what brings you here so suddenly today? Not busy with work?" Upon hearing Kobe's question, Brandy instantly felt a twinge of irritation. "I am your girlfriend. Do I need your permission to come here?" She retorted. "Kobe, let us not forget that it was still my funds that contributed to the purchase of this villa." Before she could finish, Kobe abruptly interrupted her, his expression betraying impatience. "Enough, Brandy. Do not always bring that up. Without you, I could still afford to buy this house." Yilong firmly believes in Kobe's words. After all, his father is a former NBA player with extensive experience earning abroad. Given the current real estate market, acquiring a villa in Beverly Hills would be a trivial matter. However, Kobe has developed a more independent character and is reluctant to overly rely on his family and father. Noticing the tension between the two, Yilong chose to focus on his meal, unwilling to intervene in their dispute. Such scenarios have become all too familiar, as their personalities are indeed incompatible, not merely a result of the superficial differences often discussed by outsiders. In this league, it is common for many African-American players to seek relationships with Caucasian partners after achieving fame. Yilong now fervently hopes that the day when the two of them part ways arrives a little later, at least until he has received his first year's salary, so he can escape the life of being dependent on others. Ultimately, the meal was consumed in near silence among the three, and after lunch, the two took a brief respite before immersing themselves in the afternoon training session. Today was not a game day for the Lakers, with the next match scheduled for the following day. Thus, the team had not organized collective practice. Nevertheless, Yilong and Kobe stealthily made their way to the training facility, treating it as a complimentary gym. They practiced until evening, after which they indulged in a simple meal of pasta at a Western restaurant, continuing their final physical training of the day with a night run. They jogged from the vicinity of the arena back to Beverly Hills, covering a distance of approximately 10 kilometers. Under the shroud of night, the two solitary youths ran freely, awaiting a future that promises to be ever more luminous. The following morning, when Kobe emerged from his room, he bore a visage marked by fatigue, while Yilong appeared vibrant and invigorated. Having already completed his morning workout and just finished a cold bath, Kobe momentarily questioned whether this young man was indeed the same person he had known in high school. Could it be that his talent truly surpassed his own? After a quick breakfast, the two made their way directly to the team's training facility. With a game scheduled for the early afternoon the next day, the team had arranged a collective practice session for today, prompting the two to arrive early at the arena to warm up. As Yilong donned his jersey, he swiftly picked up the basketball from the hoop and, with a flurry of motion, effortlessly sunk several long-range three-pointers. The simplicity of his actions belied the artistry involved. The enhancement of his upper body strength has enabled him to master the art of shooting with remarkable ease, increasingly assimilating Stephen Curry's shooting techniques and making them his own. "Hey, you magical prodigy, your three-point accuracy is improving splendidly." Eddie Jones arrived at the gym early, feeling a sense of urgency as he observed the remarkable progress of these two young talents, stirring a sense of competition within him as the starting shooting guard of the Lakers. "What do you call me?" Yilong felt a sense of bewilderment. "You shall henceforth be known as the miraculous prodigy of the NBA. Pray, your exploits have already spread throughout Los Angeles. You are now a prominent figure in the league. I have a foreboding that in the next match, the coach will undoubtedly grant you a starting position." As Yilong listened to Eddie Jones's remarks, he paid little heed, merely jesting. Am I to start while you come off the bench? Haha. After a while, the other members of the Lakers gradually arrived at the arena. Almost everyone greeted Yilong warmly, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. At that moment, Yilong truly comprehended the significance of becoming famous through a single battle. Tomorrow, the Lakers would face one of their primary rivals in the Western Conference, the Houston Rockets, boasting the aging triumvirate of Olajuwon, Barkley, and Drexler. After the practice match, Coach Harris announced the starting lineup for the forthcoming game. Due to injury, Shaquille O'Neal would remain sidelined, with backup center Knight taking his place. The positions of point guard, shooting guard, and power forward were unquestionable, filled by Van Exel, Eddie Jones, and Campbell, respectively. The most suspenseful position, of course, was that of small forward. Harris glanced at Kobe and Yilong before declaring, "Little Yi, you will start tomorrow. I hope you perform splendidly and showcase your talent." Chapter 38. Battling the Rockets triumvirate. Another game day had arrived, and the entire Lakers team boarded their flight to Houston early. In this match, they would challenge the Houston Rockets on their home turf. Thus far this season, both teams held an impressive record of 3 wins and no losses, currently ranking first in the Western Conference. The outcome of this game would temporarily determine the rightful owner of the top spot. Naturally, both players and coaching staff regarded this match with utmost seriousness. The Rockets had gone all in this season, sacrificing depth for the acquisition of superstar Charles Barkley, who, alongside the Dream Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler, formed a formidable trio with a singular goal, the championship. Meanwhile, the Lakers had recently triumphed over the defending champion Bulls, a surprising victory that nonetheless commanded the Rockets' respect. As the Lakers players entered the arena, they were met with a cacophony of boos from the Rockets' fervent fans. However, when Yilong appeared before the audience, he was unexpectedly greeted with cheers. Many fans mockingly whistled and shouted, "Hey, little magician, the Dream will knock the stuffing out of you." Such blatant ridicule. Yilong, with a demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, subtly raised his middle finger towards the young fan, a gesture of disdain. Yilong has undeniably transformed from what he once was. In an era devoid of social media and the internet, he achieved overnight fame and became a sensational star, instantly capturing the spotlight within the entire league. Originally, the Chicago Bulls were slated for a nationwide broadcast, but it was abruptly changed to feature the Rockets and the Lakers instead. This alteration underscores the immense popularity of Yilong and the Lakers. Nearly everyone is aware of the formidable Asian player emerging from the Lakers, whether he is of Chinese descent or otherwise. In any case, amidst the prevailing movement against racial discrimination in America, the sudden emergence of Yilong undoubtedly generates considerable excitement. The NBA has traditionally been dominated by both black and white players, with few individuals of Asian descent achieving notable success. The sudden emergence of Yilong has captured the attention of many, leaving them to ponder whether it is merely a fleeting moment or a testament to genuine prowess. Conspiracy theorists eagerly await a lackluster performance from Yilong, ready to proclaim his true colors. The starting lineups for both teams have been announced. The Houston Rockets backcourt features Matt Maloney and Mario Elie, while their frontcourt boasts a trio of giants, small forward Clyde Drexler, power forward Charles Barkley, and center Hakeem Olajuwon. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup was confirmed early yesterday, comprising backcourt members Van Exel and Eddie Jones, and a frontcourt formed by Yilong, Campbell, and Knight. The formidable Shaquille O'Neal remains sidelined due to injury. Prior to the game, renowned commentator Mike Breen humorously noted, "Though we lack Michael and Shaquille, we can still anticipate the young prodigy showdown against the Rockets trio." His just elicited laughter from his co-commentators, as it was abundantly clear that the Lakers, without O'Neal, were not favored to triumph over the Rockets. A cursory glance at the starting lineups highlights a significant disparity in interior strength, with 2 Hall of Famers patrolling the paint against an unknown backup center and a perennial role player for the Lakers. As the warm-ups concluded, the starting players took to the court, establishing their formations. The team's elder statesmen, Van Exel and Eddie Jones, approached Yilong, offering a supportive pat and words of encouragement. "Come on, young man. Stay focused. Believe in yourself. Don't be nervous." Yilong was, of course, devoid of any feelings of anxiety, having already endured a fierce battle against the reigning champion. Surely, no tension could surpass that experienced while matching up against Michael Jordan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making his inaugural start in his professional career. Leading the team to victory and earning the title of most valuable player on the court has unlocked a special reward. Yilong gazed at the task assigned by the system, feeling a sense of incredulity. Was this meant to drive him to the brink of madness? Given the Lakers' current roster, which was severely lacking in key players, achieving victory seemed a formidable challenge, let alone securing the best performance. With no further contemplation, Yilong resolved to do his utmost to fulfill his responsibilities while leaving the rest to fate. This match was destined to be even more arduous than the last. After all, in the previous game, O'Neal's dominant presence in the paint was indisputable. In this encounter, without O'Neal, the Lakers' interior defense would face an unprecedented trial. The game commenced swiftly. The 33-year-old dream, Olajuwon, effortlessly seized the offensive possession from the Lakers' rookie center. Drexler drove forward with the ball. Yilong faces off directly against him. The clash between the two players in the third position. Yilong resolutely adhered to his defensive stance, granting no opportunity for Drexler to penetrate. Naturally, his defense against the glide required him to contract inward, as Drexler's shooting, particularly his three-point accuracy, was notably poor, a hallmark of his professional journey. As a contemporary player, Yilong possessed an intimate understanding of each athlete's technical nuances. The aged Drexler found himself somewhat overmatched against the youthful vigor of Yilong, promptly passing the ball to Barkley on the wing. Barkley, confronted with Campbell's defense, launched into an aggressive post-up, executing a swift turnaround jump shot. Yilong intended to assist in defense, yet the glider had already seized the opportunity to penetrate towards the basket. Yilong had no choice but to abandon the notion of assisting his teammate in defense. Barkley's mid-range jumper clanged off the rim, but the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon seized the rebound. A solitary warrior standing against a multitude. Faced with the rookie center knight, he effortlessly executed a second-chance basket. The Rockets took the lead. As possession shifted, the Lakers advanced swiftly. Without the high-quality screens provided by O'Neal, the Lakers' strategy became rather haphazard, essentially revolving around ball movement. Penetrating into the paint, guarded by the Rockets' formidable trio in the front court, seemed nearly insurmountable. They could only seek opportunities from beyond the arc. Yilong continued his fervent off-ball movement, while the opposing point guard, who was even taller than him, matched his speed with equal prowess. Eddie Jones chose not to pass, opting instead to take a jump shot. However, it missed the mark. Yilong accelerated, charging directly towards the basket. In the absence of positioning, he relied solely on his sheer speed to snatch the offensive rebound right over the Dream. With a roar of admiration, the Dream exclaimed, "What a remarkable young man." Yilong feigned a strike, swiftly pivoting to penetrate the paint. However, Dream's defensive instincts were unparalleled, as he instantly closed in to block the shot. In a moment of divine inspiration, Yilong executed a remarkable behind-the-head pass, delivering the ball to Campbell, who made a swift cut to the other side. Campbell, finding an open lane, went for a layup, only to be emphatically blocked by Barkley. The Rockets swiftly launched a counterattack, moving with lightning speed. Drexler finished with a fast break layup. From the very outset of the game, the Rockets displayed an overwhelming momentum, exhibiting exceptional efficiency on both offense and defense. In a mere 3 minutes, the Lakers had yet to score a point. The Rockets unleashed a devastating 12-0 run. The Lakers head coach called for a timeout. Chapter 39. The Twin Stars ignite the arena. With Shaquille O'Neal absent from the paint, the Lakers found themselves vulnerable against the onslaught of the Rockets' formidable trio. The interior defense appeared as if a gate had been flung wide open. Knight, who was temporarily thrust into the starting center role, accumulated 2 defensive fouls in less than 3 minutes, plunging the Lakers into a dire predicament. During the timeout, Harris continually urged his players to focus on breaking the ice on offense, emphasizing the need to score first. To this end, he made a strategic lineup adjustment, substituting Knight out of the game to form a new, agile, and swift lineup, positioning Campbell at the 5 and assigning the nimble Yi to the 4. Yilong and Campbell nodded in acknowledgement, and then Harris continued, "Kobe, have you completed your warm-up? It is time to take the court." Kobe, having already warmed up and brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Absolutely, coach. I am more than ready. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Nonetheless, Harris remained somewhat apprehensive about Kobe, prompting him to advise, "Once you are on the court, refrain from reckless plays. Focus on teamwork and seize the opportunities. Ensure robust defense." As the timeout drew to a close, Harris deliberately called Yilong and Kobe aside, speaking earnestly, "In order to secure victory in this match, your performance will be pivotal. This game will prove more challenging than the last. Are you mentally prepared?" With an expression radiating confidence and determination, Kobe declared, "Without a doubt. I am ready to battle them to the very end." Yi-Long did not exhibit the fervent intensity reminiscent of Kobe. He merely stated calmly, "Rest assured, coach." As the timeout concluded, both sets of players returned to the court, and the Lakers initiated play. Fan, in a whirlwind of energy, swiftly advanced with the ball. The Rockets continued their strategy of man-to-man defense in the half-court. Without a doubt, Yi-Long and Kobe have become the focal point of their opponents' defensive strategies, especially considering their remarkable performances in the previous match. Yi-Long sprinted from one corner to the opposite corner, yet still found no opportunity to create space. Nevertheless, he remained taut, his hands poised as if ready to receive the ball and shoot at any moment. At this juncture, the attention of several Rockets players was almost entirely fixated on Yi-Long. In contrast, the two veteran players stationed beyond the arc faced comparatively lax defense. Confronted with the Rockets' shameless defensive height, Eddie Jones executed a breakthrough followed by a mid-range floater. The basketball bounced and tumbled before finally finding its way into the net. Success! The Lakers had finally broken their scoring drought that had lasted an agonizing 3.5 minutes. The score on the court now stood at 12-2. With the home team, the Rockets, still leading by a substantial 10 points, double digits. The Rockets launched their offensive, spreading their formation as the guard passed the ball to the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon in the post. Campbell was utterly unable to withstand the Dream's interior assault, opting instead to switch defenses with Yi-Long. Yi-Long's height barely exceeds 1.9 meters, whereas the towering Dream stands at an impressive 2.13 meters. The staggering difference in their heights elicited amusement from the spectators on the sidelines, prompting the commentator to quip, "This is undoubtedly the most adorable height disparity." However, the players on the Lakers bench regarded this with disdain, considering such reactions to be a result of ignorance. They seemed unaware of Yi-Long's prowess in defending against O'Neal during practice matches. Olajuwon's expression bore a hint of contempt as he cast a glance at Yi-Long before promptly backing down to prepare for a decisive turnaround hook shot. Yi-Long suddenly exerted his strength, firmly establishing his position at the edge of the restricted area, preventing any advance into the 3-second zone. Hakeem, after attempting several post moves, was astounded to find himself utterly immovable. He marveled inwardly at the remarkable strength of this young man. However, as Hakeem, the legendary center who had dominated the league for over a decade, he had never relied solely on brute force in the paint. It was always about finesse and skill. He executed a feint followed by a graceful hook shot, seamlessly transitioning into his signature Dream footwork, weaving and swaying with elegance. Yi-Long realized that his dribbling had come to an end, leaving him with no choice but to pivot in place, firmly establishing his position. He advanced to apply pressure. Dream, observing that the shot clock was rapidly depleting, found himself unable to shake off this young opponent. In haste, he resorted to a desperate jump shot. Although Yi-Long did not successfully block Dream's shot, he undeniably accomplished a significant interference. The ball clanged off the rim. In this moment, Yi-Long successfully thwarted Dream's offensive attempt. With an advantageous positioning, he effortlessly secured the defensive rebound. The audience and commentators collectively gasped in astonishment. Did this young man truly manage to defend against Dream? Unbelievable. It was merely a single play. Dream was simply having an off day. This rookie was merely fortunate. Amidst the banter, the Lakers launched a counterattack. Yi-Long executed another expansive long pass, perfectly delivering the ball into the hands of the fast-breaking Kobe. Faced with the veteran Drexler, Kobe twisted and turned, yet still failed to find an opportunity to shoot. After completing the pass, Yi-Long did not pause. Instead, he sprinted forward with great speed, swiftly closing in. He had already arrived behind Kobe. The two shared an exquisite understanding, as Kobe gently tossed the ball into the air. Yi-Long, fully comprehending the situation, leapt high into the air. With one hand, he grasped the ball, but as he noticed the defender charging towards him, he seamlessly transitioned to a two-handed grip mid-flight. The sheer force of his movement sent the defender sprawling. He executed a powerful slam dunk into the hoop with both hands. The connection between Yi-Long and Kobe in an alley-oop left the Houston Rockets home crowd utterly astonished. A profound silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the exuberant cheers of the Lakers' devoted fans, who celebrated Yi-Long's remarkable feat in the opposing territory. No one anticipated that Yi-Long, whose physical attributes appeared rather unremarkable, could unleash such astonishing power. Even the commentator from the Rockets' home team gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless by the spectacle. I am confident that this play will undoubtedly be nominated as one of the top 10 plays of the season. The score on the court has escalated to 12-4, as the Lakers strived to close the gap. The spectacular alley-oop dunk by Yi Long ignited the bench with fervor. Just as the Los Angeles Lakers erupted in celebration, the Houston Rockets launched their counterattack. Drexler, in pursuit, sank a three-pointer. The players of the Lakers were left astounded. The score stood at 15-4. Just as a brief resurgence had begun, it came to an abrupt halt. The deficit once again widened to double digits. The Lakers, battling on the road, found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. Chapter 40. The stunning shot location. The glide, Drexler's retaliatory three-pointer, completely ignited the Rockets' home crowd. Lakers head coach Harris, seated on the sidelines, wore a furrowed brow, contemplating whether to call a timeout once more. Yi Long gently waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to call for a timeout. Harris, initially irked, pondered how this novice dared to direct him on whether or not to request a pause. However, as he came to his senses and lifted his gaze to reprimand him, Yi Long astonishingly launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. Barely a moment past the halfway mark, he executed an exceedingly distant three-pointer upon receiving the ball. Hardly anyone anticipated that Yi Long would attempt a shot from such a position, particularly in such an unreasonable manner. In this era, anyone daring enough to take such a three-point shot would undoubtedly find themselves relegated to the bench. Yet, Yi Long did just that. The youthful figure, clad in vibrant attire, unleashed a swift three-pointer that soared through the air like a meteor, traversing the expanse of the canvas center. Amidst the astonished and transfixed gazes of all present, the basketball gracefully swished through the net. It's in. Oh my goodness. This remarkable young man instantly retaliated with a three-pointer for the Rockets. The shot was simply extraordinary, defying all logic, yet it found its mark. The commentators were momentarily rendered speechless. Harris, initially poised to chastise Yi Long, clenched his fists in celebration the instant the ball went in. The score now stood at 15-7, thanks to Yi Long's extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The Lakers once again narrowed the deficit to single digits. Yi Long seems to have continued his remarkable form from the previous match. The Houston Rockets head coach, Tom Janovich, sensing the impending crisis, hastily called for a timeout. As Yi Long exited the court, his teammates gathered around him, applauding and praising his recent performance. During the timeout, Tom Janovich repeatedly emphasized to the players, do not let your guard down against that newcomer. Intensify your defense on him. If necessary, execute a double team. Barkley, somewhat perplexed, questioned, aren't we leading by a significant margin? Why should we be so concerned about that rookie? He's merely a first-year player who has enjoyed a stroke of luck in a few games. Upon hearing his remark, the legendary Olajuwon quickly interjected, do not underestimate him. This young man possesses an extraordinary strength within him. Oh, is that so? I shall see for myself, Barkley retorted, maintaining an air of indifference. The timeout concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the court. The Rockets initiated play, delivering the ball directly into Barkley's hands, setting the stage for a direct confrontation with Yi Long at the 4 position. Barkley, adept in his notorious backing techniques, coupled with his naturally gifted physique, swiftly established a notably advantageous position. Yi Long marveled inwardly, for the Flying Pig, renowned for its prowess in backplay, possessed strength that was nearly on par with O'Neal. However, Yi Long's advantage over Barkley lay in his swiftness and agility. As Barkley launched himself forcefully towards the 3-second zone, Yi Long abruptly withdrew his momentum, swiftly circumventing him. Barkley, caught off balance, stumbled and fell to the ground, while Yi Long deftly intercepted the ball from his grasp. Behold, what a remarkably astute defensive maneuver, the commentator remarked. The legendary withdrawal tactic makes its triumphant return. Yi Long did not engage in a direct confrontation with the powerful Barkley. Instead, he employed his finesse to seize possession of the ball. The Lakers initiated a counterattack. Kobe, remaining steadfast in his preference for a fast break, found that the Rockets' defense was swift to react, effectively setting up their formation to thwart the Lakers' twin stars' rapid offensive strategy. The Lakers were compelled to settle into their half-court offense. Naturally, Kobe was reluctant to let Yi Long shine alone. He adeptly maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball on the perimeter. While dribbling, he orchestrated his teammates to spread out. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yi Long chose not to dwell on the matter, instead squatting at the corner, ever ready to spring into action. In the current lineup of the Lakers, Yi Long occupied the power forward position, naturally tasked with creating space for the penetrators. Kobe, facing the Glide-S defense, executed a series of swift dribble moves, suddenly halting with urgency before accelerating like a bolt of lightning, driving straight towards the basket. Confronted by Olajuwon's defensive support, he attempted a forceful layup, crashing into the paint. Although he failed to score, he drew a defensive foul from the Dream. Kobe Bryant stepped up to the free throw line, calmly sinking both attempts. The score stood at 15-9 as the Lakers pressed on, narrowing the gap to a mere 6 points. The Rockets, feeling the pressure, began to entrust the ball to the Dream, methodically executing their interior offense. Olajuwon showcased his elusive footwork in the paint, successfully landing a soft hook shot, bringing the score to 17-9. The Rockets swiftly staunched the bleeding, demonstrating their formidable prowess on home turf. In the ensuing minutes, both teams exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, yet the score gap remained unchanged. For the Lakers, Long and Kobe found themselves targeted by the opponent's defense. Fortunately, the backcourt duo of Van Exel and Eddie Jones began to thrive, aiding the Lakers in their consecutive scoring efforts. Meanwhile, the Rockets relied on their trio of stars, maintaining a steady performance. As the first quarter drew to a close, the score had escalated to 28-19, with the home team, the Rockets, still in the lead. Under such circumstances, Coach Tom of the Rockets initiated a rotation, allowing all three stars to rest. After all, they were seasoned veterans, and their stamina could not endure a full game without increasing the risk of injury. On the Lakers' side, their three mainstays, Van Exel, Jones, and Campbell, also took a breather, while the youthful Long and Kobe, brimming with energy, remained on the court to chase points. As the game approached its final 2 minutes of the first quarter, the Lakers began to score under the onslaught of their two young stars. With a mid-range floater, Long opened the proceedings. The Rockets launched their offensive, but Kobe executed a steal, leading to a stunning fast-break dunk. The Rockets faltered with consecutive turnovers. Long delivered a formidable block to Kevin Willis in the paint. The Lakers pressed on with their counterattack. Kobe sank a trailing three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 28-26. Just 2 points adrift. As the clock wound down, Rockets guard Matt began to dribble, managing the time with only 21 seconds left in the first quarter. It was the final offensive push. We must close the gap before the quarter concludes. Come on, lads. The veteran Byron Scott fervently encouraged Long and Kobe. Matt drove to the basket, but Scott's tenacious defense forced a turnover. The Lakers surged forward once more, racing against time, fueled by his hot hand. Kobe attempted another three-pointer from the perimeter. Clang. It bounced off the rim. The dragon of the leaf descends from the heavens. With a delicate flick of his hand in midair, the timing is impeccable. The basketball arcs gracefully into the hoop. It's a buzzer beater that levels the score. The Lakers bench and staff erupt in exuberance. The first quarter concludes. Thanks to the remarkable performances of the twin stars, Long and Kobe, the Lakers have equalized. At this moment, the formidable Rockets truly comprehend that, even in the absence of O'Neal, this Lakers team remains a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 41. The twin stars under scrutiny in the first quarter. Long made 4 of 5 shots, including 1 of 1 from beyond the arc, totaling 9 points. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant connected on 3 of 5 attempts, sinking 2 of 1 from three-point range for 7 points. Together, the twin stars amassed 16 points, accounting for over half of the Lakers' total score. The commentator, astonished by the statistics, remarked that Kobe's performance was anticipated, as he is the much-anticipated prodigy that the Lakers are destined to cultivate. However, it was Long who truly surprised everyone. Many believe that his previous game was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, yet in this match, Long once again demonstrated his prowess, defying all expectations. He is not a mere flash in the pan, but a player of genuine talent, standing proudly on this court, with the potential to ascend to superstardom. Before the second quarter commences, Harris inquires whether Long and Kobe can continue to play. Long and Kobe nodded resolutely, signifying their readiness to continue the battle. Harris remarked, "Although this is merely the regular season and there is no need for you to play the entire game, the team is currently in a situation of scarcity. Taking advantage of your youth to gain more experience is certainly not a disadvantage." As Long listened to Harris's words, a sense of perplexity washed over him, reminiscent of the discourse between a leader and a subordinate. However, within this league, opportunities are fleeting. If one fails to seize them, they are swiftly cast aside. Until he achieves prominence, Long would prefer to play the full 48 minutes of every game. Should O'Neal and Ceballos return from injury, his playing time may dwindle significantly. As the second quarter commenced, both teams returned to the court. The Rockets' Glide and Dream were back in action, while Barkley remained on the bench. For the Lakers, Van Exel and Scott formed the backcourt, with Yi Long and Kobe steadfast in the front court. This lineup, featuring an average height of less than 2 meters, was an exceedingly rare configuration in this era. Yet, it was unavoidable. O'Neal's backup center was too slow and feeble to withstand Dream's formidable onslaught. The coaching staff's trust in Yi Long to defend the paint stemmed from his remarkable defensive prowess, youthful, vigorous, and strong. In the first quarter, he had already garnered the trust of his coach and teammates with his stellar performance against the formidable defenses of Dream Olajuwon and the Flying Pig Barkley. The second quarter officially commenced, with the score standing at 28-28. The Lakers initiated their offensive possession, the ball in motion. Yi Long ascended to a high position to set a screen. Fan Fingzi, with the ball, penetrated the defense. Kobe circled around the perimeter. Unfortunately, he was denied the opportunity to receive the pass. The Rockets' defenders exhibited remarkable swiftness in their coverage. Likewise, Yi Long found himself the target of the opposing defense. After successfully screening for his teammate, he swiftly positioned himself beyond the three-point line, poised to strike. To his surprise, the Rockets dispatched 2 defenders to thwart his reception. Meanwhile, Scott cut sharply to the basket, attempting a layup. His effort was emphatically denied by the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. As the player with the most blocks in NBA history, Olajuwon's presence in the paint was unparalleled. No one anticipated that as 3 Lakers converged toward the basket, Olajuwon would single-handedly guard the Rockets' underbelly. The Rockets launched a counterattack. Drexler advanced with the ball, challenging Kobe from the perimeter. Kobe's defensive zeal was commendable, yet his inexperience became evident as he was faked out by the Glide's deceptive maneuvers. Drexler executed a penetrating layup, scoring 30-28. The Rockets regained their lead. The Lakers' offense found itself ensnared in a bottleneck. When seasoned defenders began to relentlessly target the Twin Stars, and other players failed to step up, the Lakers encountered significant troubles. In the ensuing 2 offensive possessions, both Yi Long and Kobe attempted shots, but neither found the mark, while the Rockets capitalized on their momentum, scoring consecutively. The astute Rockets players utilized their defensive acumen to stifle the Twin Stars' impact. In yet another offensive sequence, the Lakers faltered, resulting in a turnover. The Rockets swiftly established their formation. The Lakers' defensive morale had begun to wane. Olajuwon's exquisite footwork allowed him to pivot and surge toward the basket for a thunderous dunk. Yi Long and Kobe exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps it was due to their relentless battles, with no respite, leaving them fatigued and their bodies uncooperative. Despite their rigorous training and discipline, the intensity of the game was an entirely different realm. The Rockets players appeared to be taking this match seriously, regarding the Lakers as genuine adversaries. The level of competition had escalated to that of the playoffs. With less than 3 minutes into the second quarter, an 8-0 surge allowed the Rockets to extend their lead, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Harris promptly called a timeout for adjustments, primarily to provide his players with a moment to catch their breath. During this period, the Rockets exhibited considerable intensity, both offensively and defensively. Let us not rush. Let us take our time, starting with our defense, shall we? We can seek opportunities from the perimeter on the offensive end. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court. The Lakers reinstated Eddie Jones back into the game. The score stood at 36-28, with the Rockets leading by 8 points. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Yi Long held the ball beyond the arc. In an instant, 2 defenders converged upon him. Kobe made a backdoor cut. Yi Long, understanding the cue, delivered a precise pass. However, the swift-help defensive Dream swiftly arrived at the basket, like a colossal Buddha blocking the sky. His presence was immensely intimidating. Kobe attempted a forceful layup, but he failed to convert. Yi Long surged from the perimeter to the paint, utilizing his strength to secure an impeccable position. He fought tenaciously for an offensive rebound, just in time to notice Jones on the wing, unguarded. Jones, in turn, did not disappoint Yi Long's exquisite assist. As the Rockets concentrated their defensive efforts on the dynamic duo, the Lakers' most reliable perimeter scorer revealed his fangs. With bow drawn, he netted a 3-pointer, causing the rim to ripple and effectively staunched the Lakers' bleeding. In this sequence, Yi Long delivered 2 brilliant passes, secured 1 rebound, and registered 1 assist, completely revitalizing the entire team. Chapter 42, a game charged with tension as the match progressed into the second quarter. Yi Long has already recorded 9 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, showcasing an impressive performance on both ends of the court. However, this is still insufficient, as the Lakers remain in a precarious position. In the second quarter, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, Despite Eddie Jones' three-pointer helping to stem the bleeding, the Rockets continue to lead the Lakers 36-31. Come on, brothers. If we can defend this possession and score once more, we will only be one possession away from leveling the score. Yilong not only showcased an outstanding performance on the court, but also continually inspired his teammates with his positive demeanor and words. The Lakers surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, while the Rockets displayed a steady and composed approach, exemplifying the poise of a formidable team. They patiently circulated the ball, centering their play around the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, ever in search of opportunities. However, the Lakers' defense was nothing short of exceptional this round. Nearly every player exerted themselves to closely mark their respective opponents. As the collective spirit and form of the team soared, their demeanor transformed dramatically. The Rockets found themselves nearly stifled by the Lakers for an entire 24 seconds. It was not until the shot clock was nearly depleted that Drexler was forced to take a hurried shot, which ultimately clanged off the rim. Yilong, a formidable presence in the paint, stands resolute like a peak Dennis Rodman, fiercely contesting for the defensive rebound at a height of 1.9 meters amidst towering opponents. The Lakers swiftly launch a counterattack. The ball is passed with alacrity, finding its way into Kobe's hands. With a series of deft dribbles, Kobe faces the onslaught of double coverage. This time, he remains composed, opting not to force a shot, but instead delivering a precise pass to Yilong, who has seamlessly transitioned to the three-point line. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the wing, Yilong takes advantage of the opponent's defensive lapse. As the Rockets have concentrated nearly all their defensive efforts within the paint, Yilong seized the opportune moment and executed his shot with unwavering precision. From beyond the three-point line, he released an arrow that pierced the heart of the net. The basketball swished through the hoop, sending ripples through the rim. The score stood at 36-34. With this rapid-fire three-pointer, the visiting Lakers had narrowed the deficit to a mere 2 points. Damn it. We should not have allowed that rookie such an easy opportunity to shoot. Olajuwon, somewhat irked, muttered a few grievances to his teammates. Meanwhile, Coach Tom of the Rockets, observing from the sidelines, felt restless. However, calling a timeout at this juncture seemed premature, so the Rockets continued their offensive assault. Although Dream's recent complaint went unaddressed by his teammates, it was evident that the players on the court were growing increasingly agitated. The Rockets' actions became more pronounced as the glide, facing Kobe's tenacious defense, pushed him aside with frustration, sending Kobe sprawling to the ground. Yet the referee astonishingly refrained from calling a foul. Drexler continued to launch shots from the perimeter. Kobe, still protesting to the referee about the lack of a whistle, remained oblivious to the fact that such situations were commonplace for the home team. Home court bias had long since become an unspoken rule of the league. Without time for complaints, Yilong had already rushed back to bolster the defense. His exceptional defensive instincts and reflexes allowed him to successfully disrupt Glide's shot. The ball clanged off the rim. However, Dream reclaimed the offensive rebound. The Lakers had failed to secure the rebound. Of course, this was partly due to Yilong's defensive efforts, as Kobe had already risen from the floor and dashed towards the basket, committing a fierce foul on Dream, who was poised for a second defensive attempt. Dream was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Kobe. Such a blatant foul could not go unnoticed by the referee. The impetuous Kobe continued to babble, insisting that this foul should not have been called, just as his own previous foul had gone unwhistled. The referee, taken aback by the audacity of this rookie, issued a stern warning. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Yilong hurriedly approached Kobe, urging him to refrain from engaging in a dispute with the referee. The team was already trailing, and should he be ejected, the outcome of the match could be dire. Initially, it seemed the altercation would subside, but after Dream stepped to the free throw line, he continued to taunt Kobe, saying, "Is this the only way you can stop me from scoring, with fouls? Come on, bring something fresh, rookies." Kobe, growing impatient, retorted, "Shut your mouth, old man." The tension between the two players escalated instantly, igniting a fierce rivalry. Barkley and Drexler rushed forward, while the Lakers players surged to defend their teammate. Several referees and staff members quickly intervened to separate the two teams. Witnessing the rising tension on the court, the audience, reveling in the spectacle, erupted in cheers. Ultimately, the referees assessed a technical foul to both Dream and Kobe. This exchange proved detrimental for the Lakers, as Dream's mid-range shooting remained accurate, converting all 3 free throws. In such moments, the veteran's composure often shines, while Kobe's technical free throw was less fortunate, seemingly affected by the mounting pressure, resulting in a missed shot. Yilong contemplated. Well, that three-pointer was a wasted effort. The score on the court had now reached 39-34, with the gap widening to 5 points once again. Lakers head coach Harris persistently reminded his players from the sidelines to maintain their composure and not to be swayed. As the second quarter approached its final moments, both teams continued to engage in a fierce contest. Although the score remained close, the Rockets maintained a slender lead. However, following the recent altercation between Kobe and Hakeem, the intensity and defensive maneuvers from both sides escalated significantly, resulting in an increase in fouls. Both Kobe and Yilong accumulated 3 fouls in the latter half of the second quarter and were compelled to take a seat on the bench. Meanwhile, the Rocket star trio also faced foul challenges. In the final offensive play of the second quarter, Van-Exel assisted Jones, who deftly maneuvered to score under the basket. The Rockets' long-range three-point attempt failed to find its mark. Before the halftime break, the Lakers narrowed the score to 50-53, leaving only a 3-point deficit. Both teams proceeded to the halftime intermission. This match was destined to remain tumultuous until the end. As the players retreated to the locker rooms, they exchanged heated words, signaling a shift in the game's atmosphere. Upon returning to the locker room, Harris continued to urge Kobe to remain calm. "Coach, I must return to the court in the second half. I am determined to defeat them myself," Kobe asserted with unwavering conviction. The second half of the game commenced swiftly. Both teams had taken a brief respite. The Lakers' lineup on the court remained as Van-Exel, Eddie Jones, Kobe Bryant, Yilong, and Campbell. While the Rockets returned with their star trio still in play, the Lakers initiated their offensive possession. Yilong set a high screen, maneuvering to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. The Houston Rockets' double-team defense swiftly closed in. Yilong refrained from making a forceful play, instead passing to Kobe in the corner. Kobe prepared for a three-point jump shot. The Rockets' defense rushed in an instant, yet Kobe did not take the shot. Instead, he executed a feint, followed by a fluid dribble and a swift turn, evading his defender. In a flash, he surged from the baseline towards the basket, one arm clutching the ball, soaring into the air, a fiery spectacle unfolding as he confronted the formidable Hakeem Olajuwon's interior defense. Upon realizing his opponent was the legendary Olajuwon, a surge of determination ignited within Kobe. He channeled all his strength into the basketball. Olajuwon, undeterred, rose to meet the challenge, intent on blocking Kobe's shot. However, Kobe's timing and elevation were impeccably executed, rendering Olajuwon merely a background to the dunk. Spectators at the sidelines were struck with expressions of sheer astonishment at this terrifying display. With a resounding slam, Kobe extended his entire being, gripping the ball with one hand and forcefully dunking it into the hoop, their bodies colliding midair. Olajuwon was sent tumbling to the ground. Kobe grasped the rim with one hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the fallen Olajuwon, a scene reminiscent of a masterpiece. The Rockets' home crowd fell into a profound silence, utterly hushed. Chapter 43, Eruption of Conflict. My heavens. Kobe's dunk was an act of sheer brutality. The commentator had completely lost his composure. At that moment, the fires of battle on the court were thoroughly ignited. Not only had Kobe dunked over Olajuwon, but the referee also called a defensive foul on Hakeem. This infuriated Olajuwon, compelling him to rise from the floor and charge toward the Lakers players, with his sights set squarely on Kobe. Other Rockets players, witnessing their leader's fury, also stepped forward in solidarity. Yilong, Fanfengzi, and Jones Campbell immediately rushed forward to protect Kobe Bryant. The players from both sides found themselves in a fiery standoff, on the brink of an explosive confrontation. "Rookie, do not be too arrogant. When I secured my championship, you were still playing in the mud at school." The Dream lashed out at Kobe, his emotions completely unleashed. With a nonchalant expression, Kobe retorted, "What? You won a championship too? Oh, I must have missed the NBA those 2 years because Michael Jordan had retired." This remark undoubtedly struck a nerve deep within the Dream. Unexpectedly, Fanfengzi added fuel to the fire, exclaiming, "If Jordan hadn't retired, some might never have tasted victory, huh?" This statement shattered the last vestige of the Dream's psychological defenses. During those 2 years of Jordan's retirement, the Dream led the Rockets to back-to-back championships, yet failed to gain widespread recognition. As a product of the illustrious 1984 draft class, the Dream, despite being the first overall pick, was perpetually overshadowed by Jordan, the third pick. Finally securing 2 championships, he still found himself unacknowledged. Meanwhile, Jordan's return to win another title completely obliterated any lingering doubts, intensifying the Dream's frustrations. Now, being derided by two relatively unknown rookies in the league ignited the Dream's fury. He raised his fists and charged toward Fanfengzi. Witnessing this, Barkley also rushed in, seizing Fanfengzi by the neck. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Kobe and Yilong, caught up in the chaos, joined the fray as players from both sides engaged in a tumultuous brawl. The scene was utterly chaotic, with players shoving, punching, and kicking one another while fierce shouts and curses filled the air. Even substitutes from the sidelines stormed the court, some wielding tools, others fighting barehanded. Yet every pair of eyes radiated anger and hostility. Amidst the tumult, Yilong, though not particularly tall, stood out remarkably, his fists swinging with tremendous force, deterring anyone from approaching. His movements were incredibly nimble, as he deftly evaded attacks and sought opportunities to counter. As time passed, the fight escalated in intensity, with injuries and bloodshed becoming apparent. The atmosphere within the arena was charged with tension, with some spectators eagerly attempting to hurl objects onto the court. Dream and the Madmen grappled fiercely, yet ultimately succumbed to the vigor of their younger opponents, finding themselves toppled to the ground. Meanwhile, Barkley and the Glide relentlessly pursued Yilong, who, undeterred, faced both adversaries with remarkable agility, deftly evading their advances and launching counterattacks. With his superior strength, he sent Barkley crashing to the floor, showcasing his close-quarters combat prowess in that moment. Suddenly, security personnel from the Rockets' home ground rushed onto the court, intervening to halt the senseless brawl. The players gradually ceased their actions, and the audience members who had surged onto the court in anticipation of joining the fray scattered in panic. My goodness, we may have just witnessed one of the most egregious brawls in NBA history. This game is being broadcast live across the nation, lamented the commentator. Blood streamed from Elijah's brow, and Barkley's forehead was similarly marred. The Rockets' medical staff hurriedly attended to their wounds. Other players stood idly on the court, hands on hips, their expressions blank, apprehensive about the potential repercussions from the league. Many feared that a suspension could spell the end of their NBA careers, particularly for those on the fringes of the roster. Yet, given the circumstances, such escalations were inevitable in such heated moments. One could not remain passive without risking ostracism from their teammates, a reflection of human nature. Kobe's jersey had been torn, necessitating a brief retreat to the locker room for a change. Meanwhile, several referees convened to review the footage, preparing to render their final decisions. The players who had engaged in the skirmish felt a profound unease, uncertain about how many would face disciplinary action. The game had been paused for half an hour, and upon his return from changing, Kobe was met with a bewildering announcement. The referees had issued their verdict. Kobe, Dream, and the Madman were all ejected from the game, the three principal instigators receiving the harshest penalties, while the remaining players, having been swept into the chaos, faced no repercussions. Yilong let out a long sigh. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, he had struck down as many opponents as anyone else, albeit not as the initial instigator, in a brawl of such magnitude. If the matter were to escalate seriously, nearly all players from both sides would face expulsion, rendering the match entirely moot. Just as Kobe had returned, he was poised to leave again. Following that recent dunk, he faced an additional free throw, which Yilong had to execute on his behalf. The departure of two key players, Kobe and the unpredictable Van, dealt a significant blow to the Lakers, prompting the substitutions of Fisher and Byron Scott. Yilong stood at the free throw line and confidently sank his shot. The Los Angeles Lakers successfully executed a three-pointer, leveling the score at 53-53. Simultaneously, both teams were awarded technical foul free throws. The Lakers took one, while the Rockets took two, each converting their opportunities. The Rockets' lead had dwindled to a mere point at 54-55. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the game resumed. Chapter 44, A Voluntary Request. With 10 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Rockets initiated their offensive possession. The legendary Hakeem Olajuwon was ejected from the game, compelling the Rockets to substitute veteran center Kevin Willis. As a perennial player in NBA history, Willis has graced the league for an indeterminate number of seasons, yet he still exhibits commendable prowess, making him a coveted asset for nearly every playoff team. The departure of one seasoned player led to the entrance of another, even more experienced individual. As he long confronted Willis in the paint, he couldn't help but reflect upon the multitude of wrinkles adorning the latter's face. To his surprise, Willis wore an expression of disdain, a slow smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "You inexperienced fledgling, allow me the opportunity to witness your prowess." With that, he positioned himself to receive the ball, preparing to execute a back-to-the-basket play against Yi Long. Yi Long remarked, "This old fellow may be advanced in years, yet possesses remarkable strength." To my surprise, he did not aim for the three-point zone at all. Instead, he pivoted and executed a mid-range jump shot. Yi Long was caught off guard, and by the time he lunged forward, it was already too late. Willis made a mid-range jumper off the backboard, scoring 54-57. The impact of the veteran's presence was immediate, as the Rockets extended their lead to 3 points once again. Yi Long swiftly communicated to his teammates, "It's my turn." The possession shifted, and the Lakers initiated their offensive play. Kobe's absence deprived the team of a crucial option on the offensive front. His ability to penetrate defenses and exert pressure on the interior was of paramount importance. His departure rendered the Rockets' defense more focused and targeted. Yi Long was almost perpetually ensnared by the defensive efforts of two players, making it difficult for observers to fathom such treatment for a rookie. Jones of the Lakers executed a remarkable drive and layup, scoring for the team. In this match, with Yi Long and Kobe exerting pressure on the offense, Jones has already amassed an impressive 20 points, the highest on his team. As the primary scorer for the Lakers in recent seasons, Eddie Jones possesses considerable individual skills. However, since the commencement of this season, the arrival of Shaquille O'Neal and the rise of newcomers like Yi Long and Kobe have somewhat diminished his prominence. Now, with the Rockets' core player, Hakeem Olajuwon, absent and the interior defense weakened, it is an opportune moment for the Lakers to close the gap. Kevin Willis seeks to replicate his previous success by continuing to isolate Yi Long in offense. Yi Long would not stumble in the same place twice, with his exquisite defense. He thwarted Willis's advance. The Lakers launched a counterattack once more. Fisher assisted Byron Scott, who executed a swift three-pointer, scoring 59-57. The Lakers have taken the lead. The Rockets continued their offensive, but Yi Long's relentless entanglement on the wing and near the baseline proved to be a vexation for Barkley and Willis. Barkley, growing increasingly frustrated, swung his elbow in retaliation, only to be called for an offensive foul by the referee. Yi Long was unscathed, deftly evading Barkley's elbow strike. Turning around, he seamlessly sank a long two-pointer. He had already amassed 14 points in this match. The score stood at 61-57, as the Lakers extended their lead to 4 points, igniting a small surge of momentum. With 7 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Rockets head coach Tom Janovich could no longer remain composed and promptly called for a timeout to recalibrate his players. Following the break, they reintroduced the Clyde Drexler, to the court. After a brief respite and adjustment, he began to score for the Rockets, being their external core, and notably, he had emerged from the recent scuffle relatively unscathed. In the latter half of the third quarter, it became a duel between Eddie Jones and Drexler. However, it was Drexler who ultimately triumphed, being an all-star caliber player, as he netted 16 points in just 5 minutes, enabling the Rockets to regain the lead by the end of the third quarter. The score was now 78-76, with the Rockets entering the final quarter with a 2-point advantage. During the intermission, the Lakers players felt a wave of despondency. They had exerted every ounce of energy in this grueling contest. Despite their opponents missing a key center, the sudden emergence of the Glide, whose performance had soared, extinguished the flickering momentum the Lakers had just begun to rekindle. Yi Long contemplated for a moment, then suddenly rose to his feet and addressed his coach and teammates. "Allow me to take the perimeter. I will guard Drexler." With Olajuwon unlikely to return for this match, our current interior defense should suffice. "Are you serious? Have you carefully considered your words?" Coach Harris inquired. The other players on the Lakers had nearly lost their confidence after being overwhelmed by Drexler, and now only Yi Long had the audacity to step forward and volunteer for the challenging task of defending the opponent's most formidable player. This courageous stance during the team's most critical moment inspired genuine admiration among his fellow players, especially the seasoned veterans. Yi Long's performance in this match has profoundly earned the trust of the head coach and his teammates. "Young man, your courage is commendable. This game is destined to be your stage. Keep it up." With veteran Scott leading the way, the teammates rose in unison to offer their encouragement to Yi Long. Yi Long was taken aback. One might easily mistake this grand spectacle for a farewell as he prepared for battle, evoking a sense of poignant parting. "Ha ha ha, everyone. Let us not be so solemn. Follow my lead, and we shall undoubtedly triumph in this match." As the intermission concluded, the final quarter commenced. The Houston Rockets initiated their offensive play. At the onset of the fourth quarter, the Lakers lineup featured Scott, Jones, Yilong, Campbell, and Knight. Yilong returned to his position on the front line, directly matching up against the Houston Rockets perimeter star, Clyde the Glide Drexler. From the moment he received the ball off the ball, Yilong closely shadowed Drexler, employing his defensive prowess to disrupt his movements and thwart his positioning. As Drexler caught the ball and prepared for an isolation play, Yilong suddenly lunged to intercept. He succeeded in stealing the ball. Witnessing this scene, the spectators and commentators couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man, Yilong, possesses remarkable talent. He has defended the Rockets' interior in the first half, and now he turns to challenge their perimeter. Truly a formidable player capable of guarding positions 1 through 5. After intercepting the ball, Yilong opted against a long pass. Instead, he chose to advance the ball himself into the half-court. As veteran Scott remarked, this match was destined to become Yilong's stage. It is now his responsibility to dictate the tempo of the game. No one anticipated that a player capable of contending for rebounds in the paint and defending against legends like Hakeem Olajuwon and Dominique Wilkins could possess such agile ball-handling skills. Campbell set a high screen to assist Yilong with the pick-and-roll. Yilong employed no extravagant dribbling techniques, nor did he exhibit any hesitation. Seizing the space afforded by a screen, he launched a mid-range jump shot with remarkable elegance and swiftness, featuring a subtle lean-back that left Drexler in awe. Swish. The basketball traced a flawless parabola through the air, descending directly into the net. The shot was successful. In this one-on-one exchange, he truly showcased the essence of a hero. Yilong has scored his 16th point of the match. The Lakers have leveled the score at 78. Chapter 45. This is your stage. The Lakers' formidable resilience has caught the Rockets somewhat off guard, especially following the departure of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. The Rockets' offense has become rather chaotic in the absence of their core player. Thanks to Yilong's recent offensive and defensive plays, the Lakers have equalized the score. However, the Rockets seem disinclined to call a timeout, as the fourth quarter has only just begun. They continue to press forward with their attack. Clyde Drexler receives the ball from the perimeter. Yilong's defense swiftly closed in, employing his signature relentless grip technique. His feet moved frantically. Anticipating the next maneuver of the glider, he steadfastly resisted with all his might. Meanwhile, the glider, Drexler, dribbled furiously, executing a series of rapid changes in direction, desperately attempting to shake off Yilong's formidable defense. After engaging in a one-on-one battle for several seconds, he realized it was futile to escape from this terrifying young man, who resembled a perpetual motion machine. Left with no other option, Drexler reluctantly passed the ball to Barkley in the paint. This was almost akin to a hot potato pass. Barkley, pressed for time, could only hastily attempt a shot, but faced with the Lakers' interior blockade, his toss missed the mark. Yilong's formidable defense once again left the Rockets at a disadvantage. Campbell seized the defensive rebound. The Lakers initiated a fast break, and as Yilong received the ball, he was instantly besieged by a double team from the Rockets. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly passed the ball to the cutting Jones. The latter effortlessly scored with a layup. This is the price the Rockets must pay for their aggressive defense against Yilong. The score now stands at 80-78, with the Lakers taking the lead. The Rockets have yet to call a timeout and continue their offensive onslaught. Glide, a seasoned veteran who has dominated the league for over a decade, found himself surprisingly thwarted by a rookie, a reality he found hard to accept. In this offensive play, he aimed to penetrate the paint and draw a foul. But Yilong had already anticipated his every move. He firmly anchored himself, using his lower body strength to obstruct Glide's path. Just as Glide was about to release his shot, Yilong swiftly retreated a step, causing him to lose his balance and stumble as he attempted a shot. Yilong gathered his strength for a powerful strike, leaping into the air to deliver a resounding blow, akin to a grand hot pot. He deftly seized the ball mid-flight, executing a remarkable block. The Lakers bench erupted with fervor, players rising to their feet to cheer for Yilong. As the veteran remarked, this game was destined to be his stage. The Lakers launched another counterattack, with Scott sinking a three-pointer. 83-78. The Lakers now led by 5 points. At this moment, Rockets head coach Rudy Tomjanovich could no longer remain composed and called for a timeout. "We must contain that damned rookie. Do not allow him another opportunity to dictate the pace of the game." During the timeout, Coach Tom focused entirely on devising defensive strategies against Yilong, leaving the Rockets players astonished, as they had never witnessed such dedication from a coach towards a rookie. In that moment, the Rockets realized the formidable prowess of this yellow-skinned player. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Rockets indeed altered their tactical approach, abandoning the outside offensive strategy centered around Clyde Drexler, and instead turned to Charles Barkley for inside attacks. Though age may have dulled his edge, Barkley, a Hall of Fame player, skillfully maneuvered against the Lakers' interior defense, executing a turnaround jump shot after establishing his position and helping the Rockets stem the bleeding. In the fourth quarter, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange, with the Lakers maintaining a slight lead thanks to Yi Long's exceptional performance on both ends of the court. The home team Rockets, however, refused to yield, tightly contesting the score under the leadership of their two titans, Barkley and Drexler. As time ticked away and the pace of the game intensified, Yi Long once again sank a three-pointer. His personal score for the game soared to 28 points, setting a new career high. He was also the highest scorer among both teams at that moment, with Yi Long's three-pointer. The Lakers held a narrow lead of 102-99 over the Rockets. As the game approached its final 1 minute and 52 seconds, the Rockets initiated their attack. Barkley received the ball beyond the three-point line. Campbell granted Barkley a slight advantage, as he had only attempted 2 three-pointers in the game thus far, both of which had missed. However, Yi Long suddenly sensed something amiss from the other side. In moments like this, one must remain vigilant. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, Barkley indeed took the three-point shot. By the time Yi Long rushed to provide support, it was too late. The shot swished through the net. Barkley had amassed 25 points in this game. The Rockets have leveled the score at 102 in the ensuing minute. Both teams engaged in a high-pressure strategy, leading to numerous mistakes from their opponents. The fierce defense from both sides resulted in a scoreless deadlock. The game quickly approached its final 22 seconds, with the Lakers in possession of the ball for a half-court offense. Yi Long, with the ball at the apex of his arc, gazed intently at the timer suspended above the court, poised to seize the moment and execute the final offensive maneuver. The other players of the Lakers had spread out across the floor. As the game approached its climactic final seconds, an air of suspense enveloped the arena. All held their breath, silently witnessing Yi Long's last assault, confronted by the formidable defense of Drexler. Yi Long began to dribble, igniting his momentum as he approached the free throw line. Suddenly, he executed a swift change of direction, followed by a dazzling spin move. With the countdown nearing its end, he launched the ball into the air. The basketball soared gracefully, capturing the gaze of every spectator fixated on this climactic moment. Chapter 46, a series of buzzer beaters. Astonishing. An extraordinary last-second shot taken under extreme pressure. From mid-range, it was the decisive shot that would determine the outcome of the game. The fans had never felt time stretch so interminably. The entire crowd held its breath. Swish. The ball went in. The lights flashed. Yi Long's breathtaking finale. The basketball gracefully descended into the net, causing a splash. A decisive mid-range shot. The home ground of the Rockets fell into an utter silence. The hearts of every Rockets fan, once filled with hope, now lay in despair. The few Lakers fans in the stands erupted in jubilation. The referee signaled, confirming the validity of the basket. 104-102. The Lakers triumphed. Yi Long delivered the game-winning shot. In this match, he scored 30 points, setting a new personal best in his career. A night of records. A night of clutch moments. A night to remember in his career. The players on the Lakers bench rushed onto the court in a frenzy, encircling Yi Long and lifting him high into the air. Just in the previous game, he had executed a last-second three-pointer to defeat the Bulls. Now, he has once again achieved a last-second victory against the Rockets. This marks the second consecutive game where he has performed a clutch play. Yi Long has undoubtedly made a name for himself throughout the entire league. He has proven himself to be a clutch player capable of becoming a superstar. Oh my goodness. My heavens. This is absolutely astonishing. A marvelous young talent hailing from Huaxia. He has achieved miraculous feats in consecutive games. The commentators, too, were swept up in the fervor, at times rendered incoherent. Yi Long and his teammates jubilantly celebrated at the home court of the Rockets, reveling in the sweet taste of victory. Following the injury of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal in the previous match, apprehension loomed over the prospects of the Lakers for the season. Yet, with Yi Long's meteoric rise, he illuminated the night sky of Los Angeles like a radiant shooting star. At this moment, he stood as the hero of the entire city. With consecutive victories over formidable opponents, the Bulls and the Rockets, the Lakers have undeniably emerged as the season's greatest dark horse. After the celebration subsided, the Lakers players gradually regained their composure, preparing to extend a handshake towards their Rockets counterparts. However, Charles Barkley and the Glide, among others, opted to leave the court prematurely, escorting several key players back to the locker room, clearly unable to bear the defeat and refusing to engage in post-game handshakes. This left the Lakers players and staff somewhat speechless, though it was a rather commonplace occurrence, given the intense clashes that transpired during the match. Such an unprecedented level of brawl is rare in the history of the league, making it nearly impossible for the players of both teams to exchange amicable handshakes afterward. Upon returning to the locker room, Yilong, still unshowered and in his game attire, found himself surrounded by reporters. He offered a few brief remarks before seeking a quiet corner to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, he activated the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have led the Lakers to victory over the Rockets and have been awarded the title of Most Valuable Player. Ding. You have received 20 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Ding. Special reward triggered. 3-year injury exemption. Explanation of the 3-year injury exemption. For the next 3 seasons in the NBA, you will be immune to unexpected injuries sustained on the court. Note, this exemption does not cover non-accidental injuries incurred in daily life. Having already received an automatic recovery skill in the previous game, this new exemption for 3 years is indeed extraordinary. Yilong could hardly contain the surge of excitement within him. A fundamental requisite for becoming a superstar is the minimization of injuries. Countless prodigious talents throughout history have been thwarted by physical ailments. Even the legendary Michael Jordan encountered a season-ending injury in his second year, which potentially hindered his ascent on the all-time scoring list. Now, Yilong possesses a 3-year exemption from injuries on the court, granting him the freedom to execute his moves with greater confidence and abandon. The stereotype of Asians as fragile and lacking in athleticism has long plagued perceptions in the Western sports arena. However, the 2 formidable skills Yilong possesses have entirely compensated for the inherent genetic disadvantages attributed to his heritage, bolstering his self-assurance. He senses that the NBA will serve as a vast stage for him to showcase his talents. Upon receiving this accolade, Yilong commenced the allocation of his 20 attribute points, decisively investing all of them into his shooting ability. With this achievement, he has nearly solidified his standing within the team, and he is bound to receive increased responsibilities and opportunities to shoot. To maintain his shooting consistency, he has elevated his shooting attribute to 126, significantly enhancing his accuracy in both mid-range and long-range shots. Host, Yilong basic information height, 190 centimeters weight, 85 kilograms wingspan, 193 centimeters exclusive shooting style, Stephen Curry, peak version, attribute values, maximum per category, 200, speed, 97 agility, 93 strength, 156 jumping, 92 stamina, 140 shooting, 126 ball handling, 91 breaking, 80 post play, 76 passing, 66 rebounding, 98 stealing, 85 blocking, 92 special ability, automatic recovery from injuries for 3 years overall attribute value, 99 rating. Following the enhancement of his shooting, Yilong's overall attribute value has risen by 1 point, bringing him closer to the coveted 100 mark. Yet he remains some distance from the elite tier of the league's superstars. After tidying up their belongings, the Lakers players celebrated with a modest feast in Houston before chartering a flight back to Los Angeles. After a brief 2-day respite, they were set to resume their away journey, facing a formidable opponent in the Eastern Conference, the New York Knicks. The day after the match, the NBA announced significant penalties stemming from the brawl that transpired during the game. Kobe and Madden Van were each suspended for 5 and 10 games respectively, while the great Hakeem Olajuwon also faced a 5-game ban. Both the Lakers and the Rockets were fined $50,000 each. This has marked one of the most severe penalties in several seasons, inciting considerable ire from Stern, who felt it tarnished the NBA's image. After a brief 2-day recovery, the Lakers were poised for their next challenge on the road. Just before their journey to New York, Yilong received a familiar phone call. Chapter 47. Sweet Britney in New York. Since parting ways in Philadelphia, Yilong had not heard from Britney Spears for quite some time, only knowing that she had enrolled in an arts performance school in New York. Hearing her voice on the other end of the line was a pleasant surprise. Yilong found himself momentarily taken aback. Although it had only been a few months since their last meeting, it felt as if an eternity had passed. "Hello there, sports superstar. Surely you haven't forgotten me?" Britney teased. "Not at all. I could never forget you, the future queen of the entertainment industry," Yilong replied, initially startled but quickly regaining his composure and speaking with calm assurance. "Oh, you are now a nationally renowned basketball star. I've watched your games. You played exceptionally well. Brittany continued. Oh, when did you catch my game? Yulong inquired. Haha, I didn't see it live. I watched it on television at home. But soon, I'll be able to see you in person. I bought a ticket for tomorrow night's game. Thank you for the thought. But perhaps you should have asked me before purchasing a ticket. I have complimentary tickets for family from the team, Yulong replied, feeling a sense of pride, an exclusive privilege of NBA players. Hee, it's a front row seat. What? Yulong exclaimed, realizing that front row tickets were exorbitantly priced and a rarity to obtain. It seemed this young lady had indeed made quite a name for herself. From the front row, you'll be able to see me up close. Do your best tomorrow, big brother. I'll be cheering for you. Despite the distance of the phone call, Brittany's voice remained sweet, captivating Yulong entirely. All right, then I'll see you tomorrow. Perhaps we could have dinner together after the game? Yulong suggested tentatively. Absolutely. Brittany readily accepted his invitation. The following afternoon, the Lakers arrived early in New York at Madison Square Garden for their pregame warm-up. Kobe, due to his suspension, did not accompany the team to New York. Before leaving, Yulong had seen him practicing alone at the Lakers gym, and he had offered words of encouragement to lift his spirits, assuring him that the 5-game suspension would soon pass. In truth, this suspension represented an opportunity for Yulong. After all, if both he and Kobe were on the court together, Kobe would commandeer a significant share of the ball. With O'Neal sidelined and Kobe suspended, Yulong believes he has encountered a splendid opportunity to showcase his talents, and he is determined to seize this chance. Perhaps through these upcoming matches, he can deliver an extraordinary performance reminiscent of his signature style, ultimately leading to a lucrative contract. As the competition draws near, spectators are gradually filling the venue, while the cameras on-site tirelessly capture Yulong's pre-match training routines. Indeed, his popularity within the league has surged in recent days, prompting media outlets from all corners to seek insights into this emerging star. Yulong practiced for a while, occasionally glancing at the sidelines. But he did not see that individual. He then resumed his training until it concluded. When the event's host, the DJ, began announcing the player's entrance, suddenly, a gentle tap on Yulong's back drew his attention. Turning to see, he was met with a familiar yet unfamiliar visage, a pure and innocent countenance. Compared to their initial encounter, Brittany exuded less of a youthful innocence and more of a mature charm. Nevertheless, her attire today radiated youthful exuberance. She donned a simple white t-shirt emblazoned with a playful and adorable cartoon design. The shirt's loose fit elegantly accentuated her vibrant figure, embodying an air of casual ease. Complementing her top, she wore high-waisted denim shorts that tastefully revealed her long, slender legs, paired with pristine white sneakers that enhanced her pure and endearing appearance. Brittany's long hair was whimsically tied up in a high ponytail, with a few stray strands cascading lightly across her forehead, adding an element of vivacity and playful charm. Yulong, it's been such a long time. Brittany greeted him warmly. In a moment of uncertainty, Yulong found himself at a loss for words. He exchanged a fist bump with her, embodying the spirit of an athlete, and then embraced her gently, saying, "You look truly beautiful today." His deep, resonant voice caused a blush to bloom on Brittany's cheeks, rendering her somewhat bashful. The gossip reporters on the sidelines hastily captured the moment, their cameras flashing incessantly. Whispers circulated among them, speculating, could this be Yulong's girlfriend? What a delightful piece of tabloid news. I must document this. Meanwhile, another reporter scoffed dismissively, remarking, why bother with such trivialities? My focus remains on his performance on the court, with 2 key players injured and 2 suspended. It will be a formidable challenge for Yulong to lead this depleted squad to victory against New York. Yulong seemed to have overheard the conversation between the 2 reporters. He said little, merely offering a faint smile before shedding his training attire and donning his jersey, revealing his remarkably robust and muscular physique, causing Brittany by the sidelines to blush profusely. As the match was about to commence, the starting players for both teams took to the court. The Lakers' starting lineup underwent yet another alteration today, as both Van Exel and Kobe were suspended. The young player Fisher appeared to be struggling to shoulder the responsibilities of a starting point guard, leaving the veteran Byron Scott to temporarily assume the role. Although Scott leans more towards the shooting guard position, his extensive experience and adeptness at game management have proven quite effective. Eddie Jones and Yulong were designated to occupy the 2 and 3 positions for this matchup, while Campbell and the young center Knight filled the starting 4 and 5 positions. This game would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for the Lakers' interior, as their opponent's star player is none other than Patrick Ewing, one of the league's premier centers, nicknamed the Gorilla. While Ewing may not possess the same terrifying dominance as Shaquille O'Neal or Hakeem Olajuwon, his all-around game is formidable, often showing no mercy against opponents of lesser caliber. The Knicks' ambitions this season remain firmly set on reaching the finals, with management pairing Ewing alongside sharpshooters Allen Houston and John Starks. The intention is to capitalize on Ewing's final peak years to secure a long-awaited championship for the city, which, as the largest in the United States, boasts a fervent basketball market but has not seen a title in decades, a situation that is indeed hard to justify. In addition to the trio of Ewing, Houston, and Starks, the Knicks' other two players are the tenacious Larry Johnson and the seasoned Charles Oakley, both embodying the gritty style characteristic of old-school basketball. There was little pre-game banter or pleasantries exchanged. Yi Long vaguely sensed the menacing aura emanating from the formidable quintet of the Knicks, each individual exuding an air of ferocity. The match commenced. The mighty Ewing extended his long arms, securing the opening possession for the Knicks. Chapter 48. Confronting the fearsome quintet of the Knicks. Allen Houston advanced with the ball, swiftly penetrating into the offensive territory. Yi Long immediately stepped forward to guard. Although Houston is positioned as the shooting guard for the Knicks, while Yi Long plays the small forward, according to the Lakers' pregame strategy, Yi Long's defensive responsibility in this match remains to contain the opponent's perimeter scoring threats. The primary offensive force for the Knicks is the interior powerhouse Ewing, while the secondary core undoubtedly is the perimeter shooter Houston, who averages nearly 15 points per game with an impressive shooting percentage of 46 and a three-point accuracy of 38. Houston, aware of this Eastern face before him, had heard of him and had reviewed footage of his previous game against Drexler. Naturally, Houston felt a sense of defiance. Despite the widely recognized historical stature and prowess of the Glide being superior to his own, Houston believed his skills matched those of Drexler. He harbored skepticism that this Eastern player could effectively defend against him. Confronted with Yi Long's defense, Houston executed a couple of simple fakes and then launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. Yi Long's defense was exceptionally tight, leaving no room for evasion. The crucial factor was his astonishment at the sheer audacity of this individual, who so brazenly attempted a shot right before him, utterly underestimating his capabilities. Yi Long leapt high, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, and with a swift motion, executed a resounding block, thwarting Houston's attempt at a basket. On the sidelines, Knicks coach Van Gundy erupted in vehement criticism, denouncing Houston's choice of shot as ill-advised. After all, the Knicks' overall strategy hinged upon Yao as the focal point. To commence the game with such an unreasonable forced shot, dismissing a rookie who had just entered the league, was nothing short of outrageous. It was no wonder he faced such ire. Veteran Scott, quick on the uptake, seized the loose ball. The Knicks' defensive transition was rapid as they faced Larry Johnson, a rare force to be reckoned with, known for his tenacity both offensively and defensively. Observing the absence of suitable fast break opportunities, Scott deliberately slowed the tempo, initiating a half-court offense. Campbell, attempting to assert himself in the paint against Oakley's defense, found himself at a loss and could only pass the ball back to the perimeter. Yi Long receives the ball. Kobe's suspension has afforded Yi Long greater opportunities for isolation plays, allowing him to showcase his skills. Confronted by the defensive Larry Johnson, Yi Long executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs, swiftly changing direction. He spun and took a jump shot. It found its mark. Yi Long's touch remains extraordinarily fiery, securing the first point of the match for the Lakers. This remarkable young talent, who previously scored 30 points and delivered a game-winning shot in the last game, has ignited the floor from the very beginning of this match. He commenced with a spectacular block, followed by a mid-range score. Absolutely astonishing, the commentator, transformed into a fervent admirer of Yi Long, extolled. Indeed, this does not resemble the performance of a rookie at all. Furthermore, as a fresh face from the East, I believe our president, David Stern, will soon be able to tap into the Asian market, igniting viewership across the continent. While the commentary was exuberantly laudatory, the Knicks' home fans did not exhibit the same level of decorum. As Yi Long skillfully netted a goal, some fans in the stands could no longer contain their excitement. For New York fans are notoriously vocal. They began to voice their displeasure fervently. Meanwhile, the Knicks, undeterred, swiftly launched a counterattack to respond in kind. Patrick Ewing executed a masterful isolation against Lakers center Nate, spinning and executing a flawless jump shot. The Knicks quickly leveled the score. With a change of possession, the Lakers initiated their offensive. Eddie Jones penetrated the defense and scored with a well-placed jump shot, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. The Knicks retaliated swiftly. as Houston sought to once again challenge Yilong's defense. Yilong once again found himself deprived of any opportunity as his dribbling was swiftly intercepted, leaving him with no chance to take a shot. The Lakers capitalized on the moment and scored again. Scott executed a trailing three-pointer. The Lakers commenced the game with fervor, surging ahead with a 7-2 lead. Knicks head coach Van Gundy, known for his strict demeanor, would not coddle his players, having just assumed command this season. He exhibited a firm hand. After two chaotic possessions from Houston resulting in turnovers, he promptly substituted the player during a dead ball situation, bringing in the veteran Chris Childs. The Knicks continued to implement their strategy of isolating in the paint. Ewing faced off against Knight and continued to score, accumulating 4 points consecutively. In the next offensive possession, the Lakers failed to convert. As Ewing again took control of the ball, Yilong attempted to assist with a double team in the paint. Yet Ewing remained undeterred by the dual defense. He turned and executed a hook shot flawlessly. His form was unstoppable. The immense pressure he exerted in the paint created ample shooting opportunities for the Knicks on the perimeter. Starks and Childs subsequently sank three-pointers. In under 3 minutes, the Knicks had reversed the score. Since the moment Yilong scored the opening basket, he has faced relentless targeting from his opponents, while his teammates have fluctuated in their performance, failing to provide the expected support. As the first quarter drew to a close, the home team, the Knicks, swiftly established a double-digit lead over the Lakers, standing at 28-18. In less than a quarter, Ewing had already amassed an impressive stat line of 14 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks, showcasing his prowess on the offensive end with a remarkable shooting performance of 7 out of 9 attempts. During this quarter, Yilong found himself under significant scrutiny, managing only 2 field goals in active play and 2 points from free throws, totaling a mere 6 points. Despite delivering over a dozen passes to his teammates, he recorded only 2 assists, highlighting the Lakers' inefficacy in offensive execution throughout this match. Currently, Yilong's efficiency in isolation plays remains somewhat inconsistent. When faced with double teams, if his teammates fail to capitalize on open opportunities, the entire team's offensive flow becomes disrupted. After all, he has yet to attain the same level of dominance in the paint as Shaquille O'Neal. In contrast, Ewing's ability to command attention during this match was exceptional, effectively allowing New York to seize control of the game. Although Yilong managed to neutralize one of the Knicks' key players, Houston, from the outset, it was evident that the Knicks possessed sufficient depth in their roster to respond effectively. The Lakers are now initiating their final offensive play of the first quarter. Yilong refrained from excessive isolation plays, swiftly passing the ball to Jones. He positioned himself beyond the arc, patiently seeking opportunities. As expected, Jones was struggling with his shooting. As the shot clock neared its conclusion, he delivered a hasty pass to Yilong. Yilong received the ball beyond the three-point line and shot without the slightest hesitation. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air. It swished through the net. The first quarter has come to a close. Yilong's timely three-pointer has provided a crucial lifeline for the Lakers, narrowing the deficit to single digits. Chapter 49. The Lakers' sudden tactical shift. The first quarter concludes with a score of 28-21. Yilong made 3 out of 5 shots, accumulating 9 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. On the sidelines, Brittany, the pop princess, could only silently cheer for Yilong, her hands tightly clasped together. Although she struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the game, she was aware that Yilong was facing some challenges against the Lakers. However, she refrained from voicing her support too loudly, as she was surrounded by ardent Knicks fans. During the intermission of the Yilong Festival, he noticed her anxiously watching from the sidelines. He exchanged a reassuring glance, urging her not to fret. Upon seeing this, Brittany's lips curled into a sweet smile. And as their eyes met, the weight of their respective pressures significantly lightened. As the next quarter commenced, Yilong remained on the court, leading the substitute players into battle. His stamina was remarkably robust, and he had no trouble playing the entire match, particularly after the intense confrontations of the previous 2 games. Yilong is increasingly acclimating to the intensity and physicality of the NBA. On the other hand, the Knicks have reinstated Houston, allowing him to lead the bench players into battle. Houston was nearly entirely sidelined by Van Gundy in the first quarter. However, as the team's second leading scorer, his ability to recognize and rectify mistakes ensures his eventual return to the court. At the onset of the second quarter, the stage was set for a matchup between Yilong and Houston, with the Knicks still holding a 7-point lead over the Lakers at 28-21. The Lakers initiated their offense as Yilong drove towards the basket. With a series of deft fakes and a feigned pass, he evaded the defense. He executed a smooth layup, reminiscent of Olajuwon's signature footwork. Yilong possesses not only exceptional defensive skills, but also remarkable learning abilities. He has had the opportunity to face off against the Great Dream, allowing him to observe the utilization of the legendary footwork up close on several occasions. When confronted with less formidable defenses, he is still capable of executing a variety of footwork maneuvers. Yilong has scored in double digits. This marks the third consecutive game of his career in which he has achieved double-digit scoring. The Lakers have narrowed the gap to just 5 points. The possession has shifted. The Knicks initiate their offense. Allen Houston has also abandoned his one-on-one confrontation with Yilong, opting instead to pass the ball to a teammate. While continuously moving without the ball, seizing the moment, he makes his way to the corner, receives a pass from a teammate, and takes a shot. He sinks a three-pointer. This may very well be the optimal strategy for Allen Houston. The Knicks have once again extended their lead to 8 points. Despite the Lakers' relentless pursuit of the score, they have been unable to surpass the formidable Knicks. As the second quarter commenced, Yilong's shooting percentage began to decline gradually. Midway through the quarter, both head coaches reintroduced their star players onto the court. The formidable Ewing continued to showcase his consistent performance, further assisting the Knicks in widening their lead. Not only did he excel in one-on-one situations in the paint, but he also displayed the ability to shoot from mid to long range, leaving the Lakers' interior defenders bewildered and distressed. Following Ewing's emphatic fast-break dunk, the Knicks surged back with an 8-0 run after reintroducing their starters, instantly stretching the lead to a staggering 15 points. Lakers head coach Harris had no choice but to call a timeout to recalibrate his strategy. Failure to do so would risk the game spiraling out of control, potentially reaching a 20-point deficit. We need someone to step up and defend Ewing, preventing him from effortlessly scoring in our paint. The players exchanged glances, and ultimately, all eyes turned towards Yilong. At this moment, he was the only one capable of shouldering such a significant responsibility, having previously succeeded in defending against greats such as Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Charles Barkley. Yilong felt somewhat speechless. In this match, his teammates' offensive performance was already lackluster, and now they couldn't even hold their defense? Was he, the current leading scorer of the team, expected to play both father and mother? He had already amassed an impressive tally of 16 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. Now, he was also being asked to guard the opposing team's center? In the past, Yilong would have readily accepted such a challenge without a second thought, especially when he had just joined the team and his status was low, making it reasonable for him to take on the dirty work. However, times had changed. At least in this match, he was the primary scoring option for the team, having already curtailed the opponent's perimeter shooter. Now, they wanted him to contend in the paint as well? Yilong, how are you feeling? Do you sense the pressure? Harris inquired. If the pressure is too much, feel free to stick to the perimeter. It's perfectly fine. Yilong has made contributions to the team in consecutive matches, gaining some influence within the squad. He furrowed his brow and stated, I can defend against Ewing. That is not an issue. However, one's energy is finite. If I focus entirely on preventing Ewing from scoring, I hope we do not concede points from beyond the arc. You must understand that their 2 primary sharpshooters from the perimeter are formidable as well. If we manage to thwart their attempts for 2 points but allow them to unleash 3-point shots, the game will become untenable. Harris felt that Yilong's perspective was valid. Yet Eddie Jones firmly asserted that the Knicks were struggling with their 3-point shooting in this match, emphasizing that fortifying the interior defense was of utmost importance. Ultimately, the head coach made the decisive call to have Yilong restrict Ewing, starting with defense to gradually narrow the point gap. In a moment of resignation, Yilong had no choice but to acquiesce to the coach's directives, yet he harbored a faint sense of foreboding. The Knicks' Allen Houston and Starks were not as feeble as his teammates had assumed. Rather, their lackluster performance was merely a result of Yilong's formidable defense. The Lakers' decision this time seemed to carry the scent of patching one hole by creating another. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. With 4 minutes and 33 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Knicks led with a score of 60-45. The Lakers launched their offensive. Yet again, Yilong found himself besieged by the opponent's double-team defense. The opposing team was wagering on the notion that the Lakers' other players would falter in their shooting. However, Campbell seized the opportunity, securing 2 points for the Lakers and breaking the scoring drought. The score now stood at 60-47. As possession transitioned, it was once again the Knicks' turn, and the ball was handed over to Patrick Ewing for a one-on-one confrontation. Yilong swiftly positioned himself behind Ewing, preparing to defend. The Knicks fans present erupted into a chorus of derisive boos upon witnessing this scene. How absurd. A diminutive guard attempting to defend our formidable giant? This is utterly laughable. Patrick, teach this audacious rookie a lesson. The commentator, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Here we go again. I have witnessed this before. We have seen Yilong successfully defend against the likes of Hakeem and Barkley. Though he now faces Ewing, one must not underestimate him." Ewing began to back down. Confronted by Yilong, who was significantly shorter, Ewing, like several other centers, showed no regard for his opponent. Yilong displayed an overwhelming and formidable strength, resolutely blocking any opportunity for Ewing to enter the 3-second zone. Ewing was taken aback, feeling as though a mountain loomed behind him, pressing down with an immense weight. Not only did he fail to advance into the restricted area, but he found himself retreating further still. The fans who had just been cheering were now rendered speechless. Unable to comprehend the scene before them, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could it truly be that the illustrious Big Diesel was being pushed out of the paint by a player of such modest stature? Yilong, while defending, taunted, "Your strength pales in comparison to that of O'Neal and Olajuwon." Ewing, somewhat incensed by Yilong's trash talk, swiftly turned and unleashed a jump shot. Yilong suddenly leaped, seizing the opportune moment for a jump. With a resounding clap, he swatted away Ewing's shot. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 50, The Historic Data. He actually blocked the gorilla. My goodness, what an astonishing defense. Capable of guarding both the perimeter and the paint? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The spectators and fans along the sidelines chattered excitedly, yet only the members of the Lakers, those familiar with Yilong, understood that this was entirely within the realm of the ordinary. Yilong is a phenomenal defensive player, a prodigious talent endowed with remarkable shooting accuracy and tenacious defense. After blocking Ewing's shot, Yilong let out a fierce roar, urging his teammates to swiftly recover the loose ball. Regrettably, they were unable to secure it. Following Houston's acquisition of the ball, they executed a desperate three-point shot just as the buzzer sounded. The ball swished through the net, illuminating the scoreboard. Alas, this moment proved to be a costly one. Although Yilong successfully defended against Ewing's two-point shot, his teammates failed to guard against the Knicks' three-pointer. Damn it! How has he become so accurate? Eddie Jones uttered an expletive, feeling frustrated over his defensive lapse. The score on the court has now reached 63-47, with the Knicks extending their lead to 16 points. During the Lakers' offensive possession, the ball was once again intercepted by their opponents, resulting in a turnover. The Knicks, however, did not rush their attack, opting instead to patiently grind through their half-court offense. Once more, the ball was passed into Ewing's hands, seeking to employ the same strategy. This time, Ewing approached Yilong's defense with considerably more caution. He had long heard of Yilong's ability to defend against larger opponents, but he had not taken it seriously, as the league was still predominantly ruled by larger players. Exceptional talents like Jordan are rare, and even he lacked the terrifying capability to defend against bigger players. No matter how exceptional an athlete may be, it is uncommon to possess both interior defense and exterior offensive skills in equal measure. From the preceding play, Ewing seemed to have confirmed that this young man from the East indeed possessed such abilities. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to dominate Yilong, believing that his offensive repertoire was far more extensive than that of players like O'Neal, featuring nimble footwork, spins, and hook shots. Although Yilong was unable to block the shot, his formidable strength caused Ewing's hook shot to lose its balance. The referee did not call a foul. In this era, the concept of infringing upon the cylinder was almost non-existent. Otherwise, the intense competition of the 1990s would not have earned its reputation. The shot missed. But the Knicks' other interior player, Charles Oakley, capitalized on the opportunity with a second-chance basket, adding 2 points for the Knicks and extending the lead to 18 points. After altering their defensive strategy, the Lakers not only failed to close the gap but instead saw the deficit widen. In response, Yilong promptly sank a crucial three-pointer, keeping the Lakers' hopes alive. The second quarter was drawing to a close, and the Knicks entrusted the final possession to Ewing. Ewing executed a series of dribbles, backing down his defender, and upon noticing the Lakers' defensive lapse, swiftly passed the ball to Starks on the perimeter. Fisher, lacking experience, lunged at him, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a defensive foul. However, Starks had already released the shot. The ball went in. A three-point play. Fisher, exasperated, held his head in despair, while the Lakers bench looked utterly stunned. It was a costly misstep. The Knicks' home crowd erupted in euphoria, and the players celebrated by bumping chests. With Starks completing the free throw, the score soared to 69-50, leaving only 2 seconds before halftime. The home team, the Knicks, had established a nearly 20-point lead, and the outcome appeared settled. The Lakers players were left bewildered. A rush three-pointer from the backcourt with 2 seconds remaining failed to find the net, and both teams headed into the halftime break. Back in the locker room, Yilong suppressed his simmering frustration as a rookie. He felt he lacked the standing to create a scene and did not wish to be the one to disrupt the team's chemistry. The decision made during the last timeout of the second quarter was indisputably erroneous. Yilong focused his defensive efforts on Ewing, inadvertently leading to a detrimental outcome for the entire Lakers team, as his teammates failed to contain the Knicks' proficiency in scoring from beyond the arc. The point differential widened further. The game was on the brink of descending into garbage time. A few veterans exhibited a palpable despondency. Despite their missteps, they seemed unwilling to acknowledge their faults, choosing instead to bow their heads in silence. Yilong could no longer contain himself. He rose from his seat and addressed Coach Harris, saying, "Coach, I believe we should continue executing the strategies from the first quarter. I can defend against their three-point shots, and as for Ewing, let him take his chances." He added, "Moreover, I wish to gamble on my three-point shooting. There remains a possibility for a comeback." After a thoughtful pause, Coach Harris nodded in agreement with Yilong's assessment. At that moment, the other players found themselves unable to counter his assertions. Undoubtedly, Yilong had emerged as the undeniable linchpin of the team during this match, having scored an impressive 19 points in the first half alone. Additionally, he recorded 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals, showcasing an extraordinary performance. In stark contrast, the other players collectively managed a dismal 10 out of 32 shots, significantly hindering Yilong's efforts. As a rookie in his first year, Yilong is now leading a team forward, showcasing an extraordinary performance that even the seasoned veterans, harboring their doubts, cannot contest. Thus, in the second half of the match, our strategy revolved entirely around Young Yi. Given the significant deficit we faced, we all hoped that he could conjure a miracle. During the silence that enveloped the team, veteran Scott was the first to rise in support of Yilong, prompting others to follow suit. The halftime break swiftly came to an end, and the second half of the game commenced. Yilong, filled with pent-up frustration, launched a three-pointer as soon as the second half commenced. Alas, his attempt clanked off the rim. However, turning around, the Knicks also failed to score, as Ewing passed the ball to the perimeter for Starks. John Starks sought to capitalize on the momentum to extend the lead with another three-point attempt, only to be thwarted by Yilong's overwhelming defense, resulting in a shot that barely grazed the air. The Lakers initiated their offensive push. Yilong maneuvered around his teammate's screen, receiving the ball from beyond the arc. With a series of deft crossovers and a swift pivot, he executed a fading jump shot. It found its mark, a mid-range basket. However, at this juncture, such a shot was insufficient to quench the Lakers' thirst for points. Turning back, Ewing assisted the Knicks in sinking a two-point shot. The gap in the score remained unchanged. Yilong continued to score for the Lakers, showcasing a remarkable blend of inside and outside shooting, amassing 12 points in just a few minutes. With the third quarter yet to conclude, he had already set a new career high with 31 points. Thus far in the season, only Jordan has surpassed this tally in the first 3 quarters. The commentator marveled, stating that Ye's extraordinary performance continues unabated. However, the Knicks maintained their composure, executing their strategy with precision. In the face of Yilong's relentless onslaught, they did not rush but instead settled into a structured game, focusing on containing the other Lakers players, which prevented the score from narrowing. As the third quarter came to a close, the home team, the New York Knicks, remained firmly in control, leading the Lakers by a substantial 20 points with a score of 86-66. Yilong has astonishingly amassed a comprehensive stat line of 34 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 blocks, and 5 steals, becoming the first rookie in NBA history to achieve such remarkable numbers. He fell merely 2 assists short of a monumental triple-double, complemented by nearly a quintuple-double performance. However, his teammates' offensive form was disappointingly poor during this match. Otherwise, Yilong would undoubtedly have secured a triple-double, as his teammates squandered numerous opportunities he created. The decisive final quarter quickly commenced. The Lakers, seemingly undeterred, continued to keep their starters on the court. Observing this, the Knicks remained vigilant, persisting with players like Ewing in the fray. Yet, they altered their defensive strategy, opting for relentless double teams to thwart Yilong's efforts, even preemptively pressuring him to disrupt his reception of the ball. This strategy plunged the Lakers into a cycle of errors, allowing the Knicks to seize the opportunity and extend their lead to 26 points. Yilong could no longer concern himself with the intricacies of the game. Facing the defensive pressure of two opponents beyond the three-point line, he took a bold shot. The three-pointer found its mark. A remarkably challenging shot that breathed life back into the struggling Lakers, pulling them back from the brink. The Knicks initiated their offensive play, and Scott executed a successful steal. Yilong swiftly sinks another three-pointer. His personal score in this match has surpassed the remarkable milestone of 40 points, continuously setting new career highs. This development injects suspense into the game, as the point differential now stands at a mere 20 points. The Knicks have begun to decelerate the pace, meticulously managing the clock during nearly every offensive possession, allowing Ewing to dominate in the paint. Yilong, for the third consecutive time, attempts a three-point shot. He encounters a triple team from the opponents, yet skillfully fakes the shot and passes the ball to Campbell in the paint. The latter executes a powerful dunk, scoring successfully. Yilong has achieved his 9th assist in this match. Time steadily passes, yet the point differential remains unchanged. The Knicks' offense grows increasingly robust, without O'Neal guarding the paint. The current interior players are no match for Ewing. Yilong has exerted his utmost. Harris on the sidelines inquired whether he should remain on the court a while longer to secure one final assist before taking a break. Yilong could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. Such records held no true significance on this night of disheartening defeat. Even achieving a triple-double exceeding 40 points would merely mark a lamentable milestone in his career. With just 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the final quarter, the Lakers committed a foul, yet the Knicks maintained a commanding lead of 22 points. The Lakers withdrew all their key players, and Yilong too took a respite from the game. In that fleeting moment of his departure, he was met with the resounding cheers and accolades of the visiting fans. This was the highest form of tribute, a profound respect bestowed upon him by the away supporters. Yilong, though defeated, remains illustrious. He amassed an impressive total of 45 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, 6 blocks, and 6 steals throughout the game. In the annals of NBA history, only Hakeem Olajuwon has achieved such remarkable statistics, and even then, only in close proximity. As a rookie player, Yilong has already made a remarkable mark in history, having participated in less than 5 games in his inaugural year. The game concluded with garbage time, and the New York Knicks triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a resounding score of 112-91 on their home court. Although Yilong did not lead his team to victory, he still surpassed Ewing with an impressive tally of 38 points and 20 rebounds, earning the distinction of the best individual player performance as selected by the official broadcast team. After tidying up his belongings, he exited the arena. Yilong spotted Brittany, who had been waiting outside the arena for quite some time. Aware of Yilong's defeat in the match that evening, she found herself at a loss for words to console him. Yet, she recognized that Yilong was the best performer on the court, and that was more than sufficient. The two shared a comfortable silence as they made their way to a late-night meal. On this disheartening night in New York, the presence of a beautiful companion made it more bearable. Yilong momentarily cast aside the anguish of his defeat. Chapter 51. A date at a Chinese restaurant. Brittany specially sought out a well-regarded Chinese restaurant in New York. Yilong was somewhat taken aback, for it had been quite some time since he had savored Chinese cuisine. To be frank, he found himself yearning for that exquisite taste on a cozy yet slightly chilly winter night. The two entered a Chinese restaurant nestled in the bustling corner of a vibrant street, ablaze with light. Although the exterior was unassuming, upon crossing the threshold, they were instantly enveloped by the warm and enticing aroma of spicy Sichuan cuisine, dispelling the chill that clung to their bodies. It was evident that this establishment boasted a unique charm and inclusivity, featuring a variety of regional dishes, including hot pot. The interior was tastefully adorned with minimalist decor, wooden tables and chairs, and warm yellow lighting, creating an ambience reminiscent of home. They chose a quiet corner by the window, where the occasional flurry of snowflakes outside contrasted starkly with the steaming scene within the restaurant. Yilong felt as if he had transcended time, experiencing a profound sense of returning to his homeland. After a brief moment, a waiter with an Eastern visage warmly presented him with the menu. Yilong and Brittany exchanged a knowing smile, harmoniously beginning to select their dishes. The menu here is rather user-friendly, although it is a Chinese restaurant. It also provides English translations. After all, A significant portion of the patrons dining here are local Americans eager to experience the delights of Chinese cuisine. Yilong first ordered a hot pot, selecting a dual-flavor broth. One half was a vibrant red, exuding a tantalizing spiciness, while the other half was a clear broth. Pristine and serene, adorned with a few delicate green scallion slices drifting gracefully atop. He requested an assortment of vegetables for dipping, along with several plates of beef and lamb. Furthermore, he ordered a variety of home-style dishes, including fish-flavored shredded pork, twice-cooked pork, and oil-braised prawns. To his surprise, Brittany opted for 2 plates of dumplings. Haha. Can you truly adapt to the flavors of Chinese cuisine? Yilong inquired with curiosity. Brittany smiled and replied, of course. I often come here and absolutely adore dumplings. Unbeknownst to him, Yilong began to feel that he had ordered an excessive amount. It seems a tad too much, but I have indeed expended considerable energy today. I should be able to finish it all. NBA players typically consume a meal before games to replenish their energy, yet they refrain from overeating to maintain optimal performance. In the match against the Knicks, he had played nearly the entire game, resulting in significant energy expenditure, leaving him ravenous. Although he had ordered a substantial feast, he felt confident he could manage it. Don't worry, just order whatever you like. Today, it's on me. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content. Yilong Gidge. Brittany said playfully, resting her chin on her hand, her expression endearingly charming. By the way, you should eat less spicy food. Our cuisine is quite intense. And too much spice could be detrimental to your throat's development, Yilong cautioned. Upon hearing Yilong's considerate and attentive concern for her well-being, Brittany's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she graciously responded, "Thank you for your concern, brother." Soon, the hot pot arrived, and the broth began to bubble enthusiastically. The gentle gurgling sound resembling a cheerful melody in the air. Yilong meticulously placed the freshly sliced beef and lamb, along with an assortment of vegetables, into the bubbling broth. The ingredients danced within the scalding liquid, gradually transforming into a visually enticing spectacle, their aroma wafting through the air. He picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifted a tender piece of beef, blew gently on it, and cautiously offered it to Brittany's lips. With a shy smile, she opened her mouth to receive it. And in that moment, their eyes sparkled with the radiance of happiness. In this instant, the flavor of the food seemed to pale in comparison to the unspoken understanding and warmth shared between them. After a while, Brittany, inspired by Yilong, emulated his gesture, picking up a perfectly cooked piece of bean curd, dipping it in a special sauce, and extending it towards him. Yilong took a hearty bite, savoring the delightful flavors, and exclaimed with admiration, "I never imagined you wielded your chopsticks with such finesse." The interactions between the two subtly hinted at a budding romance. Nearby tables brimmed with onlookers who gazed at the pair with envy, mistakenly believing them to be a couple in the throes of passionate love. Yilong and Brittany have long been in tacit understanding, merely awaiting the moment to pierce through the final veil of ambiguity. Gazing at the utterly innocent and sweet Brittany before him, Yilong could hardly fathom that the carefree and spirited person she would later become. A diva of the music industry, was shaped by a series of unforeseen experiences. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, Yilong had the privilege of knowing her at an early stage in her life. At present, Brittany was still in school. Yet she had already begun to engage with various entertainment agencies and record labels, showcasing a certain level of talent and earning a modest income. Although she had yet to achieve widespread acclaim. Based on his calculations, it would likely take another 2 to 3 years before she would rise to national prominence, thus offering him a substantial opportunity to alter Brittany's destiny. As they dined and conversed, their discussions meandered from mundane matters to future aspirations. Laughter and dialogue intertwining to create the warmest melody of that winter night. Brittany expressed her intentions to pursue her career in Los Angeles after graduation. Drawn by its warmer climate compared to New York and the allure of the Hollywood Walk of Fame as a stage for her talents. Yilong understood that the young women studying performing arts ultimately have to choose between becoming an actress or a singer, perhaps. It was conceivable that Brittany might find greater success as an actress rather than as a singer. On that enchanting evening, the two young souls dreamed of a splendid future, as if the entire world lay beneath their feet. As the night deepened, the dishes on the table dwindled, and their cheeks flushed from the warmth and laughter that filled the air. In the end, Yilong even ordered a bottle of erguo too, and they shared a few glasses of the clear spirit, which warmed both their bellies and their hearts. Brittany had never consumed white liquor before. After just 2 cups, she was already teetering on the edge of consciousness. After their meal, as they stepped out of the quaint little eatery, the snow continued to fall, growing heavier by the moment. Yet, their hearts brimmed with warmth and sweetness, rendering the winter night no longer cold. "Brother, please don't leave tonight. I feel a bit frightened returning home alone." Brittany's delicate hand suddenly gripped Yilong's firmly. Yilong inquired, "Do you have a place to stay here? I have rented a long-term presidential suite at a 5-star hotel a few miles away. Come, let us return together." The manner in which foreign women express their affection is often fervent and audacious. Yilong, upon witnessing her in such a state of inebriation, pondered whether it was truly honorable to take advantage of her vulnerability. However, with the conversation having escalated to this point, he felt compelled to act, lest he be deemed unmanly. After a brief interval, a taxi arrived, and the two of them climbed into the vehicle, departing into the distance. Chapter 52. Cast aside the following day, Yilong was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of the telephone. Without opening his eyes, he grasped the receiver and placed it to his ear, immediately met with an urgent voice from the other end. "Hello? Brother, where have you been wandering off to?" "Kobe, why are you calling me so early? Aren't you supposed to be practicing?" Kobe, sounding quite furious on the line, retorted, "Practicing? What practice? We've been unceremoniously dismissed." At this revelation, Yilong was jolted from his bed, and what met his astonished gaze was nothing short of extraordinary. He found himself in a lavish bedroom, akin to a bespoke dream palace. Soft, warm lighting emanated from concealed LED strips, intermingling with an exquisite crystal chandelier, creating an ambience that was both romantic and refined. Adorning the walls were a series of meticulously curated artworks, crafted by internationally acclaimed artists, each piece a treasure that spoke volumes of unique aesthetic sensibility. By the window, a panoramic floor-to-ceiling glass offered a breathtaking view of either the city skyline or serene natural landscapes, seamlessly blending the beauty outside with the opulence within. In one corner of the bedroom stood a delicate vanity, its surface draped in soft cashmere, displaying an array of high-end international cosmetics and skincare brands, accompanied by a full-length mirror framed with dazzling diamonds and crystals. The grand bed upon which he lay was enveloping, warm, and soft, as though he were resting upon a cloud, covered with luxurious Egyptian cotton, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Yilong lifted the blanket, only to discover that he was clad in nothing but a pair of underpants, yet he could not recall the events of the previous night. "Hey, mate, where on earth are you? Are you even listening to me?" Kobe's voice echoed on the other end of the line, urging him once more. Yilong emerged from the dreamlike scene, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Speak up. How did we get thrown out?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before a voice gradually responded, "Brother, Brandy and I are completely finished. Wish me a joyful single life." "Ha ha." Kobe chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. Although he wasn't particularly fond of this singer, it was disingenuous to claim that he harbored no feelings after their lengthy relationship. Yilong pondered the inevitability of this day for the couple, surprised it had arrived so swiftly. "So soon? Damn, what do you mean? You can't wait for us to be over, can you?" "Ha. No, I wish you a joyful single life, my friend," Yilong replied. "Thus, I say we have been thrown out. The villa in Beverly Hills was purchased with Brandy's funds, and now that we have broken up, I cannot shamelessly continue to reside there." Yilong sighed and offered a comforting remark. "It's all right. With our capabilities, we will undoubtedly be able to afford a villa 10 times larger in the future. For now, however, we must seek alternative accommodation. I have already set my sights on a house located just a few miles from our team. While it may not be as luxurious, it boasts a backyard with an outdoor basketball court for us to practice." "Sounds feasible, my friend. Would you like me to contribute a portion of the funds?" "It could be considered our joint investment," Yilong inquired. "No need for that, ha ha ha. If I cannot afford a villa, do you think I cannot manage to buy a modest house?" Yilong understood that the ordinary houses Kobe referred to were the charming duplexes inhabited by the middle class, which were quite admirable in their own right. Moreover, given that Kobe's annual salary had reached several $1,000,000, purchasing such a residence would be effortlessly within his means, rendering any assistance from Yilong, who earned a mere $700,000, entirely unnecessary. "Are you awake? Come have a glass of milk." At that moment, Brittany entered the room, clad in a rather alluring nightgown that showcased a maturity far beyond her years. "I'll call you back later." Yilong hastily ended the call, accepting the warm glass of milk from Brittany's hand and downing it in one gulp. "What is this?" Yilong inquired. Brittany nestled by the bedside, sweetly responding, "This is what I mentioned earlier, my long-term hotel suite. Wow, this is incredibly luxurious. You truly are wealthy, Yilong marveled. Not at all, haha. This is money from home, Brittany said. Gazing at the neatly folded clothes on the sofa, Yilong, puzzled, asked, You, us? Brittany laughed. Covering her mouth, nothing happened between us. You know who was utterly wasted yesterday, hee. Yilong was taken aback. Wait, weren't you completely inebriated yesterday? I was merely pretending, he retorted. I didn't expect you to return to the hotel and fall into a deep slumber at once. Humph, Brittany shyly replied, in such matters. A man who is utterly intoxicated cannot possibly achieve anything. Yilong let out a long sigh. You are still young. Are we progressing too quickly? Brittany tentatively inquired. Well, does this mean we are officially in a relationship? Of course, we have shared a bed, and although nothing has transpired yet, I assure you I will take responsibility. Yilong declared, patting his chest. You silly, Brittany chuckled, playfully tapping his shoulder. They then embraced and began to share a passionate kiss. Chapter 53. Kobe's aspirations in the afternoon. Yilong had returned to Los Angeles, riding high on the winds of success. Kobe had summoned 2 large trucks, filling them to the brim with their belongings. The two of them spent nearly the entire afternoon moving all their possessions into their new home. In fact, Kobe had enlisted several movers, but both of them opted to join in the physical labor to maintain their fitness. After all, if one wishes to outshine others, every moment must be utilized wisely. Engaging in moving their belongings felt like a session of strength training for the day, and truth be told, after all the items were relocated, Yilong was astonished to discover that an additional point in strength had inexplicably appeared in his system. The residence purchased by Kobe is situated in a quaint town, a mere handful of miles from the home arena of the Los Angeles Lakers, enveloped by meticulously manicured lawns, offering a tranquil and private living environment. The design reflects a minimalist modern style, featuring classic wooden structures adorned with traditional American brick accents. The slanted roof is covered with reddish-brown asphalt shingles, and a petite courtyard graces the front, accompanied by 2 parking spaces. On the opposite side of the house lies a spacious backyard, complete with a basketball court, slightly smaller than a standard court, yet ample for the daily practice of both Yilong and Kobe. Overall, the residence is commendable, although it cannot rival the opulence of a grand villa in Beverly Hills. It is nevertheless an abode that is affordable only for the middle class in America. Upon entering the house, one is greeted by a spacious and well-lit foyer, equipped with several coat closets or storage cabinets for convenient item storage during comings and goings. The living room boasts an open layout, featuring a remarkably comfortable large sofa, a coffee table, and a sizable television. Continuing further into the living area, one can directly observe the backyard garden, suffused with natural light. The kitchen adopts an open design that seamlessly connects with the dining area, where cabinets and drawers are neatly arranged with dishware and cooking utensils. Each bedroom is equipped with its own private bathroom, complete with a shower and a bathtub. Furthermore, the house includes an entertainment room, a gym, and a laundry area, with the gym being the most practical space for Yilong and Kobe, as their training hours are predominantly spent either on the basketball court or in the gym. After organizing their belongings, it was already deep into the night. The two prepared some steaks and pizza, took 2 chairs, and dined in the courtyard. Engaging in conversation and dreaming of the future, Kobe had resolutely decided that he would make a name for himself in the NBA, no longer encumbered by women. And he expressed his desire to seek a woman he loves, rather than one who loves him. Yilong also comprehended that both he and Brandy possessed rather assertive personalities in their professional endeavors. Such conflicting temperaments, when transposed into the realm of personal life, inevitably serve as a catalyst for separation. Perhaps in the future, only a woman like Vanessa, wholly devoted to the role of a supportive partner, would be fitting for a man of Kobe's disposition. Kobe further confided in Yilong regarding the matter of his suspension, candidly admitting that his impulsiveness had led to this predicament. It is essential to recognize that for a rookie just entering the NBA, facing a 5-game suspension represents a profound setback from any perspective. Yilong merely offered words of encouragement, urging him to regain his strength, assuring that upon his return, they would together revive the former glory of the Purple and Gold dynasty. The night deepened. The tranquility of Los Angeles at night was particularly serene, instilling a sense of peace. The following day, Yilong accompanied Kobe back to the team, resuming their regular training. Although Kobe was unable to take to the court, training remained indispensable. The Lakers' upcoming match was against the relatively weaker Vancouver Grizzlies, a team that had only recently joined the league. The Lakers dominated the game, maintaining a significant lead throughout, experiencing little difficulty, and successfully averting a streak of losses. In this match, Yilong once again seized the opportunity to start, playing a total of 41 minutes and achieving an impressive tally of 36 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks. With a remarkable shooting performance of 6 out of 10 from beyond the arc, he delivered yet another explosive game. His rising fame has made him a focal point for defensive strategies among players in the league, and his unique complexion sets him apart within the entire league, naturally attracting the attention of his adversaries. Consequently, he has no choice but to continuously enhance his skills. Following this, the Lakers triumphed over both the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Golden State Warriors, securing a remarkable 3-game winning streak. Since the season commenced, they have only suffered a single defeat, boasting an impressive record of 7 wins and 1 loss, which places them at the pinnacle of the league standings. During this period, Yilong has firmly established himself as the starting small forward for the team, averaging 25, 6 points, 9, 8 rebounds, and 5.2 assists per game. With a shooting accuracy of 56.7, his 3-point shooting percentage stands at an astonishing 46.9, the highest in the league, prompting numerous experts to offer their insights. Yilong has ignited a fervent wave of enthusiasm, showcasing an all-star caliber performance. Such explosive debut displays, when reflecting upon the annals of history, can only be paralleled by the likes of Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan. In the 9th game of the season, coinciding with Kobe's final game of suspension, Shaquille O'Neal made his much-anticipated return. He opted for conservative treatment for his injury, avoiding surgery, as the latter would risk his entire season. In O'Neal's first game back, the Lakers faced off against the Utah Jazz, the second-ranked team in the West, boasting the formidable duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton. This matchup was destined to be a fierce contest. Chapter 54. Home game against the Utah duo on a delightful afternoon in Los Angeles. Shaquille O'Neal, having been sidelined for over 2 weeks due to injury, was poised for his comeback. Prior to the game, the Lakers players were quietly preparing in the locker room, each attending to their own affairs. Suddenly, a booming voice broke the silence. "Hello, little rascals. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" O'Neal, with his more substantial and rotund figure, made his entrance into the locker room, much to the delight of his teammates. Veterans like Eddie Jones and Byron Scott were the first to approach him, exchanging warm greetings. "How have you been, my friend? I believe we can resume our golf outings." O'Neal jested with Scott. Upon witnessing this, Yilong approached, intending to greet O'Neal and exchange a friendly high five. To his surprise, O'Neal did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, he spoke in a teasing tone, saying, "I hear you've been performing quite well lately. You'd better step up your game now that I'm back." O'Neal's words carried an underlying meaning, as he merely gave Yilong a gentle pat on the back instead of a high five. Yilong was perplexed. Shouldn't O'Neal be a rather boisterous individual? How could he possess such a petty mindset? It seems that his recent extraordinary performances have begun to undermine his status as the leader of the team. Yet, shouldn't the two complement each other perfectly? One dominating the paint and the other excelling from the perimeter, they could potentially transcend the legendary duo. "My friend, I believe we shall become the finest of partners and formidable contenders for the championship." Yilong merely uttered a polite remark and refrained from further conversation. Upon returning to his position, O'Neal casually remarked, "Let us hope so." After the warm-up concluded, both teams' players gradually took the court. The starting lineup for the Lakers was announced. With Van Exel still under suspension, unable to return for another 5 games, while Kobe was serving his final game of suspension, the Lakers made some adjustments, promoting the rookie Derek Fisher to the starting lineup, with Eddie Jones and Yilong occupying the shooting guard and small forward positions respectively. At power forward was Campbell, and in the center position stood the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. The visiting Utah Jazz, under the guidance of coach Jerry Sloan, also revealed their starting lineup. In the backcourt were John Stockton and Hornacek, while the forwards included Brian Russell and the Jazz's star player, the perennial powerhouse Karl Malone. Thus far in the season, Malone has emerged as the leading scorer in the league, averaging an impressive 29, 8 points, 11, 3 rebounds, 5, 7 assists, and 2, 8 blocks per game. He epitomizes the toughness of the league during an era dominated by 4 great centers and Michael Jordan. The center position was manned by the towering Ostertag, standing at 2.18 meters. Under Sloan's tutelage, this Jazz team has transformed into a formidable force, boasting depth in both offense and defense, positioning themselves as strong contenders for the Western Conference Championship and perhaps the title itself. As the game was on the brink of commencing, O'Neal muttered to himself, to return and face such a challenging opponent, The team's medical staff truly lacks kindness. In truth, Long had heard from other staff members that O'Neal's ankle was a lingering injury, one he had postponed surgery on, though it was not severe enough to warrant concern. His recent absences could be viewed as strategic rest. The game officially commenced. O'Neal extended his long arms, leaping high to secure the opening possession for the Lakers. Fisher swiftly advanced the ball. O'Neal positioned himself in the paint, reaching out for the ball, preparing for a one-on-one showdown. In the previous games, the Lakers had predominantly relied on outside shooting, and with O'Neal's return, the dynamics seemed somewhat disjointed. Long originally intended to maneuver as he usually did, sidestepping to receive the ball. However, upon seeing Shaquille O'Neal poised for a pass inside, he decided to take a position in the corner, ready to seize an opportunity to strike. Faced with the formidable defense of the Great White Bear, O'Neal remained impressively dominant. Although their physical strength was comparable, O'Neal's agility set him apart. With a deft pivot and dribble, he effortlessly bypassed Ostertag, storming into the paint. Even as Karl Malone rushed to provide support, it proved futile. O'Neal executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, sending the ball crashing into the hoop. After scoring, O'Neal let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the arena, igniting an explosive start to the game. The commentators exclaimed in astonishment as the home crowd erupted in cheers. Having returned from injury, he remained the most dominant center in the league. O'Neal, brimming with fervor, seemed to be venting his emotions, muttering curses under his breath. Malone, visibly irritated, discreetly shoved him, nearly igniting a confrontation, but referees and teammates swiftly intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further. From the outset, the atmosphere between the two teams was charged with intensity. The Jazz were renowned in the league for their tenacious style, making this contest a challenging one for the Lakers. Turning their focus, Stockton and Malone executed their classic pick-and-roll, with the latter unhesitatingly taking a mid-range jumper that found its mark. The Jazz secured 2 points. As possession shifted, the Lakers continued their assault from the paint. The Jazz made substitutions, with Malone personally tasked to defend O'Neal. His strength was on par with O'Neal's, and after years of muscle building, his arms appeared even thicker than the formidable center's. O'Neal backed down against Malone. The physical clash between them was intense, each blow resonating with a dull thud. Despite Malone's considerable height disadvantage, he employed various sneaky tactics as O'Neal spun with the ball. Malone seized the moment to swipe at it. The attempt was aggressive, seemingly striking O'Neal's hand. Wincing in pain, O'Neal grimaced, clutching his hand. Just as Malone believed he had achieved a steal when suddenly, a figure surged forth from the crowd. Long, akin to a phantom thief, lunged forward with tremendous force, colliding directly with Karl Malone. The surprise counterattack left Malone utterly astonished. He was sent sprawling, as if a colossal truck had mercilessly rolled over his chest. The intensity of such a chaotic confrontation was palpable, especially considering it adhered to the standard level of physicality prevalent in the 1990s. And the referee did not call a foul. Long firmly seized the ball. With a powerful two-handed leap, he executed a resounding dunk. The arena erupted with exhilaration. At this moment, the cheers from the audience grew even louder. The crowd chanted the name of the remarkable young talent, Long. He has become the darling of Los Angeles. Just then, Eddie Jones suddenly shouted towards Long, "Watch your back." Chapter 55, The Web of Grievances. Long suddenly turned around to find Karl Malone lying on the ground. As he rose, he unexpectedly extended his leg, perfectly obstructing Long's heel. Goodness, how treacherous. Long reacted swiftly, hastily retreating and lifting his foot to evade being tripped by Karl Malone. Referee, it would be prudent to observe his actions. This is a deliberate attempt to inflict harm. The teammates and coaches of the Lakers protested vehemently to the referee, voicing their grievances. However, upon rising, Karl Malone feigned an expression of grievance, imploring, "Dear referee, I was the one who fell first. Please do not be swayed by their distortion of the truth." Long cast a bemused glance at him and remarked, "That is merely a normal physical confrontation, all right?" Had it been a foul, the referee would have called it right away, and there would not have been that subsequent dunk. The two engaged in a heated dispute, leaving the referee unable to discern the truth, prompting a review of the footage. After a unanimous discussion, it was determined that Long's recent attempt to seize the ball indeed bore the suspicion of an offensive foul. However, after Karl Malone fell, he also exhibited a motion of extending his leg. Consequently, the referee opted not to call a foul on either party, merely issuing a verbal warning to both to temper their actions. Since the league commissioner David Stern resolved to penalize the bad boys of basketball, The tolerance for malicious fouls has significantly diminished, particularly on such a prominent stage as a nationwide broadcast. Had it not been for Eddie Jones's timely reminder, Karl Malone's leg trip would undoubtedly have been deemed a flagrant foul. The final ruling allowed for a peaceful resolution between the two. Yet the animosity between Karl Malone and Yi Long had been firmly established. Regardless of whether it was Malone or Yi Long, their gazes were laced with hostility, suggesting that neither bore good intentions. With Yi Long's stunning dunk, the Lakers surged ahead, leading the score 4-2. As possession shifted, the Jazz initiated their offensive play. Stockton advanced with the ball, executing the classic pick-and-roll collaboration of the Utah duo. Yi Long maneuvered around the cover, decisively opting to switch defenses with Campbell. Karl Malone received a pass from Stockton, preparing to engage Yi Long in a one-on-one from the 45-degree angle within the paint. In the previous play, the two had just exchanged hostilities, and now they found themselves directly opposed to one another. It is uncertain whether this confrontation was intentional. Thud, thud, thud. The two bodies collided with a resounding thump, their muscles clashing in a display of sheer strength. Despite Malone's formidable power, Yi Long remained undaunted, refusing to yield an inch of ground, firmly anchoring himself with the strength of his lower body. Suddenly, Malone launched a sneaky elbow, striking Yi Long in the abdomen. Yi Long's abdomen surged tumultuously, akin to a tempestuous sea. However, his formidable willpower enabled him to endure the discomfort, betraying not a hint of unease upon his countenance. It was only at the moment when Malone executed his next backstrike that Yi Long delivered a decisive knee thrust directly to his posterior. Karl Malone reacted as if struck by lightning, grimacing in pain, nearly leaping to his feet. The covert maneuvers of both players eluded the watchful gaze of the referee. Yi Long, with swift reflexes, seized the opportunity and snatched the ball from Malone's grasp. The two fell to the ground in a fierce struggle for possession of the loose ball. In the midst of the chaos, it was Stockton who ultimately secured the ball for the Jazz. He swiftly passed it to Hornacek in the corner, who, upon receiving the ball, unleashed a three-point shot. Up it went, and it found its mark. The Jazz surged ahead in the score. Oh my goodness. From the very outset, this match has exhibited the intensity characteristic of the playoffs. The commentator jested, remarking, "It's merely the beginning of the regular season, even though both teams are closely ranked. Must they exert themselves so fiercely? Look at them, rolling on the ground." As the commentator pointed out, although the Lakers had commenced their offensive, Yi Long and Karl Malone continued to grapple on the floor, each tripping the other, neither willing to yield, as if a brawl were imminent. The referee, unable to tolerate the antics any longer, halted the game and issued each player a technical foul. Jerry Sloan quickly summoned Karl Malone to the sidelines, whispering a caution, "Remain composed, do not engage with that troublesome fellow. If you receive another technical foul, our chances in this game will be severely compromised. Remember, if you swap places with him, we would be at a disadvantage, especially with O'Neal dominating the paint. Do you understand?" Karl Malone endeavored to temper his simmering anger and refocused on the game. Following the execution of the technical free throws, the score stood at 5-6. The Lakers trailed by a single point but retained possession of the ball. O'Neal continued to assert his dominance in the paint. A gentle floater found its way through the net, allowing the Lakers to reclaim the lead. As the first quarter swiftly approached its midpoint, the score differential remained tightly contested. Initially, both teams anticipated a game centered around interior scoring, but the Jazz soon disrupted that equilibrium. Yi Long's exceptional defense gradually hindered Malone's offensive efforts. However, the Jazz's sharpshooter, Hornacek, suddenly unleashed a flurry of scoring in the latter half of the first quarter, executing a remarkable 4 out of 6 from beyond the arc and 3 out of 4 from two-point range, amassing a total of 18 points. This surge propelled the Jazz to a commanding 29-18 lead over the Lakers. As the first quarter concluded, the game transitioned into a brief intermission. The Lakers found themselves in need of tactical adjustments. Coach Harris believed that the current predicament could only be resolved through a harmonious interplay between inside and outside plays. Yet, O'Neal stubbornly insisted that he could dominate the paint without relying on perimeter shooting. Despite having missed several games, O'Neal's stature as the team's primary superstar, a veritable millionaire, meant that even the head coach sometimes had to yield to his convictions. Fortunately for the Lakers, they had not fallen too far behind. O'Neal firmly believed in his ability to dismantle the Jazz's interior defense and turn the tide in favor of his team. As the intermission drew to a close, both teams returned to the court and the second quarter commenced. In this second act, the Jazz launched an offensive assault. The Lakers altered their defensive strategy, with Yilong tasked to guard the prolific Hornacek, who had shown in the latter part of the first quarter. The Jazz responded swiftly and decisively, with Karl Malone executing a smooth turnaround jumper, extending the score to 31-18. The Jazz continued to widen their lead. The Lakers found themselves in a precarious position, as Yilong's individual defensive efforts could not adequately cover both the perimeter and the paint. It appeared that no one else on the team could effectively contain Malone's relentless scoring. As possession shifted, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. O'Neal persisted with his isolation game in the paint. The Jazz seemed to recognize the Lakers' strategy and immediately sent double coverage to O'Neal. To their surprise, O'Neal remained undaunted by the double team, executing a powerful drive into the key, culminating in a thunderous one-handed slam dunk. The score now stood at 31-20. While the two-point shots were reliable, they did little to quench the Lakers' thirst for points, as they still trailed by double digits. In the ensuing minutes, both teams appeared to be executing their strategies in a near mirror-like fashion. Despite O'Neal's impressive tally of 30 points prior to halftime, the gap in the score remained unchanged. Just before the halftime buzzer, Yilong managed to sink a buzzer-beater three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to narrow the deficit to single digits. The score was 61-52, as the visiting Utah Jazz headed into the halftime break with a 9-point advantage. In the first half of the match, Yilong managed only 4 attempts, successfully sinking 3, including a solitary three-pointer, thus accumulating 7 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, while his all-around prowess remained evident. His involvement in the team's offensive strategy diminished significantly compared to previous games, a stark reduction indeed. Yilong appeared remarkably prepared for the shift, particularly with O'Neal's return, which inevitably tilted the team's tactical focus in his favor, a reality that could not be overlooked. Within this league, there exists an unspoken rule. The extent of one's remuneration often correlates with their contributions on the court. During halftime, the atmosphere in the locker room grew rather somber, as the team had expended considerable effort yet found themselves trailing by over 10 points. O'Neal, with unwavering determination, vowed to dominate in the second half, aiming to shatter scoring records and assist the team in orchestrating a comeback. As the second half commenced, to everyone's astonishment, O'Neal was promptly called for a defensive foul. This marked his 4th foul of the game. Should he commit another infraction, he would be compelled to sit out. The Jazz capitalized on 2 free throws, maintaining their lead. The Lakers' ordeal continued, with O'Neal facing restrictions on the offensive end, whether being double-teamed before receiving the ball or being ensnared by defenders after. His efficiency began to wane. As the third quarter progressed towards its latter stages, O'Neal committed a charging foul, accruing his 5th personal foul, prompting Coach Harris to substitute him out. Despite having scored a remarkable 38 points, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Jazz by a staggering 22 points, with the match nearing garbage time. Although a quarter remained, some spectators in the Lakers' home arena had already begun to exit prematurely. The Lakers not only struggled visibly, but were thoroughly dominated throughout the game, a situation that seemed almost unfathomable. Everyone had anticipated that O'Neal's return from injury would propel the Lakers, already ranked first in the Western Conference, to new heights. Little did they know the Jazz would deliver such a lopsided performance, especially on home turf. With O'Neal temporarily sidelined and just 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers lineup consisted of Fisher, Jones, Yilong, Campbell, and Knight. Coach Harris summoned Yilong to his side, expressing a hint of resignation. "Young man, it's your time now. Give your utmost in the remaining minutes. The strategy will revolve around you. Losing is inconsequential. It's in your hands now, shall ye?" Yilong found himself momentarily speechless in the presence of such a coach, silently muttering to himself, "Is it now that you remember me?" As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Jazz, in the waning moments of the third quarter, deployed 4 substitutes, led by Stockton, while the Lakers maintained a lineup of their key players. This was their opportunity to mount a comeback. Chapter 57. The moment of counterattack arrives. The fierce battle between the Lakers and the Jazz had progressed to the final phase of the third quarter, with the score resting at 82-60. The visiting Jazz held a commanding lead of over 20 points against the Lakers as the game approached its garbage time. However, Yilong was determined not to concede defeat in this match. The game resumed. The Lakers launched their offensive. Yilong swiftly maneuvered without the ball, deftly circumventing his teammate's screen. He emerged to receive the pass. Defending against him was the only starter on the Jazz, Stockton, with a slender physique. Stockton appeared significantly smaller than Yilong. With the ball in hand, boldly opted for a face-to-face jump shot. To everyone's surprise, Stockton exhibited a cunning reflex, swiftly intercepting Yilong's attempt. Yet, Yilong's quick response ensured he retained possession of the ball. This time, he chose to execute a fadeaway jumper after backing down his opponent. Swish. The basketball arced through the air with exquisite precision, finding its way through the net. Nowadays, Yilong has honed his one-on-one skills as an outside shooter, evolving from a mere blue-collar player who performed the dirty work to a formidable presence capable of playing across all 5 positions. His offensive repertoire has gradually transformed from off-ball shooting to a player adept at creating his own shots. Even the official NBA commentators couldn't help but marvel at Yilong's astonishing progress, noting that in less than 10 official NBA games, his development has been nothing short of meteoric, delivering new surprises almost daily. This moment seemed to evoke the spirits of Jerry West and Michael Jordan. As possession shifted, the Jazz initiated their offensive play. Defensively, Yilong remained the Lakers' unwavering defensive cornerstone, as Stockton orchestrated the attack, distributing the ball to the interior players. Yilong surged from the baseline, executing a remarkable interception. Following this, he delivered a long-range precision pass. Throughout the match, his distribution was impeccable, finding Eddie Jones in transition with extraordinary accuracy. Jones finished with a layup, contributing to the Lakers' consecutive 4 points, narrowing the deficit to within 20. Yilong understood that in order to achieve a comeback, it was imperative to seize this fleeting moment. With only one of the Jazz's dynamic duo on the court, it was undoubtedly the time when their offensive strategy was most vulnerable. Stockton once again took possession of the ball to initiate an attack. After utilizing his teammates' screens, he shot directly. Alas, it clanged off the rim. Campbell secured the defensive rebound, and the Lakers launched a counterattack. The moment Yilong received the pass, the Jazz team's defense closed in instantly. With a simple yet exquisite dribble, reminiscent of a butterfly dancing through flowers, he moved with an almost ethereal grace. Yilong skillfully maneuvered past 2 defenders. This marked his first display of deft ball handling akin to that of a point guard on the court. The once somber atmosphere of the Lakers' home ground erupted into jubilant cheers. Penetrating the paint, Yilong executed a delicate floater that found its mark. The Lakers continued to rack up points. The score now stands at 82-66, reducing the deficit to a mere 16 points. With just 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Jazz showed no intention of calling a timeout, opting instead to reinstate their starting players. After all, Sloan believed his advantage remained substantial, considering the Lakers were merely experiencing a fleeting surge. Stockton held the ball at the top of the arc. Yilong did not engage in direct defense. Instead, he positioned himself on the flank, ever ready to provide support. To his surprise, Stockton made an unexpected blunder, allowing Jones to seize the opportunity and intercept the ball. The Lakers launched another counterattack. The Jazz's defensive retreat was swift, effectively thwarting Jones's rapid advance. At this moment, Yilong had arrived beyond the 3-point line. Jones, understanding the unspoken connection, executed a no-look pass that found its way into Yilong's hands. Yilong, positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the 3-point line, draws back his bow and releases the arrow. The ball finds its mark with precision, sending ripples through the net. The Lakers surge forth with a remarkable 9-0 run. During this pivotal moment, Yilong single-handedly scores 7 points and dishes out 1 assist, utterly dominating the game. The deficit narrows to just 13 points. The Jazz find themselves in a state of disarray, yet Stockton remains steadfast, meticulously controlling the tempo and consuming precious time. The Lakers' momentum surges, their defensive intensity heightened. Under the concerted effort of the 5 players on the court, the Jazz's offensive attempts falter once more. As the third quarter ticks down to its final minute, Fisher advances the ball and delivers it directly to Yilong. The entire crowd rises in jubilant applause. At this moment, there is no doubt that Yilong is the star of the game, the sovereign. He dribbles slowly beyond the 3-point line, seizing a fleeting opportunity as the defense momentarily relaxes. In a mere half-second, Yilong launches a shot from beyond the arc. The ball soars through the air, finding its target. His shooting touch is undeniably fiery. Yilong appeared to have entered a certain realm, with the hoop before him seeming as vast as the ocean. The score stood at 82-72, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to a mere 10 points. This prompted the Jazz's head coach, Jerry Sloan, to become increasingly agitated. Although only 39.6 seconds remained in the third quarter, the Jazz were in utter disarray. Following a brief timeout, the Jazz reinstated all 5 of their starters onto the court. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal expressed a desire to return to the game, but was met with a dismissive wave from Harris, who said, "Shaq, Your foul count is a significant concern. I need to protect you until the latter part of the fourth quarter. O'Neal had no choice but to reluctantly return to his seat, feeling somewhat disheartened, as he had never anticipated that the Lakers would gain momentum in his absence. How could this be? He pondered, as the leader of the team. Chapter 58. A Shift in Tactics. In the final moments of the third quarter, with only 39.6 seconds remaining, the timeout concluded, and the Jazz initiated their offense. Karl Malone returned to the court, teaming up with Stockton for a classic pick-and-roll. Malone received the pass and executed a mid-range jumper with precision. This offensive play consumed over 20 seconds of the shot clock, bringing the score to 84-72. As the final attack of the third quarter commenced, the Lakers launched their offensive effort. This crucial possession featured a strategic screen, creating an opportunity for Yilong to attempt a three-pointer. However, the Jazz's defense swarmed in. Yilong feigned a shot, passing the ball into the paint. Faced with the formidable defense of Karl Malone, he found no opportunity to shoot. The shot clock was dwindling. Campbell returned the ball to Yilong's hands. Yilong understood that this was a game of blame shifting. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely launched the ball from beyond the three-point line. It was a shot characterized by an extraordinary arc, defying his loss of balance. As the third quarter approached its conclusion, the basketball glided through the air for a brief half-second before kissing the backboard and finding its way into the hoop. A serendipitous turn of events indeed. Yilong never anticipated that the casual toss of the ball would culminate in an extraordinarily challenging buzzer-beater three-pointer. It was nothing short of a stroke of genius. The home court of the Lakers erupted in fervor, and the enthusiasm of the fans soared to new heights. Yilong remained remarkably composed, while his teammates could no longer contain their excitement, rushing over to celebrate with him, exchanging high fives. Yilong felt there was little to celebrate, even after an exhilarating last-second three-pointer, as the Lakers still trailed their opponents by 9 points, 75-84. However, this was a remarkable recovery from a 22-point deficit, gradually narrowed thanks to Yilong's extraordinary performance in the third quarter. His teammates and the fans finally glimpsed the prospect of a comeback. By the end of the third quarter, Yilong had amassed an impressive 28 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, showcasing a dominance on both ends of the court akin to that of a superstar. Even the official commentators could not help but remark that if he continued to perform at this level, Yilong might very well become the first rookie in NBA history to be selected for both the All-Star Game and the All-NBA team, despite being an undrafted player. It was nothing short of madness. During the intermission, Shaquille O'Neal once again approached Coach Harris with a request, feeling in good shape. He expressed his desire to re-enter the fray, even with 5 fouls to his name. The issue, however, was not merely about fouls. It was evident to all that the underlying problem was the tactical incompatibility between O'Neal and Yilong. Both players required the position of tactical focal point on the court to maximize their potential. Yilong finally spoke. "Shaquille, I believe we could become the finest of partners. You dominate the paint, while I excel from the perimeter. Our strategies ought not to clash, but rather to complement one another." O'Neal, somewhat impatient, replied, "Kid, I recognize that you've been performing well lately, but I remain unconvinced that we can develop a strong chemistry." Yilong reiterated, "Whether a chemical reaction can occur will be determined on the court. I hope to be granted more possession time in the final quarter, allowing me to orchestrate the play. Is that agreeable? Everything is for the sake of victory. If this game is lost due to my tactics, I am prepared to shoulder all the responsibility." Upon hearing these words, all the teammates fell silent, their hearts filled with astonishment. How could a mere rookie, freshly entered into the NBA, possess such a mature mindset and articulate thoughts so rationally and clearly? Harris, with a satisfied expression, remarked, "Yi is absolutely right. I believe he possesses this talent, and we have all witnessed it. He is not merely a defender or a shooter, but a versatile powerhouse. Shaquille, you will become the finest duo in this league." Hearing these words, O'Neal's stubborn heart began to waver, and he could only nod helplessly. After all, the Lakers' hope for a comeback now rested entirely on the shoulders of this young man, making him seem more like a hindrance to the team. Since Yilong had already stated he would take responsibility for a loss, he felt no psychological burden. The fourth quarter showdown commenced. Both teams reinstated their core players. O'Neal, burdened with 5 fouls, returned to the court. Jazz head coach Sloan, standing courtside, advised his players, "Since this behemoth has returned so early, let's draw a foul and have him ejected." The Jazz players received the directive, their gazes fixed intently on O'Neal. Yilong approached O'Neal calmly and said, "Do not fear. My friend, I shall assist you in defense, and for offense, simply await my pass. O'Neal nodded in agreement, and it seemed the two had reached a certain understanding. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. LeBron, with the ball on the perimeter, embarked on a solo offensive maneuver. The Jazz did not employ a double team against him. Rather, they strategically focused on defending the interior with O'Neal. It seemed they were convinced that as long as O'Neal was on the court, the Lakers would center their offensive strategy around him. However, LeBron chose not to pass into the paint. Instead, he continued his one-on-one play. Facing the defense of Brian Russell, LeBron moved with an effortless grace. He executed a fadeaway mid-range jump shot, successfully scoring his 30th point of the game. The score stood at 77-84, with the Lakers trailing by only 7 points. As the possession shifted, the Jazz's offensive strategy became evident. They aimed to deliver the ball into the hands of their big men, allowing Karl Malone or Ostertag to challenge O'Neal, seek fouls, and pressure the interior, hoping to push O'Neal into foul trouble with his 6th personal foul. Naturally, O'Neal became cautious, hesitant to reach out. Observing this, Karl Malone leapt towards the basket with determination. At that moment, LeBron surged into the paint with remarkable speed, swiftly intervening to thwart Malone's advance, effectively disrupting the shot. O'Neal seized the rebound with poise. The Lakers launched a fast break. O'Neal even showcased his dribbling and pivoting skills. Yet, the Jazz quickly retreated, sending 3 players to the rim. O'Neal turned and passed the ball to LeBron. Long, with a single arm grasping the ball, executed a thunderous tomahawk dunk. The arena erupted with excitement. The Lakers surged forward, narrowing the deficit to a mere 5 points. What a splendid pass. My hefty comrade. Long jested, while O'Neal nodded in agreement with a smile. In the subsequent offensive play, the Jazz faltered again with a miscommunication. The Lakers seized the opportunity, launching a counterattack with fierce determination. Long skillfully dribbled, evading defenders with finesse as he surged toward the basket. He lofted the ball high into the air. Shaquille O'Neal soared in response, grasping the ball with one hand. He transformed his grip to both hands and unleashed a powerful dunk into the hoop. A spectacular alley-oop. The seamless collaboration ignited O'Neal's excitement as he jubilantly approached Long for a celebratory high-five. The score stood at 81-84. At the onset of the final quarter, the Lakers executed a swift 6-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 3 points. The suspense of the game had returned. Chapter 59, The Moment of Reckoning. In a remarkable display of synergy, Long and O'Neal each delivered exceptional assists to one another over the course of 2 rounds, dissolving any animosity and shattering the rumors of discord surrounding them. 1. A dominant interior force with a lucrative contract worth hundreds of millions, is at the peak of his career. The other, an emerging superstar on the perimeter, should undoubtedly be the epitome of a harmonious partnership rather than a tactical misalignment. The fierce battle between the Lakers and the Jazz rages on, with just 8 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The gap between the two teams has narrowed to a mere 3 points. The Jazz appear visibly disoriented, yet head coach Jerry Sloan remains composed, opting not to call a timeout. The Jazz press forward with their offense. It is once again Karl Malone's interior isolation play. However, this time he has learned from experience. As the Lakers' perimeter defenders rush to assist O'Neal, he swiftly dishes the ball to Stockton on the outside. Stockton, positioned beyond the arc, releases the shot. It's in. A crucial 3-pointer. This helps the Jazz break their scoring drought. The score is now 87-81, with the gap restored to 6 points. What follows is a prolonged tug-of-war between the two teams. For the Lakers, Long and O'Neal spearhead the offensive efforts, their collaboration becoming increasingly seamless. While O'Neal's scoring continues to rise, repeatedly setting new personal records for his career with the Lakers. Meanwhile, the Utah Jazz find stability through the experienced duo of Malone and Stockton, as both teams ramp up their defensive intensity. Yet the score remains unchanged, with the Lakers desperately pursuing and the Jazz consistently responding. With only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the game, Shaquille O'Neal ultimately commits his 6th foul. A turn of events that exceeds everyone's expectations, as no one anticipated he could endure until this moment. He has already amassed an astounding 46 points and 22 rebounds, setting new career highs for both in his time with the Lakers. However, the Lakers still trail the Jazz by 4 points, with a score of 96-100. As he exits the court, O'Neal approaches Long with a sense of relief, patting him on the back and saying, "I've done all I can. The rest is up to you, rookie." Long spoke with unwavering determination. "You performed admirably. Let us take a break for the next round. I shall handle the remainder." As the two conversed, Karl Malone brazenly strolled past them, wearing a disdainful expression. He scoffed. "How amusing. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Perhaps you should consider your own limitations." Yi Long, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Oh, I had forgotten that you two have committed 5 fouls. Best of luck." "My friend." Karl Malone, unable to contain his fiery temper, retorted, "Bring it on, rookie." "All right, I shall make your posterior blossom in the next round." Yi Long replied with a smile and a casual wave of his hand. Their banter was incessant, charged with palpable tension, prompting their teammates to swiftly intervene and separate the two, averting an escalation of hostilities. The match resumed. The Lakers initiated their offensive as the game reached its critical juncture. This attack was of paramount importance. Although Yi Long has yet to receive the ball, he has already become the target of relentless opposition. Eddie Jones attempts a breakthrough and a floater, but it clangs off the rim. Yi Long executed a swift pivot, effortlessly shaking off his defender as he surged toward the basket. He contested the rebound with Karl Malone in midair. Yi Long's robust physique and formidable strength propelled Karl Malone into the air. He executed a powerful putback dunk against Brian Russell. The score stood at 98-100, a mere 2-point deficit. As the game entered its final 2 minutes, the Jazz began to methodically control the tempo of the offense, strategically consuming the clock. At this moment, Yi Long is entirely matched up against Karl Malone on the defensive end. The two engage in an intense struggle within the paint, with Yi Long relentlessly attempting to thwart Malone's reception of the ball. Frustration brews within Malone, who suddenly exerts his strength, shaking off Yi Long's grasp. The referee calls a foul, adjudging it a defensive infraction by Yi Long. Yi Long glanced at his foul count. Fortunately, it was a mere 4, which was not a significant issue. Karl Malone struggled to maneuver from the paint to receive the pass. Yi Long's relentless entanglement left little room for breakthroughs or offensive maneuvers. In desperation, Karl Malone had no choice but to pass the ball back to Stockton. The latter executed a penetrating layup successfully. The score is now 98-102. The Lakers quickly inbound the ball, as it is now a critical moment for scoring. After being double-teamed, Yi Long decisively passed the ball to Campbell in the paint. The latter charged into the lane and executed a powerful dunk. The two teams exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, as the Lakers struggled to close the slight gap in the score. With only 1 minute remaining in the game, the Jazz led the Lakers by 2 points. 104-102. Stockton dribbled slowly, meticulously managing the clock while directing his teammates' movements. Suddenly, Karl Malone made a swift move, preparing to set a screen. It was the Jazz's most iconic pick-and-roll combination. However, a figure suddenly burst forth from between the two. Yi Long. He had already anticipated the tactical collaboration of the two. He swiftly circumvented the screen, knocked to the ground by Karl Malone. The referee blew the whistle. Karl Malone and his Jazz teammates were utterly bewildered, completely unprepared for Yi Long's emergence from that position. And now he lay on the floor. The referee called a foul on Malone for illegal screening. He is fouled out. Karl Malone was dismissed from the game. The atmosphere in the Lakers' home arena reached its zenith. Amidst the resounding cheers, Malone could only utter a curse before leaving in frustration. Before departing, he didn't forget to deliver a parting shot to Yi Long. "Damn, rookie, just wait. You won't win." Yi Long smiled and said, "Let us await the outcome with bated breath." The ball has changed possession, with only 38.2 seconds remaining in the match. The Lakers trailed the score at 102-104, yet they retained the offensive advantage. Their tactical objective was undeniably clear: to launch an aggressive attack. By doing so, both teams would retain one final opportunity to score. Should they consume all 24 seconds, the Lakers would likely face a devastating defeat at the hands of their opponents. Jones once again received Yi Long's pass and penetrated towards the basket, drawing a foul. He stepped up to the free throw line. As the most reliable free throw shooter on the team, it was shocking when Jones missed his first attempt. This elicited a gasp from the home crowd. Fortunately, he made the second free throw with ease, bringing the score to 103-104. The Lakers were now just 1 point behind. With 29 seconds left on the clock, the Jazz called for a final timeout to strategize their last offensive play. In this critical moment, with a 1-point lead, the Jazz would inevitably aim to run down the clock. If they failed to score, securing the rebound would be of utmost importance. Coach Harris of the Lakers emphasized the necessity of seizing that final rebound during the timeout discussion. As the break concluded, both teams returned to the court. Stockton held the ball at the top of the arc, only commencing the offensive setup when less than 10 seconds remained on the shot clock. The Lakers switched their defensive assignments. Yi Long confronted Stockton, initiating a solitary defense. The relentless grasp of death, coupled with swift velocity and formidable strength, rendered the aging Stockton somewhat unsteady in the throes of physical confrontation. Yi Long let out a cold smile and slowly spoke. "You have grown old." With that, he swiftly executed a cut shot. The Jazz team's offensive time had expired, yet Stockton astonishingly failed to take the shot. The defensive prowess of Yi Long is truly formidable. Even the league's premier point guard is compelled to falter. This match is destined to be yet another career-defining moment for Yi Long. His performance on both ends of the court has been nothing short of flawless. With merely 5 seconds remaining in the game, the Lakers find themselves trailing by 1 point, 103-104. Following a brief timeout, the ball is inbound from the half court. Yi Long struggled to receive his teammate's serve. From a position just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he was besieged by the Jazz team's relentless double team. Yi Long deftly maneuvered, barely finding an opportunity to shoot. With a sudden leap, he released the ball. At the very moment of his ascent, he caught sight of Fisher stationed at the left corner. Yi Long decisively transformed his shot into a pass mid-air. Time was running out. Before Fisher stood in unguarded lane. Receiving Yi Long's pass, he released the ball with precision. In the instant the basketball soared into the air, the countdown for the match concluded. Every spectator's gaze was fixed upon the ball gliding gracefully through the air. Chapter 60. The Return of Kobe. The basketball struck the rim twice before it wobbled and settled into the net. Swish. It's in. A stunning buzzer beater. The Lakers rookie, Derek Fisher, accomplished an extraordinary last-second victory. The referee reviewed the footage and confirmed the validity of the basket. The score stood at 105-104. In the final moments, the Los Angeles Lakers surged ahead. As Yi Long found himself besieged by relentless opponents, he refrained from forcing a shot and resolutely chose to pass to an open teammate. 2 rookies, who had only recently entered the league, commanded the fate of this match. With the dust settled, the audience at the Lakers' home court erupted into jubilant cheers, their thunderous applause reverberating endlessly. Players and staff from the Lakers bench surged onto the court to celebrate and cheer alongside their teammates. This season, they have conjured numerous miraculous victories. Yet, each time a game-winning shot is executed, it ignites a fervor that stirs the soul. Fisher, brimming with excitement, shouted into the camera, "Thank God. Thank you. My dear teammate Yi Long. Indeed, I made that game-winning shot. Thanks to all the fans here. Love you all." Undoubtedly, his pass was exceptional, with an astonishing performance. Yi Long shot 15 out of 22, amassing an incredible triple-double of 37 points, 11 assists, and 12 rebounds, solidifying his status as the pivotal hero of the game. Particularly as O'Neal grappled with foul troubles, Yi Long single-handedly orchestrated a breathtaking comeback for the Lakers, once again showcasing the remarkable prowess of the extraordinary young talent. If his previous performances had been met with skepticism, this match against the formidable Western Conference powerhouse, the Jazz, highlighted his versatile brilliance. Yi Long has unequivocally demonstrated his capability to ascend as the league's newest supernova. This match has shattered all doubts surrounding him. As he stated during an interview, broadcast live across the nation, "I shall prove myself to the world. I will become the greatest undrafted player in history. I believe my era is upon us." At this moment, Yi Long possesses the credentials to utter such audacious words. After all, no undrafted player has ever delivered such explosive performances in their inaugural season. Judging by these few matches alone, Yi Long has already showcased an extraordinary display that leaves spectators in awe. As the battle concluded and he returned home, Kobe watched every moment of Yi Long's performance on television, still in disbelief. He found it astonishing that someone he trained alongside daily could harbor such immense talent. Upon Yi Long's return, Kobe felt a tumult of emotions, joy for his friend, yet tinged with jealousy and confusion. "Congratulations, my dear brother. I wonder if I will ever be able to keep pace with you." Yi Long found himself puzzled, questioning why Kobe would utter such nonsense. Perhaps the recent suspensions had indeed instilled a sense of frustration in Kobe, making him acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Yi Long. Thus, he encouraged him, saying, "What are you talking about, my friend? You are exceptional as well. The next game is approaching, so play well. We shall become the finest partners." Kobe replied, his tone tinged with slight discontent. "No, you and Shaquille are the true best partners. I have watched your games." Yi Long let out a hearty laugh. "Haha. He and I are indeed the finest duo, both inside and out. Trust me, we shall become the best outside partners." Yi Long gently patted Kobe's shoulder. and Kobe nodded knowingly. This match bestowed upon Yi Long a considerable number of attribute points. Yi Long continued to enhance his shooting prowess. In addition, he strengthened his ball handling skills. After achieving fame, he would increasingly take on the role of the primary ball handler within the team, especially during critical moments when stable control of the ball was essential to minimize errors. Following a brief respite of one day, the Lakers journeyed to the Eastern Conference as they prepared to face the Cleveland Cavaliers. In this match, Kobe Bryant was finally set to make his return after serving a 5-game suspension, his excitement palpable as he was eager to rejoin the fray. However, just before the game, Coach Harris unexpectedly doused Kobe's enthusiasm with a dose of reality as he did not appear in the starting lineup. The Lakers' backcourt continued to feature the impressive trio of Fisher, Yi Long, and Eddie Jones, while the front line consisted of Campbell and O'Neal. Kobe felt a twinge of disappointment, but Yi Long offered him solace, reminding him that this was merely the first game after his suspension and that it was essential to first regain his rhythm. During this period, the Cavaliers were not considered a formidable team and were largely seen as a squad unlikely to reach the playoffs. Therefore, the Lakers maintained a relatively relaxed mindset. After the pre-game warm-ups and entrance rituals concluded, the starting players took to the court. The game commenced. Chapter 61, The Birth of a New Triad. The Lakers' away game against the Cavaliers began. Right from the outset, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal showcased his dominance, wreaking havoc in the Cavaliers' paint, making an astounding 7 consecutive shots and delivering an initial blow with a 14-0 lead. Almost halfway through the first quarter, the Cavaliers' leading scorer, Brandon, finally broke the scoring drought with a mid-range jumper. Yi Long exhibited a somewhat sluggish performance in this match, managing to score his first basket only with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, a wide-open three-pointer from the corner. Following a series of stellar displays in previous games, he experienced a temporary dip in shooting form. Yi Long's heart remained unperturbed, for he understood that this was an inevitable path for every superstar's ascent. Moreover, this match did not necessitate his intervention. Before the first quarter had concluded, the Lakers had already established a commanding lead of 21 points over their opponents, with a remarkable score of 35-14. Achieving nearly 40 points in a single quarter is a rarity in this era, particularly considering the fierce defensive battles characteristic of the 1990s. However, in this contest, they faced the Cleveland Cavaliers, known for their dismal defensive efficiency. With just a minute and a half remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers opted to substitute in their entire bench, and thus, Kobe made his entrance. In the first quarter, Yi Long managed to make only 1 out of 5 attempts, scoring a mere 3 points. However, he impressively recorded 5 assists, alongside 2 steals and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, O'Neal dominated the quarter with a remarkable 10 out of 12 shooting, amassing 20 points and 5 rebounds, single-handedly establishing a substantial lead for the Lakers. Upon entering the game, Kobe was eager to showcase his prowess. He received a pass from a teammate and attempted a jump shot from beyond the arc, but it clanged off the rim. Seizing the opportunity, the Cavaliers launched a counterattack, executing a 6-0 run that narrowed the gap to within 20 points by the end of the first quarter. In the brief minute and a half that Kobe played, he seemed somewhat anxious, missing all 3 of his shot attempts. During the intermission, Lakers head coach Harris, visibly displeased, reprimanded Kobe, urging him to refrain from reckless shooting. "Kobe, I assure you, if you continue this way, you will soon find yourself out of this league." Of course, Harris did not genuinely wish to expel Kobe from the team. He merely felt a sense of urgency for Kobe to regain his focus, as his affection for Kobe far surpassed that for any newcomer on the roster. "Kobe, I believe you should reconsider your playing style. Do not fixate solely on outside shooting. Instead, penetrate the paint and draw fouls, for that is your most formidable weapon." Although Yi Long recognized their competitive dynamic, he offered this sincere advice out of camaraderie. With a profound realization, Kobe glanced at Yi Long and smiled in understanding. The second quarter commenced. Yi Long and O'Neal have returned to the court. The synergy between the two, both inside and out, has grown increasingly harmonious. Upon their reentry, they swiftly thwarted the Cavaliers' resurgence. Yi Long made a remarkable 3-point shot, scoring 5 consecutive points, while O'Neal continued to exert his dominance in the paint, allowing the Lakers to reclaim a commanding 20-point lead. However, midway through the second quarter, after amassing 30 points, O'Neal suddenly felt discomfort in his ankle. Considering the substantial lead the Lakers had established, the medical staff and coaching team decided, after careful deliberation, to withdraw O'Neal from the game. Given the improbability of losing this match, There was no need to take unnecessary risks with his health. Before leaving the court, Long shared a piece of advice with him. Honestly, I strongly recommend that you undergo surgery as soon as possible to fully heal your ankle. This way, the Lakers' championship window will open much sooner. Long's remarks are not without merit, possessing memories from his previous life in the NBA. He recalls that the formidable Shaquille O'Neal joined the Lakers in 1996, yet it was only in 2000 that he led the team to a championship, thus commencing their dynasty. The fluctuating performance of the Lakers during this period was significantly influenced by his injury management. While it is undeniable that Kobe's rapid maturation and the arrival of the Zen Master were pivotal in the Lakers' transformation, one cannot help but speculate that had O'Neal opted for surgery earlier, rather than conservative treatment, he might have fully healed from his injuries, potentially ushering in the Lakers' era sooner. Now, Long has joined the Lakers during this dark pre-dawn phase, growing at a pace far surpassing that of his contemporary, Kobe. If O'Neal were to make a complete recovery, perhaps this season would offer the Lakers a genuine opportunity to contend for the championship. The official broadcast also reported O'Neal's premature exit due to injury, prompting Kobe's return to the court after being substituted for Harris. He heeded Long's advice, relentlessly driving into the paint to draw defensive attention, resulting in fouls that helped him break his scoring drought. Once he began to score, Kobe's rhythm returned. As he adeptly maneuvered both inside and outside, drawing defensive double teams and creating numerous shooting opportunities for the lurking Long on the perimeter. Their synergy grew increasingly refined and fluid. In the second quarter, Kobe amassed 14 points, while Long contributed 12. By the end of the game, Long's personal score reached 15 points, and the remarkable performances of these two super rookies enabled the Lakers to lead the Cavaliers by a staggering 34 points at halftime. The second half devolved into garbage time, with both players' scores rising rapidly. Kobe regained his confidence, quickly surpassing his career high by exceeding the 30-point threshold. In the fourth quarter, Long barely saw the court, and Kobe played only half of the period, with even the benchwarmers getting their chance to play. As time swiftly elapsed, the Lakers triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a resounding score of 121-87. Kobe achieved a career high of 32 points, while Long netted 33 points. The combined scoring of Kobe, Long, and O'Neal exceeded 100 points, setting a new NBA record. The Lakers welcomed the dawn of their new era with a formidable trio. Chapter 62. The Lakers' fluctuations. Kobe Bryant, in his return from suspension, delivered a performance that can only be described as flawless. Scoring a career high of 32 points on 13 of 26 shooting, he indeed fulfilled the expectations placed upon him by the public. It seems that the fans had grown accustomed to the extraordinary feats of LeBron James, almost forgetting that there exists another prodigious talent within the Lakers, one whom the admirers have invested their hopes in as the star of tomorrow. This young genius, with a playing style and physique reminiscent of Michael Jordan, took the court with remarkable poise. In this encounter, LeBron also managed to score 33 points. However, the undeniable focus of the evening was Kobe. It appears that the audience has become desensitized to LeBron's high-scoring prowess. This was merely the 10th game of the season. Long's performance has undoubtedly reached an all-star level, with the Lakers standing atop the league with an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss, far ahead of their competitors. Among the teams they have triumphed over are elite squads such as the Bulls, Jazz, and Rockets. I firmly believe we are well within the realm of championship contention. Our capabilities are evident to all. I am fortunate to be surrounded by an exceptional group of teammates, including Long and Kobe, both of whom are remarkable newcomers. Shaquille O'Neal expressed this sentiment during the post-game press conference, when a reporter inquired whether he considered the trio of himself, Long, and Kobe to be the strongest in the league. Given their combined score exceeding 100 points, O'Neal replied emphatically, "Absolutely, at least for now. I have unwavering faith in my teammates." Following their victory over the Cavaliers, the Lakers continued their Eastern road trip with a back-to-back challenge against the Atlanta Hawks. The consecutive games took a toll on the players' stamina, and O'Neal sat out this match. The Hawks boast a formidable defense anchored by the towering Dikembe Mutombo, rendering Kobe's penetrating drives ineffective. Throughout the game, he attempted only 12 shots, converting 5 for a total of 12 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 3 assists. In this match, Long faced relentless targeting from his opponents, ultimately scoring only 18 points. The Lakers concluded their arduous back-to-back journey with a disheartening defeat, succumbing to the Atlanta Hawks with a score of 88-105. Nevertheless, they remain at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, tied for the best record in the league with the Chicago Bulls. After a brief respite of 2 days, the Lakers returned to their home court to confront the Kings. In this game, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal made his triumphant return, playing for 30 minutes and achieving an impressive double-double with 28 points and 19 rebounds, leading the Lakers to a comfortable victory over the Kings with a score of 99-76, thus averting a losing streak. In this match, Long rediscovered his shooting touch, successfully sinking 4 out of 6 attempts from beyond the arc, culminating in a remarkable tally of 24 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Conversely, Kobe continued to struggle, managing a mere 10 points throughout the game. Following their victory over the Kings, the Lakers faced a relatively lenient schedule ahead, with opponents primarily teetering on the brink of playoff contention or entirely outside it. The Lakers, buoyed by their soaring morale, capitalized on their momentum by achieving an impressive 8-game winning streak in December, elevating their overall record to 18 wins and 2 losses, thereby solidifying their position at the summit of the Western Conference. Meanwhile, the Chicago Bulls boasted a commendable record of 17 wins and 3 losses, securing the top spot in the Eastern Conference and the second position in the league. However, the favorable circumstances were short-lived, as the formidable Shaquille O'Neal sustained another ankle injury during a game against the Pistons in the same location as before. The team's medical staff, exercising caution, refrained from providing a specific timeline for O'Neal's return. The coaching staff and management remained pessimistic, anticipating that O'Neal would be sidelined at least until after the All-Star game. This news posed a significant disadvantage for the Lakers, who were gearing up for the upcoming Christmas showdown, set to take place in Chicago against the Bulls. This would also be the final encounter between the two teams for the season. In their previous meeting earlier in the season, the Bulls had suffered a heartbreaking defeat at the hands of the Lakers, with Jordan enduring multiple humiliations at the hands of Long. This time, they were poised for vengeance on their home court, ready to avenge their loss. In the absence of O'Neal, Michael Jordan and his Bulls were determined to decimate the Lakers. Chapter 63, the eve of the Christmas showdown. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing all self-discipline tasks today, earning 5 attribute points. Ding. Since entering the NBA, the host has maintained daily self-discipline. Given that the host is currently in a phase of physical development, your fundamental physical information has now been updated. Long picked up the towel from the bench and wiped the sweat from his brow. He had recently become acutely aware of the changes in his physique. At present, he was still under 18 years of age, and as an Asian, he experienced a later development phase. In contrast, a Westerner might have their skeletal structure and body shape largely established by the age of 18. However, he still had considerable potential for growth. He accessed the system panel and allocated the newly acquired attribute points to his speed. Host, Long basic information: height, 192 centimeters, updated. Weight, 90 kilograms, updated. Wingspan, 203 centimeters, updated. Exclusive shooting style, Stephen Curry, peak version. Attribute values: maximum individual value 200, speed, 112 agility, 100 strength, 160 vertical leap, 100 stamina, 140 shooting, 126 ball handling, 101 breaking, 80 post play, 76 passing, 98 rebounding, 105 stealing, 100 blocking, 102 special ability, automatic recovery from 3 years of injury exemption. Clutch shot guarantee card X1 overall attribute value, 107 rating. Through this period of competition and relentless self-discipline training, Long's attributes have been significantly enhanced. Aside from his breakthrough, back to the basket, and passing skills, all other 10 capabilities have surpassed the threshold of 100. Over the past 2 months, Long's height has increased by 2 centimeters, while the lengths of both arms have grown by 5 centimeters. He is now fully equipped to contend in the NBA, and his overall capabilities have reached an S level, placing him on the verge of all-star caliber. His next endeavor is to continue leading his team to victories, showcasing even greater performances, and securing an opportunity for an early contract extension to remain in this league. With each step, he aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of the league and attain further glory. Long could sense that his life was progressing towards a brighter horizon, his confidence steadily blossoming. Once merely an unremarkable participant overlooked in selections, he recognized that sheer self-discipline alone could not have propelled him to his current level of skill, as his innate talent was rather mediocre. In the ruthless and fiercely competitive realm of basketball, individuals blessed with natural ability are plentiful, and many surpass him not only in talent but also in diligence and self-discipline. Without a systematic approach to his training, Long would likely have been eliminated from contention long ago. Such is the harsh reality: basketball, by its very nature, is a sport that tends to be less forgiving to those of Asian descent, with disparities in speed and explosiveness when compared to their Caucasian and African counterparts. Yilong's accomplishments have etched a remarkable chapter in the annals of NBA history. More specifically, he has forged a legacy for Asians in the league. Undoubtedly, he stands as a source of pride for the entire East, a testament to Chinese excellence, and a paragon for all of Asia. He is steadily crafting a miraculous narrative for Asians in the realm of basketball. Yilong suddenly realized that all his previous hard work and sweat were trivial in comparison. Steadfastly pursuing the goal within his heart, this epitomized the essence of self-discipline. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Yilong enjoyed a refreshing slumber. By the following day, any physical fatigue had vanished, as if by magic. The ease with which he recuperated felt almost like a supernatural skill. After a simple brunch, he joined his teammates and boarded a plane, arriving in Chicago as the day of the Christmas showdown approached. Chapter 64, A Sudden Change of Strategy in the United Center. The spirit of Christmas enveloped the arena both inside and out. Men donned costumes as jolly Santas, while women adorned themselves as charming little reindeer. The DJ in the arena played a selection of festive music, contributing to the jubilant atmosphere. As Yilong and his teammates stepped into the arena, they were enveloped by an atmosphere of unparalleled joy and ease, devoid of any pre-battle tension. The Chicago Bulls, having arrived early, appeared relaxed. In stark contrast to the Los Angeles Lakers, whose players exhibited signs of anxiety and seriousness. Each player understood the gravity of the impending contest. It was to be an arduous challenge. Thus far in the season, the Bulls had maintained their undefeated home record, even though both Yilong and Kobe had evolved in their game. The absence of the superstar Shaquille O'Neal due to injury rendered it challenging for the Lakers to compete against a fully equipped Bulls roster. Nonetheless, no one wished to enter the Christmas festivities burdened by a defeat, which heightened the significance of this game, prompting the players to take their warm-up sessions with utmost seriousness. The starting lineups for the Christmas showdown were swiftly announced. For the Lakers, the backcourt remained a partnership between Van Exel and Eddie Jones, while the frontcourt featured Yilong alongside Kobe Bryant. Both players were capable of playing the small forward position. However, in the absence of O'Neal, and with no dominant center to shoulder the load, Coach Harris decided to take a risk by starting both Yilong and Kobe, assigning Campbell the role of makeshift center. The Lakers adopted a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. Technically, Campbell was not particularly tall, standing at 2.06 meters. Yet within the current Lakers lineup, he was the tallest option available. The backup center, the lanky and unathletic Knight, would undoubtedly become a liability against the Bulls' formidable front line, prompting Harris to omit him entirely from consideration. The Bulls' starting lineup remained largely unchanged since the beginning of the season, featuring the iron triangle of Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman. Ron Harper continued to operate as the point guard, while Luke Longley held down the center position. The bench boasted formidable players such as Steve Kerr and Tony Kukoc, making it one of the most luxurious starting lineups and deepest benches in the league. Earlier in the season, the Lakers had managed an unexpected victory over the Bulls, largely due to Yilong's emergence as a dark horse that disrupted the status quo, catching the Bulls off guard. Now, with Yilong's rise to prominence within the league, the Bulls were certain to direct their defensive focus squarely upon him when the two teams met again. Yilong was acutely aware that he would face unprecedented defensive scrutiny in this match. Nevertheless, there was no retreat. He had to confront the challenge head-on. As the players from both teams exchanged pleasantries before the game, Dennis Rodman and Scottie Pippen simultaneously cast their gazes upon Yilong, jesting. This kid is bound to face some hardships in this game. Indeed, it was quite audacious for someone newly initiated into the league to exhibit such bravado. He was certainly due for a lesson. Yilong, having overheard the conversation between the two, could not feign ignorance. With a resounding and forceful tone, he retorted, "You two old-timers, today I shall utterly overwhelm you." The Yilong of today was no longer the timid figure he had been upon entering the league. He possessed the strength and confidence to confront those who dared to provoke him. Unexpectedly, Michael Jordan approached them, his expression grave, and slowly declared, in this match, "You two shall not interfere. That kid is mine. I will show him who the true king of this league is." Both Rodman and Pippen gasped in unison. They had never witnessed such a countenance on the man known as Michael Jordan. It was terrifying. Jordan was about to enter a realm of unparalleled intensity. Chapter 65, Jordan Unleashed. In 1996, the NBA Christmas showdown officially commenced. The reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, faced off against the Los Angeles Lakers at home. This was a highly anticipated clash, Luke Longley effortlessly secured the opening possession for the Bulls. Michael Jordan advanced the ball past half court. On the Lakers side, Kobe remained the epitome of confidence, eagerly seeking to match up against Michael Jordan. With a steely gaze, Jordan suddenly bellowed, "Step aside, you little brat. Let that number 30 come here." He referred, of course, to Yi Long, the one who had once shamed him. To his surprise, Kobe confidently replied, "Old man, my brother doesn't even need to assist. I can handle this myself." Jordan chose not to engage in further banter and immediately turned to face his opponent. He delivered a powerful confrontation, sending Kobe flying despite his rigorous training and discipline. The disparity in their physiques was evident, with Kobe appearing significantly leaner than Jordan. The fierce encounter propelled Kobe away, and Jordan subsequently executed a smooth mid-range jump shot. It was successful. What a jest, with such meager ability. He dared to boast in my presence. Jordan's eyes widened in fury as he shook his head in disbelief, then turned to prepare for defense. The Bulls took the lead. Kobe, feeling somewhat irked, complained to his teammates and the referee, arguing that Jordan had committed an offensive foul. The referee merely shook his head in resignation, informing Kobe that it was a standard physical confrontation and not to overreact. Eddie Jones quickly approached the impatient young player, urging him to remain calm and avoid further debate with the referee lest he incur a warning. The possession changed hands, and the Lakers commenced their offensive. As Yi Long received the ball, the Bulls opted for an immediate switch in defense. Michael Jordan personally took on the task of guarding Yi Long. Jordan, a recipient of the Best Defensive Player award, stands out in an era dominated by towering figures in the paint. Apart from Gary Payton, it is only the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, who has achieved such a distinction as an exterior player. Jordan's gaze was piercing, exuding an intense sense of defensive pressure that afforded Yi Long no room to maneuver. Yi Long feigned a move and changed direction, weaving back and forth, yet still unable to shake off Jordan's defense. At this moment, Kobe had already begun to seek opportunities to maneuver towards the area beneath the basket. Yi Long passed the ball with precision. Kobe opted for a spinning layup. Unexpectedly, Scottie Pippen arrived in the nick of time, delivering a resounding block from behind. The United Center in Chicago erupted with excitement. The Bulls swiftly launched a counterattack. Yi Long resolutely clung to Jordan, striving to slow his advance. The classic tactical synergy of the Iron Triangle. Scottie Pippen launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. Alas, it clanged off the rim. Yet, Rodman valiantly battled for the offensive rebound, passing it back into Jordan's hands. Jordan strolled with an air of confidence, confronted by the dual defensive onslaught of Yi Long and Kobe. With audacity, he executed a turnaround jumper. The basketball glided through his fingertips, gently descending into the hoop. Another score. From the very outset of the match, Michael Jordan's form was nothing short of incandescent. The offensive barrage was in full swing. "Leave his defense to me. You focus on Pippen," Yi Long advised Kobe, who felt somewhat displeased but recognized the inevitability of the situation. In this team, no one could surpass Yi Long's prowess in defending against Jordan. Moreover, Yi Long's assertion held merit just moments ago. Kobe's hasty decision to double-team Jordan inadvertently left Pippen wide open beyond the three-point line. Had Pippen's shooting not faltered, this possession would have yielded more than just 2 points for the Bulls. The Lakers inbound the ball from the baseline, with Van Exel controlling the tempo and advancing the ball past half-court. Faced with Pippen's defense, Kobe found himself in a precarious position. And during a series of dribble drives, he nearly committed a turnover. Yi Long seized the ball, utilizing Campbell's screen, and executed a jump shot with precision, scoring. The score is now 4-2, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. However, the Bulls, playing on their home court, exhibited an unmistakably vigorous offensive momentum. Both Jordan and Pippen unleashed their full prowess. From the onset of the game, Jordan's penetrating drives and outside shooting proved nearly impossible to defend against, achieving a flawless 6 for 6 to tally 12 points, while Pippen contributed with 6 points on 3 of 4 shooting. As the first quarter approached the 8-minute mark, the Bulls launched a staggering 20-4 run against the Lakers. The disparity in scores became evident right from the beginning, prompting Lakers head coach Harris to call a timeout to recalibrate the team's strategy as morale seemed to wane. No one anticipated that. Just 2 months after their last encounter where both teams were evenly matched, such a gap would arise. Ironically, despite the Lakers' superior record over the Bulls, their performance was dismal, leading even the commentators to jest. The Lakers, currently the league leaders, seemed to be living a facade. From the Lakers bench, Yi Long stood up to rally his teammates, urging them, "Let us not rush. Let us compose ourselves and play steadily." Frustration boiled over in Kobe, who retorted, "Stop talking big. You can't guard Jordan. And none of us can." The entire Lakers squad fell silent, stunned by the outburst. Chapter 66, Escalating Tensions to the Outside World. Both Kobe and Long were regarded as this year's rookies, sharing similar positions and physiques, leading many to perceive them as rivals. Yet, few were aware that, in private, the two enjoyed a remarkably amicable relationship. Long was utterly taken aback by Kobe's public complaints. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had no grounds for such grievances. Up until that point in the match, he had attempted 5 shots without a single hit, alongside 3 turnovers and 2 fouls. His performance, both offensively and defensively, left much to be desired. What right did he have to voice his frustrations? Observing the expressions of those around him, Kobe quickly recognized his misstep. He suddenly remembered that he was no longer in high school, where he had been regarded as the team's cornerstone. In fact, within the current team dynamics, Long's standing surpassed his own. "I apologize. My previous remarks were hasty." You aren't upset with me, are you?" Long shook his head in a moment of exasperation and slowly spoke. "Success is contingent upon human effort. Are we to forego this match simply because we cannot contain Jordan? Please, the game has scarcely progressed beyond the first quarter. Let us rally our spirits and take our time. We will surely uncover the opponent's vulnerabilities." Head coach Harris nodded in agreement, affirming Long's sentiments. "Since none of us can effectively guard Jordan, let us focus our energies on neutralizing the other players of the Bulls. After all, Jordan is no longer in his prime. It is improbable that he can sustain such performance throughout the entirety of the game." Long concurred with the coach's assessment, recognizing that Jordan's performance in this match was markedly different from their last encounter. He understood that Jordan had likely entered a distinct state, a realm of extraordinary focus. Yet such an intense concentration was a gamble that came at the cost of physical endurance. It was improbable for Jordan to maintain this level of performance throughout the entire game. "Long, you will defend Scottie Pippen, and Jones, you take on Jordan. Switch it up," Harris instructed. This strategic adjustment signified the Lakers' complete abandonment of their containment efforts against Jordan, as Eddie Jones' individual defensive prowess was insufficient to restrict him. However, considering an alternative approach, even the combined efforts of Long and Kobe's double team had proven ineffective against him. The outcome remained unchanged. Why not redirect their focus towards other positions on the Bulls roster? This might constitute a more sagacious choice. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, with the Lakers making rotations in their lineup. Long, Jones, and Campbell remained on the court, while Kobe and Van Exel exited, replaced by Byron Scott and Derek Fisher. The Bulls also made adjustments to their lineup. Jordan and Pippen continued to play, while the other 3 positions welcomed Kerr, Kukoc, and forward Jason Caffey. The Lakers initiated their offensive. Long faced Jordan's defense, skillfully maneuvering with a series of swift changes in direction. In this match, Jordan's defensive strategy was to deny him any opportunity to shoot, restricting his space for a shot. Long forcefully penetrated the lane, utilizing his formidable upper body strength to push Jordan aside, and executed a forceful layup beneath the basket. It was successful. Jordan attempted to swipe the ball, but failed, instead hitting Long's arm. The referee blew the whistle. This play resulted in Long scoring an impressive and morale-boosting 3-point play against Jordan. Long stood at the free throw line and confidently sank the shot. He successfully scored a 3-pointer, bringing the score to 20-7. The Lakers still trailed by double digits. Jordan, naturally displeased and furious about the recent foul, turned around ready to take on another one-on-one. Unexpectedly, Long and Jones opted for a switch in defense. Confronted by Jones's defense, Jordan effortlessly penetrated the lane and executed a layup with ease. After scoring, Jordan shot Long a glare, his mouth spewing taunts. "What's the matter, rookie? Too scared to guard me? Afraid?" In response to Jordan's derision, Long said nothing, swiftly advancing the ball into the front court. Beyond the 3-point line, he drew back his bow and unleashed a furious 3-point shot. A majestic arc soared through the air, and it went in. Long's powerful trash talk, retorting to Jordan, "Words are futile. Let the ball do the talking, old man." Chapter 67, A Small Retaliation. The score on the court has reached 22-10. Long's consecutive 6 points have momentarily narrowed the gap in the game for the Los Angeles Lakers. However, it was his fiery exchange of words with Michael Jordan that truly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Even the commentator for the Chicago Bulls could not help but quip, "This kid is certainly a fearless newcomer." I can only remark that those who provoke Michael seldom fare well in their subsequent performances. The verbal sparring between the two intensified the palpable tension on the court. Jordan's expression was one of stern resolve, though his teeth were clenched in fury. It seems that no rookie in this league has dared to challenge him in such a manner. Yilong has completely infuriated him. The possession has shifted. The Bulls initiate their offensive. Jordan snatches the ball directly from his opponent, facing Yilong. Yet, the Lakers opt to switch their defense. Yilong went to defend against Pippen, focusing on both the perimeter and the paint, while Jones continued to guard Jordan. Jordan charged directly into the lane, seeking contact, twisting his body in midair almost like a pretzel. However, the timely assistance from Campbell and Yilong caused Jordan's layup to veer off course. He missed the shot. Yilong leaped high into the air, engaging in a physical confrontation with Rodman. His formidable strength enabled him to triumph over Rodman. In this crucial moment, he secured the vital defensive rebound. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Yilong seized the opportune moment, delivering a sweeping pass that surveyed the entire court. He assisted Eddie Jones, who made a long dash, executing a fast break to score effortlessly. The score stood at 22-12. The Lakers narrowed the gap to a mere 10 points. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, the Bulls began to dictate the tempo. Steve Kerr methodically dribbled across half-court. Jordan, having exerted considerable effort in recent plays, appeared fatigued and somewhat impulsive, waiting for an opportunity at the 45-degree angle on the right side. He refrained from immediately moving to receive the ball, pondering why Jones, a player of his caliber, posed such a minimal threat, yet seemed to exhaust his energy so swiftly. With less than 10 seconds remaining on the 24-second shot clock, Jordan finally broke free from Jones's defense, preparing to execute the final offensive play of the first quarter. Just as the moment arrived, Yilong surged forth like an indefatigable cheetah. He had already discerned the Bulls' vulnerability, positioned perfectly in the passing lane between Kerr and Jordan. Steve Kerr was not a traditional point guard renowned for his passing prowess. His passing ability was rather mediocre. Meanwhile, Jordan had played the entirety of the first quarter without rest, his stamina waning, which naturally rendered his reception less stable. Yilong seized this opportunity. He successfully intercepted the ball. The front line is now utterly unoccupied. Yilong launched a swift counterattack. With a last-second shot, he sent the ball soaring, which gracefully kissed the backboard before cascading into the net. The crowd erupted in jubilation as the lights illuminated. Following a brief timeout for strategic adjustments, the Lakers, under Yilong's leadership, orchestrated a remarkable surge, pulling the team back from the precipice of despair. The teams then retreated for the intermission. The morale among the Lakers was soaring, yet Kobe, seated on the bench, found himself engulfed in despondency. He was acutely aware that he had faltered in this match, particularly in the first quarter, during which the team had flourished in his absence. However, Coach Harris seemed resolute in his decision to retain him in the lineup. Kobe, prepare to enter the game. You'll be replacing Jones. Upon hearing this, Kobe felt a flicker of confusion, questioning the coach's faith in him despite his disappointing performance. Yet, it dawned on him swiftly that he was being summoned to bear the burden of defending Jordan. Indeed, Kobe, give your utmost to guard Jordan. If you find it challenging, avoid fouling. Just do your best, Harris advised. With his competitive spirit ignited, Kobe could not tolerate being relegated to the role of a mere laborer. He let out a disdainful huff and resolutely declared, "All right, I will certainly defend against Jordan." Yilong harbored some concerns, as he was well aware of Kobe's temperament. However, given the current circumstances and the coaching staff's decisions, he felt compelled to refrain from interference. In this situation, no matter who took the helm, it would prove futile. The only course of action was to capitalize on the Bulls' errors and execute defensive counterattacks. The second quarter commenced swiftly. Chapter 68, Jordan's troubles in the early part of the first quarter. The Bulls nearly stretched their lead to a staggering 20 points. Just when it seemed that everyone believed the Bulls would dominate the game within a single quarter, Yilong once again led the Lakers, orchestrating an improbable comeback that thwarted the Bulls' aspirations. As the second quarter commenced, the scoreboard read 22-14. Thanks to Yilong's buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had narrowed the deficit to single digits. At the start of the second quarter, Jordan and Rodman were absent from the court. The Bulls were represented by Pippen alongside several bench players. Conversely, the Lakers retained Kobe and Yilong on the court, complemented by three substitutes, engaging in a standard rotation of their respective lineups. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Derek Fisher swiftly advancing the ball past half-court. Kobe moved forward to receive the pass, penetrating from the left side. Yilong roamed the perimeter, searching for opportunities to strike, while Pippen vigilantly shadowed him. However, Yilong's movement without the ball left Pippen somewhat fatigued, as he was no longer the defensive titan he once was. During the 2 years of Jordan's retirement, Pippen had proven himself capable of leading a team, and thus he was unwilling to settle for the less glamorous tasks. Meanwhile, Kobe's offensive efforts appeared to be somewhat driven by frustration. In the early stages of the first quarter, he had missed all 5 of his attempts, which led to his being benched. Now, he was eager to demonstrate his prowess. Following a breakthrough on the left side, he executed a floater that drew a shooting foul from Kukoc. Kobe stepped to the free throw line and calmly sank both shots, breaking his personal scoring drought for the game. While the Lakers continued to close the gap, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. As possession shifted, the Bulls initiated their half-court offensive strategy. Pippen received a pass at the top of the arc, and the Bulls engaged in a series of quick ball movements. As he drove toward the basket, he was met with a formidable defense from both Yilong and Kobe, compelling him to pass to Kukoc in the corner. Yilong's defensive speed is astonishingly swift, reaching the baseline in the blink of an eye. The Bulls' tactical offense is remarkably patient, continuing to circulate the ball. Steve Kerr, positioned at the right side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, receives the pass and promptly launches a three-pointer. It finds its mark, 25-16. The Bulls maintain a slender lead. In truth, as long as Jordan is not on the court, the Bulls only need to ensure they do not lose points to secure their victory. It has been demonstrated that even their bench players are capable of starting for other teams, which speaks volumes about the reigning champion's confidence and bench depth. The Lakers initiate their offensive play. Yilong, with the ball in hand, lofts it high towards the position beneath the basket. However, with no opportunity in the paint, he proceeds to pass to Kobe on the left side. Kobe, displaying unwavering determination, receives the ball and begins to back down Pippen. He swiftly turns and takes a jump shot. Unexpectedly, Pippen had already anticipated Kobe's shooting position and swiftly blocks the shot. Yilong surged behind Kobe, effortlessly securing the loose ball. With a feint, he pivoted and penetrated the paint, delicately flicking the ball into the basket with his fingertips. His personal scoring tally had already surpassed 10 points, eclipsing the collective efforts of the entire Lakers roster. This illustrates the profound impact Yilong has on the team. In the absence of Shaquille O'Neal, he has become the unequivocal linchpin of the Lakers' offense and defense. The NBA commentator could not help but extol Yilong, a player overlooked in the draft, who has, in a mere 2 months, ascended to the status of a key player for a contending team, a veritable marvel in the realm of sports. The Bulls, witnessing Yilong's scoring prowess, were determined to stifle the Lakers' momentum. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, they reintroduced Jordan and Rodman to the court, allowing Pippen a brief respite. The Bulls initiated their offense. Kukoc received a pass from Jordan and attempted a three-pointer, but missed. Rodman, however, fought for the offensive rebound, seeking a second-chance opportunity. He was thwarted by Yilong's block and was compelled to pass the ball back to Jordan. It was the familiar sight of Jordan isolating on the weak side. Kobe defended Jordan. Despite the coach's admonition during the break to avoid being reckless if he couldn't contain his opponent, the strategy favored allowing Jordan to score freely. Nevertheless, Kobe was not one to relent easily. His gaze was sharp and his movements swift, ready to unleash the pent-up frustration he had accumulated throughout the game. Jordan, facing this younger adversary, regarded him with disdain. After a couple of post moves, he turned and launched a jump shot with ferocity. Kobe leaped into action, throwing himself to block Jordan's shot. However, he lost his balance in the process, and both he and Jordan tumbled to the floor. The referee called a defensive foul on Kobe. Jordan, visibly irked, rose with fury, preparing to confront Kobe. Yilong, leading his fellow players, swiftly surged forward to encircle Jordan. At this moment, they could not afford to show any weakness. However, due to prior experiences of suspension, none dared to make the first move. Ultimately, the referee intervened to prevent both teams from escalating the situation further. This back and forth clearly affected Jordan's shooting rhythm, as he only managed to convert 1 out of 2 free throws. Kobe's foul, albeit costly, seemed somewhat justified. Yet he now faced another significant dilemma. His personal fouls had already reached 3. The second quarter had yet to reach its halfway mark. Harris, from the sidelines, cautioned Kobe to be mindful of his foul situation. Yet, Kobe remained utterly unconcerned as possession shifted. In a stunning display of offensive prowess, Yilong executed a decisive one-on-one play but was swiftly met with a double team from the Bulls. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Kobe, who aggressively penetrated the lane, drawing a foul from Jordan. Kobe converted both free throws with precision. It appeared that Jordan and Kobe were locked in a duel, as Jordan continued to isolate against Kobe on the offensive end. Following a fierce confrontation, Kobe was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Jordan's charge. The referee, however, ruled it an offensive foul against Jordan, marking his second foul in quick succession, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Yi Long, surprised by Kobe's resilience, inquired about the strategy, only to be met with Kobe's humble admission that it was simply an unfortunate collision. Jordan had now accumulated 3 personal fouls, yet neither coach opted for substitutions. The Lakers pressed on in their pursuit of points. Yi Long and Kobe executed a mesmerizing series of plays. The Lakers unleashed a remarkable 6-0 surge, narrowing the gap to 32-30. The difference now stood at a mere 2 points. Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Bulls, could no longer remain passive and called for a timeout. Who would have imagined that the Bulls, playing on their home court, would find themselves in such a precarious situation against the Lakers? Particularly for Jordan, who had already amassed a game-high 22 points. It seemed that these two young talents were unsettling his composure. Even the commentators at the Chicago home arena could not help but lament, this is not the mentality befitting the greatest of all time. Being rattled by a couple of inexperienced youngsters. As the second quarter approached its climax, both teams entered a tense defensive phase, and a decline in stamina caused their shooting percentages to dip. However, the Bulls, under the influence of their formidable core trio, managed to maintain a slender lead. The final possession of the second quarter loomed. Yi Long faced off against Jordan. With a deft feint, he drew a defensive foul from Jordan. This marks the 4th foul of the match for him. Jordan is in trouble, after Yi Long successfully made both of his free throws just before halftime. The Lakers managed to tie the score at 40. The total points scored by both teams in the first half was merely 80. A testament to the intense defensive battle being waged. This highly anticipated Christmas showdown had reached a fever pitch, with neither team willing to head home for the holidays bearing the weight of a loss. In the first half, Yi Long shot an impressive 7 out of 10, contributing 16 points to the scoreboard, while Kobe Bryant, with a shooting record of 3 out of 8, added 10 points. On the opposing side, the Bulls were predominantly reliant on Jordan, who was shouldering the offensive burden. The performance of the other Chicago players was rather lackluster, a situation greatly aided by the Lakers' astute defensive strategies. Out of the Bulls' 40 points, Jordan alone accounted for 30. As halftime arrived, both teams retreated to their locker rooms. Chapter 69, The Trap During the Halftime Break. A Lakers assistant brought forth an assortment of delightful pastries, specifically prepared by the league for Christmas. These various fruit cakes were intended to replenish the players' energy during the intermission. Yi Long and Kobe resembled two naive novices, each indulging in 2 cakes with unrestrained delight. The other players, however, exhibited a remarkable calmness, showing little inclination to compete with these 2 newcomers. Naturally, it is quite understandable for rookies to be so unaware of their surroundings. Kobe, puzzled, inquired, "Why aren't you all eating?" Veteran Byron Scott chuckled and jested, "It's best to avoid consuming anything from the visiting arena." He laughed, adding, "Just kidding, this is prepared by the league, so it should be safe." Yi Long and Kobe were both utterly bewildered, unsure of what was being said. The halftime break swiftly concluded, and both teams' players composed themselves before returning to the court. As the second half commenced, both teams deployed their starting 5 players. The Lakers lineup remained unchanged with Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Kobe, Yi Long, and Campbell, while the Bulls featured Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, alongside Harper and Longley. Despite Jordan having accrued 4 fouls in the first half, the Bulls coaching staff, along with Jordan himself, appeared unconcerned, displaying immense faith in the league's deity. They regarded this as a minor issue, confident in Jordan's ability to adeptly navigate the challenges of fouls. The second half of the game commenced, with the score still tied at 40. Yi Long and Kobe stood quietly by the sidelines, engaged in hushed whispers as they deliberated strategies to counter Jordan. This scene exuded an air of harmony. During the televised broadcast of the first half, a fleeting moment was captured where the two appeared to have a disagreement on the bench. However, it seems that these 2 young men have swiftly reconciled. For youth is often characterized by a tempestuous nature, flaring up quickly and dissipating just as swiftly. Yi Long, we took turns defending against Jordan, inducing his fouls and compelling him to leave the game. You have also accrued 3 fouls. Do be cautious. Kobe, certainly, I will. It's nothing. As he spoke, his brow suddenly furrowed, and a pained expression crossed his face as he clutched his abdomen with one hand. Yi Long immediately sensed something was amiss and inquired about the matter. Kobe shook his head, indicating that he was fine and could continue playing. However, at that moment, his stomach was churning violently, possibly due to the numerous small cakes he had indulged in during halftime. The Lakers launched their offensive. Van Madness advanced with the ball. Yilong received the pass and smoothly delivered it to the cutting Kobe. With Dennis Rodman and Tony Kukoc defending fiercely, Kobe forcefully penetrated the lane for a layup. The two towering figures of the Bulls sent him crashing to the floor. The referee called a defensive foul on Kukoc. Kobe's expression was one of agony as he rolled on the ground, prompting his teammates to rush over in concern. A look of distress crossed Kobe's face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He leaned toward the assistant and whispered, "I need to use the restroom." The assistant, taken aback, realized that it was not an injury but rather a pressing need. Subsequently, with the support of two teammates, Kobe made his way to the player tunnel, temporarily exiting the court. The official commentator sighed, expressing hope that this young talent would not suffer a serious injury. Before leaving, Kobe designated Yilong to take his free throws. As Yilong positioned himself at the free throw line, he suddenly experienced a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach, as if something were on the verge of erupting from behind. Gritting his teeth, he managed to suppress the urge, quickly signaling to the referee and coach for a brief respite. Yilong's expression reflected discomfort as he spoke to his coach and teammates. That cake might truly be poisonous. If I am not mistaken, Kobe isn't injured. He too is suffering from diarrhea. The head coach, Harris, along with the other players, were left astounded. Such an occurrence had never transpired before, two players suffering from food poisoning simultaneously. Yilong did not request assistance from the staff. He merely feigned a limp as he made his way towards the players' tunnel. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, the Lakers have suffered yet another blow. Kobe has just exited and is yet to return, and now Yilong is leaving as well? Have both of the Lakers' twin stars been injured simultaneously? What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, Yilong had arrived at the men's restroom. Upon glancing down, he noticed Kobe's large foot. He chose to enter the stall adjacent to Kobe's. Just as he had removed his trousers and settled onto the toilet, a loud explosive sound resonated through the restroom. "Kobe," perplexed, called out, "Yilong?" In the adjacent room, Yilong smiled wryly. Kobe was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck? You two are experiencing stomach issues?" He replied, "What the hell? That cursed cake was indeed poisoned." Chapter 70, The Return. A reappearance. As Yilong and Kobe emerged from the restroom, they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the circumstances that had unfolded. Kobe's complexion was exceedingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his expression a portrait of discomfort. Yilong's stomach ached intensely, yet he persevered, approaching Kobe and gently patting his shoulder, inquiring, "Are you all right? Can you continue to play?" Kobe appeared utterly exhausted, his body weary as if he might collapse beside Yilong at any moment. "Damn it, this cursed cake. I shall never again consume anything from an away game." Yilong nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the words of the seasoned veterans. He suddenly recalled an incident from a parallel world in his past life, where Michael Jordan, during a particular year's finals, suffered from food poisoning before the game, experiencing severe nausea and diarrhea. Despite this, he persevered, consuming an entire bottle of cola, and took to the court, ultimately leading his team to victory. However, he collapsed in Scottie Pippen's arms after the game, creating an iconic moment in NBA history. In retrospect, this match came to be known as the flu game, but in later documentaries, Jordan revealed that the food poisoning was actually caused by a contaminated pizza he had eaten that day. With this memory in mind, Yilong promptly requested a large bottle of cola from the Lakers' locker room staff and gulped down nearly half of it in one go, leaving Kobe utterly astonished. "Dude, at a time like this, you're still in the mood for cola. Are you serious?" Yilong felt he was overreacting and handed over the remaining half bottle. Drinking a bit of cola during gastrointestinal discomfort seems to be no bad thing. There is scientific backing for it. What backing? I do not believe it. At that moment, a young African-American assistant from the Lakers rushed over, stating that he had sent someone to the nearby pharmacy to purchase anti-diarrheal medication. Shouldn't such essentials be part of a standard supply? Indeed, but today, the team happened to have forgotten it, considering it is an away game. We will return to our home court next time. And no one could have anticipated such an occurrence, the assistant explained. Damn it, Kobe exclaimed in frustration. The current state of the game appears rather bleak. Our team is significantly behind, a staff member remarked. Yilong and Kobe deliberated on the necessity of returning to the court, for the wait for the medication would undoubtedly take some time. This was Chicago, after all, not Los Angeles. The two limped back to the player tunnel. one following the other, though not truly injured. Rather, it was the discomfort in their stomachs that hindered their movements. After consuming more than half a bottle of cola, Yilong surprisingly found that he felt considerably better. Of course, it might also be attributed to the fact that he had not indulged in as much of the spoiled cake as Kobe did. Yilong fervently insisted on returning to the court immediately. Glancing at the score, with merely 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Bulls by a staggering 16 points, with a score of 52-68. It is noteworthy that both teams were locked in a tie at halftime. When Yilong and Kobe exited the game, the third quarter had only just commenced, and yet, astonishingly, more than half of the quarter had elapsed, and the Lakers were at such a deficit. The Bulls had already amassed an impressive 28 points in this quarter alone, while the Lakers had managed a mere 12 points thus far. As Yilong glanced at the scoreboard displayed on the large screen, he noted that Jordan's individual score had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 45 points. Witnessing such a disparity, Yilong could not suppress his fury, exclaiming, "What on earth? Hasn't he already accumulated 4 fouls? How is it possible for him to score 15 points in a single quarter?" Currently, with O'Neal sidelined, the Lakers are further weakened by the absence of both Yilong and Kobe, resembling a third-rate team. They are being utterly overwhelmed by the defending champions, the Bulls. The team finds itself in a dire predicament, compelling Yilong to return to the court. Kobe, seated on the bench, feels his stomach rumbling, too apprehensive to move. He is even more astonished that Yilong has re-entered the game as if nothing were amiss. He wishes to join as well, but his condition is evidently lacking. Harris ultimately decides to let Kobe rest while allowing Yilong to return to the fray. The Bulls continue their offensive onslaught. Their key players are currently resting on the sidelines, yet Jordan and Pippen have not yet changed out of their uniforms, indicating a mere temporary respite. Should the Lakers narrow the score gap, the Bulls' main players will undoubtedly re-enter the game. Kerr maneuvers around the screen and rolls to the corner. Receiving a pass from his teammate, he swiftly takes a shot. It's in. 62-81. The Bulls have stretched the lead to a staggering 19 points. It appears that the absence of the Lakers' twin stars during this period has profoundly impacted the team. The game is on the verge of spiraling out of control. One wonders if Yilong's return can salvage the team. Yilong swiftly advanced with the ball into the front court. Without a moment's hesitation, utilizing Campbell's screen, he launched a 3-point jumper from beyond the arc. The basketball traced a flawless parabolic arc through the air. It swished through the net with a satisfying sound. The score is now 65-81. Yilong responded to Cole's three-pointer, preventing the gap from widening. The Bulls continue to strategize around the two sharpshooters, Cole and Kukoc, utilizing tactical screens. Yilong's exceptional defensive leadership thwarted the Bulls' offensive advance. Securing the rebound, he propelled the counterattack forward. Yilong, beyond the three-point line, unleashed a swift shot, and it found its mark once more. He scored 6 consecutive points. Upon entering the game, his impact was immediate, as the Lakers' offense became ensnared in a quagmire. It was only Yilong who could rise to the occasion. With 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, the Bulls began to manage the clock. Only as the 24-second mark approached did they hastily take a shot. Kukoc's mid-range jumper was once again disrupted by Campbell. Yilong fiercely contested for the rebound. A long pass initiated a counterattack. He assisted Jones, who successfully completed the layup. The score is now 70-81. The Lakers have narrowed the gap to just 11 points. The Bulls are launching their final offensive of the third quarter. Under Yilong's leadership, the Lakers are surging with momentum. They immediately commenced full-court pressure. The Bulls made a passing error. The Lakers executed a steal. Yilong began to control the tempo, managing the time as he prepared for the final assault. The third quarter of the match was entering its countdown. Yilong faced Kukoc's defense, executing a series of feints and directional dribbles. With the clock winding down, he unleashed a drifting jump shot. It found its mark. 72-81. The ball went in. The lights illuminated, and the deficit had finally been reduced to single digits. At this moment, Jordan, seated on the bench, could no longer remain still. He began warming up, preparing to re-enter the game in the final quarter. Chapter 71. A forced switch. Kobe, watching the unfolding events from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. Could this truly be a patient who had just suffered from food poisoning? He pondered, could it be that soda possesses miraculous effects? He quickly requested a bottle of soda from the assistant beside him and guzzled it down eagerly, ready to return to the game. However, scarcely 2 seconds after finishing the soda, he was suddenly seized by intense abdominal pain, churning violently within him. Oh no! He vomited profusely all over the floor. The cameras on site instantly captured this shocking scene, leaving the surrounding spectators and other members of the Lakers in sheer disbelief. Yilong inquired, "Kobe, what troubles you? Have you also indulged in cola?" Kobe, enduring the agony, painfully raised his head and weakly replied, "Indeed. Did you not consume cola and perform so fiercely on the court? How much did you drink?" "I drank an entire bottle." Yilong was astonished. "You are truly remarkable. I could only manage half a bottle. My stomach is in agony, and I am solely relying on sheer willpower to endure. How on earth can you drink an entire bottle? By the way, I had Coca-Cola. You had Pepsi?" No wonder it didn't work. At that moment, the Lakers team doctor could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Drinking cola cannot cure gastroenteritis. This lacks any scientific basis and is merely a rumor. Yilong must possess an inherently robust constitution, which is why he was unaffected after consuming half a bottle of cola." "Kobe, you have already ingested so much spoiled cake and then downed an entire bottle of cola. This is adding fuel to the fire. We should hasten to the hospital for an 4 drip. Given your current condition, anti-diarrheal medication will likely be ineffective, and you may require gastric lavage." Upon hearing this, Kobe fainted in anger and was promptly carried off the court by the Lakers staff on a stretcher. It seemed he had bid farewell to this match. After clearing the area of vomit, the Lakers head coach, Harris, quickly gathered the players to discuss strategies for the final quarter. Soon, the intermission concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The climactic final quarter had commenced. The Bulls reintroduced all their key players onto the court. The Lakers, aside from Kobe, also brought back their main lineup. The score stood at 72-81. At the conclusion of the third quarter, Yilong made a triumphant return, swiftly scoring 8 points and delivering 1 assist, aiding his team in halting their downward spiral and igniting a surge of momentum. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Bulls launched their offensive. Harper orchestrated the play in the front court, while Jordan maneuvered to the wing to receive the pass. As Yilong received the ball, he incessantly unleashed a torrent of trash talk, attempting to unsettle his opponent's mindset. However, Jordan's gaze was piercing and resolute. Without uttering a word, he immediately responded with fierce confrontation against Yilong. Yilong's strength firmly held Jordan at bay, allowing him no space to maneuver. "You old fellow, already with 4 fouls. Do you still wish to inflict injury?" With a scoff, the rookie replied, "Prepare yourself." Without hesitation, Jordan pivoted and took a jump shot. Yilong leapt high into the air, only to discover that Jordan had feigned a shot. With a deft fake, he gently leaned against Yilong. The referee blew the whistle. Jordan swiftly took his shot, scoring a 3-point play. The crowd at the Chicago Bulls home court erupted in cheers. Jordan's movements were executed with seamless precision, as if he were toying with the rookie before him, his effortless grace leaving everyone in awe. Yilong felt a sense of helplessness, a wry smile escaping his lips. Who would have thought that such tactics would still prevail in this era? Is this not an encouragement for confrontation? Jordan stepped up to the free throw line, confidently sinking the shot. He successfully made the 3-pointer. The score now stands at 72-84, with the gap widening once more to double digits. Yilong proactively addressed his teammates, asserting that this play was his, having overlooked the fact that Jordan also favored the tactic of drawing fouls. As possession shifted, the Lakers commenced their offensive. The Bulls' defense, targeting Yilong with relentless pressure, showed no signs of abating. However, the Lakers boasted another prolific scorer, Eddie Jones, the team's former scoring champion. As Yilong drew the double team, Jones effortlessly executed a jump shot, contributing valuable points for the Lakers. Yilong currently focuses his primary efforts on defending against Jordan. Although Jordan has already scored 48 points in this match, Yilong must devise a strategy to entangle Jordan in foul trouble. Otherwise, the Lakers will find themselves in a precarious situation. From the moment Jordan receives the ball off the ball, Yilong intensifies the pressure on him. The Bulls must continuously set screens for Jordan to ensure he can receive the ball comfortably. Yilong's suffocating defense left Jordan gasping for breath. Even though Rodman had provided an impeccable screen, Yilong swiftly maneuvered around the cover, locating Jordan's position with remarkable agility. At last, Jordan could no longer contain himself and forcefully shoved Yilong aside. Yilong fell to the ground in response. Yet, astonishingly, the referee did not call the foul. Jordan received a pass from his teammate and took a jump shot from beyond the 3-point line. Yilong had no time to voice his grievances to the referee. He leapt into the air, yet still failed to disrupt Jordan's shot. Fortunately, Jordan opted for a 3-pointer on this occasion. It clanged off the rim. It is worth noting that, thus far in this season, Jordan's 3-point shooting percentage stands at a mere 31. 2. Arguably the weakest aspect in his arsenal. However, in this era, it seems that no one has placed significant emphasis on the three-point shot. The rebound landed in Campbell's hands. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Yilong received the ball beyond the three-point line, and in an instant, Pippen leaped forward. A feint. Yilong executed a deceptive move. He surged into the paint, delicately flicking the ball with his fingertips to score effortlessly. Yilong has already scored his 26th point of the match. The Lakers still find themselves trailing by double digits. Both teams have embarked on a protracted tug-of-war. This Christmas showdown has unmistakably taken on the intensity of a playoff battle. Yilong felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his body, for he had been unwell from the relentless bout of diarrhea. However, fortified by his indomitable will, he persevered and continued to fight. At last, with 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, an offensive maneuver drew a defensive foul from Jordan, marking his 5th foul of the match. Following this infraction, Jordan found himself somewhat restrained on the defensive end, allowing the Lakers to seize the opportunity and mount a small surge, narrowing the score to 90-93. The deficit was now a mere 3 points. Throughout this match, Jordan's scoring had eclipsed the remarkable threshold of 52 points, accounting for more than half of his team's total. The Bulls initiated their offensive possession, with Jordan charging into the paint, backing down Yilong for a one-on-one confrontation. Taking advantage of the moment, Yilong abruptly pulled out his chair, causing Jordan's body to lose balance in an instant. However, as both players fell to the ground, Jordan's elbow struck Yilong's abdomen directly. A tumultuous wave surged within his stomach once more. He could no longer endure the match. Yet, Jordan bore a heavy price for this incident, accruing his 6th foul. This trade-off was hardly beneficial for the Lakers. It is crucial to note that the Bulls boasted the deepest roster in the league. Jordan, a deity fashioned by David Stern in this era, is seldom ejected from games, but today he must concede defeat, once again falling prey to this rookie. As Yilong was assisted off the court by 2 individuals, he cast a fierce glare at Jordan, who returned the look with equal intensity. Thus, their enmity was irrevocably sealed. In a fit of anger, he draped a towel over his head and slumped onto the bench, seething with rage, while the game continued unabated. Without Jordan, the Bulls, relying on Pippen, Kerr, and Harper, maintained a firm grip on the dynamics of the match. Yilong was aware that the competition still held uncertainties. He inquired with the team doctor about any rapid pain relief methods, but the doctor replied that this was not a serious injury, but rather an internal issue that would require a gradual recovery. Yilong made a brief visit to the restroom and refreshed himself with a bottle of cola, eager to return to the court and rejoin the fray. As he walked back through the players' tunnel, he noticed that the audience had begun to disperse. Standing in the tunnel, he cast a glance at the scoreboard displayed on the large screen. The score read 96-114. The Bulls were ahead by a staggering 18 points. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the game, both teams had already substituted in their bench players. The contest seemed to have reached its conclusion, and the outcome appeared to be all but settled. Yilong turned away with a sense of melancholy, departing from the players' tunnel and making his way towards the locker room. Chapter 72, The Ups and Downs After Christmas. This highly anticipated Christmas clash concluded in a rather tragic manner. Yilong and his teammates were undoubtedly filled with discontent. However, despite their reluctance, this season offered no opportunity for retribution, unless, of course, the Lakers and the Bulls could converge in the grand finale of the championship. The Bulls appeared capable of achieving this feat, while the Lakers, if O'Neal continued to falter and remain sidelined, might find even making it to the playoffs to be a fanciful dream. Following the conclusion of this match, both the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers boasted a record of 18 wins and 3 losses, given that their encounters this season resulted in 1 victory for each. Yet the Bulls held a superior point differential. They temporarily ascended above the Lakers in the league standings, claiming the coveted top position. After gathering their belongings and exiting the arena, the streets of Chicago were awash with the joyous spirit of Christmas. The resounding victory of the home team would undoubtedly allow Bulls fans to revel in a splendid holiday. In contrast, the atmosphere surrounding the Lakers was rather somber. Yilong bid farewell to each of his teammates, wishing them a Merry Christmas. He chose not to accompany them on the team bus to the airport, instead standing alone by the roadside in quiet anticipation. After a brief moment, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided to a stop beside him. Brittany lowered the window from the back seat and waved at Yilong. Yilong hurriedly entered the car, also taking a seat in the back. Today, she had rented a luxury vehicle and temporarily hired a chauffeur. The two of them were set to celebrate Christmas in Chicago, where Brittany was currently recording at a music company. Although they had missed the Lakers game, she had rushed over as soon as her recording session concluded. "You look absolutely stunning today," Yilong exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon Brittany, who appeared like a vision from a fairy tale. Dressed in an exquisite red dress, the hem swayed gently, accentuating her graceful figure while maintaining an air of comfort and elegance. The gown was adorned with festive motifs, including snowflakes, bells, and reindeer. Brittany's hair was meticulously styled into voluminous waves, embellished with a red ribbon that harmonized beautifully with her ensemble. Her face was adorned with delicate makeup, highlighted by a striking red lip that perfectly complemented her crimson attire. Adding a playful touch, she wore a red Christmas hat, embellished with white fur and golden bells, enhancing her charming allure. In her hand, she carried a red handbag embroidered with festive designs, infusing her overall appearance with a touch of holiday spirit. "Brother, you seem down after losing the game today. Let me take care of you tonight," Brittany playfully suggested, her words laced with flirtation, revealing a newfound boldness. "Yilong, something feels amiss. My stomach doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Could this be the power of dopamine?" After a brief rendezvous with Brittany, Yilong returned to training early the next day. The defeat in the Christmas showdown had rendered his previous day's reward null and void, compelling him to compensate for these losses through more disciplined training. Meanwhile, Kobe, suffering from severe diarrhea and gastrointestinal issues, spent a day in the hospital, only returning home in the evening. After a full day of rest, he was finally able to resume normal training and activities. Fortunately, the Lakers had no games during these 2 days. Following Christmas, the new year swiftly approached, yet the team's stalwart, O'Neal, remained hindered by an ankle injury, unable to participate. Under the guidance of the two rookies, Yilong and Kobe, the Lakers' performance fluctuated, lacking stability. In the period leading up to the All-Star game, it seemed that Yilong and Kobe were confronting the notorious rookie wall. Yilong's average points per game have plummeted from 21.2 to 15.5, while Kobe's average has dramatically decreased from 14.3 to 9.1. During this period, the Lakers have managed a disappointing record of only 8 wins against 10 losses, which included a disheartening 5-game losing streak. As the season reaches its midway point, the Lakers have fallen from the pinnacle of the Western Conference to a precarious 7th place. In the fiercely competitive and formidable Western Conference, their prospects for the playoffs are looking increasingly bleak. However, there is a silver lining. Shaquille O'Neal is confirmed to make his return after the All-Star game, facing the Philadelphia 76ers in a home match. The 1997 NBA All-Star game is on the horizon, and this year, it will be hosted in the small city of Cleveland, taking place at the Gund Arena. Without a doubt, Yilong and Kobe have been selected for the starting lineup of the Rookie Challenge. However, in this era, the Rookie Challenge does not feature first-year rookies competing against second-year rookies. Instead, it showcases a contest between the Western Rookie Team and the Eastern Rookie Team. The Western Rookie Team, alongside Yilong and Kobe, includes the tenacious Marbury, Raheem, and Peja, while the Eastern Rookie Team is led by prominent figures such as Iverson, Ray Allen, Ben Wallace, Camby, and Walker. Furthermore, Kobe has been invited to participate in this year's slam dunk contest, while Yilong has received an invitation to the three-point contest, where he will face off against the likes of Cole and other sharpshooters. As for the main event of the All-Star game, Jordan continues to reign as the leading vote-getter. Neither Yilong nor Kobe was selected for the main event, nor did they even secure a spot as substitutes. This is understandable, considering their performances leading up to the All-Star game were somewhat lacking. It is worth noting that even Allen Iverson, who averaged 23 points and 7 assists, was not chosen for the main event. The performances of LeBron and Kobe, naturally, could not secure them a spot. This era still belongs to the seasoned players and the legendary stars of yesteryears. It is exceedingly difficult for rookie players to outshine these established icons in terms of popularity. On the first day of the All-Star game, LeBron and Kobe were already prepared to take the stage. Their opponent, Allen Iverson, is a frontrunner for the title of Best Rookie and poses the most significant challenge to LeBron and Kobe in the future. Thus, he must be taken seriously, even if it is merely an exhibition match. Chapter 73, the 1997 All-Star Journey. In 1997, the Cleveland All-Star Game commenced with great fanfare on its inaugural day. As a recognized golden generation, this year's Rookie Challenge was undoubtedly under intense scrutiny, particularly with the much-lauded Allen Iverson, who, despite standing at only 183 meters, has unequivocally emerged as the star player for the Philadelphia 76ers. His dazzling dribbling style, along with his signature drives and mid-range shots, has garnered significant attention. Meanwhile, from the Western rookie team, the spotlight naturally shines on the twin stars of the Lakers, LeBron and Kobe. Kobe, renowned as the strongest high school player in America, has maintained a notable reputation. Though his performance has experienced fluctuations since entering the NBA, he has largely met external expectations, affirming his capabilities. LeBron's rise, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, has taken many by surprise. Never before has an Asian player made such a remarkable impact on the exalted stage of the NBA. Yilong has undoubtedly pioneered the path for basketball in China and across Asia. The exuberant DJ at the All-Star Game enthusiastically introduced the various rookies, and the match commenced with great anticipation. The Eastern rookie team seized the initiative, with Iverson weaving through defenders and driving to the basket for a successful jump shot, marking the beginning of this thrilling contest. In response, Kobe, unwilling to be outdone, received a pass from his teammate and executed a smooth jump shot. It found its mark. Today, his shooting touch appeared to be in fine form, and he was eager to showcase his skills. After all, this was the Rookie Challenge, where players often displayed their individuality. Such a platform was an opportunity to shine, and excelling among the multitude of newcomers could potentially lead to increased playing time in their respective teams once the All-Star festivities concluded. In the initial moments of the game, Yilong scarcely received any opportunities to shoot. His teammates hardly passed the ball. Whenever they gained possession, they opted to take the shot themselves. It was only when his teammates struggled to find the basket that Yilong managed to break the scoring drought through offensive rebounds. As the first half concluded, Allen Iverson had already amassed the highest score of the game with 21 points and contributed 5 assists, leading the Eastern rookie team to a commanding 77-58 advantage over the Western rookie team. On the other side, Kobe Bryant led his team with a commendable 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals, despite a shooting percentage of less than 40. The significant deficit faced by the Western team could largely be attributed to a lack of cohesive teamwork. In the first half of the match, Yilong had merely 3 opportunities to shoot, successfully executing a layup and sinking a three-pointer, accumulating a total of 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. Upon returning for the second half, Yilong has come to a complete realization. Although the results of this rookie challenge may not hold significant meaning, the system has nevertheless allocated him rewards far more generous than his usual training. Even if it is not for the sake of showcasing his abilities, he must strive to score and secure victory, thus earning the rewards bestowed by the system. As the second half of the match commenced, he began to take matters into his own hands, no longer collaborating with his teammates. In the initial 8 minutes of the second half, Yilong, with his remarkable long-range shooting, scored consistently, making 10 out of 12 attempts, including 4 three-pointers. He amassed an impressive 24 points in a single quarter, bringing his total for the match to 29 points, momentarily surpassing Allen Iverson. Amidst Yilong's astonishing display, the Western rookie team managed to erase the deficit during this quarter, entering the final period with a score of 102-103, trailing by just 1 point. As the fourth quarter commenced, the spirited rookies, brimming with youthful vigor, were determined not to succumb to defeat, intensifying their defensive efforts. Yilong chose to defend against the opposing team's core player, Iverson. Despite Iverson's remarkable speed, Yilong was aware of his limitations. However, he adeptly utilized his strength advantage to restrict Iverson's drives and jump shots. The two teams battled fiercely until the final moments, when Iverson attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc, only to be denied by Yilong's block. Turning swiftly, Yilong surged into the paint, executing a powerful dunk that allowed the Western rookie team to take the lead. In the final play for the Eastern rookie team, the ball was once again in Iverson's hands. Faced with the double-team defense of Yilong and Kobe, Iverson opted against passing, instead choosing to challenge the Lakers' dynamic duo head-on. Predictably, Yilong blocked him once more, resulting in Iverson's shot hitting nothing but air. The game concluded with the Western rookie team narrowly triumphing over the Eastern rookie team, 138-137, clinching victory in the 1997 Rookie Challenge. Yilong demonstrated an extraordinary performance, amassing 35 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals, undoubtedly earning him the most valuable player trophy of the Rookie Challenge. During the award presentation, Kobe's gaze was filled with envy, although he scored 31 points in the game. It was evident that Yilong's overall performance surpassed his, as he played a pivotal role in leading the Western Conference to a remarkable comeback. As the event concluded, Allen Iverson wore a defiant expression, refusing to concede, and addressed Yi Long and Kobe with the words, "See you after the All-Star game. I will show you what it means to be the #1 rookie." He was not mistaken, at least based on the first half of the season. Iverson indeed stood as the premier rookie of the year. Following this, the competitions for various individual events commenced. Yi Long triumphed through the rounds of the three-point shooting competition, ultimately facing off against the Bulls sharpshooter, Steve Kerr, in the finals. In the finals, Yi Long achieved a record-breaking score of 27 points, triumphing over Cole to claim the championship of the 1997 three-point contest. Meanwhile, the dunk contest, which served as the grand finale, presented little suspense. This year's competition showcased a relatively lower caliber of performances. Ultimately, Kobe Bryant secured victory with an impressive under-the-leg reverse dunk, marking his first trophy in life, a commendable achievement indeed. As the main event unfolded, Yi Long and Kobe found themselves relegated to the sidelines, assuming the role of spectators as they admired the prowess of the league's elite. The All-Star game was nothing short of a divine clash. The Eastern Conference All-Stars faced a significant deficit against the Western Conference in the first half. However, in a remarkable turnaround during the second half, the Hornets star player, Glenn Rice, erupted beyond the three-point line, scoring an astonishing 20 points in a single quarter, orchestrating a dramatic comeback for the Eastern squad. Despite Michael Jordan recording the first triple-double in All-Star history, the MVP award was ultimately bestowed upon Glenn Rice. The 1997 Cleveland All-Star journey concluded, with teams taking a brief two-day respite before resuming the latter half of the regular season, a pivotal moment in the race for the playoffs. The Lakers' first opponent post-All-Star game was the Philadelphia 76ers, led by Allen Iverson. Chapter 74. Home match against Iverson after a brief two-day intermission. The Lakers prepared for their first home game following the All-Star festivities, eagerly facing the struggling Philadelphia 76ers. This match also marked the return of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal after months of injury rehabilitation. O'Neal's re-entry into the lineup created a noticeable disparity in overall team strength. However, the true focus of this contest was undoubtedly the clash of three superstars, the Lakers' dynamic duo, Yi Long and Kobe Bryant, against the #1 draft pick, Allen Iverson. In their inaugural matchup since the draft, the 76ers, currently fielding a purely lackluster roster, were fortunate enough to secure the top draft pick, which allowed Iverson to wield unrestricted shooting privileges within the team. It seemed that, apart from the legendary Michael Jordan, no other rookie had been afforded such a role as the unequivocal centerpiece of a franchise from the outset. The game commenced with O'Neal displaying an impressive form, helping the Lakers regain possession before executing a powerful dunk in the paint, heralding the start of this encounter. Following the successful basket, O'Neal, as customary, showcased his humorous Shaq step move, igniting the exuberant cheers of the Lakers' home crowd. Meanwhile, the 76ers promptly placed the ball in Iverson's hands. The Lakers swiftly opted for a defensive switch, with Yi Long tasked with guarding Iverson. Iverson's gaze was one of defiance, seemingly dismissing Yi Long entirely. In an instant, he executed a breathtaking crossover, showcasing an extraordinary change of direction. Yi Long had long anticipated this move, having already predicted the position. He swiftly executed a decisive interception. The audience gasped in astonishment. Initially, they believed Allen Iverson's change of direction was remarkably swift. But little did they realize that Yi Long's speed in stealing the ball was even more rapid. After Yi Long completed the steal, Kobe swiftly surged forward, racing toward the offensive end. The Lakers launched a fast break in an instant. The 76ers were unable to recover in time, merely watching as Kobe executed a thunderous dunk. The newly crowned slam dunk contest champion delivered a stunning 360-degree dunk right at the beginning of the match, igniting the crowd. What a splendid performance. A perfect dunk. Kobe approached Yi Long to exchange a fist bump in acknowledgement. The Lakers led 4-0 at the onset. The 76ers initiated their offense. The team's second-in-command, Stackhouse, hit a mid-range jumper, breaking the scoring drought. Stackhouse was once a celebrated collegiate star, but his peak fame came when he was bested by the high schooler Kobe in a one-on-one duel. In many ways, Kobe's early notoriety before entering the NBA owes much to the misfortune of Stackhouse. In truth, Stackhouse possesses considerable skill and solid fundamentals. Yet it is challenging to perceive the aura of a superstar within him. Otherwise, he would not have willingly relinquished his leadership position upon Iverson's arrival. Even after several years, Kobe faced Stackhouse with unwavering confidence, as if he had activated some unseen advantage, effortlessly sinking a jumper over Stackhouse to add 2 more points for the Lakers. Throughout the first half, the Lakers maintained control and dominance, stretching their lead to as much as 22 points. Nevertheless, Iverson, under Yi-Long's stringent defense, managed to score 18 points in the first half, albeit with a rather dismal shooting percentage, hitting only 7 out of 22 attempts. In the first half of the game, Yi-Long and Kobe each scored 10 and 16 points respectively, while O'Neal achieved the highest score of the half with 22 points, along with 11 rebounds, accomplishing a double-double with 20 points and 10 rebounds by halftime. In the first half, Yi-Long had limited involvement in the offensive realm, attempting only 5 shots and successfully sinking 4, including 2 three-pointers. However, his defensive prowess was striking, as he contributed 5 steals, 4 blocks, and secured 8 defensive rebounds, effectively transforming himself from a forward into a formidable presence in the paint. Under his vigilant defense, Iverson found himself in considerable distress. As the second half commenced, a dramatic shift occurred. The 76ers, led by their backcourt duo, unleashed an explosive 15-0 run, narrowing the gap to a mere 4 points. Yet, at this crucial juncture, Yi-Long responded with a flurry of 3 consecutive three-pointers, serving as a calming influence that swiftly extinguished the 76ers' hopes of a comeback. Subsequently, he executed a series of seamless interior-exterior connections with O'Neal, just under 3 minutes into the fourth quarter. Yi-Long achieved a remarkable triple-double, recording 20 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists, thus surpassing the record for the most triple-doubles in a rookie season, previously held by the legendary Magic Johnson, with a total of 7. This season is just over halfway through. Yi-Long has achieved his 8th career triple-double. In the end, the Philadelphia 76ers, with less than half a quarter remaining, conceded defeat and substituted their key players, as the point differential had reached a staggering 30 points. The Los Angeles Lakers triumphed effortlessly, defeating the visiting 76ers with a score of 113-82, marking their first victory since the All-Star game. Shaquille O'Neal, in his comeback match, displayed an extraordinary performance, amassing a remarkable 35 points, 21 rebounds, and 4 blocks. After the game, Allen Iverson approached Yi-Long to shake hands and embrace in a gesture of respect. Despite scoring 30 points himself, his shooting accuracy suffered greatly under Yi-Long's defense, rendering him severely suppressed. Had it not been for this game, he might not have given a second thought to an undrafted player. Following this encounter, the two players forged an unexpected camaraderie, defeating the struggling 76ers. Though less rewarding than triumphing over a team like the Bulls, was still a victory worth celebrating. Yi-Long accessed the system panel and allocated the numerous attribute points he had accumulated recently. Host, Yi-Long basic information: height, 195 centimeters, updated, weight, 92 kilograms, updated, wingspan, 208 centimeters, updated, exclusive shooting style, Stephen Curry, peak version, attribute values, maximum per category, 200, speed, 115 agility, 109 strength, 169 jumping, 110 stamina, 150 shooting, 128 ball handling, 101 driving, 80 post play, 76 passing, 98 rebounding, 105 stealing, 100 blocking, 102 special abilities, automatic recovery from 3 years of injury exemption, game-winning shot guarantee card X1 overall attribute value, 110 rating. After enhancing his attributes, Yi-Long's capabilities have reached new heights, officially entering the realm of stardom. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind, indicating that the host's season schedule had surpassed the halfway mark and announcing the forthcoming seasonal challenge mission. Yi-Long found himself somewhat bewildered. What on earth was the seasonal challenge task? Chapter 75, determined to compete for Rookie of the Year. Please select one of the following 3 tasks as your seasonal challenge. Successfully completing it will reward you with a delightful seasonal surprise package, filled with abundant rewards. 1. Assist the Los Angeles Lakers in securing the NBA championship for the 1996-97 season. 2. Win the title of Rookie of the Year for the 1996-97 season. 3. Help the Los Angeles Lakers achieve a minimum of 20 consecutive victories in the upcoming matches. If the final rewards for these 3 tasks are identical, then without a doubt, choosing the second option is the most prudent decision. Although Allen Iverson currently holds a substantial lead in the race for Rookie of the Year, if Yi-Long exerts himself diligently, combined with the team's performance and favorable head-to-head records, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to snatch the title of Rookie of the Year in a surprising upset. In comparison, the first and third tasks seem rather far-fetched, given the current competitive landscape of the league, with formidable opponents lurking at every corner. The notion of the Lakers clinching the championship this season is nothing short of a pipe dream. Unless Shaquille O'Neal maintains perfect attendance until the season's end, the Lakers' chances of winning the championship are less than 0.01%. Achieving 20 consecutive victories is no simple feat either. Even though the previous season saw the Bulls finishing with an impressive record of 72 wins, they never managed to secure a streak of 20 consecutive victories, with their maximum being 18. Considering the current state of the Lakers, the difficulty of attaining 20 consecutive wins is on par with competing for the championship itself. During the early part of the season, the Lakers temporarily held the top spot in the Western Conference and even in the league, purely by chance. No one could have anticipated that the undrafted rookie Yu Long, whom the Lakers signed, could deliver such explosive performances. Moreover, they benefited from the relatively easier schedule at the season's beginning. As the difficulty of the schedule increased, along with issues like team injuries and the rookie wall, the Lakers now find themselves ranked 7th in the Western Conference, which perhaps reflects their true capabilities. Yu Long ultimately chose Task 2 without hesitation, decisively embracing it as the challenge for the season. Now, he finds himself curious about the surprises contained within the seasonal gift package. With a shooting package from Curry, automatic recovery, and a 3-year injury exemption, these skills are already quite formidable. Could it be that the seasonal gift package holds even more extraordinary abilities? Yu Long has quietly resolved to place greater emphasis on his personal statistics in the upcoming matches, striving to contend for the coveted Rookie of the Year award. Previously, he had primarily focused on team synergy and collaboration, often prioritizing his teammates over his own performance metrics, with the aim of securing more victories for the team. However, the criteria for the Rookie of the Year selection differ from those of other awards, placing a higher value on individual statistical prowess, followed by team performance and personal efficiency. Much like Allen Iverson, who, despite his team languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, delivered nearly all-star caliber individual statistics, securing his position at the top of the rookie rankings. Of course, this is merely a prediction from official media outlets, and the definitive outcome will ultimately hinge on the final voting at the season's conclusion. Yu Long glanced at the previous issue's best rookie predictions, noting that he did not even secure a position within the top 5. The second spot was claimed by Sharif Rahim of the Vancouver Grizzlies, who averaged an impressive 18.9 points and 8.9 rebounds per game. Following him in third place was Antoine Walker of the Boston Celtics, with averages of 17.5 points, 9.3 rebounds, and 4.5 assists. The fourth position was held by Stephon Marbury of the Timberwolves, while the fifth was occupied by Marcus Camby of the Raptors. In the latest predictions for the Rookie of the Year award, Yu Long finds himself positioned at a modest 6th place. Meanwhile, Kobe, due to a recent decline in form, has failed to secure a spot among the top 10. Truly, the competition for this accolade, emblematic of the illustrious class of '96, is exceptionally fierce. Following their victory over Philadelphia, the Lakers embarked on a challenging series of away games, facing not only Western Conference teams, but also those from the East. Traveling to Seattle to confront the Supersonics, they faced a formidable duo in Gary Payton, an exceptional perimeter defender, and Shawn Kemp, a powerful offensive forward. This dynamic pair has propelled the Supersonics to 3rd place in the Western Conference as they gained momentum midway through the season. From the outset, the Lakers struggled significantly. Despite the Supersonics' interior defense failing to pose a threat to Shaquille O'Neal, Payton's relentless defense rendered the Lakers' outside shooting woefully ineffective. In the first half, Kobe managed to score only 1 basket out of 10 attempts, while Yu Long also managed a mere 10 points. Although O'Neal delivered a commanding performance with 35 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 blocks, it was insufficient to avert a substantial defeat for the Lakers. In their subsequent match, the Lakers faced a back-to-back challenge against the Detroit Pistons. Since the retirement of the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, the glory of the Bad Boys has faded. The current star of the team is Grant Hill, once heralded as Jordan's successor. In this contest, Yu Long went toe-to-toe with Hill, each scoring 22 and 20 points respectively in the first half. O'Neal, unfortunately, struggled, contributing only 15 points to the scoreboard. The Lakers held a slender lead. However, upon returning for the second half, the Pistons, led by the veteran Dumars, mounted a comeback, briefly overtaking the Lakers by double digits. In a crucial moment, Yu Long hit consecutive three-pointers, revitalizing the Lakers' offense, and in the dying seconds of the game, he assisted Kobe on an alley-oop, sealing the victory. The Lakers have successfully averted a consecutive losing streak. However, their upcoming schedule remains daunting. Since Shaquille O'Neal's return, The team's overall performance has been more favorable than unfavorable. Yet, when facing the formidable top contenders from both the Eastern and Western conferences, the Lakers encounter significant challenges. Conversely, against weaker opponents, victories must be secured, especially in a season where numerous teams appear to be tanking in pursuit of the coveted first overall pick for the upcoming draft, which is likely to feature Duncan. During this period, Yilong's performance has steadily improved, with his average points per game rising to 17.5. He has ascended from 6th to 4th place in the latest rookie rankings. Nevertheless, at his current pace, the path to securing the Rookie of the Year title remains arduous for Yilong. He understands that the primary offensive focus of the team does not revolve around him, limiting his statistical output. The reason Allen Iverson firmly holds the top position on the rookie leaderboard is due to his absolute and unrestricted shooting privileges. As the regular season progresses, teams are fiercely vying for playoff positions. Nestled in the treacherous Western Conference, despite the Lakers' favorable win-loss record during this stretch, their standings have actually declined, temporarily dropping to 8th place. Meanwhile, the 9th-seeded Kings and the 10th-seeded Clippers are closely pursuing them, ready to capitalize on any misstep. Unfortunately, fate does not seem to favor the Lakers this season. The grueling schedule, intense competition, and increasing minutes on the court have led to yet another injury for the Big Shark, Shaquille O'Neal, this time affecting his ankle. After careful deliberation, the Lakers management has mandated that O'Neal undergo surgery for a definitive remedy, indicating that he will be sidelined for the remainder of the season. In his inaugural year with the Lakers, he has only participated in 51 games, with 18 regular season contests still remaining. Yilong understood that his opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 76. All performance data must be acquired. Although O'Neal has been sidelined for the season, it does not imply that the Lakers have relinquished their aspirations for this year. They remain a team on the cusp of the playoffs. The management and coaching staff share a unified vision to maintain the current roster in order to secure a playoff berth. After all, this is a commercial league where a single playoff game can generate tens of millions in ticket revenue. Since O'Neal's injury, the Lakers have faced formidable challenges in their subsequent matches. Campbell, originally a power forward, has been compelled to assume the center position, while Yilong and Kobe are positioned at power forward and small forward, respectively. The backcourt partnership remains with Van Exel and Eddie Jones, enforcing a diminutive lineup comprising 1 large and 4 small players, with an average height of less than 2 meters. In an era when towering figures dominate the 1990s, this is indeed a spectacle. However, Yilong has shifted his focus solely to accumulating impressive statistics, particularly in scoring. Elevating his efficiency to contend for the Rookie of the Year award has become his urgent priority, as the prospect of contending for the championship this season appears bleak. Instead, he prefers to develop his skills discreetly, striving to enhance his capabilities and await the moment when he can independently pursue a championship, realizing his dreams. Facing the Portland Trail Blazers on the road, Yilong launched 25 attempts, successfully converting 16, amassing a remarkable 39 points, thus setting a personal best for the last 2 months. Thanks to Yilong's outstanding performance, the Lakers triumphed over the Blazers with a score of 109-97, gaining an advantageous position in the critical playoff race. At home against the top-seeded Jazz, despite their formidable defense, Yilong showcased his impressive scoring prowess, shooting 18 out of 27 and achieving a career high of 46 points. Although the Lakers ultimately fell to the dominant Jazz, Yilong's display earned him the respect of his opponents. Post-match, both Karl Malone and John Stockton lauded Yilong's individual performance. Yet it was evident that the Jazz's overall defensive discipline and tactical execution surpassed that of the Lakers, making their victory a foregone conclusion. Following the defeat to the Jazz, the Lakers encountered a disheartening 3-game losing streak, largely attributable to Yilong's recent tendency to monopolize shot attempts, nearly eschewing passing, which stirred discontent among his teammates, particularly among the veterans. The coaching staff even sought to curtail Yilong's playing time in pursuit of better team cohesion. However, the Lakers' predicament extends beyond mere teamwork. They lack a superstar capable of fortifying their interior presence. Observing Yilong's prolific scoring, Kobe, too, feels compelled to assert himself, often finding himself on the bench, and seizing every opportunity to showcase his talents and enhance his statistics. Yilong remained largely unperturbed, for he was inherently adept at seizing opportunities. Even with a reduction in his playing time, he managed to find avenues to transcend limitations. However, the contraction of his minutes also stemmed from another concern: the impending contract renewal at the season's end. As an undrafted player, He initially signed a one-year contract with the Lakers. Now, having delivered an exceptionally impressive performance, he even positioned himself as a contender for Rookie of the Year. Naturally, the Lakers were reluctant to relinquish such a prized asset, and they sought to maximize his salary to the greatest extent possible. After all, with Shaquille O'Neal already commanding a lucrative contract, the Lakers' salary cap would remain constrained in the coming years. Following a brief period of adjustment, Long further enhanced his offensive efficiency. Although his playing time diminished, his scoring efficiency soared. With merely 5 regular season games remaining, Long's average points per game have reached an impressive 23.5, nearly on par with Allen Iverson. However, his shooting percentage and three-point accuracy significantly surpass that of Iverson. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the award for Rookie of the Year appears to be firmly within his grasp. Unless the league seeks to cultivate star power by bestowing the accolade upon the more popular Iverson. Regardless, when considering personal statistics, efficiency, and team performance, Long stands out distinctly. Long has thoroughly surpassed Iverson. In the final 5 games of the regular season, Long gradually entered a state of excellence, displaying remarkable prowess. His valiant performance slowly garnered the trust of the coaching staff and his teammates, who have nearly come to accept him as the team's primary scorer until O'Neal's return. Long has indeed lived up to expectations, consistently delivering 2 remarkable performances with scores exceeding 40 points, and even achieving a stunning 50-point game. He has led the Lakers to a remarkable streak of 4 consecutive victories, firmly securing the 4th position in the Western Conference. In the final game of the regular season, they faced the struggling Spurs, who sit at the bottom of the standings. Long achieved an astonishing feat, shooting 28 out of 35 attempts and amassing 60 points throughout the game. In doing so, he shattered the single-game scoring record of 58 points set by the basketball legend Wilt Chamberlain during his rookie season, thus becoming the highest-scoring player in a single game of NBA history for a rookie season. With this impeccable performance, without a doubt, Long has emerged as the most favored contender for the title of Best Rookie among various media outlets. The Lakers concluded the 1996-97 regular season with a record of 49 wins and 33 losses, securing the 4th position in the Western Conference, trailing only behind the Jazz, Rockets, and Supersonics. In the first round of the playoffs, they faced the 5th-seeded Portland Trail Blazers, with the series being a best-of-5 format, granting the Lakers home court advantage. After a brief respite of 3 days for rest and adjustments, the playoff fervor reignited. On the eve of the first playoff game, the NBA also announced the selection of the best rookie for the regular season. Long, with an impressive average of 24, 8 points, 6, 7 rebounds, and 5 for assists per game, along with a shooting percentage of 48, 2, and a three-point shooting percentage of 42, 5, has outshone Allen Iverson to be crowned the Rookie of the Year for the 1996-97 season. In this moment, as an undrafted player, he has finally achieved a remarkable comeback. Chapter 77. Season Challenge Gift Pack. In addition to the Rookie of the Year accolade, Long was also selected for the second team of the best lineup for the 1996-97 season, becoming the sole rookie among the distinguished members. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. On completing the seasonal challenge, you have received a splendid surprise reward package. Would you like to open it immediately? Without hesitation, Long decisively chose Ding! Congratulations, host. On receiving the Ultimate Specialization Enhancement Gift Package, please select one from the 3 specialties: evasion ability, comprehensive defense, or strategic awareness. To enhance your specialization and transcend your own limits, Long was utterly perplexed. This time, there were neither the actions of a particular player nor those invincible skill cards. What did Specialized Ultimate Breakthrough signify? After undergoing the Specialized Ultimate Breakthrough, one could acquire a specialized skill and significantly enhance one or several attributes. Long felt that since his entry into the NBA, a considerable portion of his time had been devoted to strength and shooting training. However, he still fell short in agility. It is essential to recognize that dodging and agility, seemingly trivial attributes, are intricately connected to every movement on the basketball court. Enhancing his dodging skills would significantly bolster his ability to break through defenses, enabling him to make substantial contributions while in possession of the ball. His ball handling skills and ability to evade defenders are deeply intertwined with this dodging attribute. Although this attribute is not explicitly reflected on his system panel, it holds great significance. Furthermore, it manifests on the defensive end as well, impacting his ability to manage fouls and execute lateral movements, all of which are linked to his dodging agility. After contemplating this, Yilong ultimately decided to focus on enhancing his evasion abilities. While defensive skills and a broad strategic perspective can be cultivated over time, the attribute of evasion is akin to a natural gift, one that is challenging to acquire through mere training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing to specialize in the ultimate enhancement of evasion abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a 30-point increase in speed attributes and a 50-point increase in agility attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a 30-point increase in back-turned attributes and a 50-point increase in ball control attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine evasion skill, which can be activated in any match, entering a state of divine evasion that significantly enhances agility. However, this buff can only last for 5 minutes per match. Yilong felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, instigating a terrifying transformation within his body. Suddenly, a wave of enlightenment akin to the most profound awakening swept over him, as if a torrent of water cascaded down, flooding into every joint. As this state gradually subsided, Yilong perceived a remarkable lightness enveloping him. He once again activated the rejuvenated system panel. Host: Yilong basic information: height 196 centimeters, updated. Weight 92 kilograms, updated. Wingspan 208 centimeters, updated. Exclusive shooting style: Stephen Curry peak version. Attribute values: maximum for each category is 200 speed, 150 agility, 160 strength, 170 vertical leap, 120 stamina, 150 shooting, 129 ball handling, 151 breaking through, 85 post moves, 106 passing, 98 rebounding, 105 stealing, 100 blocking, 102 special abilities, automatic. Recovery from injuries, 3-year waiver, clutch shot guarantee card X1 godlike evasion overall ability value, 118 rating, S now. The top 3 fundamental skills of his physical attributes had all surpassed the threshold of 150, placing him at a level that could be deemed among the elite of the league. Naturally, these fundamental values were intrinsically linked to the player's age and condition, subject to continual fluctuations. Yilong has just turned 18, a pivotal age in his physical development, and it is only natural that his abilities will continue to enhance in the future. In contrast, seasoned players like Michael Jordan, despite experiencing a gradual decline in their physical attributes as they age, have nearly perfected their skills in shooting and ball handling, achieving an exquisite mastery in their craft. Soon, the Los Angeles Lakers face their first-round playoff opponents, the Portland Trail Blazers. The Blazers, currently in a rebuilding phase, fortuitously acquired second-year rookie Rasheed Wallace during the offseason, which has significantly contributed to their commendable performance this season. In a best-of-5 series, the Lakers enjoy the advantage of playing at home, although they are without Shaquille O'Neal. The current roster of the Lakers presents a reasonable confidence in overcoming the Trail Blazers. Yilong appeared to have undergone a transformation, receiving the Rookie of the Year trophy before the commencement of his inaugural match on home ground. In this game, he amassed an impressive tally of 36 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and 5 steals, leading the Lakers to a comfortable victory over the Trail Blazers with a score of 109-88. In the subsequent match, the Lakers displayed an unyielding spirit, with Kobe achieving his first playoff career performance of over 20 points. The Lakers' formidable trio of Yilong, Jones, and Kobe each scored in excess of 20 points, contributing to a total of 6 players reaching double figures in scoring. The Lakers secured a commanding 2-0 lead in the series, gaining the first match point. However, the Trail Blazers were not willing to concede easily. In the third match held at their home court, they launched a spectacular start, with Rasheed Wallace showcasing his versatility, scoring 31 points by halftime. The Trail Blazers at one point led the Lakers by as much as 24 points. Yet, upon returning for the second half, Yilong and Kobe initiated a fervent comeback, and the teams battled fiercely until overtime. In the final moments, Yilong found himself besieged by 3 defenders, while Kobe's open mid-range shot failed to find its mark, resulting in the Lakers' narrow defeat and bringing the series to 2-1. The Trail Blazers claimed a victory, but in the fourth match, the Lakers denied them any further opportunities. Yilong once again set a new personal playoff record, scoring an impressive 42 points, leading the Lakers to a resounding victory of 124-111, thus advancing with a series score of 3-1. The first round of the playoffs proved to be more thrilling than perilous. Following the fierce battles of this round, it was hardly surprising that the top 4 teams in the Western Conference, the Jazz, Rockets, and Supersonics successfully progressed to the next round. The Lakers are set to face their old rivals and nemesis, the Utah Jazz, in the Western Conference semifinals. The seasoned duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton from Utah possesses unparalleled playoff experience, and the intensity of the playoffs starkly contrasts with that of the regular season, further compounded by the Jazz's home court advantage. Chapter 78. The grueling semifinals against the Jazz. The 1997 NBA Western Conference semifinals commenced with the first game held in the raucous home arena of Salt Lake City. The formidable duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton found themselves on familiar ground, and even the Chicago Bulls would have felt daunted in this arena. Throughout the regular season, the Lakers faced the Jazz 4 times, managing to secure only a single victory, which occurred while benefiting from the presence of the dominant Shaquille O'Neal. Currently, the entire Lakers squad harbors little confidence heading into this series. Should they manage to topple the top team in the West, it would indeed be a miraculous achievement. However, the likelihood of being swept and eliminated looms large, perhaps an unavoidable fate for the Lakers this season. Yet, Yi Long and his teammates remain undeterred. They believe that as long as there exists a glimmer of hope, they must compete with fervor. After all, basketball is unpredictable, and the court is always rife with uncertainties. History in the league is replete with instances where the underdog triumphed over the favored. Regardless of the outcome, they must carry their own momentum into the game. As the first match commenced, the Jazz quickly seized control, propelled by the stellar performances of their veteran stars, establishing a commanding lead of 52-38 over the Lakers in the first half, at one point leading by double digits. However, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically in the second half. Yi Long activated his extraordinary dodging skill, executing deft maneuvers both inside and outside, consecutively scoring 18 points and propelling the Lakers into the lead. As the game entered the critical final quarter, both teams fought fiercely, with Kobe Bryant stepping up during pivotal moments, relentlessly driving to the basket and drawing fouls, which led to the opponent's perimeter ace, Stockton, fouling out. In the decisive moments, Yi Long showcased his now matured basketball prowess, faking out Karl Malone and sinking a crucial step-back three-pointer, ultimately guiding the Lakers to a narrow victory over the Jazz with a score of 108-104. This marked a triumphant start for the Lakers in the Western Conference semifinals. The game was played with remarkable intensity, almost miraculous in its outcome, as few anticipated that the underdog Lakers could secure a win in the formidable Jazz's home arena. With this victory, the Lakers temporarily seized a 1-0 lead in the series. Throughout the match, Yi Long amassed an impressive tally of 33 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, undeniably establishing himself as the pivotal contributor to the Lakers' triumph. Kobe Bryant also delivered a stellar performance, scoring 28 points, as the dynamic duo of the Lakers overturned the seemingly invincible Utah veterans, stunning the entire league. After a brief respite of one day, both teams swiftly prepared for the second game. In this encounter, the Utah Jazz exhibited a defensive intensity akin to that of the finals from the very beginning, exerting every effort. In the first half, they restricted the Lakers to a mere 21 points, setting a new low for halftime scoring this season. During this match, Yi Long faced relentless targeting and double-teaming from the opponents, leaving him with scant opportunities to shoot. Yi Long's scoring ability has evidently not yet reached the level of a superstar. At this juncture, when his teammates failed to step up and provide timely assistance, the Lakers found themselves in a dire predicament. Ultimately, in their second away game, the Lakers suffered a significant defeat, losing to the Jazz by a score of 66-99, leveling the series at 1-1. Having secured a victory in one of the first 2 home games, the entire Lakers squad felt a sense of satisfaction, especially considering that prior to the series, few could have anticipated that the current roster would manage to conquer the Jazz's notoriously formidable home court. Yet, the harsh reality soon jolted the Lakers from their dreams and illusions. In the subsequent 2 home games, they faced defeat, almost rendered powerless by their opponents. The Jazz's militaristic defensive intensity proved overwhelming for the Lakers' young players. The score escalated to 3-1, with the Utah Jazz acquiring match point for the Western Conference Finals. However, the Lakers' resilience and indomitable spirit surpassed all expectations. They refused to be swept away by the Jazz. In the 5th game, despite being mercilessly targeted by the opposition, hitting only 1 out of 10 in the first 3 quarters for a mere 3 points, Yi Long witnessed his veteran teammates, such as Jones, Van Exel, and Scott, deliver explosive performances. The Lakers fought tenaciously against the Jazz, reaching the final moments of the game, with the Jazz trailing by 2 points. Stockton executed a miraculous three-pointer that nearly sealed the game, leaving the Lakers with only 0.8 seconds on the clock. Yet for Yi Long, this was ample time. He refused to let his team falter at this juncture. He activated his solitary ace in the hole, a high-difficulty fadeaway jumper, and executed a stunning counter-kill against the Jazz. Despite making only 2 field goals throughout the game, it was this second shot that secured the victory. That night, Yi Long once again emerged as the hero of the Lakers, narrowing the series to 3-2. In Game 6, back on their home court, the Lakers surged with momentum, triumphing 87-80 and leveling the series at 3-3. Both teams now faced a decisive Game 7. Few anticipated that the Lakers could push the Jazz to such an extent. In the final showdown, the Jazz returned to their home ground, showcasing their formidable defensive prowess. The classic pick-and-roll between Karl Malone and Stockton remained insurmountable. The Jazz played with steadiness, ultimately defeating the Los Angeles Lakers 76-69 and securing their passage to the Western Conference Finals, while the Lakers faced elimination. The inaugural playoff journey of Yi Long and Kobe has come to a close. However, reaching this point and pushing the Jazz to a decisive Game 7 is, in itself, a victory. They have earned the respect of all. After the fierce battle, Karl Malone and John Stockton approached Yi Long to embrace him, offering the highest accolades and expressing their belief that he is destined to become a superstar with boundless potential. Ultimately, the Jazz triumphed through the playoffs, defeating the formidable Rockets, boasting a trio of stars, with a resounding 4-2 victory in the Western Conference Finals, thereby advancing to face the Chicago Bulls in the finals. Yet, the championship hex that has haunted Stockton and Malone seemingly persists. They fought valiantly against the Bulls for 6 grueling games, but ultimately succumbed. In 1997, Michael Jordan secured his 5th championship title and claimed his 5th Finals MVP award, elevating his status in NBA history to unprecedented heights. He remains the indomitable deity of this league. The rookie season of Yi Long and Kobe has come to a close, leaving Yi Long to face an uncertain fate. His contract with the Lakers will expire at the end of this season. Chapter 79, the choice initially as an undrafted player. Yi Long signed a 10-day two-way contract with the Lakers. However, through his relentless efforts, he later secured a formal 1-year contract, albeit with a modest salary of merely $700,000. It is evident that Yi Long has surpassed the expectations of his current valuation. Even Jerry West, the executive vice president of the Lakers, might not have anticipated this outcome. Yi Long, with a mere stroke of luck, has uncovered an astonishing fortune from a scratch-off lottery ticket. In just a single season, he has experienced meteoric growth, showcasing performances worthy of an all-star, even surpassing the likes of Allen Iverson and Stephon Marbury to claim the coveted Rookie of the Year award, a feat unmatched by any undrafted player in NBA history. Today, Yi Long is deserving of a contract that aligns with the league's maximum salary standards. However, contemporaneous rookies are still earning meager salaries. For instance, Kobe Bryant's contract stands at 3 years for $3.8 million, while the highest contract among this rookie class belongs to the top draft pick, Iverson, who secured 3 years for $8.9 million, averaging nearly $3 million annually. In this era, where television broadcasts are rapidly proliferating, NBA salaries have surged correspondingly, particularly in recent years, leading to a swift increase in player earnings. This has left many players who signed long-term contracts in earlier years filled with regret, as they find themselves shackled by contracts that inhibit their earning potential. A prime example of this is Scottie Pippen, the Bulls' second-in-command, who, in a moment of obstinacy, signed a 7-year contract worth $20 million, resulting in a paltry salary of only $2.7 million this season. Despite being a superstar ranked among the top 10 in the league, the stark disparity in pay compared to a rookie like Iverson is understandably disheartening. Consequently, an increasing number of players are opting for shorter contracts. For instance, Michael Jordan, in this era, can command $30 million in a single year, enjoying privileges that allow his salary to exceed that of an entire team, even escaping the constraints of the salary cap. Of course, Jordan is a unique case, as his contribution to the league's commercial value is beyond any monetary measure. In summary, Yi Long feels a sense of relief having signed only a 1-year contract with the Lakers, as he now enters free agency, which affords him considerable leeway in salary negotiations. Soon, the Lakers will initiate the first round of contract renewal discussions with him. During this period, Yi Long has chosen not to entertain offers from other teams. Recognizing the Lakers' role in his rise and feeling a sense of loyalty, particularly with his brother Kobe by his side, a bond that no other team can replicate. However, in the initial negotiation, West and Jerry Buss presented Yu Long with a contract offering an annual salary of approximately $1 million, while demanding a 5-year commitment, an undeniably unreasonable stipulation. Although Yu Long has not engaged an agent, it does not imply he is willing to be taken advantage of. His performance this season has far surpassed that of Kobe, yet his salary fails to reflect that disparity. Yu Long raised his inquiries, to which Old Base responded that Kobe enjoys immense popularity in the region and is a key focus of the team's development. Yu Long did not intend to sever ties with the management, yet the offered contract was undeniably insulting, prompting an immediate rejection. The following day, Yu Long convened a brief press conference, declaring his status as a free agent, open to offers from various teams. This bold statement sent ripples throughout the league, instantly capturing the attention of numerous other franchises. Observing Yu Long's decisive action, the Lakers management grew anxious and hastily sent representatives to re-engage in negotiations. West successfully persuaded the elder Buss to make concessions, ultimately deciding to extend an offer to Yu Long akin to that of Iverson, a 3-year contract worth $8 million. Given the similar offers on the table, Yu Long naturally prioritized the Lakers. However, upon exploring the free market, he discovered that the majority of teams interested in him were presenting significantly higher bids than that of the Lakers. Yu Long felt a sense of relief that when he initially signed with the Lakers, he did not attach any restrictive conditions. In this era, the contract terms for rookies are not overly stringent, particularly for undrafted players, as they inherently lack guarantees within the NBA. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare for a player, overlooked by every team during the draft, to deliver all-star caliber performances merely a year after entering the league. History shows that the vast majority of management within this league possesses a keen commercial insight. Yu Long is a mere 18 years of age, yet he possesses boundless potential. Furthermore, he is supported by the vast basketball market of Huaxia, which is gradually embarking on the journey of broadcasting NBA games, as television and online streaming become more widespread. The team to which Yu Long belongs is bound to attract countless fans, bestowing immense commercial value upon the organization. This far surpasses the worth of a mere contract. It is akin to the principle that Michael Jordan's salary alone could rival that of an entire team. Although Yu Long has yet to reach the echelon of Jordan, numerous teams within the league are eager to gamble on his future potential. Currently, the most fervent suitors for him are the Miami Heat, the San Antonio Spurs, and the New York Knicks. Each of these teams has extended contracts exceeding $10 million annually. Among these, the Knicks and the Heat are bolstering their rosters in pursuit of a championship. Notably, the Knicks already employ the formidable Patrick Ewing, whose salary of $20 million ranks just below that of Michael Jordan. Signing Yu Long for an additional $10 million would completely saturate their salary cap. Nonetheless, the management is contemplating seizing the final peak of Ewing's career to chase a championship and break the long-standing curse of this opulent city being devoid of titles. Meanwhile, the Heat boast established stars like Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway, and the addition of Yu Long could forge a triumvirate capable of challenging the Bulls' dominance in the Eastern Conference. Conversely, the Spurs, despite being the weakest among these three teams, endured a dismal season last year when their interior cornerstone, David Robinson, was sidelined. Consequently, they finished at the bottom of the league, securing the first overall pick for the 1997 draft, where it is widely anticipated they will select Tim Duncan to form a formidable twin tower partnership alongside Robinson. After several hours of deliberation, Yu Long ultimately made his decision and dialed that person's number. Chapter 80, A New Beginning in the Holy City. As Yu Long disembarked from the plane, he was greeted by the slightly cool weather of San Antonio. The youthful Greg Popovich approached with great enthusiasm, promptly embracing Yu Long and calling over the Spurs' assistants to assist in retrieving his luggage. At this moment, it would be hard to imagine that this coach, not yet 50, would one day ascend to the status of the greatest coach in NBA history. Last season, he took the reins of the Spurs midway through, infusing the coaching staff with fresh vigor. Although the Spurs ultimately finished at the bottom of the Western Conference standings, Popovich's coaching prowess garnered recognition from the management. After all, with David Robinson sidelined for the season, the Spurs had set their sights on a strategic decline, aiming to secure the remarkable Tim Duncan as a prized rookie. Undoubtedly, this gamble paid off, as fortune smiled upon the city once more, granting them the first overall pick in the draft, following in the footsteps of David Robinson. Welcome to the Alamo City, young Yi. You will forge a new dynasty alongside David and Tim, Popovich said with a beaming smile. Indeed. I eagerly await the arrival of that day. Yi Long's ultimate decision was not to join any other team, but rather the San Antonio Spurs, a franchise that has only been in the NBA for a mere 21 years. Once a formidable force during the ABA era, they have yet to claim an NBA championship. The management of the Spurs extended an offer to Yi Long amounting to $55 million over 5 years. After some deliberation, Yi Long made a slight concession regarding his annual salary in exchange for a shorter contract duration, ultimately agreeing to a 3-year deal worth $30 million. Notably, the final year includes a player option, allowing Yi Long the choice to either opt out in pursuit of a more lucrative contract or to fulfill the last year of the agreement. This arrangement reflects the management's profound recognition and respect for the player. During the contract negotiations, Coach Popovich played a pivotal role. Having observed Yi Long's immense potential during several matchups last season between the Spurs and the Lakers, the Spurs already possess a formidable front court but are in need of a supernova like Yi Long to lead and unify the team. Yi Long is exceptionally well-suited for this role. Last season, he not only shattered rookie scoring records, demonstrating his formidable scoring prowess, but also delivered remarkable performances on both ends of the court, even breaking Magic Johnson's triple-double record. Such a young and versatile perimeter player is a rarity in today's league. The day after Yi Long reached an agreement with the Spurs, it ignited a flurry of news across the entire league. Yi Long's salary exceeding $10 million has shattered multiple records in the history of the league. He has become the youngest player ever to attain such a salary, as well as the 10th player in the current league to reach this financial milestone. Furthermore, he has secured the largest contract in the history of Chinese players within the NBA. With this contract, it is officially declared that the mere 18-year-old Yi Long has entered the ranks of superstars with immense market value. From an obscure undrafted rookie, he has ascended to the status of a $10 million superstar and a wealthy magnate. Yi Long can be regarded as having accomplished a remarkable leap akin to the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Following this, accompanied by head coach Greg Popovich and the president of the Spurs, Yi Long has officially completed the signing of his contract and subsequently attended a press conference. During the event, he expressed his gratitude towards his teammates and coaches from the Lakers, particularly his brother, Kobe Bryant. The two had dedicated countless hours together, training diligently at 4 a.m. in Los Angeles, an experience that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. However, in the forthcoming chapters of their careers, they would transition from allies to rivals. In a distant room in Los Angeles, Kobe sat alone, watching the live broadcast of the press conference. A slight smirk adorned his lips, tinged with a mix of resentment and frustration. While he genuinely wished for his close friend's success, he could hardly fathom that Yi Long had ascended to such heights, his recognition in the league now eclipsing his own, and securing a staggering contract worth $30 million. Kobe silently vowed that he would surpass Yi Long in the upcoming season. In many respects, the Lakers' management had chosen him over Yi Long, and he was determined not to disappoint them. Without watching the conclusion of the press conference, Kobe quietly turned off the television, picked up a basketball, and made his way to the court, where he began to pour his sweat into rigorous training. It was only through relentless effort that he could hope to surpass Yi Long. The summer of 1997 would undoubtedly be a pivotal season for Kobe, a time when he would stake everything on his ambitions. Meanwhile, at the conclusion of the Spurs press conference, Yi Long proudly raised the number 30 jersey of the San Antonio Spurs, capturing a moment alongside Coach Popovich and other staff members. He will don the number 30 jersey as he embarks on the new season with the Spurs. In the following days, Yi Long familiarized himself with the facilities within the team's arena and engaged in preliminary training sessions with his teammates. He encountered Admiral David Robinson and other key players, such as Elliott. A few days later, the 1997 NBA draft unfolded as anticipated. Following the previous year's legendary draft, this year's spotlight undoubtedly shone on a singular figure, Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. As a renowned superstar known throughout the nation, Duncan had the opportunity to enter the draft last year, but chose to complete his 4-year degree in psychology, which further honed his skills on the court. Without hesitation, the Spurs selected Duncan with the first overall pick, a player regarded as the cornerstone of the franchise for the next 2 decades. He would form a formidable frontcourt duo with David Robinson, complementing Yi Long to create a triumvirate. The upcoming season for the Spurs promised ambitions that transcended mere playoff appearances. Their sights were set on reaching the finals, even vying for the championship title. A few days post-draft, Duncan arrived at the team for physical assessments and registration. Yi Long, along with Duncan and Robinson, engaged in an extensive discussion, meticulously planning the future strategies of their team. They also initiated preliminary training sessions, which yielded commendable results. Duncan's maturity surpassed everyone's expectations. He had already ascended to the status of a near all-star caliber player. In the days that followed, Yilong visited Los Angeles to bid farewell to Kobe. As a parting gift, he purchased a charming little house for the two of them to share. A gesture that reflected his newfound wealth, rendering the substantial sum of several $100,000 inconsequential. Subsequently, in the affluent neighborhoods of the Holy City, Yilong acquired a new villa and subsequently welcomed Brittany to reside with him. The ensuing years would be spent together in San Antonio. Chapter 81. The 1997 offseason. During the offseason of 1997, the league navigated a landscape filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Young players like Yilong and Kobe continued to sweat profusely during the summer, eagerly anticipating a dazzling performance in the upcoming season. Meanwhile, the majority of teams remain ensnared in the shadow of the Bulls dynasty, pondering when this era will come to an end. Michael Jordan led his Bulls to their fifth championship, further solidifying his position as the greatest of all time in the annals of the league's history. A status that seems impervious to challenge. Yet, beneath this overshadowing legacy, a glimmer of hope is discernible. Internal discord within the Bulls has escalated to an unbearable degree. Setting aside Jordan's staggering annual salary of $33 million, the team's second-in-command, Scottie Pippen, continues to be bound by a meager contract worth merely $3 million. During the summer, Yilong, an 18-year-old sophomore rookie, secured a contract worth millions, further aggravating Pippen's sense of injustice. With one season remaining on Pippen's long-term deal, it is undeniable that he is the Bulls' unequivocal second star, yet his compensation falls short of that of players like Tony Kukoc and Ron Harper. Throughout the offseason, Pippen issued an ultimatum to the management. Should his salary not increase by the end of the next season, he would depart from the team. Clearly, the Bulls are unable to meet Pippen's demands, and the rift between management and players has become public knowledge. Jordan's salary alone exceeds that of an entire roster. And as a privileged player, his earnings do not count against the salary cap. Despite this, the Bulls' total payroll has become untenable. Adding to the dilemma, Dennis Rodman is now 38, Jordan is 35, and Pippen is 33, rendering the average age of the Bulls the highest in the league. Thus, prior to the commencement of the 1997-98 regular season, a consensus was reached. This season would mark the final dance of the Bulls dynasty. Regardless of whether the Bulls can successfully defend their title, it is undoubtedly the last season for the trio of superstars. Emerging forces within the league, along with the mid-generation players who have long been overshadowed by Jordan, are preparing to rise up and challenge this monumental legacy. The offseason has flown by, and the NBA regular season of 1997-98 is set to commence. In an effort to heighten the excitement and boost viewership for the opening night, the league has arranged an intriguing schedule. The inaugural games feature two long-standing rivalries. The Chicago Bulls host the New York Knicks, where Michael Jordan and his teammates will receive their championship rings from 1997. The Bulls continue to showcase their dominance, overcoming the Knicks with a decisive score of 99-88, despite the swirling rumors of the offseason. Jordan's impeccable performance, scoring 38 points, shattered all external doubts and criticisms regarding his lucrative contract, proving that with him, the league's viewership is assured. This opening night not only marks the beginning of the Bulls' last dance, but also sets a new record for viewership in NBA history. Yilong returns to his former grounds as the Spurs face off against the Los Angeles Lakers. As one of the most controversial and talked about players of the offseason, the public is evidently more eager to witness this direct confrontation with his old team. At merely 18 years of age, Yilong has become the 10th player in the league to earn a salary exceeding $10 million, capturing the attention of all. The management and fans of the Spurs anticipate that Yilong will fulfill his immense potential and prowess. However, many spectators are keen to witness the unfolding of a spectacle involving Yilong and the Spurs, perceiving this contract as unwarranted. Once the dynamic duo of the Lakers, Yilong and Kobe, have drifted apart, their standings and treatment within the team are now worlds apart. The audience is further intrigued by the dramatic narrative of these former brothers turning adversaries. Shaquille O'Neal, after recovering from ankle surgery, is back this season, nearly at peak condition. The ability of the Spurs' twin towers, David Robinson and Tim Duncan, to withstand the formidable interior assault from O'Neal is another focal point of this match. As the game nears, both teams' players have commenced their warm-up routines. Upon entering, Yilong and Kobe exchanged a distant glance, yet neither spoke to the other. In truth, there exists no animosity between them. Even at their parting, emotions remained calm, devoid of any altercation. The current rift between them primarily stems from Kobe's unilateral feelings. His psyche is deeply unsettled. As a 13th overall rookie, he was nurtured extensively by the Lakers, while Yu Long, an undrafted player, has surpassed him significantly in success. The disparity in their popularity and discussions within the league is stark, with Yu Long soaring while Kobe grapples with confusion over the magnitude of Yu Long's transformation. Outside of games, both have trained simultaneously, with Kobe's dedication sometimes surpassing that of Yu Long, yet his growth remains far behind. The match between the Lakers and the Spurs is about to commence. This is the second game of the regular season's opening day, and the starting lineups have been swiftly announced. For the Spurs, the interior duo undoubtedly consists of David Robinson and Tim Duncan, with Robinson playing his familiar center position and Duncan occupying the power forward role. In the backcourt, Avery Johnson partners with Yu Long. Currently, Yu Long commands the second highest salary on the Spurs, surpassed only by David Robinson, which naturally secures him a starting position. The shooting guard position is one he is most familiar with and excels at. On the small forward position is the seasoned Sean Elliott, who has battled injuries in recent years but has shown promising recovery during the offseason. The Lakers' starting lineup features Shaquille O'Neal paired with Robert Horry in the frontcourt. Horry was acquired during the offseason through a trade, and as a power forward, he adeptly creates space on the court for the Lakers. The small forward position has also been bolstered by the acquisition of the tenacious Rick Fox during the summer trades, while the backcourt remains steadfast with Van Exel teaming up with Eddie Jones. Notably, Kobe Bryant is still absent from the starting lineup, which means the anticipated drama of brotherly rivalry will have to wait a while longer. The game commences. The players take their positions for the tip-off at center court. O'Neal leaps high, securing the opening possession for the Lakers. Chapter 82. The opening game's grudge match. Both teams swiftly position themselves. O'Neal immediately showcases his excellent form, receiving a pass from a teammate in the paint and executing a smooth turnaround layup. Recently recovered David Robinson appears to be holding back on defense. Their age difference is evident, with O'Neal in his physical prime while Robinson's body is gradually declining. It was clear to all that the matchup between the two would yield a predictable outcome. Possession changes hands as the Spurs initiate their offense. Avery Johnson advances the ball rapidly and delivers it into Yu Long's capable hands. Facing the defensive Fox, Yu Long exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly initiated his move, abruptly halted, and executed a jump shot with fluidity. The basketball sailed through the air and swished through the net. After a summer of rigorous training, Yu Long's ball handling and one-on-one skills have ascended to a remarkable level, achieving a mastery that leaves him unfazed when confronting the league's average defenders in isolation. The graceful jump shot by Yu Long marked the commencement of his illustrious career with the Spurs. This also signified the inaugural scoring of the Spurs in this season's regular games. In the early stages of the first quarter, the Lakers heavily relied on the scoring prowess of Shaquille O'Neal. Following his recovery from injury, the dominant Big Shark fully justified the faith bestowed upon him by his coach and teammates, effortlessly dominating the paint with a remarkable 5 out of 6 shooting, accumulating 10 points and 5 rebounds in less than half a quarter. Meanwhile, for the Spurs, rookie Tim Duncan may have only contributed 2 points. Yet he exhibited commendable performance on both ends of the floor. Observing that David Robinson struggled to contain O'Neal, he eagerly volunteered to take on the challenge of defending the formidable Big Shark. Soon after, the Lakers began to rotate their lineup, and the moment arrived for Kobe Bryant to take the court. Earlier than Yu Long had anticipated, it seemed that this season, Kobe had assumed a role akin to that of the sixth man for the team. His career trajectory remained consistent, having become an indispensable scoring asset for the Lakers since his second season. The Spurs also initiated their roster adjustments, substituting David Robinson and Elliott off the court. Yu Long remains on the court. The much-anticipated showdown between Yu Long and Kobe has finally commenced. The fans in Los Angeles have begun to stir with excitement. Although neither player currently holds the status of a supernova within the league, their narratives have captured considerable attention and intrigue throughout the offseason. One, a high draft pick, and the other, an undrafted talent, have been inseparable friends since their high school days. However, upon entering the NBA, their trajectories diverged remarkably. Kobe appears to have met public expectations, albeit without the dazzling flair anticipated, while Yu Long has undergone a transformation akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, achieving a remarkable ascension. Now, as their paths part, the story is rife with intrigue. Upon entering the game, Kobe displayed little emotion, swiftly maneuvering into position to receive a pass from his teammate. Yu Long directly confronted him. From the very beginning, It was like Mars colliding with Earth. Yilong's defense was impenetrable, leaving Kobe with little room to maneuver. Kobe executed a series of crossovers, nearly committing a turnover. Yilong, with remarkable agility, swiftly intercepted the ball. Kobe muttered a phrase under his breath and promptly passed the ball. Hori's three-point attempt from beyond the arc was unsuccessful. The Spurs launched a rapid counterattack. Undeterred, Kobe relentlessly pursued, closely defending Yilong. Yilong received the ball beyond the three-point line, without a single dribble. Facing Kobe, he executed a swift jump shot. It's in. The white horse shines with a silver saddle. He strides forth like a shooting star. Yilong's graceful jump shot rendered the entire home crowd in Los Angeles utterly silent. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Yilong glanced at Kobe without uttering a word. Kobe shot him a glance in return, equally silent. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable flame ignited within both of them. Anticipating an imminent eruption, thanks to Yilong's three-point shot, the Spurs successfully turned the tides, leading the score to 20-19. However, the Lakers did not immediately call for a pause to reassess their strategy. As the possession shifted, Kobe transitioned into a one-on-one mode, ready to take charge. Yilong remained steadfast in his defense, feeling the weight of the struggle. Kobe, having lost his ability to penetrate the paint, launched a fadeaway jumper directly in Yilong's face. Yilong exerted himself to block and disrupt. The shot missed. The Spurs launched a counterattack. As Yilong seized the ball, he was immediately met with a double team from the Lakers. With decisive precision, he passed the ball, sending a lob to Duncan in the paint. Facing the gaping defense of the Lakers' interior, Duncan, with a singular grip on the ball, soared like a phoenix, executing a thunderous dunk. The Spurs capitalized on this momentum, scoring and igniting a brief surge that widened their lead to 3 points. At this moment, Kobe found himself somewhat overwhelmed, determined to charge forward with the ball, intent on isolating Yilong. However, he was abruptly thwarted. As Yilong swatted the ball away with a powerful hand, Yilong completed the block and roared passionately towards the audience at the Los Angeles home court. This thunderous shout ignited the fervor of the home fans. The supporters of Los Angeles responded with a cacophony of boos directed at Yilong. The overwhelming sound was akin to a tidal wave, with tens of thousands of spectators creating an atmosphere of immense pressure. In the face of such a scenario, Yilong remained unperturbed, merely smiling. Is this the treatment that only a superstar can enjoy while playing away? Moreover, Yilong is a player whom the Los Angeles fans simultaneously adore and despise, which only amplified the intensity of the boos. Tim, prepare yourself for even more fervent double-teaming. Get ready to receive the ball and let your talents shine on this grand stage. Yilong addressed Duncan, remarking that although Duncan was a novice, he was older than Yilong and possessed a remarkably mature demeanor. With an expression of serene composure, he merely smiled and nodded, indicating his readiness to take control of the game. In the subsequent few rounds, as Yilong had anticipated, the Lakers devoted nearly all of their defensive efforts to counteract Yilong. Yilong delivered a series of exquisite passes, facilitating Duncan's scoring. The Spurs unleashed a brief surge, achieving a remarkable 7-0 run, momentarily extending their lead to 10 points. After several fruitless attempts, Kobe finally found the net. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he began to unleash his emotions. You traitor, I will undoubtedly triumph over you. Yilong was taken aback by his words, momentarily stunned, before suddenly grasping certain truths. He merely chuckled and shook his head, remarking, You are still too naive, my friend. This is a commercial alliance. Kobe, still brimming with youthful idealism, retorted, Is this what you would forsake our brotherhood for, merely for the sake of money? Yilong cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking, If you were to reach my level, you would act similarly. Do not exhibit such sanctimonious behavior. Speak with conviction. With that, Yilong once again faced Kobe and executed a stunning mid-range fadeaway jump shot. In the first quarter, he had already amassed 12 points and 5 assists. Kobe gritted his teeth, the atmosphere on the court growing increasingly tense. Chapter 83. A resounding start. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, the home team, the Lakers, found themselves trailing the visiting Spurs by a score of 20-27. Kobe Bryant initiated the offensive play. Yilong's flawless performance in the first quarter has significantly diminished the fervor of the Los Angeles crowd. However, the fury simmering within Kobe remains unabated. It seems that he is locked in a fierce rivalry with Yilong, although his shooting touch is not at its best today. And despite having faced numerous thwarted attempts against Yilong's defense, Kobe persistently navigates with deft dribbles and direction changes. After multiple rounds of confrontational exchanges, Yilong has adeptly deciphered Kobe's tactics, especially considering that Kobe is, in fact, the player he knows best within this league. Yilong showed no mercy. Swiftly severing Kobe's dribble, the Spurs advanced with a fast-paced offensive transition. The fluid ball movement left the Lakers' defense in disarray. Duncan, confronted by a double team in the paint, exhibited remarkable court vision, directly returning the ball to Yilong in the corner. Yilong receives the ball and takes the shot. With a swift motion, he scores. A three-pointer hits the mark. The score stands at 30-20. The first quarter concludes, and the Spurs enter the intermission with a 10-point lead. On the bench, Harris casts an annoyed glance at Kobe. While teammates express their confusion, all eyes seem to be on him. Despite his poor shooting touch today, he continues to take reckless shots, severely hampering the team's offensive flow. Kobe, your performance today is subpar. Perhaps you should sit out the first half and take a moment to collect yourself, Harris states decisively, relegating Kobe to the bench for the entirety of the second quarter. However, the Lakers' offense flourishes in the second quarter, markedly improved from the first, largely due to O'Neal's dominance in the paint. The dual towers of the Spurs, combined with Yilong's tenacious perimeter defense, make scoring challenging for O'Neal. Nevertheless, his presence draws the Spurs' defensive focus, allowing Lakers sharpshooters like Horry, Fox, and Jones ample opportunities to score. The Lakers managed to sink 6 three-pointers in the second quarter alone, achieving a remarkable turnaround in their scoring. In an era that emphasizes interior offense, such a feat of hitting 6 three-pointers in a single quarter is indeed a rarity. In the second quarter, LeBron's performance was somewhat lackluster, garnering merely 4 points. As the first half concluded, the home team, the Lakers, managed to overturn the score, leading 55-53. During the first half, LeBron played the entirety of the period, amassing an impressive 21 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds, while Kobe, having played only 6 minutes, achieved a mere 4 points and 1 rebound, resulting in a stark contrast between the two players' performances. This disparity left those anticipating a thrilling rivalry between LeBron and Kobe somewhat disenchanted, as it turned into a one-sided exhibition dominated by LeBron. However, the Lakers were pleasantly surprised by Shaquille O'Neal's form. He delivered a formidable performance with 18 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks, showcasing his dominance on both ends of the court. During halftime, the Spurs locker room was abuzz with discussions centered on strategies to contain O'Neal. Ultimately, both LeBron and Duncan concurred that rather than deploying 2 to 3 players to guard O'Neal, it would be more effective to assign just one defender to him. This approach would alleviate pressure on the perimeter defense, particularly since the Lakers had allowed numerous three-point opportunities due to an overemphasis on guarding the interior. While O'Neal may have been a force inside, he could only score 2 points at a time, and the goal was to avoid fouling him to conserve energy and disrupt his rhythm. They preferred to concede an easy 2 points rather than risk allowing his teammates open three-point shots or incurring fouls. With the defensive strategy established, the second half commenced, and the Spurs' tactics quickly bore fruit. Leveraging the synergy between LeBron and Duncan, the Spurs orchestrated a 12-2 scoring run, regaining the lead. The Lakers still refrained from reintroducing Kobe, suggesting a loss of trust in him during this game. Seizing the moment, Coach Popovich employed the classic hack-a-Shaq strategy, targeting O'Neal's notorious struggles at the free throw line. The Spurs continuously rotated players to deliberately foul, quickly putting O'Neal in a position to shoot free throws. This tactical maneuver persisted for several possessions, resulting in O'Neal taking 14 free throws, but only converting 5, missing 9. This exposure of O'Neal's vulnerability provided the Spurs with an opportunity to extend their lead to an impressive 20 points. As the final quarter of the game commenced, the Spurs found themselves relieved from the necessity of employing the hack-a-Shaq strategy. This was partly due to several players on the bench having already accumulated numerous fouls, and partly because Shaquille O'Neal faced his own struggles with fouls on the defensive end, leading to his early substitution by Coach Harris. With a deficit of over 20 points, the Lakers appeared to have little hope of a comeback, especially after the core player O'Neal was effectively neutralized. In a bold move, Coach Harris decided to bring Kobe back into the game, having allowed him to cool off on the bench for more than 2 full quarters. It seemed that the time spent in reflection had rejuvenated Kobe's spirit, as his scoring prowess was evident to all. Harris's decision to reintroduce him was a gamble, with the hope that Kobe could ignite a spark in the face of adversity. Indeed, Kobe did not disappoint his coach or teammates upon entering the game. He showcased remarkable versatility, netting 16 consecutive points. In the closing moments of the fourth quarter, he managed to narrow the gap to just 3 points. prompting Coach Popovich to reinstate the previously rested Yiming back onto the court. Yilong returned to the court, decisively sealing the contest with a breathtaking layup and a remarkable three-pointer from the wing. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 106-100, marking a glorious commencement to the 1997-98 regular season. As the battle drew to a close, Kobe and Yilong exchanged a lingering glance. Chapter 84. The path to victory in their hearts. A tumultuous blend of emotions surged, yet both stubbornly refrained from uttering a word. They approached one another, extending a courteous handshake before parting ways. This poignant moment was captured by the cameras, even overshadowing the news of the defending champion Bulls season opener the following day. Gracing the front page of the NBA headlines. Once inseparable, the Lakers' twin stars now seemed like strangers. In this match, Yilong exhibited exceptional prowess, hitting 15 of 20 attempts to amass an impressive tally of 38 points, alongside 12 assists and 8 rebounds, nearly achieving a triple-double. His scoring, assists, and shooting percentage all led the team. While Kobe struggled in the first half, he nearly orchestrated a comeback for the Lakers in the final quarter, finishing with 20 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals, setting a new scoring record for his career openers. Both part of the illustrious 96 Golden Generation and of similar age. Yao Ming and Kobe Bryant emerged as two dazzling new stars within the league, captivating the attention of fans and becoming a favored topic of discussion. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated rookie of the Spurs, Tim Duncan, did not disappoint in the season opener, delivering an impressive performance with 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Although he could not entirely contain the dominance of Shaquille O'Neal, his contributions on both ends of the court were commendable, a remarkable feat for a newcomer to the league. In a strict sense, Duncan's maturity has surpassed all expectations. He has already established himself as a player of near all-star caliber in the paint. Yilong's debut with the Spurs was nothing short of magnificent, showcasing to the world his worthiness of a multi-million-dollar contract. However, his value transcends the confines of the basketball court, extending into the vast market of Chinese fans. With Yilong and Duncan at the helm, complemented by seasoned veterans such as David Robinson and Elliott, the Spurs' aspiration this season is undoubtedly to vie for the championship. Their decision to embrace a rebuilding phase last season has proven to be astute. Under the guidance of Popovich, the Spurs have embarked on a new journey this season. Their training regimen has adopted a militaristic discipline, aligning perfectly with Yilong's own standards of self-discipline. He no longer requires additional practice. He can achieve his routine objectives and earn attribute points through the team's daily training sessions alone. Yilong's skills have been steadily refined, and his synergy with new teammates has become increasingly sophisticated. Following the commencement of the regular season, the Spurs embarked on a remarkable winning streak, achieving an astonishing 9 consecutive victories. It is worth noting that, during this impressive run, most of the opposing teams posed little threat to the Spurs, largely due to the relatively lenient schedule they faced in the early stages of the season. Yilong has been named the Western Conference Player of the Week for 2 consecutive weeks. Since the start of the season, he has averaged an impressive 28.7 points per game, ranking 3rd in the league, trailing only Michael Jordan's average of 30.5 points and Shaquille O'Neal's 28.9 points. Although his statistics may not be as extravagant as O'Neal's, the San Antonio Spurs sit atop the Western Conference, bolstered by their superior head-to-head record against the Lakers. Thus, Yilong has triumphed over O'Neal to claim the weekly honor. Meanwhile, Tim Duncan has also rightfully secured the title of Rookie of the Week for 2 weeks running. In comparison to last year, this draft class is considered somewhat lackluster, allowing Duncan, a once-in-a-century talent in the paint, to contend for the Rookie of the Year award with little pressure, given his current performance and statistics. He may even aspire to make a bid for an All-Star selection and a place on the All-NBA team. Following a remarkable 9-game winning streak, the Spurs finally faced their first formidable opponent of the season, embarking on an away challenge against the Indiana Pacers. The Pacers have also commenced this season with remarkable vigor, boasting a record of 7 wins and 2 losses, currently positioned 2nd in the Eastern Conference, just behind the Chicago Bulls. The pride of the Pacers lies in their formidable backcourt trio, Mark Jackson, Reggie Miller, and Chris Mullin, 2 historically significant sharpshooters complemented by the presence of Schmitz and Anthony Davis in the paint, rendering their lineup exceptionally competitive. With their formidable shooting prowess, they have adopted a distinct style in an era that emphasizes interior combat. As the game commenced, the home court Pacers unleashed their offensive might, with Miller and Mullen swiftly sinking three-pointers, establishing a double-digit lead. Miller, a master of trash talk, not only showcased precision in his shooting, but also incessantly provoked the Spurs players with his words. In a critical moment, Long rose to the occasion, blocking Miller's three-point attempt before executing a swift counterattack with a three-pointer of his own, igniting the Spurs' response. In the latter half of the first quarter, Long led the Spurs bench players on a 15-2 run, dramatically overturning the score. The matchup between Long and Reggie Miller is nothing short of captivating. The two engage in a thrilling exchange of three-point shots that leave spectators in awe. However, Long's youthful stamina clearly gives him the upper hand on the defensive end, resulting in a swift decline in Miller's shooting percentage as he misses several attempts in succession. At this moment, the Spurs capitalize on their dominance in the paint, with Tim Duncan and David Robinson relentlessly attacking the Pacers' interior defense, widening the gap to an impressive 22 points. The Spurs' offense flows with the fluidity of Mercury, effortlessly executing their plays. Long assumed the dual role of a playmaker, delivering an impressive 12 assists before halftime. As the first half concluded, the Spurs had amassed a remarkable 70 points, showcasing their formidable prowess as the top team in the league. Meanwhile, despite the Pacers sinking 10 three-pointers in the first half, they could only muster 48 points. Upon resuming play in the second half, the Pacers, undeterred by the scoreline and buoyed by the legendary Chris Mullin, began their resurgence, narrowing the deficit to single digits. However, at crucial moments, it was once again the synergy between Long and Duncan that dismantled the Pacers' defense. Larry Bird, the head coach and one of the greatest white shooters in NBA history, found himself at a loss. The combined firepower of the Pacers' three-point sharpshooters paled in comparison to Long's impact, while their interior game proved utterly incapable of contending with the Spurs. Ultimately, just 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the gap had widened to over 30 points, forcing the Pacers to shift their focus to player development. What began as a compelling clash between two Western and Eastern Conference powerhouses culminated in a decisive victory for the Spurs, who triumphed over the Indiana Pacers with a resounding score of 122-91, marking their 10th consecutive win to start the season. Long achieved a remarkable triple-double with 25 points, 15 assists, and 10 rebounds. However, the San Antonio Spurs are only at the onset of a grueling schedule. In their next match, they will face the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, in a challenging back-to-back away game. Long was once again set to face off against Michael Jordan. Chapter 85. Encountering Jordan again, a comparison of abilities. The atmosphere within the United Center in Chicago exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, having recently endured the trials of the championship finals. The home of the defending champions always imparted an inexplicable suffocation. This sensation was felt by Long during his initial visit to the United Center last season. Yet this time it was even more pronounced. It was well known that prior to the commencement of the season, everyone was aware that this was the Bulls' final dance of their dynasty. Thus, throughout the season, every game featuring the Bulls was met with a full house, as spectators yearned to witness Michael Jordan ascend to the pinnacle once more, continuing to forge an unparalleled legacy. Long, on the other hand, had set his sights on shattering this myth. Fueled by this conviction, he felt an overwhelming ambition to engage in a battle of wills with Michael. Before the match commenced, as Long exchanged fist bumps and handshakes with Jordan, he glimpsed the current stats reflecting Jordan's prowess. Host, Michael Jordan. Basic information: height, 198 centimeters, weight, 91 kilograms. Wingspan, 210 centimeters. Ability scores, maximum value per category: 200 speed, 109, agility, 155, strength, 101, jumping, 100, stamina, 130, shooting, 198, ball handling, 198, breaking, 181, post moves, 198, passing, 120, rebounding, 102, stealing, 169, blocking, 121, comprehensive ability score, 145, rating, SSS. Although he had anticipated this, Long was still profoundly astonished. At 34 years of age, Michael Jordan's composite ability score had risen by over 10 points from the previous season. While attributes such as speed and jumping had somewhat diminished, his technical skills in shooting and ball handling were nearing perfection, reaching an unmatched level. All ability scores exceeded 100, with shooting, ball handling, and post moves astonishingly hitting the terrifying mark of 198, an unparalleled feat in the annals of the league. In awe, Long then accessed his own attribute panel. Host, Long basic information: height, 198 centimeters, updated. Weight, 93 kilograms, updated. Wingspan, 210 centimeters, updated. Exclusive shooting style, Stephen Curry, peak version. Ability scores, maximum value per category, 200 speed, 155, agility, 162, strength, 177, jumping, 150, stamina, 170, shooting, 130, ball handling, 155, breaking, 85, post moves, 106, passing, 98, rebounding, 105, stealing, 100, blocking, 102, special abilities, automatic recovery from 3 years of injury waiver, game-winning shot guarantee card X1, God-level evasion. Comprehensive ability score, 120, rating, SS. Yilong has now attained an overall capability of 120, positioning himself as a formidable presence within the league. His attributes in speed, strength, and vertical leap undoubtedly surpass those of the aging Michael Jordan. However, he still requires further refinement in his basketball skills. What delights him most is that his physique is still in a state of development, following a rigorous off-season. He has gained an additional 2 centimeters in both height and wingspan, now embodying the quintessential physique of a shooting guard. In fact, his build is even more robust than that of Jordan, as he relies heavily on his physical prowess. Although a gap in ability persists between him and Jordan, this disparity is gradually diminishing. As this marks Jordan's final season, Yilong's future remains boundless. Presently, the most challenging aspect is the overall disparity between the Spurs and the Bulls. Moments later, the game officially commences. The Bulls' starting lineup for this match features Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, and Luke Longley, while the Spurs' starting 5 consists of Avery Johnson, Yilong, Elliott, Duncan, and David Robinson. The General secures the opening possession for the Spurs. Yilong advanced with the ball past the halfway line. The Bulls continued to assign their defensive stalwart Pippen to contain him. Confronted by the defense, Yilong executed a sudden stop, feigned a shot, and delivered a lob pass into the hands of Duncan in the paint. Duncan, facing off against Rodman, spun and released a smooth jumper, effortlessly sinking the basket. This gave the Spurs an early lead. The young Duncan held a significant advantage over the aging Rodman. At this point, Rodman was left with only his instinct for rebounds, while in other aspects, he became a liability for the Bulls. As the possession shifted, Jordan and Yilong found themselves matched up against each other. Yilong's strides were resolute, completely unfazed by Jordan's feints. He had defended with utmost diligence. Yet, Jordan, undeterred, launched a remarkably challenging fadeaway jumper from mid-range. With an air of nonchalance and a seemingly relaxed demeanor, it was remarkable that, confronted by Yilong's relentless pressure, Jordan refrained from his usual banter. The once mighty Bulls dynasty seemed to have waned, and there was a hint of weariness etched upon Jordan's seasoned visage. Yilong turned back and responded with a mid-range jump shot reminiscent of Jordan. In terms of technical prowess, Yilong increasingly mirrored Jordan, however. He exhibited a remarkable agility that set him apart. When confronted with the San Antonio Spurs double-team defense, Jordan decisively passed the ball to Pippen, who charged towards the basket, eager to challenge the Spurs' formidable Twin Towers. Yet, he was met with a resounding rejection by David Robinson, proving that even seasoned veterans still possess a wealth of energy. The Spurs initiated a fast break. Yilong scored a three-pointer with remarkable audacity. It found its mark. The Spurs commenced the game with an impeccable start, leading 7-2. Phil Jackson swiftly made adjustments to the lineup, substituting Rodman for Kukoc, a player capable of stretching the floor. Jordan, however, struggled to find his rhythm, missing several attempts under Yilong's tenacious defense. Yet, the Bulls soon seized opportunities from beyond the arc, with Pippen and Kukoc sinking three-pointers that allowed the Bulls to swiftly level the score. Duncan showcased an extraordinary performance today, dominating the Bulls' interior with aplomb, amassing an impressive 12 points and 8 rebounds, along with 2 blocks, before the first quarter concluded. Yilong did not insist on competing against Jordan in scoring, but instead took on the roles of facilitator and defensive stalwart, effectively curtailing the performance of the Bulls' backcourt. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs led the Bulls with a score of 28-20. The teams entered the intermission. Chapter 86. Intertwined fangs. The second quarter quickly commenced, and no one anticipated that the Spurs could pose such significant challenges to the defending champions in the first quarter. Naturally, the champions possessed their own resilience and did not disrupt their rotation strategy despite the deficit. At the beginning of the second quarter, Jordan and Rodman opted to rest, while the Spurs continued with Yilong and Duncan, accompanied by several bench players. The defensive pressure on Yi Long has significantly lessened, allowing him to showcase his talents. He skillfully penetrates and shoots, continuously racking up points to help the Spurs extend their lead. However, the Bulls' bench depth is formidable, and sharpshooter Kerr is on fire today. Upon entering the game, he immediately sinks 2 3-pointers, forcefully keeping the Bulls in contention. When Jordan returns to the court, he begins to dominate the game. First nailing a 3-pointer in Yi Long's face, then driving into the paint for a layup, while drawing a defensive foul from Duncan, completing the and-one play. With a gaze that exudes disdain for all, Jordan steps to the free throw line, tauntingly proclaiming, "You two rookies are still too green." He confidently converts the free throw. The Bulls have leveled the score at 50. The game regains its suspense. "Excellent, it was that old man who provoked us first. I believe we should teach him a lesson," Yi Long casually remarked, and Duncan suddenly curled the corners of his mouth, exclaiming, "Okay." Yi Long felt a sense of perplexity, pondering how it was that this usually taciturn fool appeared to be in such high spirits today. Could it be that his disposition had always been this way? And it was only after many years that the emergence of the impenetrable stone Buddha and the bald referee, his nemesis, had earned him the moniker of the fool? Without further contemplation, Yi Long swiftly immersed himself in the offensive play. At present, his synergy with Duncan had grown increasingly adept. With a simple pick and roll, they created an opportunity to shoot. Duncan received Yi Long's pass, pivoted, and charged towards the basket with great strides, only to be met by the formidable blockade of the Bulls' twin towers in the paint. Yi Long had already positioned himself in the corner, lying in wait. Receiving a deft interior pass from Duncan, he decisively took the shot, sinking the 3-pointer. In the face of the Bulls' formidable defense, the duo exhibited a seamless synergy, as if their collaboration was a natural phenomenon. After making the shot, Yi Long cast a fierce glance at Michael Jordan, a blatant act of provocation. Jordan, who had dominated the league for over a decade, was confronted by this young player with an audacity that was reminiscent of a fearless calf confronting a tiger. The Bulls then initiated their signature offensive strategy, the triangle offense. To dismantle their approach, the fundamental strategy lay in severing the connection between Pippen and Jordan, striving to prevent Jordan from receiving the ball comfortably. Thus, the Spurs commenced applying pressure from the high post, and under Yi Long's relentless pursuit, Jordan struggled to secure the ball, stumbling as he attempted to turn and execute his signature moves. However, Yi Long appeared to have anticipated his actions. Knowing that Jordan was among the earliest players in the NBA to master the art of drawing fouls, Yi Long's body was pressed tightly against him, arms outstretched, denying him any chance to draw a foul. At the moment when Jordan executed an incredibly difficult shot, Yi Long leapt high with remarkable speed, striving to block the attempt. He succeeded. However, he did not fully swat the ball. Instead, he merely grazed Jordan's shot with the tip of his longest middle finger. That was enough, sufficient to alter the trajectory of the basketball. "Damn," Jordan shouted in frustration, as if he already sensed that the shot would miss, quickly directing his teammates to secure the rebound. Indeed, the shot clanged off the rim. Duncan, a towering presence in the paint, firmly established his position and seized the defensive rebound. The Spurs launched a counterattack. Once again, it was the connection between Yi Long and Duncan. Yi Long gently tossed the ball into the air. Duncan, fully attuned to the moment, grasped the basketball with both hands and slammed it towards the hoop. "If you wish to surpass me, you are still far too inexperienced." Unbeknownst to all, Jordan had surged down beneath the basket, leaping high into the air, and with a single arm, he emphatically blocked Duncan's dunk. Despite the significant disparity in their heights and strengths, no one anticipated that the 35-year-old Jordan could thwart Duncan's dunk in such a manner. My heavens, he is indeed a deity. To block such a shot is nothing short of miraculous. The commentator raised his arms in exultation, proclaiming that this block should undoubtedly be considered for the year's best. As Jordan and Duncan clashed midair and then landed, Duncan was still momentarily dazed when the Bulls seized the ball, quickly launching a counterattack. Jordan, positioned beyond the 3-point line, elevated his hand and took a shot. His touch was scorching hot. He caught the Spurs completely off guard. The Bulls once again equalized the score. Jordan's formidable mental fortitude allowed him to remain unaffected by Yi Long's prior block, instead growing increasingly emboldened. As the first half drew to a close, the score remained tightly contested, with only a narrow margin separating the two teams. With Yi Long's mid-range turnaround jumper finding the net, the Spurs temporarily led the Bulls by a single point, 68-67, as they entered halftime. In the first half, Yi Long and Jordan scored 18 and 27 points respectively, though Yi Long's efficiency was notably higher. The Spurs held a significant advantage in the paint, yet Jordan, almost single-handedly, was propelling the Bulls forward. Upon returning for the second half, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. The Bulls' second-in-command, Pippen, suddenly erupted, scoring both inside and outside, helping the Bulls to overtake the lead and stretch the margin to 12 points. The Bulls showcased their pedigree as reigning champions, flaunting their deep bench, limitless rotations, and the stable performance of their core trio, threatening to render the game into garbage time. However, in a critical moment at the end of the third quarter, Yilong stepped up, taking charge of the Spurs offense, connecting on a series of three-pointers and mid-range shots, keeping the score within reach as they entered the fourth quarter. Trailing by only 8 points, the Twin Towers in the paint began to assert their dominance, as David Robinson and Duncan relentlessly attacked the Bulls' interior. Rodman quickly accrued his sixth foul and was ejected from the game. The absence of the worm signified that the Bulls lost their rebounding protection, leaving Jordan and Pippen to unleash their long-range shooting without restraint. The final 2 minutes of this decisive battle awaited. Yilong surged into the paint, confronting the Bulls' defense. With a deft bounce pass, he set up Duncan, who received the ball and executed a flawless layup. Yilong achieved his 20th assist of the match, setting a new career high for assists in a single game. The Spurs finally leveled the score at 98. With just 20 seconds remaining in the decisive moments, Jordan began to control the pace, managing the clock, preparing to deliver the final blow to the Spurs. The Chicago crowd erupted in cheers, and all spectators rose to their feet. Chapter 87. The Moment of Clutch. Everyone understood that the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, was unparalleled in executing game-winning shots in the final moments. The only choice for the Bulls was him. The Spurs, like many teams, opted not to double-team Jordan, instead employing a man-to-man defense, as the Bulls also had two sharpshooters, Kerr and Kukoc, on the floor. Furthermore, this decision reflected the confidence that his teammates had in Yilong as they prepared the strategy for the final offensive play. Yilong proposed to take on the task of guarding Jordan single-handedly, expressing his confidence in accomplishing this challenge. In the final moments of the game, a climactic showdown between the two star players of each team awaited. Yilong versus Jordan. Time ticks away, inching closer to the final countdown of 10 seconds. The other 8 players on the court have spread out. Yilong made a daring decision. He could not allow Jordan to run down the clock to the very last moment. He sought to leave his team with a fragment of time, however minuscule it may be. Thus, he advanced to apply pressure prematurely. Jordan, with his back to the basket, dribbled and maneuvered with such finesse that he found himself beneath the hoop before one could even blink. Once within the restricted area, there were only 2 options: to take a shot within 3 seconds or to retreat from the key and initiate a new offensive. In that fleeting moment, Yilong made his assessment. He understood that, given Jordan's character and unshakable confidence, he would never attempt a shot directly under the basket. Years of experience in clutch situations had instilled in him an inexplicable assurance, compelling him to leave no time for his opponent. Therefore, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat. Yilong anticipated Jordan's position in advance. At the very moment he retreated, Yilong executed a sudden and forceful pivot, dramatically turning his body. In that fleeting moment, he found himself positioned right behind Jordan. At the critical juncture, he made his move to intercept the ball. The singular opportunity to execute the steal was seized by Yilong. With a sharp clap, he disrupted Jordan's dribble. Almost instantaneously, Yilong raised his other hand to signal for a timeout. The referee blew the whistle. The Spurs were awarded possession. In the final moments, Jordan faltered. Yilong executed a remarkable steal and swiftly called a timeout for his team. However, only 0.6 seconds remained on the clock. Under the tenacious advocacy of Coach Popovich, the referees reviewed the footage repeatedly and confirmed that at the moment Yilong called for the timeout, there were still 1.4 seconds left. The game resumed. The Spurs were granted another opportunity to shoot. After being stripped of the ball by Yilong, Jordan, visibly incensed, expressed his grievances to the referees, questioning why no foul was called. Yet, the officials clearly saw the play unfold and could only shake their heads in resignation, affirming that it was a flawless defensive maneuver, devoid of any foul. Moreover, the recent video review only reinforced this conclusion. Jordan, realizing the futility of further argument, quickly gathered his fellow Bulls players to discuss their defensive strategy for this final possession. Meanwhile, Popovich utilized this last timeout to outline various possibilities, not merely focusing on a pick and roll for Yilong's mid-range shot, but also incorporating Duncan and David Robinson, who would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to score beneath the basket. With the score tied at 98, the Spurs needed only a two-point basket to clinch the victory. As the final possession unfolded, the Spurs' primary objective remained a two-point shot. The timeout concluded, and the players returned to the court. The United Center in Chicago was enveloped in an eerie silence. Had Jordan just executed a game-winning shot, the atmosphere would have been entirely different. In previous encounters with the Lakers, the last possession often fell to Yi Long, especially during their inaugural clash last season. As Yi Long faced Jordan, he delivered a stunning blow to the Bulls, a moment etched in memory. Without a doubt, during the final moments of the game, the Bulls directed their entire defensive attention towards Yi Long, even sending two players to double-team him from the very start of the inbounds play. Despite the game's waning seconds, Yi Long swiftly evaded the grasp of Pippen and Kerr, positioning himself at the arc to receive the ball. Observing this, Jordan and Rodman darted from the paint to intercept. However, the Spurs inbounder, Elliott, chose not to pass to Yi Long but instead delivered the ball to Duncan just as the 5-second inbound time was about to expire. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan launched a high-arcing shot from his familiar 45-degree angle, executing the bank shot he knew so well. A saying circulates in the basketball community: if the court lacked backboards and only had hoops, the first to retire would undoubtedly be Tim Duncan. This underscores the high regard for Duncan's bank shot technique. He did not disappoint his teammates. The ball slipped from his fingertips, gently kissing the backboard before cascading into the net. The shot was successful. The lights illuminated just in time, leaving the Bulls with no opportunity to respond. A game winner. Tim Duncan had executed the ultimate shot. 100-98. The Spurs triumphed in this monumental clash for the league's top position, overcoming the defending champions, the Chicago Bulls. The United Center erupted into a profound silence, a collective sigh resonating through the air. The Bulls players wore expressions of desolation, with Jordan and Pippen bypassing the post-game handshake, heading straight for the player tunnel. Meanwhile, the Spurs players, consumed by exhilaration, neglected the customary handshake, celebrating wildly as the bench players rushed onto the court. In that moment, rookie Duncan undoubtedly emerged as the hero of the Spurs. Of course, this victory was also attributable to Yi Long's ability to draw three defenders in the final seconds. As Duncan remarked in the post-game interview, Yi Long was the true MVP of the match, while he himself merely made a routine bank shot from an open position. A trivial feat in his eyes. Though only 21 years old, Duncan's words reflected a maturity and emotional intelligence, a testament to his background as a psychology student. With the game concluded, the Spurs extended their winning streak to 11 games, maintaining their stronghold atop the league standings. Yi Long delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing 32 points, 20 assists, and 10 rebounds, achieving a remarkable triple-double. His assist tally set a new career high, making him the second player in history to record a 30-20-10 game, the first being the legendary Wilt Chamberlain. The distinction lies in the fact that Yi Long's 20 was in assists, while Chamberlain's was in rebounds. Tim Duncan also made a significant contribution with 26 points, 17 rebounds, and 4 blocks, while Michael Jordan's efforts yielded 41 points, albeit in a losing cause. Following their back-to-back away games, the San Antonio Spurs took a brief respite of 2 days, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 88. Fluctuating form. The victory over the Chicago Bulls greatly bolstered the confidence of the entire Spurs roster. Fueled by this momentum, they embarked on an impressive 16-game winning streak, breaking the NBA's record for the longest winning start to a season previously set by the Houston Rockets in the 1993-94 season. No one could have anticipated that the Spurs, who had languished at the bottom of the league vying for the top draft pick last season, would undergo such a dramatic transformation this season with the addition of Duncan and Yi Long. However, the Spurs' winning streak came to an abrupt halt in their 17th game of the season, as both David Robinson and Tim Duncan opted to rest due to foot soreness. Despite Yi Long's remarkable achievement of scoring a career-high 47 points for the Spurs, he found himself in isolation as the team, lacking the formidable Twin Towers, succumbed to the Miami Heat, thus concluding their impressive winning streak. Nonetheless, they continue to dominate the league with a record of 16 wins and only 1 loss, firmly securing their position at the top. The second-place Utah Jazz trails behind with a record of 13 wins and 4 losses, while the Eastern Conference leaders, the Chicago Bulls, have managed a record of 14 wins and 3 losses. After a brief absence, Duncan made a swift return to the court, while the aging David Robinson has been recovering at a slower pace and remains sidelined for several games. However, with the youthful vigor of Yi Long and Duncan, the Spurs maintain their spirit and energy. They have triumphed over teams such as the Raptors, Celtics, Nuggets, Grizzlies, and Clippers, achieving an effortless 5-game winning streak against these playoff outsiders. Soon, the Spurs will face a formidable opponent in the second-ranked Jazz. Last season, when Long was with the Lakers, the Jazz proved to be their greatest nemesis. The duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton, despite their advancing years, continues to exhibit impressive attendance and diligence, which is pivotal to the Jazz's success. Their unwavering spirit has propelled the Jazz into contention for the championship in recent years. After falling short in the finals against the Bulls last season, the Jazz have returned this season with nearly their entire roster intact, intent on claiming the championship. The upcoming match takes place in the Jazz's challenging home arena, with the Spurs missing their stalwart Robinson. The substitute, Wieldo, will continue in the starting center position, while the rest of the lineup remains unchanged from the season's outset, with Long still occupying the starting shooting guard role. The Jazz's starting five comprises Malone, Stockton, Hornacek, Adams, and Russell, showing minimal changes among their core players, save for some adjustments in their supporting cast. The game commenced swiftly without excessive pleasantries, with the Spurs gaining possession first. Long commenced the match with remarkable fervor, executing a series of mid-range jump shots and three-pointers, amassing an impressive total of 14 points. However, the Jazz displayed unwavering resilience, employing their veteran players' quintessential pick-and-roll strategy to match the Spurs stride for stride. Unbeknownst to the Spurs and Long, they had unwittingly fallen into the Jazz's tactical snare, as the defensive focus was strategically shifted towards the other Spurs players, particularly the interior presence of Duncan. Duncan found himself in considerable discomfort throughout the match, accumulating 2 fouls within the first half of the opening quarter. Long found himself ensnared in a predicament of isolation, where despite his commendable shooting touch, such form proved unsustainable, and his accuracy soon waned. The Jazz, exhibiting their formidable style, orchestrated a remarkable turnaround, extending their lead to 15 points before the half concluded. In the first half, Long amassed 31 points, while the Spurs collectively tallied a mere 35. Duncan, in stark contrast, attempted 5 shots without success, finishing the half with only 5 rebounds and 3 fouls, thoroughly stifled by the Jazz's interior defense. As the second half commenced, the Spurs' front court continued to struggle without any signs of improvement. Karl Malone's subtle maneuvers and tenacious defense made matters exceedingly difficult for Duncan. Consequently, Long had no choice but to rely on his individual prowess to carve a path for the Spurs. His three-point shooting ignited, as he relentlessly sank difficult shots from beyond the arc, narrowing the gap to a mere 6 points. In a critical juncture, the Jazz's dynamic duo of Stockton and Hornacek responded with a flurry of three-pointers, entering the final quarter with a 12-point advantage. Duncan finally broke his scoring drought in the fourth quarter with a distant jumper. However, shortly thereafter, he committed his 6th foul on the defensive end, marking the first time in his illustrious career that he was ejected from a game, while simultaneously setting a new career low in points for a single match. This contest would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on him, a moment of disgrace in his career. On the harrowing night at the Jazz's daunting home court, the rookie Duncan was utterly adrift. Long continues to fight valiantly alone, while the other players of the Spurs are entirely subdued. However, relying on three-point shots is not a sustainable strategy. Excessive attempts will inevitably lead to a gradual decline in performance. Long has once again set a new personal season scoring record, amassing an impressive 49 points. However, the point gap has remained unbridged. In the closing moments of the game, the Jazz unexpectedly altered their strategy, initiating an unyielding double team against Long. When Long chose to place his trust in his teammates, it was already too late. Their performance had become irrevocably compromised. Ultimately, the Spurs succumbed to the Jazz on the road, suffering a defeat of 75-89, marking their second loss of the season. Long achieved a remarkable season high of 52 points, elevating his average to an impressive 38 points per game, temporarily placing him at the pinnacle of the scoring leaderboard. Following a defeat to the Jazz, the Spurs struggled, enduring a disheartening 3-game losing streak, which cost them both the top position in the league and the Western Conference. However, this downturn was short-lived. After a brief period of adjustment, the Spurs returned to their home court, seeking redemption. In this match, Long completely dominated both offense and defense, amassing a staggering stat line of 35 points, 12 assists, 10 rebounds, 8 steals, and 4 blocks. The team triumphed over the Jazz with a resounding score of 120-99, achieving a refreshing revenge. Following this victory over the Jazz, the Spurs regained their form, surging forward with renewed vigor and securing a remarkable 10-game winning streak, reclaiming the top position in the league as the annual Christmas showdown approached. Chapter 89. Christmas clash against the old rivals. The Christmas battle of the 1997-98 season promised numerous highlights, primarily featuring the league's most formidable team, the Chicago Bulls. As the reigning champions, bolstered by the star power of Michael Jordan, the league certainly seized the opportunity for a nationwide broadcast. The encounter between the Bulls and the Miami Heat drew immense attention, particularly since they had developed a fierce rivalry since last year's Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat, anchored by Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway, was undoubtedly at the peak of its prowess. However, the Bulls' second-in-command, Scottie Pippen, was sidelined due to an injury. Yet this did not diminish the excitement of the match. In the first quarter, the Heat, led by Mourning and Mashburn's stellar performances, firmly controlled the game, establishing an 8-point lead. However, as the second quarter commenced, Jordan unleashed his fury, single-handedly dismantling the Heat's defense, scoring 12 consecutive points and propelling the Bulls ahead before halftime. Entering the second half with a 5-point advantage, the battle intensified, with defensive intensity escalating to playoff levels. The Bulls relied on Rodman's interior defense to successfully contain Mourning's impact, maintaining their 5-point lead by the end of the third quarter. The fourth quarter saw a dramatic turn of events as the Heat sharpshooter Hardaway sank a challenging three-pointer, leveling the score at 73. The Heat, invigorated, unleashed a relentless defense, targeting Jordan's offense. Yet, they fell into the same trap as many others. The Bulls' strength lay not solely in Jordan's individual brilliance. The European sharpshooter Kukoc stepped up when Jordan was double-teamed, leading a sudden 13-2 scoring run. When the Heat star player Mourning accrued his sixth foul and was disqualified, the team's hopes of a comeback were dashed. Ultimately, the Bulls secured a hard-fought victory at home, defeating the Heat 90-80 in this Christmas showdown. Following this, the Spurs' Christmas clash commenced, once again facing the familiar Los Angeles Lakers. This time, they were on home turf. After a period of adjustment, Kobe's performance this season had steadily improved, averaging 18.7 points per game and firmly establishing himself as the sixth man, even outscoring the starting Jones. He had fully developed the capability to be a starter, yet the team's current designation for Kobe remained that of a bench sharpshooter. In this renewed encounter, both Yi Long and Kobe found themselves in changed circumstances. Yi Long has achieved remarkable success, and Kobe has finally found hope. Both are traversing their respective paths with purpose. The game commences. The formidable Shaquille O'Neal, having undergone surgery, has completely healed his ankle injury and restored his athletic prowess. The Lakers seize the opening possession. O'Neal executes a thunderous dunk in the paint, heralding the start of this contest, while the Spurs refused to be outdone. Yi Long executed a series of deft dribbles, evading his defender before launching a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. The match commenced with both teams engaging in a fierce offensive duel, exchanging blows in a thrilling display that quickly ignited the atmosphere in the home arena of the Spurs. This was the essence of a Christmas showdown. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, the Spurs held a slender lead of 17-16. The Lakers swiftly initiated their roster rotation, and Kobe Bryant made his entrance. Unlike their previous encounter, Kobe exuded a newfound maturity. Confronted with the immense defensive pressure from Yi Long, he refrained from reckless offense, opting instead to facilitate plays by consistently passing to the dominant Shaquille O'Neal. Through their collaboration, the Lakers seized the opportunity, reclaiming the lead before the conclusion of the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, both teams faced tremendous challenges in the paint, unwilling to grant their adversaries any easy scoring opportunities. The Spurs' formidable Twin Towers exerted every effort to restrict O'Neal's influence, leaving the Lakers with no choice but to shift their focus to the perimeter. Kobe finally broke the scoring drought with a jump shot beyond the arc, marking the Lakers' first points of the game. Meanwhile, Yi Long had already amassed 12 points in the opening quarter. Remarkably, after scoring, Kobe refrained from taunting Yi Long, seemingly acknowledging a profound truth. Yi Long had undeniably emerged as a bona fide superstar, and they were no longer on the same tier. Kobe recognized his current standing within the team and the league, yet he remained undeterred, resolved to carve his own path through sheer determination and effort in the league. The Spurs continued to mount their offensive assault. Yi Long also made his mark on the offensive front with a splendid three-pointer. The score remained tightly contested, with both teams exchanging leads almost seamlessly. Kobe, confronted by Yi Long's defense, found himself somewhat challenged. He persistently sought to utilize his teammates' screens to execute shots or penetrate the defense, significantly enhancing his offensive efficiency. In the second quarter, Kobe scored 14 points within the period, aiding the Lakers in maintaining a slender lead. In the second quarter of the match, Long scored another 15 points, bringing his personal tally to 27 by halftime. However, he recorded only 2 assists, not due to his reluctance to pass, but rather because his teammates rarely found favorable offensive opportunities or failed to convert their chances. In the players' tunnel, Long encountered Kobe once more. Long glanced at him from a distance and calmly remarked, "You played exceptionally well, my friend." Kobe, feigning nonchalance, replied, "Indeed, I can perform even better." "You were remarkable as well." In the realm of basketball, it is ultimately those who can laugh in victory who emerge as true winners. Kobe's words, of course, reflected his indomitable spirit and relentless competitiveness. Long offered no further response and proceeded directly to the locker room. Upon returning from halftime, the scoreboard displayed the Spurs trailing the Lakers by 3 points, with a score of 52-55. Duncan's deft hook shot in the paint narrowed the gap to a mere 1 point. However, Shaquille O'Neal swiftly countered with another successful inside play, maintaining the Lakers' slim advantage. This slight margin persisted until the end of the third quarter. In a pivotal moment, Long sank 2 audacious three-pointers, enabling the Spurs to reclaim the lead. As the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe Bryant re-entered the fray, yet his shooting touch seemed to falter, missing several attempts and allowing the Spurs to stretch their lead to double digits. The Twin Towers began to assert themselves, with Long consistently orchestrating plays and contributing to the score. The Lakers appeared on the verge of collapse, but in a critical juncture, Kobe achieved redemption, first drawing a foul for an and-one, and subsequently nailing 2 challenging three-pointers from beyond the arc. With just 32 seconds remaining, the Lakers narrowed the deficit to a single point. The Spurs launched a fast break, but Elliott's mid-range shot failed to find the mark. The Lakers secured the ball and handed it to O'Neal, who faced Duncan in the post. Chapter 90, it's him again. Sealing the game with just over 15 seconds left in the match, Duncan signaled his teammates to spread out as he engaged in one-on-one defense against O'Neal. Utilizing his formidable strength, O'Neal forcefully pushed past Duncan, preparing for a layup. Unexpectedly, Duncan showcased remarkable resilience, lunging back just as O'Neal was about to ascend. The referee whistled for a foul. The Spurs breathed a sigh of relief, knowing O'Neal's free throw proficiency was questionable. Fouling him in such a critical moment was fortuitous for the Spurs. O'Neal approached the free throw line, adopting an unusual stance as he aimed for the basket. He released the ball, but it failed to find its target. The crowd at the Spurs' home court erupted in cheers. For his second attempt, he again missed. 2 consecutive free throws went awry. Suddenly, Kobe emerged from the crowd, fiercely battling for the offensive rebound. He stepped back to create space. And while everyone else remained near the basket, Kobe executed a smooth fadeaway jump shot from mid-range. The ball circled the rim several times before finally settling into the net. The shot was successful. Kobe's remarkable offensive rebound and extraordinary mid-range jumper allowed the Lakers to turn the tide with just 7.6 seconds remaining, bringing the score to 98-97. In a heartbeat, the scales of fortune had shifted. Just moments earlier, the Spurs had been relieved by O'Neal's missed free throws, which seemed to have spared them from defeat. Unexpectedly, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Kobe achieved a near buzzer beater. Of course, the game was not yet over. The Spurs had previously executed a miraculous play with just 1.4 seconds remaining, and now with 7.6 seconds left, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, the most critical issue was that they had no timeouts left and could only inbound the ball from the backcourt. Everyone was acutely aware of whom the Spurs would entrust the ball to, thus directing all their defensive focus towards Long. Kobe, the relentless Van Exel, and Fox converged to pressure Long. Long is unable to receive the ball. 3 players are effectively obstructing his movement. The moment to serve is imminent. Elliott has no choice but to pass the ball to another defender, Johnson. Johnson's ability to control and advance the ball is unquestionable, as he swiftly carries it past the halfway line, still searching for Long's presence. Long was unable to escape the encirclement of the 3 defenders. Nevertheless, he managed to receive his teammate's pass, albeit with great difficulty. Time was running out. Defying the pressure from the 3 opponents, he attempted a shot from beyond the three-point line. His body was nearly off balance, and his shooting posture was askew. Long acted with such decisiveness because he noticed that Duncan had already positioned himself beneath the basket. He placed unwavering trust in his teammate. Indeed, the shot did not find its mark, yet Duncan, with his outstretched arms, gently tipped the ball in. This left the Lakers with a mere 0.3 seconds to react. There was no time for celebration. They swiftly transitioned to defense. In their flustered state, the Lakers players hurriedly inbound the ball. Before they could take a shot, time expired. The match concluded. The Spurs triumphed at home, defeating the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 99-98, claiming victory in the 1997-98 Christmas showdown. Duncan achieved his second game-winning shot of the season, as well as in his illustrious career. The Spurs players embraced fervently, reveling in this hard-earned victory. In those final moments, no one could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. In general, it is quite reasonable for Yi Long to engage in basketball. However, it was unexpected that he would attempt a shot against the defense of three opponents. Even more astonishing was the fact that it was none other than Tim Duncan, the extraordinary rookie who had just entered the league for less than half a season, who ultimately saved the Spurs. The battle has come to a close. The joyous strains of Christmas music once again filled the Spurs' home arena. Undoubtedly, the fans of the Spurs are experiencing unparalleled happiness at this moment, as they return home to celebrate Christmas with an exhilarating and spectacular victory. Players from both the Spurs and the Lakers exchanged handshakes and embraces after the game. After the conclusion of the match, Yi Long and Kobe approached each other promptly, exchanging minimal words. Kobe extended his congratulations to Yi Long on his victory, while Yi Long wished Kobe a Merry Christmas. This poignant moment was once again captured by a Spurs cameraman, immortalizing the scene. In this game, Yi Long scored 37 points, delivered 11 assists, and secured 8 rebounds, whereas Kobe tallied 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. Both athletes delivered performances that met the expectations of the spectators. Yet it was ultimately Yi Long and his Spurs who emerged triumphant. Yi Long has unequivocally demonstrated to the world that he is deserving of a multi-million-dollar contract. Since departing from the Lakers, he has only improved, transforming the Spurs from a lackluster team into formidable contenders for the championship. Reflecting on the past, when he first entered the league, the status of Kobe and Yi Long was worlds apart. However, as time has progressed, their circumstances evoke a sense of nostalgia. In a post-game interview, Duncan graciously attributed the credit for his game-winning shot to Yi Long, asserting that without Yi Long drawing significant defensive attention from the Lakers in the final moments, he would not have been able to execute such a seamless follow-up basket. After a little over half a season of adjustment, the entire Spurs roster has wholeheartedly acknowledged Yi Long's leadership role. Although merely a sophomore, he has undeniably emerged as the true leader on the court for the Spurs, while the spiritual leadership in the locker room still belongs to the team's captain, Admiral David Robinson. Following the intense battle, Yi Long hurried home to prepare for a Christmas outing with Brittany. First to enjoy a meal and then to revel at a bar. At the bar, Yi Long unexpectedly encountered Kobe, who was accompanied by his new partner. Yi Long was somewhat taken aback. It was neither the familiar Brandy nor Vanessa, but a completely unfamiliar girl. The two shared a few drinks in the booth and exchanged a few words, which served to thaw the previous animosities. Kobe also expressed his apologies for his recent sulking. Yi Long expressed that neither party needs to apologize, for the NBA is fundamentally a commercial league, where one must seek refuge in the most favorable circumstances, a principle that holds true at all times. Following the Christmas festivities, the team was granted a brief respite of 2 days, and the NBA swiftly transitioned into the year 1998, with the Spurs poised to embark on their next journey. Chapter 91, the 1998 All-Star Game. As the new year unfolded, the Spurs experienced some fluctuations in their form. Nonetheless, they maintained an exceptionally high winning percentage. Such fluctuations are to be expected, as the NBA regular season is a protracted odyssey, during which teams inevitably encounter a myriad of challenges that require resolution. Even the legendary Bulls of their prime, who achieved a remarkable 72 victories in a single season, ultimately succumbed to defeat in 10 games throughout the year. Presently, the Spurs have approached the halfway mark of their season, having suffered only 4 losses and boasting an impressive record of 36 wins. They remain well-positioned to challenge the historical records of the NBA regular season. The All-Star Game, set to take place at Madison Square Garden in New York in 1998, is on the horizon, offering players a rare moment of respite amidst their rigorous endeavors. During the recent voting phase, with his formidable performance as the leading scorer of the first half of the season, Yi Long has earned his inaugural selection to the starting lineup of the Western Conference All-Star team. Fans seem eager to witness a reunion of Kobe and Yi Long on the All-Star stage. Consequently, Kobe, buoyed by the overwhelming support of his admirers, secured the second-ranking position among Western Conference backcourt players. Thus, in an unprecedented manner, the starting backcourt of the Western All-Star team has been claimed by 2 second-year players, surpassing esteemed veterans such as Gary Payton and John Stockton, prompting many to exclaim that a new era is upon us. The remaining three players in the Western starting lineup include Mitch Richmond of the Kings, Karl Malone of the Jazz, and the dominant Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers. Additionally, the Spurs' Twin Towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, have earned spots in the reserves, along with fresh faces like Kevin Garnett and Jason Kidd, who have also joined the ranks of the Western All-Stars. In contrast, the Eastern Conference lineup is less surprising, featuring Michael Jordan and Penny Hardaway in the backcourt, and Grant Hill, Shawn Kemp, and the legendary Dikembe Mutombo in the frontcourt. Due to injuries, Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman have not been selected for this year's All-Star game. Furthermore, Yi Long has been invited to participate in the three-point contest, where he triumphed through a series of challenges, ultimately facing off against the sharpshooter John Stockton in the finals. Stockton set the bar high with an impressive score of 24 points, but Yi Long, entering the contest later, executed a remarkable comeback, clinching the 1998 three-point contest championship with a score of 26 points. This victory marks his consecutive championship win. Although Yi Long's final score this year was not as high as last year's triumph over Steve Kerr, he nevertheless prevailed under pressure, emerging victorious once again. In just 2 years in the league, Yi Long has secured 2 three-point contest titles, unequivocally solidifying his status as the premier sharpshooter in the current league. However, Yi Long is not content to be merely a shooter. He is evolving into a comprehensive scoring threat, aspiring to become a primary ball handler. At the inception of the three-point contest, Larry Bird claimed 3 consecutive championships, famously stating that the competition posed no challenge, even quipping, "Are you all here just to take second place?" Yi Long is still quite distant from Larry Bird's record, yet he naturally aspires to surpass Bird's achievements in the future, showcasing his unique flair in an era that undervalues the three-point shot. The 1998 Slam Dunk Contest was unexpectedly canceled, as the league officials deemed the previous year's event subpar. This revelation left Kobe Bryant somewhat embarrassed, considering he had been the champion the prior year, though the overall quality of the competition was indeed lacking. Compared to the years when Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins participated, the viewership for the dunk contest had significantly declined, primarily due to the absence of marquee stars, which, to a certain extent, dampened the audience's enthusiasm. In place of the dunk contest, a new event was introduced, the dual shooting contest, pairing an NBA player with a WNBA player to compete against other teams in a shooting challenge. Surprisingly, this event garnered even less attention. The league's intention in creating this competition was to promote the nascent WNBA and bring women's basketball into the public eye. However, it was evident that most spectators were not particularly interested. Ultimately, Clyde Drexler and his WNBA partner, Cynthia, claimed victory in this contest. Following this appetizer, the main course commenced with the NBA All-Star Game. The majority of fans had reached a consensus that this was the final season for the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, in the NBA. Thus, this All-Star Game became Jordan's swan song, and the league capitalized on this narrative, promoting it vigorously, making tickets nearly impossible to acquire. As everyone yearned to witness Jordan's last dance, they were eager to see how he would contend with the Western Conference's twin stars, Yi Long and Kobe. The game commenced, and the Western Conference seized the ball first. At the outset, fans did not witness the anticipated collaboration between Kobe and Yi Long. Instead, Kobe continuously fed the ball to his elder brother, Shaquille O'Neal, for alley-oops, allowing the West to swiftly establish a lead. Of course, the match lacked defensive intensity, as the players prioritized entertainment and did not take it too seriously. The Eastern Conference players were equally considerate, predominantly passing the ball to Jordan, allowing him to showcase his talents for the fans. It was not until midway through the first quarter that Yi Long and Kobe finally executed their first collaboration. Yi Long assisted Kobe with an electrifying alley-oop dunk. Subsequently, on the defensive end, Kobe intercepted Hardaway's dribble and passed the ball to Yi Long. Yi Long retaliated with a three-point shot, successfully extending the Western All-Stars lead to 15 points. Although the gap was substantial, the Eastern team responded swiftly. After a brief showcase, O'Neal retreated to the sidelines for a respite, mindful of his physical limits. Seizing the opportunity, the Eastern squad, with Garnett and Kemp leading the charge, executed a series of emphatic dunks, quickly narrowing the deficit. After a seamless collaboration, Yi Long and Kobe shared a high-five that elicited cheers from the crowd. Naturally, spectators were more eager to witness the fierce competition on the court, as Kobe took the initiative to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Jordan, only to be thwarted by his defense. The shot failed to find its mark. Turning back, Yi Long also managed to defend against Jordan, hitting a mid-range jumper in the counterattack, right in Jordan's face. Thus, the Western Conference backcourt twin stars took turns challenging Jordan, who soon found himself fatigued and had to take a breather, realizing there was no need to exert himself in such a matchup. Jordan remarked to his teammates that he would not stoop to the level of these two younger players. In the second half, fueled by Yi Long's consistent performance, the Western Conference maintained a steady lead until the end. Ultimately, Yi Long shattered the All-Star three-point record with 10 three-pointers, scoring an impressive 40 points and earning the title of MVP for the All-Star game. Jordan contributed 28 points while Kobe added 18. The post-game news stirred up quite a buzz, claiming that the twin stars of the West had overshadowed Jordan's final All-Star performance. Thus, the 1998 New York All-Star game came to a close, and teams began to prepare vigorously for the second half of the season. Chapter 92, a historic achievement. Following the conclusion of the 1998 All-Star game, teams eager to make a playoff push began to roll up their sleeves, ready to embark on a vigorous campaign. The intensity of the second half of the regular season would undoubtedly surpass that of the first, a widely accepted consensus. During the first half of the season, the San Antonio Spurs undoubtedly stood out as the most exceptional team in the league, achieving a remarkable record of 36 wins and 4 losses, which not only set a new record for the longest winning streak at the start of the season, but also established the best first-half record in the franchise's history. Amidst skepticism following his signing with the Spurs for a lucrative contract during the offseason, Yi Long has undeniably emerged as the team's leader and absolute core player, averaging 32 points, 8, 9 assists, 7, 2 rebounds, 2, 5 steals, and 1, 7 blocks per game, with a shooting percentage of 52, 1, and a staggering three-point shooting percentage of 45, 6. Yi Long has not only surpassed luminaries such as Michael Jordan and Karl Malone to clinch the title of scoring champion at the midway point of the regular season, but he has also emerged as the league's leader in steals. His prowess on both offense and defense showcases an undeniable talent and strength, with leaps that seem almost otherworldly. It is astonishing to recall that just 2 years ago, Yi Long was an obscure high school student, unrecognized by any media rankings and inevitably overlooked during the draft. However, upon entering the league, he soared to remarkable heights, earning the accolade of Rookie of the Year and now ambitiously pursuing the coveted MVP title for the current season. In the analysis of the first half of the regular season, media experts across the league have lavished Yi Long with the highest commendations, with some even dubbing him the face of the league in the post-Jordan era. However, the role of the league's figurehead is not easily attained. Numerous challenges and obstacles await from various quarters. Even the great Jordan faced 7 long years of suppression before ascending to the pinnacle of the league. Yi Long, as an athlete of Asian descent, has shattered the long-standing stereotype that individuals of his ethnicity cannot excel in basketball, inevitably attracting a wave of jealousy and skepticism. There are whispers questioning the legitimacy of his success, suggesting the use of performance-enhancing drugs. Consequently, starting from the latter part of the regular season, Yi Long has found himself subjected to numerous drug tests following each game, in an era of the NBA where such testing is not widespread. The injustices faced by Yi Long are unparalleled in history. In addition to various external interferences, the players and referees on the field have begun to conspire against him. It appears that not everyone is inclined to allow the narrative of a talented young prodigy to unfold in Yi Long's story. During this season, Yi Long has encountered a greater number of malicious fouls than the combined total faced by all other stars in the league. Yi Long often exclaims that he is fortunate to possess the function of a systematic injury exemption, which has spared him from numerous unforeseen injuries. Were it not for this advantage, he might have long since faced the end of his career. Additionally, he contends with the bias of certain referees. Before achieving the highest accolades and gaining recognition from the league and its fans, many officials seem to find various ways to undermine him. Furthermore, some referees, envious of Yi Long's lucrative contract, may suspect him of attempting to bribe them with his wealth. In light of the myriad distractions both on and off the court, Yi Long did not succumb to excessive anger. Instead, he remained focused on the court and true to his essence, continuing his disciplined regimen and diligent training. With the formidable invincible buff provided by the system, coupled with his relentless practice, he honed a body almost impervious to harm. Although the Spurs exhibited signs of fatigue during the latter half of the regular season, experiencing a brief spell of 3 consecutive losses, they swiftly recalibrated their approach and, under Yi Long's leadership, regained their momentum. Yi Long continues his astonishing scoring spree, with his average points per game soaring and widening the gap between himself and the pursuing Jordan. The Spurs have been on an unstoppable march, achieving a remarkable winning streak that reached 33 consecutive victories. thereby equaling the record for the longest winning streak in regular season history set by the Los Angeles Lakers in the 1970s. Enthusiasm grew among fans as they anticipated the Spurs to forge a new historical record. However, in their 34th game, faced with the formidable home court of the Detroit Pistons and various dubious officiating calls, the Spurs ultimately succumbed. Throughout the match for Spurs players, including the good-natured Duncan and key players like David Robinson and Elliott, were ejected. Although they fell short of establishing the NBA winning streak record, the Spurs managed to regroup and concluded the season with a triumphant 3-game winning streak. They achieved an impressive record of 37 wins and 5 losses in the latter half of the season, bringing their overall record to 73 wins and 9 losses. The San Antonio Spurs shattered the historical record set by the Chicago Bulls just the season before, becoming the first team in NBA history to achieve 73 wins, an unparalleled feat in regular season excellence. The entire Spurs roster was engulfed in jubilant celebration, overflowing with confidence. Yet, Long was acutely aware that 73 wins hold little significance for celebration. The regular season is merely a prelude, and the playoffs are an entirely different arena. Should the Spurs fail to emerge victorious in the end, those 73 wins would merely serve as fodder for ridicule in the future. As this Spurs team lacked substantial playoff experience, Long harbored some concerns, prompting him to reach out to the coaching staff, management, and seasoned veterans such as David Robinson. He convened a motivational meeting ahead of the playoffs aimed at galvanizing the players, urging them to remain vigilant and not to let their guard down. At this juncture, all previous endeavors seemed trivial. Only by seizing the ultimate championship would they earn the recognition of the world. With the regular season concluded, Long effortlessly claimed the scoring title with an impressive average of 32.5 points per game, surpassing luminaries like Michael Jordan and Karl Malone. Additionally, he secured the title of steals leader with an average of 2.8 steals per game. His impeccable performance, coupled with the team's stellar record, ensured that Long was unanimously selected for both the first-team All-NBA and the first-team All-Defensive. Long once again etched his name into the annals of history in his second year within the NBA. As the playoffs loomed, the San Antonio Spurs were set to face the Houston Rockets in the first round. This iteration of the Rockets, under the stewardship of Tom Janovich, was still anchored by seasoned veterans such as Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, and Charles Barkley, who were gradually nearing the twilight of their illustrious careers. However, their wealth of playoff experience presented a formidable challenge for the Spurs, marking the first significant hurdle on their postseason journey. In a bid to counter Jordan and the Bulls, Olajuwon, Barkley, and Drexler formed a geriatric version of a triumvirate. Yet, the average age of this Rockets squad was alarmingly high, and the trio had scarcely managed to complete a full season together due to injuries and various other factors. Particularly, Barkley, who once led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals and audaciously challenged Jordan single-handedly, had now been relegated to the role of the fourth scoring option for the Rockets. He even willingly embraced a bench role in nearly half of the regular season games, while the pivotal player, Olajuwon, was absent for half of the regular season, struggling their way to the playoffs with a meager 8th-place finish in the Western Conference. The Rockets faced the daunting task of overcoming a Spurs team that had achieved an impressive 73 wins. Nevertheless, the entire Rockets squad exuded a palpable confidence, largely due to the relative inexperience of the Spurs' 2 core players, Long and Duncan, in playoff scenarios. Prior to the commencement of the first game, Barkley, with his characteristic bravado, unleashed a barrage of trash talk, attempting to unsettle both Long and Duncan. Yet Long merely smiled, responding with an extraordinary performance, amassing a triple-double of 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, leading the Spurs to a resounding 116-82 victory over the Rockets on home soil. In the aftermath, as Long shook hands with Barkley, he calmly remarked, "This league does not favor those who linger. It is time for the old-timers to retire." This statement was captured by opportunistic reporters, and during the post-game press conference, both Barkley and Olajuwon perceived it as a slight against the league's veterans. Consequently, a wave of backlash ensued from fans, rallying in support of the aging trio from Houston. However, on the basketball court, prowess reigned supreme, rendering such theatrics futile, especially since Barkley had initiated the taunting. Long, without further ado, unleashed his full strength upon the Rockets, demonstrating no mercy in the ensuing 2 matches. Long scored 39 and 45 points respectively, and in the third game, he astonishingly set a new NBA playoff record with 10 three-pointers in a single match. The Spurs comprehensively overwhelmed the Rockets' formidable trio, advancing decisively to the Western Conference semifinals with a 3-0 lead. throughout the best-of-5 first-round series. The Spurs boasted an average victory margin of 35.8 points over the Rockets, establishing a record for the largest average point differential in NBA playoff history. The aging trio of the Rockets faced a humiliating defeat, firmly cementing their legacy in the annals of disgrace. While certain truths may be too harsh for the younger generation to voice, veteran David Robinson did not hold back, publicly urging Charles Barkley and Hakeem Olajuwon to consider retirement following the conclusion of the series. The results underscored that, in the face of overwhelming strength, even extensive experience holds little value. After the first round, accolades for the 1997-98 regular season began to emerge, with the Spurs undoubtedly emerging as the season's biggest victors. Coach Greg Popovich received the coveted Coach of the Year award for the first time in his illustrious career, while Tim Duncan, with averages of 21 points, 11.9 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks, was unanimously crowned Rookie of the Year, despite some votes still going to Michael Jordan in the MVP race. The momentum was unmistakably in favor of the inevitable outcome. Yilong has claimed the first MVP trophy of his professional career, averaging 32.5 points, 8 assists, 7.9 rebounds, and 2.8 steals per game. He has been crowned as the scoring champion, steals leader, and has earned a place on the All-NBA first team. In just his second year, Yilong has amassed an impressive array of accolades that surpasses the achievements of many NBA stars. As the regular season MVP is a prestigious honor that eludes countless players throughout their careers. In the Western Conference semifinals, the Spurs face a formidable opponent in the Utah Jazz. Last season, Yilong suffered defeat at the hands of Karl Malone and John Stockton. Enduring the bitter taste of playoff disappointment, Yilong pondered that, if his memory served him correctly, according to the natural course of historical development, the Jazz's strength this season ranked second only to the Bulls. They possessed the caliber to contend for the championship, perhaps making them the Jazz's most formidable adversary in the West, encountering them earlier than anticipated. Fortunately, the Spurs enjoyed the advantage of playing on home ground in this best-of-7 series, as the first match of the semifinals commenced. Yilong graciously accepted the trophy for the most valuable player of the regular season at his home ground, basking in the adulation and applause of the audience. Right from the onset of the match, the Jazz delivered a formidable blow to the Spurs. Karl Malone's tenacity in the paint led to David Robinson and Tim Duncan each accumulating 2 fouls, necessitating their premature retreat to the sidelines. With the formidable Twin Towers momentarily incapacitated, all defensive pressure fell squarely upon Yilong's shoulders. His defensive responsibilities now, compared to the previous season, are markedly more intensive. After all, he is now the league's most valuable player, becoming the focal point of everyone's animosity. Yilong, under immense pressure, managed to assist the Spurs in maintaining a single-digit deficit with 2 crucial three-pointers before halftime. The Jazz held a slender lead as the second half commenced, and both teams continued to engage in a defensive battle. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, the combined score of both teams barely exceeded 20 points. As the final quarter approached, Yilong's pivotal steals enabled the Spurs to equalize the score. In a critical moment, Duncan executed a one-on-one against Karl Malone, scoring and drawing a foul, which allowed the Spurs to take the lead. However, the Jazz's sharpshooter Hornacek, like a hero descending from the heavens, landed a three-pointer, propelling the Jazz ahead by 2 points, leaving the Spurs teetering on the edge of a precipice. Yilong's clutch mid-range shot found the net, aiding his team in maintaining their position and extending the match into overtime. As the overtime commenced, the younger Spurs team clearly asserted their dominance, bolstered by the home court advantage, launching an impressive 8-0 run that rendered the outcome of the game a foregone conclusion. The Spurs led 1-0. In response, the Jazz mounted a furious counterattack, with Stockton delivering a remarkable 17 assists throughout the game, invigorating his teammates and helping the Jazz to equalize, resulting in a 1-1 tie. The Spurs had relinquished their home advantage. However, in the subsequent 2 arduous away games, Yilong's astonishing performance, scoring 50 points in a single match, enabled the Spurs to conquer one of the Jazz's home games, reclaiming their home court advantage, bringing the series to a 2-2 deadlock, and setting the stage for the pivotal 5th game. The team that secures the first match point effectively seizes control of the entire series. Yet, fate appeared to play a cruel trick on the Spurs, as David Robinson's back injury rendered him unable to compete in the 5th game. Consequently, all the pressure fell upon the young duo of Yilong and Duncan. Chapter 94. The Mountaintop in the 1998 Western Conference Semifinals. The mountaintop clash between the Spurs and the Jazz was overshadowed by the absence of David Robinson, casting a pall over the Spurs' prospects for advancement. Once regarded as one of the four premier centers, David Robinson, although now in the twilight of his career and experiencing a gradual decline, remained the team's third scoring option and the very soul of the Spurs, an undeniable locker room leader and spiritual core. Furthermore, he was the player with the most playoff experience on the Spurs roster. Prior to the game, Popovich summoned Long and Duncan, stating, "With David absent today, this match is a test for you two young men. In such moments, if you can withstand the pressure, true growth will follow." The Spurs' starting center, Purdue, had averaged only 9.8 minutes in the previous playoff round, while the other four positions remained unchanged, featuring Duncan, Elliott, Long, and Avery Johnson. The Jazz's lineup, in contrast to previous games, saw no alterations, boasting the veteran duo of Karl Malone and Stockton, sharpshooter Hornacek, alongside defensive stalwarts Russell and Anderson. As the game commenced, the Jazz seized possession, displaying an aggressive approach right from the outset. With one of the Spurs' twin towers absent, their interior defense appeared vulnerable. Malone and Anderson relentlessly attacked the basket, and despite Duncan's youthful vigor, he struggled to contain the seasoned Malone in this high-intensity playoff environment. The Jazz quickly gained the upper hand. Although Long possesses the ability to effectively neutralize his opponent's perimeter shooting, he struggles to maintain a balanced defense both inside and outside the arc. From the onset of the game, the overall shooting percentage from beyond the three-point line has been subpar. In this era, the playoffs place a heightened emphasis on interior combat, with three-point attempts being a rarity. Yet, despite the lack of rhythm, Long remains steadfast in his belief that his three-point shooting can alter the course of the game. The first half swiftly concluded, and despite Duncan being burdened with 4 fouls, he still managed to achieve an impressive tally of 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 blocks. He has exerted his utmost effort. Yet the Spurs found themselves trailing the Jazz by a significant margin of 15 points, with a score of 45-60 at halftime. In the first half, Long attempted 8 three-pointers, only succeeding in 2, accumulating a modest total of 14 points and 5 assists. His performance was rather unremarkable, even somewhat disappointing. Coach Popovich seemed to believe he was still in a state of slumber, repeatedly reminding him in the locker room that this was the most crucial game for the team. With David Robinson expected to be sidelined for at least 2 games before making a return, if the series were to extend to a 7th game, the stakes were exceptionally high. Should the Spurs fail to secure victory in this 5th game on their home court, the 6th game could very well spell disaster, as the Jazz, renowned for their formidable home advantage, would not permit the Spurs to drag the series to a decisive 7th match. Thus, this game represented a matter of life and death for the Spurs. Long remained silent, simply closing his eyes to meditate. He understood that the temporary coldness in his performance was but a fleeting moment. He certainly could not abandon the match at this juncture. With an impressive record of 73 victories in the regular season, to be eliminated in the Western Conference semifinals would inscribe him forever on the pillar of historical disgrace. At this moment, the paramount task was to cast aside all external distractions and elevate his focus, transcending to a realm of true concentration in order to discover his authentic self. As the halftime break concluded, the second half of the match commenced. Long attempted a three-point shot, but it did not find its mark. Subsequently, he began to employ his personal back-to-the-basket skills, utilizing mid-range shots to stabilize the team's position. Gradually, he regained his shooting touch, and the point differential remained unchanged as they entered the latter half of the third quarter. Long finally sank the first three-pointer of the second half, and from that moment on, he could not be stopped. Long's touch was akin to a raging mountain torrent, unstoppable in its might. He achieved a flawless 6 for 6 in a single quarter, amassing an impressive 18 points. His prowess propelled the Spurs to equalize the score. With the game tied at 70, they advanced into the decisive final quarter. Long seemed to transcend into a realm of unity with the cosmos, embodying a state of selflessness where he became one with the game. His defensive prowess shone through with a series of pivotal steals and blocks, while on the offensive end, he single-handedly transformed the tide of the match. His three-point shots rained down like mercury, creating an extraordinary spectacle unseen in the playoffs of this era. Such is the might of Long, the youngest MVP in league history. In the final moments of the game, the players of the Jazz appeared to be mentally unraveling under Long's relentless assault. Karl Malone was the first to succumb, receiving his 6th foul and being ejected from the game. Stockton, Russell, and others found themselves utterly incapable of containing Long's fervent outside shooting. The Spurs unleashed a staggering 22-2 run in the fourth quarter, swiftly rendering the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. from trailing by 15 points at halftime to leading by 20 in the final moments of the fourth quarter. The Spurs accomplished one of the most remarkable comebacks in the history of the playoffs. Yilong dazzled the arena by sinking 10 three-pointers, once again equaling his own record with a remarkable total of 49 points, leading the Spurs to a pivotal victory. The score stands at 3-2. Transitioning from a lackluster first half to an explosive second half, no one could have anticipated that Yilong would deliver such a breathtaking and unforgettable performance. After the match, he found himself surrounded by reporters. Yilong merely curled the corners of his lips, revealing a smile of unparalleled charm, and spoke softly, "The match is far from over. We shall depart Salt Lake City with victory in hand." The veteran duo of the Jazz, naturally unwilling to concede, responded fiercely to the provocation of the league's younger generation. Karl Malone retorted passionately, "We'll see about that. I intend to snap that kid's neck on the court." Of course, this was not a threat, but rather a playful jab reminiscent of the banter frequently exchanged by the league's tough guys in the 80s and 90s. After a brief respite of a day, the sixth game of the semifinals swiftly commenced. Prior to the start of this crucial match, earlier in the Western Conference's other matchup, the Los Angeles Lakers, equipped with the formidable 0K duo, had decisively swept the Seattle Supersonics with a score of 4-1. Throughout the series, Kobe's performance was particularly remarkable as he assumed the role of starting shooting guard in 4 out of 5 games, effectively overshadowing the veteran Gary Payton on both ends of the court. This series victory heralded a significant shift in the Western Conference, with Shaquille O'Neal continuing to showcase his dominance as the league's premier center. The Supersonics, lacking the Rain Man, found themselves utterly incapable of contending with the Lakers' interior strength. At the post-game press conference, a reporter inquired whether Kobe was keeping an eye on the Spurs match. Kobe nodded decisively, confident that Yilong would lead the Spurs to victory. He eagerly anticipated a showdown against Yilong in the Western Conference Finals. Chapter 95, the sixth game in the devilish home court of Salt Lake City. Throngs of fans filled the arena, casting a heavy cloud over the city, which imparted an intense sense of pressure. This venue is dubbed the Devil's Home Court not solely due to the high-altitude conditions affecting athletes' lung capacity, but more so because of the overwhelming support from the home crowd. The Jazz were resolute, fully committed to securing the sixth game, as they aspired to advance to the finals for a chance at revenge against Jordan. They could not afford to falter in the Western semifinals, particularly against a team of youthful contenders like the Spurs. The Spurs' core center, David Robinson, remained sidelined due to injury. To avoid a repeat of the previous game's sluggish start, Coach Popovich and Yilong conferred and boldly decided to alter their lineup before the match commenced. Tim Duncan would take on the role of starting center, while Yilong would temporarily shift to the power forward position. In the early days with the Lakers, Yilong played this position, and at times, he could even assume the role of a center. His physical strength proved to be immensely beneficial both on the perimeter and in the paint. Upon joining the Spurs, Yilong primarily embraced the role of a ball-dominating playmaker. It seems that people have largely forgotten this aspect of his game. Yilong was once the man who dared to challenge Shaquille O'Neal in the paint. It was precisely this audacious act that transformed Yilong from an undrafted rookie into a player who secured his first short contract in the NBA. From that moment on, Yilong seized the opportunity that lay before him. Now, in the midst of such a crucial battle on the court, Yilong has returned to the arena. Comparing his attributes with the aging Karl Malone, in most aspects, Yilong utterly eclipses Malone, yet astonishingly, in terms of strength, the 35-year-old Malone stands on equal footing with him. Truly, he is a man who can bench press 200 kilograms and has competed in WWE. His formidable arms appear a full circumference thicker than Yilong's, instilling a sense of trepidation. As for Duncan, playing the center position poses no challenge for him. His physique surpasses that of most centers in the league, coupled with an agility and shooting touch that are rare among his peers. The game commences. The Spurs secure the opening possession, and right from the outset, Malone aims to impose intensity on Yilong. Yilong and Duncan executed a classic interior pass and finish, with Duncan receiving Yilong's bounce pass and delivering a powerful one-handed slam dunk, securing an early lead for the Spurs. As possession shifted, the Jazz sought to replicate their previous strategy, attempting to penetrate through the interior. However, they evidently underestimated Yilong's prowess in the paint. Karl Malone, aiming to take on Yilong one-on-one, found himself utterly immobilized, unable to establish any dominance. Malone could not fathom how this guard, standing at less than 2 meters tall, possessed such formidable and overwhelming strength. As Yilong seized the opportunity during a moment of distraction, he deftly intercepted the ball, successfully thwarting the opponent's advance. The Spurs launched a counterattack with remarkable fervor. Elliott executed a swift layup, scoring effortlessly. The visiting Spurs commenced the game with a commanding presence, dispelling the shadows of their previous match's lackluster start. Clearly, under immense pressure, the Jazz players exhibited signs of tension, even amidst the familiarity of their home court. The Spurs' offense flowed with the fluidity of Mercury, showcasing their prowess from the outset. Yilong transformed into an orchestrating center forward, seamlessly linking the entire team while also venturing beyond the arc to sink three-pointers, thereby creating ample space for Duncan in the paint. A flawless surge of 15-5 left Jerry Sloan in a quandary, prompting him to swiftly call a timeout. Following the break, the Jazz introduced the formidable Big Bear to bolster their interior height and defensive prowess. Unbeknownst to them, this decision proved to be utterly misguided. Although Big Bear possessed both stature and mass, his lack of agility rendered him incapable of assisting Malone with defensive support. Duncan's technical superiority and nimbleness were starkly evident against the lumbering Ostertag, who soon found himself burdened with his third personal foul and had to be substituted. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Spurs had extended their lead to 17 points, leaving the home crowd of Jazz fans engulfed in despair. In the intensity of the playoffs, every point is fiercely contested, and with such a significant early deficit nearing 20 points, the game threatened to spiral out of control. No one anticipated that the highly anticipated Game 6 would devolve into a rout by the visiting team. However, the resilient Jazz refused to concede defeat. Stockton and Hornacek began to launch frequent three-point attempts in an effort to ignite their team's momentum. Yet, with the Spurs closely marking Hornacek, his shooting touch faltered today, while Stockton unleashed a barrage of long-range shots. By halftime, thanks to Stockton's remarkable performance of 6 three-pointers and 8 assists, the Jazz trailed the Spurs by a mere 9 points, with a score of 52-61. As the second half commenced, Karl Malone found his rhythm, consistently scoring from mid-range near the free throw line, helping the Jazz to continue narrowing the gap. True to their reputation as a formidable home team, the Jazz displayed unyielding tenacity, gradually whittling down the deficit. In the middle of the third quarter, Yilong and Duncan erupted, scoring consecutively through their individual prowess, allowing the Spurs to maintain a lead of around 10 points as both teams entered the climactic final quarter. In a dire predicament, the Jazz began to mindlessly intensify their defensive efforts, increasing their defensive maneuvers and even resorting to a strategy of fouling Duncan relentlessly. Duncan's sole shortcoming this season may very well be his free throw shooting. Unlike Shaquille O'Neal, who is notoriously inaccurate, Duncan simply has yet to find his rhythm at the line, with a success rate of less than 70. For a technically skilled interior player, this is indeed rather low. After making only one of 2 free throws, Duncan ignited a flicker of hope for the Jazz. Stockton's powerful three-pointer subsequently narrowed the deficit to a mere 3 points, just a single possession away. In this critical moment, Yilong began to showcase his individual ball-handling prowess, relentlessly penetrating and tearing apart the Jazz's defense. The Spurs, eschewing tactical coordination, entrusted the ball entirely to Yilong. In the decisive moments, true heroes reveal their mettle. The finale of the match became a showdown between Yilong and Stockton. Yet, the youthful talent and stamina of Yilong clearly prevailed, as he blocked Stockton's three-point attempt and swiftly countered with a three-pointer of his own. The suspense of the game dissipated entirely. With less than a minute remaining, the Spurs surged ahead by 11 points. The outcome was sealed. The Spurs would not return to their home court for a decisive Game 7. As time expired, the curtain fell, and the Spurs triumphed with a resounding 4-2 victory over the Jazz. They advanced to the 1998 Western Conference Finals, where their rivals would be the Los Angeles Lakers. Chapter 96, Encountering Kobe in the Western Finals a year later. Yilong and Kobe Bryant finally found themselves on the grand stage of the Western Conference Finals, albeit this time as adversaries rather than teammates. The San Antonio Spurs and the Los Angeles Lakers, at the onset of the season, would have been the least expected duo to emerge victorious in the West. Neither the Utah duo nor the Rockets' 3 superstars, and certainly not the glove, Gary Payton. During the era of the Bulls dynasty and Michael Jordan's final dance, the Western Conference had undergone a complete transformation. Yilong and Kobe have reconciled their past grievances, yet their true rivalry has only just begun. The Western Conference Finals have officially commenced. It is a best-of-7 series, with the San Antonio Spurs enjoying the advantage of home court. In the first game, held at the Spurs Arena, David Robinson makes his long-awaited return after missing 2 games. After all, they are set to face the league's most dominant center, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. As one of the four great centers, O'Neal entered the league last. And while the other three have begun to age, he is currently at the pinnacle of his career. In the first two rounds of the Western playoffs, O'Neal has averaged an astonishing 38, 6 points, 22, 1 rebounds, 3, 5 blocks, and 3, 2 assists per game, with a remarkable shooting percentage of 72. 4. Underscoring his dominance in the paint. If the Spurs do not deploy their Twin Tower strategy, their interior defense will undoubtedly be overwhelmed by O'Neal. Surprisingly, in this year's playoffs, the Lakers' second scoring option is neither Eddie Jones nor Van Exel, but rather the second-year sensation, Kobe Bryant, who averages 19, 8 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 6, 9 assists per game. Although Kobe has already begun to shine during the regular season, gradually positioning himself as a contender to replace Jones as the starting shooting guard. No one anticipated his progress would be so remarkable. Especially in the playoffs, his energetic contributions on both ends of the floor have solidified his role as the team's second-in-command. This has heightened fan anticipation for the showdown between Yi Long and Kobe. As expected, Kobe appeared in the Lakers' starting lineup for the first game, partnering with Van Exel in the backcourt. The other three positions for the Lakers comprised Fox, Horry, and O'Neal, while the Spurs restored their regular lineup, featuring Avery Johnson alongside Yi Long in the backcourt, and Elliott, Duncan, and David Robinson in the frontcourt. Without further ado, Yi Long and Kobe shared a simple embrace, devoid of any trash talk or mutual admiration, for they both understood a fundamental truth. Words are of little consequence. In this arena, prowess reigns supreme. And only the outcome matters. The one who laughs last is the true victor. The game commences. O'Neal assists the Lakers in seizing the opening possession. Fan Fingzi swiftly advances with the ball. Yi Long directly matched up against Kobe. However, Kobe was unhurried, quietly lingering between the corner and the wing. The Lakers commenced the game with their customary first play, entrusting the ball to O'Neal for an inside isolation. Despite being guarded by the formidable twin towers of Duncan and Robinson, O'Neal managed to stumble his way to the basket and score, putting the Lakers ahead. This singular play demonstrated that O'Neal, compared to the previous season, had undergone a remarkable transformation. After his surgery healed his ankle injury, his athleticism seemed to have returned to the level of his days with the Magic, now augmented by the weight and strength that he did not possess back then. Yi Long understood that this time a formidable battle was indeed imminent. The possession shifted, and the Spurs commenced their offensive onslaught. Yi Long, with the ball in hand, orchestrates the offense, seeking opportunities. Kobe, with piercing eyes, fixates intently on Yi Long. Yi Long executed a swift turn, effortlessly dribbling the ball and instantly creating space between himself and Kobe. With a slight lean backward, he gracefully launched the ball, which found its mark with ease. Surprisingly, at the onset of the match, Kobe did not engage in a direct confrontation with Yi Long. The Lakers' offensive strategy predominantly revolved around Shaquille O'Neal. It was only when O'Neal faced a triple team that the Lakers ventured to score from the perimeter. It wasn't until the end of the first quarter that Kobe finally seized his first opportunity to shoot, making a reverse layup as he penetrated the paint. O'Neal posted an impressive stat line of 16 points and 8 rebounds in the first quarter, propelling the Lakers to a 28-24 lead over the Spurs by 4 points. Yi Long scored a remarkable 15 points in the first quarter, leading his team. However, the performance of the Twin Towers was somewhat constrained, particularly that of David Robinson, who struggled defensively against Shaquille O'Neal and exhibited poor shooting touch on the offensive end. It appears that he is still regaining his form following an injury. O'Neal's explosive start in the first quarter is not a consistent aspect of his game. His weight and mass impose limitations on his stamina. The current O'Neal can no longer endure a full game as he did during his Magic days. Seizing the opportunity during the early moments of the second quarter while O'Neal rested, the Spurs, under the leadership of Yi Long and Duncan, swiftly took the lead. By halftime, the Spurs had established a 5-point advantage. Upon returning for the second half, Kobe experienced a sudden surge in performance, scoring with both inside drives and perimeter shots. His offensive prowess has reached a level comparable to that of Yi Long, particularly in mid-range shots. However, he still lags behind Yi Long in three-point shooting consistency. Nevertheless, in terms of fadeaway jumpers and drives to the basket, he has begun to exhibit shades of Jordan. The two teams battled fiercely in the third quarter, which ended in a stalemate. As the final quarter commenced, O'Neal reasserted his dominance in the paint. Shortly after the quarter began, David Robinson was burdened with his fifth foul and had to temporarily leave the game to preserve his strength. This allowed O'Neal to unleash his scoring, rapidly approaching the 40-point mark. The Spurs managed to remain competitive with the Lakers, largely due to Yi Long's accuracy from beyond the arc. At times, his efforts to assist in double-teaming O'Neal drained his stamina, resulting in a dip in his three-point shooting percentage. Both teams continued to engage in a fierce battle as the game approached its climactic conclusion. Yi Long's crucial three-pointer pierced through the heart, propelling the Spurs to a narrow lead of 105-104 over the Lakers. Only 8.6 seconds remained for the Lakers to mount their final offensive. Kobe takes the ball for a solo play. With instinct, Yi Long instinctively focused his defensive efforts on the interior presence of O'Neal. Yet, in this pivotal moment, Kobe chose not to pass the ball. Instead, he drove into the lane and launched the ball high into the air. All eyes in the arena converged on this singular moment as the crowd held its breath. Chapter 97. The Clutch. Redemption. The game was far from over. "This is my territory. No one shall enter." The captain of the Spurs, the illustrious number 50, epitomized the honor and glory of the franchise. David Robinson rose like a colossal titan, soaring into the air with an outstretched hand, perfectly positioned to intercept Kobe Bryant's shot. Bam! The game concluded. The final score solidified at 105-104. The Spurs triumphed over the Lakers in the first match of the Western Conference Finals. David Robinson, who had struggled throughout the game, sealed the victory with a decisive block in the final moments. Who could have anticipated that the one to save the Spurs would be none other than David Robinson? The general. The fans in the Spurs' home arena erupted in a fervor, lost in a sea of jubilation. Spurs players and staff rushed onto the court, encircling David Robinson to celebrate this moment of triumph. As the battle came to a close, contrasting emotions filled the arena. The Lakers players were engulfed in disappointment, especially Kobe, who leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how swiftly the events had unfolded. Yet, within him, there was no regret. He did not lament failing to pass the ball to O'Neal, but rather wished he had chosen a more opportune moment to shoot. The Spurs players celebrated wildly, too absorbed in their victory to shake hands with the departing Lakers, who were already retreating down the player tunnel. Although the final shot was blocked, the Lakers did not lose their resolve. This was merely the first game of the series, and the Western Conference Finals had only just begun. The ultimate victor for the Western Championship remained shrouded in uncertainty. Throughout the game, Lakers center O'Neal amassed an astounding 47 points and 28 rebounds, a terrifying statistical performance that still did not secure a victory for his team in the Spurs domain. Nevertheless, the Shark could still hold his head high as he exited the arena. Kobe, despite his commendable 27 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, made a critical error in his final decision, potentially costing the Lakers a favorable outcome, perhaps a lesson in the price of youth. On the Spurs side, Yi Long delivered an outstanding performance, scoring a team-high 39 points, along with 7 rebounds and 12 assists. On the defensive end, he recorded 5 steals and 4 blocks, maintaining his flawless display. In contrast, Duncan was somewhat restrained by the formidable presence of Shaquille O'Neal, finishing the game with a respectable 22 points and 14 rebounds. Although David Robinson accumulated 5 fouls and managed only 9 points and 8 rebounds, he made a pivotal block that proved to be the most crucial moment of the match. In the post-game interview, the esteemed player humbly acknowledged that the true hero of the victory was still Yi Long. He remarked that without Yi Long's critical three-pointer that turned the tide, he would not have been motivated to execute his final block, showcasing his composure and emotional intelligence as both a team captain and a seasoned veteran. After a brief respite of one day, the two teams swiftly prepared for their second encounter, once again at the Alamo Dome, the home ground of the Spurs. In this match, the Lakers made adjustments to their starting lineup, reinstating Eddie Jones as the starting shooting guard while Kobe continued in a substitute role. Perhaps, in the current Lakers roster, Kobe is more suited to the sixth-man position. Although Jones's playing style is not as flamboyant, he possesses a wealth of playoff experience and a consistent scoring ability. The Spurs, however, maintained their original starting lineup. The game commenced with the Lakers securing possession first. O'Neal relentlessly attacked the Spurs' paint, given his current form. There are indeed no interior players in the league capable of containing him, not even the Spurs' Twin Towers. Duncan faced foul troubles today, frequently assisting his teammate in defending against Shaquille, which impeded his offensive rhythm. The Lakers initially surged to a 12-point lead upon Kobe's entry as a substitute. He found his rhythm, scoring both inside and outside, and helped the Lakers extend their lead to 20 points. By halftime, the Lakers held a significant advantage. As the second half began, the Spurs opted for a different strategy, reintroducing the inside combination of Duncan and Yi Long. When all internal players failed to contain their opponents in the paint, Yilong was acutely aware that he would soon return to his former profession. His strength and agility were unparalleled, allowing him to hold his own against O'Neal. It seemed that O'Neal was reminded of the moment during a training match when Yilong had toppled him to the ground, instilling a sense of trepidation regarding this enigmatic power from China. Consequently, he repeatedly failed to score in the paint, granting the Spurs a chance to close the gap. As the third quarter concluded, the Spurs had astonishingly outscored their opponents 31-12, reigniting the suspense of the match. O'Neal struggled to comprehend how Yilong, who appeared rather unassuming and only slightly muscular, much like the majority of NBA perimeter players, could possess such an extraordinary and formidable strength. The only plausible explanation was his mastery of martial arts. After all, O'Neal's idol was Bruce Lee. During timeouts, O'Neal incessantly lamented to his teammates and coaches about Yilong's martial prowess, asserting that his presence in the NBA was a blatant violation of the norms. However, his teammates were skeptical of such claims. Kobe stepped forward, pledging to alleviate the pressure on the team. As the decisive final quarter commenced, Kobe indeed fulfilled his promise, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers before driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Duncan, allowing the Lakers to extend their lead to double digits once again. Yilong expended an immense amount of energy on the defensive front to contend with O'Neal, resulting in a noticeable decline in his offensive touch. Although the seasoned veteran Elliott scored consecutively for the Spurs in the final moments, it proved insufficient to avert the team's downfall. Ultimately, the Lakers maintained their lead until the final buzzer, triumphing over the Spurs with a score of 99-88, thereby equalizing the series at 1-1 and reclaiming home court advantage. The subsequent 2 games are set to unfold on the Lakers' home turf. Kobe's remarkable performance in the final quarter redeemed himself and salvaged the team, undoubtedly catapulting him to the forefront of the Los Angeles media sports headlines. His popularity is simply undeniable. After a brief 2-day adjustment period, the Spurs journeyed to Los Angeles. Having relinquished their home advantage, they must secure at least one victory in the Lakers arena, or this series will hang in the balance. Chapter 98. The third game of the Western Conference Finals. In 1998, the Western Conference Finals reached its third match. The Spurs and Lakers arrived at the Great Western Forum in Los Angeles, returning to familiar ground in such a pivotal setting of the Western Conference Finals. In Yilong's heart, a medley of emotions swirled, yet what must come will inevitably arrive, and what must be faced shall be confronted. Beneath the vaulted ceiling of the Great Western Forum, 20,000 magnesium lights illuminated the court as if it were midday. In the stands, waves of purple and gold surged forth as Lakers fans raised banners proclaiming "Beat the Spurs," their roars nearly lifting the roof. Yilong stood at the entrance of the visiting team's tunnel, taking a deep breath as a tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips. A year ago, he was the darling of this arena, yet now he was poised to face the OK duo as an adversary. As the camera panned over him, the large screen displayed an old photograph of him donning the Lakers' number 30 jersey, eliciting a cacophony of mixed boos and scattered applause from the crowd. Remember, the more they despise you, the stronger you have become. Popovich placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his silver hair framing a gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Young man, take the court and tear through their defense as planned. Across the court, Kobe's eyes burned with intensity, fixated on the Spurs players before him, and then he gestured provocatively towards Shaquille O'Neal, as carefree as ever. Joked with the staff on the sidelines, his booming laughter echoing, his massive frame nearly obscuring the entire technical area. It was evident that Kobe had regained his position in the starting lineup. Despite a disastrous first game, he had redeemed himself in the second, earning the trust of the coaching staff. Both teams maintained their usual starting lineups without significant changes. The game officially commenced. At the moment of the jump ball, O'Neal soared like a black hurricane, swatting the ball towards the Lakers' backcourt. Kobe caught the pass and surged forward. Halting abruptly before Yilong's defense to unleash a sharp jumper, the basketball arched through the air and swished through the net. In just 5 seconds, the Lakers ignited the arena, and Kobe's expression exuded arrogance, as if declaring to Yilong that this was his domain. With that three-pointer, the Lakers' momentum surged, and for the next few minutes, it became a showcase for the big shark, O'Neal. He bulldozed through Duncan, executing 3 consecutive spinning dunks that reverberated through the rim, sounding like the groans of a creature on the brink of death. When the Spurs were forced to double-team him, he deftly passed to Robert Horry in the corner, who sank another three-pointer. The score stood at 10-2, and the Lakers' home crowd erupted like a volcano. Switch. I will take on O'Neal. Yilong suddenly tore off his wristbands and moved towards Duncan before Popovich could call a timeout. Long understood that he could no longer continue in this manner. Decisive strategies must be implemented to mitigate losses. In this team, only his strength could contend with O'Neal, despite the height disparity. As long as Long could withstand him and prevent him from entering the paint, the Lakers' strategy would succeed. However, O'Neal seemed to have forgotten the pain of previous injuries and was now brimming with confidence, dismissing Long with a scoff as he positioned himself to receive the ball. Yet, at the moment of catching the pass, he felt a grip akin to steel clamps tightening around his waist. Such fierce and domineering power was something O'Neal had never experienced from any other player in the league. Long lowered his center of gravity, bracing against his lumbar spine, and seized the fleeting moment as his opponent exerted force to pivot. With a swift motion, the basketball was knocked away. In an instant, Long surged forth like a leopard, embarking on a fast break with the ball in hand. Long strides forward with great determination. Under Kobe's relentless pursuit, he leaps high into the air, one powerful hand firmly grasping the basketball, their bodies clashing in midair. Long's ability to suspend his midsection in the air is undeniably superior, executing a stunning 360-degree spin before making a layup. The ball swished through the net just as the whistle blew, granting him an additional free throw. Upon landing, he pounded his chest and roared in triumph. The Staples Center fell into an eerie silence, while the Spurs bench erupted in celebration, towels waving exuberantly. This moment was a tremendous boost to their morale. As Long approached the free throw line, preparing to take his shot, he unexpectedly caught a peculiar taste at the corner of his mouth. The referee pointed to his forehead, offering a gentle reminder. A vivid streak of blood trickled down from his brow bone. It was a parting gift from Kobe's elbow. Observing Long in such a state, Kobe shrugged innocently, expressing his apologies, believing it to be merely a natural consequence of physical confrontation. Such minor injuries were, of course, inconsequential. During their previous self-discipline training sessions, the two had inevitably experienced their fair share of bumps and bruises, with cuts and bleeding being unavoidable. Long did not dwell too much on the matter, for he possessed the injury exemption bestowed upon him by the system. As long as he played on this court, he would be shielded from career-threatening injuries. After briefly attending to the wound on his brow, which did not require stitches, he proceeded to the free throw line and successfully converted his additional free throw. This fleeting interruption did not hinder the Spurs' relentless resurgence. Long's decisive 2+1 ignited the fury of the Spurs, who relentlessly intensified their defensive efforts. Long, with unwavering determination, rose to the challenge posed by O'Neal, inspiring his teammates in the process. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Spurs had finally reclaimed the lead with a score of 28-25. In the early moments of the second quarter, Kobe rediscovered his rhythm. He first executed a difficult fadeaway over Elliott, then intercepted David Robinson's pass, completing a thunderous fast-break dunk. Upon landing, he unleashed a fierce roar toward the camera, showcasing the intensity and focus he brought to the game today. Long has devoted nearly all his energy to O'Neal, leaving little time for anything else. However, on the offensive end, he faces Kobe's defense with a smirk, confidently declaring, "You can't catch me, Kobe." Before his words have fully escaped his lips, Long spins like a top, feigning with a shoulder shrug before leaning back into his signature move. Yet, Kobe remains intensely focused, refusing to be deceived. Long forcefully launched the ball against Kobe's block, and it found its mark. The possession shifts, and in this instance, Long resolved to quell Kobe's arrogant demeanor and swiftly switched his defense to confront him directly. Kobe, with his back to the basket, made a series of feints, preparing to execute a one-on-one drive past Long. Yet, Long had already anticipated Kobe's pivot movement. At the very moment the ball left Kobe's hands, he leapt into action, his fingertips grazing the basketball and altering its trajectory. Enraged, Kobe cursed, realizing that the shot would not find its mark. The rebound was seized by Duncan, who promptly passed it to Long, who surged down the court. Faced with a trio of defenders, he unexpectedly executed a behind-the-back maneuver, and in that suspended moment of time, 1 second later, he launched a high-arching shot off the backboard over the arriving Shaquille O'Neal. The basketball danced precariously on the rim, bouncing 3 times before finally settling into the net. The teams were locked in a fierce contest, neither willing to concede, with the Spurs maintaining a slender lead as they battled fiercely until the conclusion of the first half. The final offensive play of the half loomed large. Long casually tossed the basketball in the L0G0 zone, the ball soaring across the court before striking the backboard, allowing Duncan to execute a ghostly alley-oop. After reviewing the footage multiple times, the referee confirmed the validity of the basket. The score stood at 57-52. The Spurs, battling away from home, held a 5-point advantage as they entered halftime. Chapter 99, Sheathing the Blade. The second half commenced swiftly, following the exhilarating clash of the first half. Both teams returned from the intermission with a newfound composure. As the third quarter began, Spurs head coach Popovich resolved to alter the tactical approach. Leveraging Duncan's exceptional ability to facilitate plays from the high post, Yilong frequently utilized cover to penetrate into the paint and score. At the onset of the third quarter, the Spurs surged with a brief 6-0 run, a strategy meticulously devised by Popovich for the twin stars of the team. David Robinson possessed a commendable mid-range shooting ability, drawing defensive attention. Meanwhile, on the defensive end, O'Neal was drawn away from the paint, laboring tirelessly. Yilong executed 3 consecutive surgical assists, setting up Duncan for a thunderous alley-oop, one of which even slipped through Fisher's legs, prompting the commentator to exclaim, "He has bestowed the basketball with GS." As the point gap gradually widened, the Spurs surged with momentum, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout and reconfigure their strategy. They aimed to harness the defensive prowess of Fox and Horry on the perimeter to curtail the Spurs' inside-outside connections. Simultaneously, Kobe relentlessly supported O'Neal with help defense. Rather than succumbing to despair, the Lakers rallied, narrowing the deficit to a mere 2 points. However, as the third quarter drew to a close, Yilong once again unleashed his uncontainable prowess, first performing a dazzling move to bypass Kobe, then executing a folded layup for a 2-1 before O'Neal could block him. Following this, with keen vision, he faked a shot and delivered a precise assist to Elliott, who drained a buzzer-beating three-pointer. The Spurs entered the final quarter with an 8-point advantage, while sporadic boos began to echo through the vast Western Forum. As the fourth quarter commenced, the true core of the Lakers, the formidable OK duo, revealed their fangs. O'Neal bulldozed through Duncan for a ferocious dunk, and Kobe hit 2 consecutive challenging shots for a 2-1. The Lakers launched a resounding counterattack, swiftly leveling the score. No one could discern what had transpired during those fleeting minutes for the Spurs, as errors piled up, continuously granting opportunities to the Lakers. After the third quarter concluded, the atmosphere had seemed promising, yet Popovich, in a fit of fury during the timeout, urged his players to regain their focus. They had already surrendered one home game. They could not afford to lose again. In the regular season, they had exhibited an invincible form, and to falter in the Western Conference Finals would inscribe them in the annals of disgrace. They must at least reach the finals to challenge the Bulls dynasty. As the timeout ended, both teams returned to the court. With 5 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood tied at 82. Yilong, utilizing Duncan as a shield, deftly maneuvered to receive the ball. Kobe, like a shadow, closely pursued him, obstructing the shooting angle. Yet, in a sudden twist, Yilong executed a mesmerizing footwork to create space, only to transform his jump into a pass at the last moment. The basketball slipped through O'Neal's legs, hitting the ground and rebounding, while David Robinson, like a specter, glided in for a layup, simultaneously incurring Kobe's 5th foul as he attempted to provide defensive support. Kobe's previous 4 fouls had all resulted from encounters with Yilong, and now he found himself once again outmaneuvered. Burdened with 5 fouls with just 5 minutes remaining in the game. Though he had not yet reached the limit for fouls, Kobe's significance to the Lakers was unmistakable, implying that each forthcoming offensive and defensive maneuver would be shackled by his constraints. David Robinson stepped to the free throw line, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. He confidently sank the additional free throw. Lakers head coach Harris decided to make substitutions, intending to conserve Kobe for the final push. For now, he had to rest him for a few minutes. But could the Lakers endure without Kobe during these crucial moments? O'Neal had also accrued 4 fouls, and the veteran Eddie Jones, who substituted in, surprisingly excelled, scoring consistently both inside and outside, aiding the Lakers in maintaining their position. As the game reached its final 2 minutes, Kobe Bryant re-entered the court amidst a thunderous roar from the home crowd. Not far away, Yilong was deep in thought. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Yilong, like a startled bird, swiftly darted to Kobe's side, employing his relentless defense. At this moment, buoyed by the cheers of the home crowd, Kobe naturally had to receive the ball and take on a one-on-one, for to do otherwise would betray the electrifying atmosphere of the arena. Yilong had a profound understanding of Kobe's character. His relentless pursuit had become a source of irritation for Kobe, who responded by pushing him away with force. This single shove, however, proved to be more impactful than anticipated, as Yilong was sent sprawling 3 meters away, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Though his fall was somewhat awkward, the referee's whistle sounded, indicating that the theatrical tumble had indeed been worth it. Given Kobe's strength, it was evident that he could not have truly toppled Yilong. Yet the act of pushing was undeniably a foul. Yilong was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, deceiving Kobe into committing a foul. This particular infraction proved to be pivotal, sealing Kobe's fate in the match. He had reached the maximum limit, 6 fouls. The large screen at the venue gradually illuminated the technical statistics, and Kobe's expression was one of profound dejection as he repeatedly gestured in disbelief. The home crowd of Lakers fans erupted in a cacophony of boos directed at the referees. Despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness and indignation, Kobe had no option but to accept the outcome. He was ultimately held accountable for his impulsivity. As he exited the court, he seized the towel handed to him by a teammate and forcefully flung it to the ground, channeling his frustration. Upon leaving the arena, Kobe's statistics stood at an impressive 26 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 6 fouls, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, affirming his status as the Lakers' unequivocal primary scoring asset from the perimeter. However, in the crucial moments that followed, the burden would inevitably shift to Shaquille O'Neal. Once Kobe departed, Yilong's focus turned resolutely toward O'Neal, for if they could extinguish this final glimmer of hope, the Lakers would undoubtedly face defeat. The formidable trio of Yilong, Duncan, and David Robinson created an overwhelming disruption, rendering the great Shaquille O'Neal unable to find the basket. The Lakers' final hopes of a comeback have been utterly extinguished. Yilong swiftly seized the opportunity, executing a counterattack and sinking a three-pointer with precision. The ball swished through the net, creating a delightful splash. The outcome was all but decided, with the score escalating to 95-89. Only 22.5 seconds remained on the game clock, and the Lakers found themselves in dire straits. As the ball was inbound, Jones attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter. However, under Yilong's imposing defense, he claimed the shot off the rim. The Spurs secured the rebound, and the Lakers sent Duncan to the free throw line. Duncan confidently converted both free throws. Yilong gestured a sheathing of the sword towards the fans of the Lakers, a celebration that signified the conclusion of the contest. The dust settled, and both teams substituted their key players. The basketball was once again put into play, but the game was effectively over. The final score was etched at 97-89. With the Spurs triumphantly claiming victory over the Lakers in the third game of the Western Conference Finals, thus regaining home court advantage. They now lead the series 2-1. Chapter 100, a fierce battle on the Mount of the Western Finals. After enduring the fierce battle of the third game, the Spurs gradually acclimated to the clamor and tumult of Los Angeles. Following a brief respite of one day, the fourth game swiftly commenced. From the outset, the Lakers center, Shaquille O'Neal, exhibited an overwhelming display of dominance, amassing a staggering 20-20 super double-double in the first half, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. The seasoned fans could only recall such supremacy in the presence of the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain. Yet, O'Neal was distinct from others. He possessed an impeccable physique coupled with the agility akin to that of a guard, a fundamental reason for his prowess. David Robinson appeared somewhat aged and diminished before O'Neal, while Tim Duncan seemed rather youthful in comparison. Nevertheless, given that this was merely Duncan's inaugural year in his career, achieving such a level of performance was indeed rare, leading no one within the Spurs to attribute their inability to contain O'Neal to Duncan. Throughout the contest, the Spurs struggled to regain their rhythm into the second half. Although Kobe was still being effectively restricted by the relentless defense of Yao Ming, the Spurs found themselves unable to resolve the tremendous challenge posed by O'Neal in the paint. His presence created numerous scoring opportunities for the Lakers' perimeter players. Ultimately, midway through the fourth quarter, the home team established a commanding 25-point lead. And with the momentum clearly in their favor, Coach Popovich opted to substitute Yao, Duncan, Robinson, and other key players. In the end, the Lakers showed no mercy, decisively defeating the Spurs 125-92 in the fourth game, marking the largest margin of victory in this series thus far. Though such a defeat was demoralizing, everyone understood that this was merely a series of games, not a single contest determining victory or defeat. The Spurs needed to regroup and prepare earnestly for the pivotal fifth game, often dubbed the Mountain Game, which could potentially dictate the series' trajectory. Fortunately, the Spurs had managed to win one of the 2 consecutive away games, effectively reclaiming home court advantage. The upcoming games would transition to a best-of-5 format. And with 2 home games remaining, this was an exceptionally critical juncture. 2 days later, the vicinity of the San Antonio Sports Arena was already bustling with eager fans. The fifth game between the Spurs and the Lakers was about to commence, Yet the locker rooms were enveloped in an unusual quietude, a calm before the impending storm. As the electronic clock ticked to 1800 hours, Yao Ming submerged his face into an ice bucket, the echoes of the previous game's conclusion resonating in his ears. Where the Los Angeles commentary and hosts ridiculed the visiting team. Suffering a 33-point defeat was undeniably disheartening. On television, an ESN program analyzed the disparity in true strength between the two teams, asserting that the Spurs were merely a fleeting phenomenon, and that the Twin Stars were soon to reveal their true forms. Suddenly, Duncan silenced the locker room television, quietly adjusting his protective gear. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the arena, Kobe leaned against the wall, tossing and catching a bag of magnesium powder, his gaze like a dagger, sharp and menacing. In the front row of the audience, Jerry West and Magic Johnson sat side by side, with the former meticulously noting Yao's movement patterns. As the large screen showcased Yao's clutch highlights, the Lakers' diehard fans unfurled a 30-meter-long banner emblazoned with the words "Traitors must die" in bold red paint. As the camera panned to this scene, the Spurs' home crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension even before the game had commenced. At 7:30 p.m., during prime time and broadcast live across the nation, the fifth game of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and the Lakers officially began. As the two teams faced off for the jump ball at center court, the legendary duel unfolded between the Stone Buddha and the Big Shark. During the jump, Shaquille O'Neal inadvertently sent the ball soaring into the stands, toppling a cup of cola and eliciting laughter from the Spurs' home crowd. Yet, this was a meticulously crafted psychological tactic by the Lakers, aimed at lulling the Spurs players into a false sense of security. When the Spurs initiated their play, Kobe Bryant suddenly erupted from the opposite side, executing a perfect interception. He swiftly transitioned into a fast break, securing the first points for the Lakers with decisive efficiency. The possession shifted rapidly, and Yi Long launched an aggressive attack, deftly maneuvering through a double screen to receive the ball, while Kobe maintained an unwavering, tenacious defense. Yi Long pivoted, skillfully dribbling the ball backward, executing a flawless series of moves. He had already retreated beyond the three-point line. Yet, Kobe lunged forward. Yi Long released the ball just as the referee's whistle pierced the air, and he fell to the ground in response. The shot was successful, a free throw awarded. A remarkable three-point play. In the very first defensive sequence for the Spurs, Yi Long ignited the entire atmosphere of the home crowd. Following the successful free throw, the Spurs' points in that possession equated to 2 full possessions. The Lakers initiated their attack, with Shaquille O'Neal swiftly positioning himself. The familiar connection of 0K was in motion. However, Yi Long had already anticipated the Lakers' strategy and executed a steal from Kobe. The Spurs launched a rapid counterattack, moving with lightning speed. Yi Long skillfully wielded his battle axe with one hand, securing a decisive score and reigniting the fervor of the home crowd. He swiftly amassed 6 points at the outset. Yi Long's extraordinary form, coupled with the fervent cheers of the home crowd, swiftly quelled the momentum of the Lakers. In response, Lakers head coach Harris decided to implement a sudden tactical shift, introducing the young talents Fisher and Van Exel to form a dual point guard lineup. Shaquille O'Neal assumed a pivotal role at the high post, and as the Spurs contracted their defense, the young Fisher swiftly sank 2 corner three-pointers, making an immediate impact. This strategic substitution alleviated the Lakers' pressing concerns, leveling the playing field once more. However, as the first quarter drew to a close, an unexpected turn of events transpired. During a cut to the basket, David Robinson was forcefully knocked down by O'Neal, landing awkwardly and twisting his left ankle at a bizarre angle. With an old injury still unhealed, he now faced a new setback. As the Admiral was assisted off the court, Coach Popovich slammed his fist onto the bench in frustration. From the recent replay, it appeared that David's injury could be quite severe, posing a significant risk of sidelining him for the remainder of the season. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers, playing as the visiting team, held a temporary lead over the Spurs at 26-20. However, Robinson's exit ignited a fierce resilience within the Spurs. As the second quarter commenced, Duncan and Yi Long shed their gentle facades. Engaging in every confrontation with O'Neal in the paint, each collision resonating with the sound of joint impacts. Yi Long, akin to a piece of stubborn toffee, ensnared Kobe, denying him even the slightest opportunity to shoot. As the game transitioned to the offensive end, Yi Long unleashed his explosive prowess. First employing Olajuwon's signature dreamlike footwork to toy with O'Neal, and then executing a breathtaking double behind-the-back dribble to slip past a double team during a fast break. The most astonishing display occurred with 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the second quarter, as he unexpectedly launched a three-pointer from the logo. the basketball tracing a meteoric arc before kissing the backboard and swishing through the net. The home crowd of the Spurs erupted in euphoria, while Lakers head coach Harris, consumed by fury, shattered his tactical board on the sidelines as this audacious shot contradicted his basketball philosophy. With just 9 seconds left before halftime, Long fell into a perilous trap. The Lakers quintet cornered him, forcing him towards the baseline, when Kobe delivered a vicious elbow as the referee's view was obstructed. Long suddenly struck the ball towards Kobe's knee, causing it to ricochet through the crowd and find Duncan, who executed a pressure cooker hook shot just before the buzzer. Scoring flawlessly, the Spurs unleashed a frenzy in the second quarter, outscoring their opponents 30-14, turning a 6-point deficit into a 10-point lead. During halftime, no one was preoccupied with strategizing. Instead, all players in the Spurs locker room anxiously awaited news regarding David Robinson. After several tense minutes, the medical team finally delivered the grim news. David Robinson potentially suffered an ankle fracture, and he would not return for the remainder of the game. Further examinations would be necessary the following day. Popovich loosened his tie and fervently rallied his players, declaring, "Let us fight for David. We will give our all in the second half. Do not grant the Lakers any opportunities. They have injured our captain, and we shall not let them prevail." True to his words, as the second half commenced, every Spurs player pursued the Lakers with relentless fervor, undeterred even by elbow strikes. When Kobe fell for the 7th time, he finally erupted towards the referee, exclaiming, "Are you blind?" The response he received was a technical foul, as Long prepared to take a free throw. A shoe descended from the stands, striking the court below. Security personnel extracted a heavily tattooed bald man bearing the visage of Kobe from the tumultuous crowd. In the third quarter, the Spurs unleashed a remarkable display, amassing 30 points in a single period, while the Lakers managed a mere 18 points. With 3 quarters completed, the deficit had widened to 22 points. In a stunning display during the third quarter, Long amassed an impressive 36 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds, achieving the highest individual score of the game by a significant margin. Meanwhile, Kobe, under Long's relentless defense, found himself utterly disoriented, managing only 4 successful shots out of 20 attempts, totaling a mere 9 points by the end of the third quarter. As the final quarter commenced, the Spurs showed no mercy to the Lakers, maintaining their fierce defensive strategy and executing their offensive tactics with precision. Within less than 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Spurs launched a devastating 15-2 run, effectively breaking the game wide open. The Lakers, demoralized, appeared to have lost their fighting spirit, with both Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant opting to leave the court. Upon the introduction of the bench players, the Spurs reserves continued to battle with fervor, ultimately sealing the game with a staggering score of 135-82. The Spurs triumphed over the Lakers by an astonishing 53 points, setting a new franchise record for the highest single-game score in playoff history, as well as establishing a new record for the largest margin of victory in the postseason. Long has achieved a career high of 51 points with the Spurs. This also marks his personal best single-game score in the playoffs. The series stands at 3-2. The Spurs have clinched the pivotal game in the Western Conference Finals. Beneath the starry skies of San Antonio, the new king nurses his wounds while the old god is reborn from the ashes. The path to the throne of the championship is destined to be paved with the corpses of enemies. Chapter 101. The ultimate showdown between Long and Kobe in 1998. The Western Conference Finals. As Game 6 loomed, Kobe could not find solace in sleep, rising at 4 a.m. to arrive at the arena for practice. The Lakers found themselves cornered, this being their final home game in the series. They must defend their home court to extend the battle to a decisive Game 7. The thought of elimination was unbearable for Kobe, as he recalled those who once fought alongside him, even if they were merely his sparring partners or loyal followers. Long has remarkably transformed from a humble chicken into a magnificent phoenix, advancing to the finals. Kobe is well aware that Long has already surpassed him. Ever since the moment he departed from the Lakers, Long is destined to embark upon a broader path. This season, the team has reaped both victories and accolades. Yet, in Kobe's heart, there lingers a reluctance to acknowledge or believe in Long's rapid ascension. It seems that only by triumphing over him in the playoffs can he truly dispel the lingering discord within, proving to the world that he remains the league's future prodigy. No less than Long. Moreover, there exists an additional layer of motivation. He yearns to personally bring an end to the basketball deity Michael Jordan's dynasty and secure a championship title, which compels him to vanquish the Spurs. As dusk settled, the Spurs players arrived in Los Angeles, commencing a brief warm-up session. After 2 hours of preparation, both teams, along with their staff, were poised for the impending clash. The Spurs' starting lineup featured Duncan, Jackson, Elliott, Long, and Johnson. Unfortunately, David Robinson was confirmed to have suffered an ankle fracture, sidelining him for the season. Replacing him with a backup center to contend with O'Neal would only lead to disaster, so Popovich opted to position Duncan at the center, with Long assisting in interior defense. In this configuration, Long effectively played the power forward role, albeit with increased responsibilities for ball handling and organization. The Lakers' lineup remained largely unchanged, consisting of O'Neal, Horry, Fox, Kobe, and Van Exel. The game commenced, and the Spurs secured possession. This was the Lakers' strategy. They aimed to seize control during the second and third quarters, as previous matches had demonstrated that these periods were pivotal for altering the course of the game. Long swiftly advanced the ball past the halfway line. Duncan positioned himself high to set a screen, executing a simple handoff return pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan caught the ball and took a mid-range shot. O'Neal reacted swiftly, leaping out to defend. In midair, Duncan instantaneously altered his shooting form, executing a deceptive fake that transformed into a genuine pass. Their impeccable synergy allowed Long to receive the ball and cut to the basket for a successful layup, securing the Spurs' first points. The Lakers began their offensive efforts with the ball firmly in O'Neal's grasp. Confronted with the dual pressure from Duncan and Long, O'Neal attempted a forceful hook shot that missed. However, Kobe valiantly fought for the offensive rebound and scored with a putback. The opening exchanges were intensely competitive, with neither side able to establish a significant lead, a tension that persisted until the closing moments of the first quarter. As O'Neal took a breather, the Spurs seized the opportunity to overtake the score, setting the stage for the second quarter. Long displayed an extraordinary shooting prowess beyond the arc, executing a remarkable string of consecutive three-pointers and orchestrating a 9-0 run that compelled the Lakers to call a timeout. In a desperate maneuver, Harris resorted to deploying a lineup featuring O'Neal alongside 4 sharpshooters. O'Neal's dominance in the paint provided the Lakers marksmen with numerous opportunities to unleash their shots from the perimeter, as Horry and Kobe subsequently netted three-pointers to staunch the bleeding for the Lakers. As the second quarter drew to a close, Duncan found himself entangled in foul trouble, leaving the Spurs' interior defense vulnerable. Yet, through Long's resolute defense, they managed to withstand the Lakers' offensive onslaught in the paint. At halftime, the Spurs held a slender lead over the Lakers, 49-48. Following the intermission, as the third quarter commenced, Popovich made the audacious decision to rest Duncan, assigning Long to the center position. This choice was laden with risk, as both teams engaged in a fierce defensive battle, resulting in a cumulative scoring total for the quarter that did not exceed 20 points. In a sudden eruption midway through the third, Kobe helped the Lakers establish a fragile lead. As the game entered its climactic final quarter, the Spurs revived the long-dormant hack-a-shack strategy, sending O'Neal to the free throw line on 3 consecutive occasions. Of his 6 attempts, O'Neal managed to convert only 1, validating Popovich's gamble and serving as a testament to the only method currently capable of neutralizing the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, a glaring flaw in his illustrious career. This strategic approach enabled the Spurs to reclaim the lead. In the decisive moments, the Lakers had no choice but to entrust the ball entirely to Kobe, a young prodigy under 20, yet burdened with the weight of the Lakers' season. The final 2 possessions evolved into an ultimate one-on-one showdown between Long and Kobe, reminiscent of their training sessions from a year prior, where memories of countless hours spent honing their craft flooded back. Each athlete possessed an intimate understanding of the other's technical nuances. A mere subtle shift in movement allowed Long to anticipate Kobe's intended direction for a drive. Under the relentless pressure of Long's defense, Kobe could only muster a desperate, off-balance shot, clanging off the rim with a resounding thud. Only 21 seconds remained for the Spurs, with the score tied at 99. Eschewing a timeout, Long single-handedly advanced the ball past half-court, with Kobe closing in to apply pressure, racing against the clock. As the clock dwindled to 5 seconds, Long suddenly surged forward. With unwavering focus, Kobe scrutinized Long's every move. In an instant, Long executed a sudden stop and pull back, leaving Kobe momentarily off balance and effectively creating space with a flawless feint. Long steadied himself and released a jump shot. The ball swished through the net, and the lights illuminated. A moment of triumph. 101-99. It is over. No time left for the Lakers. No Game 7. The San Antonio Spurs triumphantly defeated the Los Angeles Lakers with a decisive 4-2 in the series. they advanced to the NBA Finals of 1998. The fierce battle has concluded. Kobe collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed with self-reproach, as if the outcome had been predestined, a lingering ache resonating within his heart. Yilong stepped forward and gently patted Kobe on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort. He did not wish to speak from a position of triumph, for such words would merely serve as a humiliation to Kobe. Yilong amassed an impressive total of 36 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists throughout the game. Kobe Bryant recorded an extraordinary 34 points, 12 rebounds, and 11 assists. Unbeknownst to them, the two individuals had transformed into the most radiant twin stars of the '96 generation. Meanwhile, the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, faced a formidable challenge as they were pushed to a decisive Game 7 by the resilient Indiana Pacers. Reggie Miller nearly achieved the miraculous, managing to restrict Jordan's shooting percentage to below 40. Yet, the Bulls ultimately prevailed, clinching victory in the 7th game thanks to Steve Kerr's pivotal three-pointer, marking their 6th journey to the NBA Finals. The world eagerly anticipated a perfect conclusion to the Bulls dynasty, longing for a final dance that encapsulated their legacy. Chapter 102, The Slayer of Gods. The year 1998 was particularly significant for the NBA, as televised broadcasts rapidly propelled the league onto the global stage. Concurrently, the worth of star players soared, with many signing contracts worth hundreds of millions. In an era where a mere $100 million could purchase a small market team, it was undeniable that players like Michael Jordan, whose global influence was unparalleled, commanded salaries exceeding those of entire teams. His first retirement famously led to a significant drop in Nike's stock, underscoring his stature in the sport. However, in contrast, the salaries of franchise players across the league had multiplied several times over the past decade, provoking considerable discontent among NBA owners. This dissatisfaction precipitated a new round of labor negotiations, which ultimately ended in failure, leading the NBA to announce an indefinite lockout following the conclusion of the season. Simultaneously, prior to the season's commencement, rumors of discord within the Bulls' ranks began to circulate. Everyone understood that this was the final performance of the Bulls dynasty, and indeed, Michael Jordan's last dance. Despite his undeniable status as the greatest of all time, there remained hope that he could lead the Bulls to a second three-peat, thus providing a fitting denouement to both the dynasty and the era itself. On the other hand, the San Antonio Spurs emerged as dark horses, advancing through the playoffs with remarkable tenacity to reach the finals, intent on disrupting the status quo. A player overlooked in the draft, in his second year, led his team to an unprecedented regular season record and was awarded the MVP. This team, deemed by many as the least likely to succeed, was built around two youthful talents aspiring to challenge the Bulls' supremacy. To any observer, their endeavor seemed insurmountable. The Spurs' greatest advantage over the Bulls lay in their youth, as the core trio of the Bulls had an average age of 35. Few could have predicted that the Spurs would overcome the Lakers, positioning themselves directly opposite the Chicago Bulls, and, in the finals, they even enjoyed the advantage of home court. Yet, in the finals format of 2-3-2, this home advantage could prove to be a double-edged sword, as it required them to play 3 consecutive away games, potentially undermining their home court benefits. As night descended like ink upon the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, the steel giant was bathed in a silvery hue. Outside the arena, along the Riverwalk, Spurs fans waved black and silver flags, softly chanting the team's anthem. The river shimmered under the moonlight, resembling countless silver serpents in motion, foretelling a night of fierce competition. At the entrance of the arena stood a grand sculpture of the Spurs emblem, dominating the fountain at its center, its silver and black hues exuding an air of austere majesty. Inscribed at the base of the sculpture in Latin were the words, Nos confidimus, we believe in ourselves. Tonight, this arena would welcome the arrival of the basketball deity, witnessing the awakening of an Eastern dragon. Within the Spurs locker room, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost palpable enough to crystallize into frost. Yilong sat on the long bench in the corner, his gaze fixed upon the wrist guard in his hand, embroidered with a coiling golden dragon. The edges of the guard bore signs of wear, with loose threads resembling a beast poised to break free from its restraints. Popovich stood before the tactical board, the chalk in his hand producing a jarring sound as it scraped across the surface. His silver hair glinted coldly under the lights, and his eyes were sharp as a hawk's. Remember, his voice was deep and gravelly. Tonight is not merely a game, it is a war. Jordan is a deity, but he paused, striking the tactical board with force, are the slayers of gods. Duncan silently tightened his finger sleeves, the joints emitting a faint clicking sound. His gaze was as profound as an ancient well, yet it betrayed a hint of resoluteness. Elliot whispered prayers in the corner, the cross in his hand glimmering softly under the light. Meanwhile, Avery Johnson, typically gentle as a stream, was at this moment sanding down the soles of his shoes, his eyes glinting with a feral intensity. Within the player's tunnel, the dim lighting cast the walls in a hue of dark silver. Yilong stood at the entrance of the corridor, the resounding cheers within the arena echoing like a tidal wave in his ears. His fingertips tingled slightly, and his heart pounded against his chest like a war drum. At the opposite end of the passage, Jordan ambled towards him, chewing gum leisurely. His figure elongated under the lights, resembling a deity of war emerging from the realms of myth. As they met in the center of the corridor, time seemed to freeze in that moment. Jordan cast a fleeting glance at the sneakers adorning Yilong's feet, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Welcome to hell," he intoned, his voice deep and frigid. Yilong lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Hell?" He chuckled softly, a trace of disdain lacing his voice. "This is my domain, far more terrifying than hell itself." Jordan's expression tightened slightly before he turned and walked away. His silhouette stood tall under the lights, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, Yilong remained rooted in place, gripping the wristband tightly, whispering to himself, "Tonight, I shall topple this mountain with my own hands." As Yilong stepped onto the court, the roar of the Alamo Dome surged forth like a tidal wave. The grand screen above showcased the magnificent highlights of Yilong and Duncan's journey thus far. During warm-ups, Yilong positioned himself beyond the three-point line, the basketball in his hands seemingly infused with life. He closed his eyes, the words of Popovich echoing in his ears, "The slayers of gods require no faith. They need only courage." When he opened his eyes once more, flames of determination blazed within his pupils. The referee's whistle sliced through the night, heralding the imminent commencement of the match. Yilong stood at the center circle, his gaze sweeping across his formidable opponents, Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, the three titans of the basketball realm. In contrast, he perceived himself merely as a fledgling dragon hailing from the east. Yet beneath the delicate scales of this young dragon lay sharp talons. At the moment the ball was tossed into the air, a cold smirk curled upon Yilong's lips. He understood that this night, the sacred city would no longer belong to the gods, but rather to the dragon that rose against the tide. As the jump ball commenced, Rodman lunged at Duncan like a ravenous hyena, yet the referee signaled for the game to continue. Jordan seized the ball and sprinted forth with lightning speed. Just before Yilong could intercept, he abruptly halted, the sound of his sneakers screeching against the floor piercing the air. Time seemed to freeze as he arched backward like a marionette, the basketball tracing an arc before plunging into the net, a welcoming gift for Yilong. From the outset, the Bulls displayed the fierce intensity characteristic of the finals, engaging in a veritable meat grinder of competition. Harper cleared a path with his elbow, sending Elliott sprawling as he attempted a layup, while Rodman's theatrical flop resulted in Duncan accumulating 2 fouls in the first quarter. As Kerr sank his second corner three-pointer, the score had already escalated to 11-0. The atmosphere in the Spurs arena was eerily silent, as if the very air had solidified. Only within the section adorned in Bulls jerseys did exuberant cheers erupt, a celebration from the visiting fans. During the timeout, Popovich tore at his shirt and bellowed, "What are you afraid of?" Afraid of shattering the myth of number 23. Yilong abruptly doused himself with an ice bucket, the shattered ice reflecting the crimson hue of his pupils. Resuming the match, Yilong entered a frenzied state, executing 3 serpentine breakthroughs that toyed with Kukoc. When the Bulls deployed a double team, Yilong astonishingly snatched the rebound over Rodman's head, deftly tossing the ball to the corner where Elliott unleashed a three-point shot that pierced the air like an arrow. Confronted by Pippen's relentless defense, Yilong executed a series of crossovers, leaving Pippen off balance. As Jordan rushed to provide assistance, Yilong suddenly pulled the ball back between his legs, his sneakers sparking against the floor, and released a mid-range jumper with unwavering precision. It found the mark. With his solitary prowess, Yilong secured an impressive 8 points and 1 assist. The Spurs retaliated against the Bulls with a stunning 11-0 run. Duncan unveiled a mesmerizing spin move, learned from Hakeem Olajuwon's footage, effortlessly evading Langley to convert a 2-1 play. The atmosphere in the Spurs arena erupted with fervor. They had taken the lead. The most exhilarating display occurred at the 4:22 mark of the first quarter. Yilong intercepted Jordan's cross pass and, facing an open basket, suddenly spun around, beckoning to the pursuing Jordan with a flick of his finger. "Come on, aren't the gods omnipotent?" He executed a thunderous dunk over Jordan's head, landing and roaring at the camera in defiance. The Bulls bench fell silent as a graveyard, while on the other side, Popovich concealed a smirk behind his tactical board. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at a deadlock of 18. Both teams failed to surpass 20 points in a single quarter, a testament to the fierce intensity of their defense. As the second quarter commenced, the Bulls began to substitute their bench players, yet Long remained on the court. Determined to play the entire game without respite, his youth afforded him such endurance. Duncan, hindered by foul trouble, had no choice but to rest momentarily, while the Bulls' core trio, undeniably aged at around 35, could not endure the rigors of such an intense match for the full duration. The second quarter marked Long's explosive performance, as he relentlessly attacked both inside and outside, amassing 20 points within the period, propelling the Spurs to a commanding 48-37 lead. Upon returning from halftime, the Bulls intensified their defensive efforts. Rodman persistently employed various antics and trash talk to provoke Duncan, who, despite his usually composed demeanor, was inevitably affected. For Rodman was once a member of the notorious Bad Boys of the Pistons, instilling that rebellious spirit into the Bulls. Only Jordan could tame him, which is one reason the Bulls maintained their dominance in recent years. Jordan and the Bulls had transformed into a reflection of what they once despised. Once, Jordan was thwarted from the finals for 2 consecutive years by the Bad Boys, yet the current Bulls, favored by the league, were not above employing questionable tactics themselves. It appeared merely that the referees turned a blind eye. After all, the commercial league thrived on creating stars and mythos. This iteration of the Bulls was perhaps the dirtiest of all teams. At this moment, Long and his teammates truly realized that the bloodbath had only just begun. Chapter 103. The Direct Confrontation. Jordan. The Finals Game 1 continues. In the second half, with 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Duncan barely grazed the basketball with his fingertips, but Rodman, like a ravenous hyena, charged forth and sent Duncan sprawling. In that instant, he propelled the ball backward. The referee, oblivious to the foul, turned a blind eye. Popovich and the Spurs staff erupted in unison with a chorus of furious exclamations, questioning, "Is this really our home court?" Jordan received the ball and dashed forward, suddenly halting before Elliott's block, his crimson 23 jersey shimmering under the spotlight, and the ball swished through the net. The counterattack was successful. Nearly 3 minutes into the third quarter, the Bulls had narrowed the deficit to single digits. The Spurs' offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire. Pippen extended his long arms to weave an impenetrable web, as Duncan and Long's repeated offensive attempts were systematically thwarted by the Bulls. When Duncan called for the ball in the low post, Rodman unexpectedly knelt and clutched his left leg, while the referee's whistle remained ominously silent. Seizing the opportunity, Jordan executed a steal and launched a fast break, culminating in a ferocious one-handed dunk that made the rim groan under the intense pressure. The Bulls unleashed an 8-0 run. They had leveled the score at 50. As they retreated on defense, Jordan, with gum vigorously chewed and saliva flying, couldn't resist mocking the Spurs players. "You youngsters cannot stop me." Long remained undeterred by the opposing team's presence, skillfully dribbling the ball with fervor as he advanced into the front court. Confronted by Pippen's defense, he executed a series of deft spins to evade him. In the moment he leaped, time seemed to stand still. With a 45-degree lean, he flicked the ball with his fingertips, akin to plucking a flower, as the basketball traced a divine arc before finding its home in the net. It was a jump shot as picturesque as a painting. The Spurs fans, having suppressed their emotions for far too long, erupted in unrestrained jubilation, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off the arena. In the latter half of the third quarter, Long continued to seize control of the game, an awakening manifesting in this very moment. He faced Jordan head-on, suddenly unleashing a long-buried street ball maneuver, an in-and-out dribble with his left hand, followed by a Sam Gold step, his sneakers sparking blue flames against the hardwood. As Jordan's center of gravity shifted, Long arched back like a snapped bamboo and released the ball. It kissed the backboard before sinking into the hoop, with a subtle chime echoing from the beads within his shoes. In the final offensive play of the third quarter, Long ghosted past Jordan's spin, delivering a long pass to Duncan, who executed an alley-oop dunk. The silver and black tide finally overwhelmed the Crimson Sea, and Popovich leapt with excitement along the sidelines. After enduring a nightmarish first half of the third quarter, the Spurs reclaimed their lead in the latter half, now ahead of the Chicago Bulls 68-60. By the end of the third quarter, Long had amassed an impressive 37 points, while the combined score of Jordan and Pippen had yet to surpass his tally. Indeed, Jordan had scored 29 points, but Pippen struggled offensively, contributing only 8 points as he devoted much of his energy to defending against Long. The game had reached a fever pitch, with waves of excitement rolling through the stands. The final quarter was about to commence, both teams' stamina nearly depleted after 3 intense periods, illustrating the extraordinary intensity of the match. As the fourth quarter began, the main players were left to fight solely on willpower. Almost immediately, the Bulls bench began to shine. Steve Kerr, the sharpshooter who had repeatedly salvaged Jordan and the Bulls from dire straits, transformed into a vengeful specter. He first toyed with Avery Johnson using the footwork taught by Jordan, then snatched an offensive rebound over Duncan's head, deftly dishing the ball to Pippen in the corner. The three-pointer pierced the net like an arrow as the Bulls launched a 6-0 run, narrowing the gap to a mere 2 points. Jordan seemed to enter a mode of ruthless aggression. While backing down Yilong, he suddenly elbowed him in the ribs, executing a fadeaway jumper in the referee's blind spot. As he landed, he whispered a chilling reminder. Pain is the baptism of the Godslayer. Yilong grinned widely, blood splattering onto Jordan's jersey. Alas, I am accustomed to bitter wine. The confrontation between the two intensified in fervor. With 9 minutes and 47 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Yilong broke through, drawing the attention of 4 defenders, and suddenly slammed the ball against the backboard. The rebounding basketball weaved through the crowd, and Duncan, like a colossal deity, executed a resounding follow-up dunk. Upon landing, the stone Buddha roared in rare fury, tilting the rim at an angle of 5 degrees. In the Bulls' offensive possession, Jordan unveiled his lifelong mastery. First, he faked Yilong with a head movement, then executed 3 swift changes of direction to evade Elliott, and finally, with Duncan's fingertips grazing his shot, he completed a graceful layup. Midway through the fourth quarter, the Bulls' second-in-command, Pippen, finally revealed his ferocity. He first scraped Duncan's ankle with his cleats, then feigned a fall, forcing the stone Buddha into his 5th foul. With the Spurs' defense compromised, Jordan stormed in as if on a post, executing 3 consecutive powerful dunks. The most ferocious of them saw him soaring atop the shoulder of the recovering Purdue, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Upon landing, he spread his arms towards the stands filled with San Antonio fans, his expression radiating arrogance, almost inviting confrontation. When both Jordan and Pippen unleashed their prowess simultaneously, it became exceedingly difficult for the Bulls not to reclaim their lead. Yilong's pupils shimmered with crimson intensity. He activated his indiscriminate attack mode, retreating 3 steps to launch a shot over Harper, spinning to mock Pippen with a fadeaway, and even replicating Jordan's iconic tongue-out dunk during a fast break. As the 24-second shot clock neared its end, he unleashed a buzzer-beating, long-range three-pointer, causing the floor of the Spurs' home arena to tremble, not from an earthquake, but from the thunderous rhythm of 20,000 stomping feet. Yet, crises loomed ominously. As Duncan defended against Jordan's drive, he committed yet another defensive foul. Graduating from this ordeal, the big fundamental amassed 25 points, 21 rebounds, and 5 blocks throughout the game. He had given his all, yet found himself in despair. On this home court, the referees showed no favoritism towards them. Instead, they seemed to consistently aid the Bulls, as if the league itself was orchestrating the Bulls' rise to dynasty status, allowing Jordan to ascend to divine heights. Amidst such a convoluted backdrop, even the composed rookie Duncan could only exit in despondency. Duncan's departure sent Yilong spiraling into a frenzied state. He transformed into a blood-soaked demon. First, he utilized Olajuwon's dream shake to send Langley flying, then completed a 4-point play over Jordan's head. When Pippen maliciously elbowed him in the face, he smirked with a split lip. Not enough pain, old man. As the game entered the final 2 minutes of decisive battle, with just 42 seconds remaining, Jordan executed Yilong's signature fadeaway to regain the lead with a 3-pointer, gesturing to the camera with 2 small. The Bulls surged ahead at 98-97. Conversely, the Spurs' offense faltered. Rodman ferociously snatched the defensive rebound. With 14.5 seconds left, Pippen faked Yilong out of position, only to have his shot deflected by Yilong's fingertips. For the Spurs' final possession, Popovich called a timeout. As play resumed from the sideline, Yilong stumbled to receive the ball amidst a double team. The timer began its countdown, and his world fell into silence. Jordan's red 23 loomed like a mountain overhead, Pippen's long arms resembled the scythe of death, and Rodman's sinister grin seared into his retina. Only 3 seconds remained in the game. Yilong initiated a move reminiscent of Sam God, and although Jordan's fingertips grazed the basketball, Yilong adeptly pivoted, causing the ball to rotate upon his fingertips. In a sudden burst, the prayer bead shattered, with a wooden bead striking Jordan's brow. The basketball traced an improbable trajectory, first colliding with the side of the backboard, then grazing the front of the hoop, ultimately spinning thrice upon the rim. as the net finally rippled with movement. Yilong found himself sprawled on his back beyond the three-point line, surrounded by an overwhelming silence akin to a cataclysmic tide. Outside, the San Antonio River shimmered unexpectedly, and some claimed to have glimpsed a dragon's shadow gliding beneath the surface. Chapter 104. Is divine retribution approaching? The ball swished through the net. The lights illuminated. The score settled at 98-99, thanks to Yilong's last-second buzzer beater against the formidable trio of the Bulls. The Spurs clinched victory in the first game of the 1998 finals. The series score now stood at 1-0. Yilong lay quietly on the floor of the home arena, surrounded by his jubilant teammates, reveling in the thunderous applause of tens of thousands of fans. His emotions were indescribably euphoric. Meanwhile, the players of the Bulls declined to shake hands and exited the court in silence. The pride of champions rendered them unable to accept defeat in such a manner, particularly for Michael Jordan. Throughout the game, Yilong scored an impressive 51 points, along with 9 rebounds and 13 assists, setting the record for the youngest player to achieve a 50-point game in the finals. Yilong has once again performed a miracle, capturing the attention of the entire league. He is not a feeble, inept player of Asian descent, but rather a colossal dragon hailing from the east. Despite the legendary Michael Jordan scoring an impressive 47 points in this match, ranking among his top 5 finals performances, the aging Bulls clearly struggle to keep pace with Jordan's brilliance. After a brief respite of a day, the second game of the finals between the Spurs and the Bulls is set to commence. This marks the Spurs' second home game, regardless of the outcome. The subsequent 3 matches will take place at the Bulls' home arena. Therefore, the Spurs remain exceedingly cautious, fully aware of the necessity to secure this home game. Should they falter here, the defending champions will not grant the Spurs another chance at the United Center, casting a pall over the Spurs' prospects in this year's finals. Conversely, if the Spurs triumph in Game 2, taking a commanding 2-0 lead, the team's morale will shift dramatically. Even if they were to lose the next 3 away games, they would still have the opportunity to return to their home ground and stage a comeback, albeit this would be the worst-case scenario. At the Alamo Dome, remnants of victory's celebratory ribbons still dangle from the night before, while silver and black banners glimmer with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Yilong stood barefoot in the center of the basketball court, the imprints of the last game's decisive moment still visible on the floor. Popovich tossed a copy of the Chicago Sun-Times in front of him, its headline glaring, "Divine Retribution Approaches. Jordan Vows to Annihilate the Holy City." The accompanying image depicted Jordan practicing alone in the early hours, his silhouette illuminated by the lights, sweat glistening like a crown of vengeance. In the locker room, Duncan wrapped a bandage around his arm, concealing a Bible beneath, while Avery Johnson sprinkled rosemary from his hometown into a bottle of holy water. Yilong gently caressed his newly replaced wrist guard, as the shattered Buddhist beads from last night had been strung into a necklace, hanging on the locker room door like a string of blood-stained relics. Today, they would be shackled with iron chains. Popovich drew a bloodied X on the tactical board. Yet remember, the flaw in the dragon trap lies at its core. Amidst the resounding cheers and waves of the home crowd, the game officially commenced. During the jump ball, the formidable Dennis Rodman wore his characteristic nonchalant expression. After leaping, he suddenly buckled his knees and delivered a covert and unsavory jab to Duncan's groin. The referee, either oblivious or drowned out by the laughter from the Bulls bench, chose to ignore it. Jordan seized the ball like a black lightning bolt, launching an ancient and forgotten one-handed ball fake before Yilong's block. And the shot found its mark. The Bulls, competing as the visitors, took the lead. Yilong swiftly seized the serve from his teammate, advancing with remarkable speed. Like a bolt of lightning, the Bulls were evidently oblivious to the Spurs' immediate fast break at the onset of the game. The basketball grazed the top edge of the backboard before cascading into the net. The entire movement was as elegant and lethal as a serpent striking its prey. Yilong scores. The Spurs equalize the score. The Bulls, relying on the unspoken rules of the league, unveil their formidable defensive chain. Pippen and Harper form an unyielding grip, forcing Yilong into a sideline trap, while Rodman, like a ravenous hyena, viciously attacks Duncan's lower body. Each time the big fundamental demands the ball in the low post, his nails dig into his opponent's waist. The Spurs' subsequent shooting attempts all meet with failure, yet Jordan, in a swift counterattack, replicates the iconic dunk reminiscent of Carolina. Upon landing, he faces the camera and performs his signature shrug. The home crowd of the Spurs responds to Jordan with a cacophony of boos. At one point in the first quarter, the Bulls had established a commanding 12-point lead, but the tide of the game shifted as the first quarter drew to a close. Yilong's consecutive breakthroughs wreaked havoc, causing Rodman to accumulate 3 defensive fouls by the end of the first quarter. When he found himself cornered by a double team, he unexpectedly unleashed a streetball-style thunderous strike towards Rodman's face, the ball ricocheting through the gaps to find Duncan. Like a serpent emerging from its lair, the stone Buddha completed a delicate fingertip layup before Jordan could intervene. As the ball swished through the net, the referee's whistle echoed, and Yilong gestured towards the Bulls bench with a slingshot sign, a humiliating signal from South American street basketball. At the onset of the second quarter, Popovich deployed an unconventional lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, significantly enhancing the team's agility. Under Yilong's leadership and orchestration, the Bulls' defense gradually disintegrated. When Jordan personally marked Yilong, he transformed into a magician. First, he executed a no-look assist to Johnson, who sank a corner three-pointer. Then, during a fast break, he performed a behind-the-back dribble, the basketball homing in on the cutting Duncan like a guided missile. The Spurs ignited a flurry of offensive momentum, finally surging ahead in the score. In that moment, Jordan's fury ignited a hellish blaze. He first soared over Elliott's head to complete an astonishing three-point play, delivering an elbow to his opponent's throat upon landing. He then intercepted a sideline pass from the Spurs, maneuvering through a trio of defenders to execute a folded layup off the backboard, scoring yet again. Yilong, unwilling to be outdone, delivered a breathtaking scoring performance. With just 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in the first half, he executed a daring maneuver, slamming the ball against the backboard before soaring into the air to catch the rebound and complete a thunderous dunk. The entire Arabian Dome erupted into a frenzy, while the Bulls bench remained eerily silent. The Bulls' formidable trio resembled 3 sharp blades, each honed to perfection, yet the Spurs countered with their team play, as precise as a Swiss watch. Yilong's serpentine breakthrough drew defensive attention, and a pass from behind enabled Duncan to complete an alley-oop. Elliott secured a crucial three-pointer through 5 off-ball screens. In the dying moments of the quarter, Yilong executed a stunning fadeaway jump shot over Pippen, sending the basketball swishing through the net. The Spurs bench and the audience erupted in a fervor. The score stood at 56-50, with the Spurs surging ahead, carrying a 6-point lead into halftime. As the second half commenced, Phil Jackson unveiled his Zen-like strategy, repositioning Jordan as the point guard while Pippen assumed the role of a playmaking center. This peculiar adaptation of the triangle offense swiftly dismantled the Spurs' defense. When Jordan delivered a no-look assist to Rodman for an electrifying alley-oop dunk, the home crowd in San Antonio was enveloped in an eerie silence. The Bulls, having trailed by 6 points, surged ahead by 5, all within a mere 5 minutes. As Yilong bit into his fingertip during the timeout, he inscribed a crimson totem upon the tactical board. "They seek to restrain me?" Then let the entire arena ignite. With resolute determination, Popovich altered the formation, calling upon Duncan to orchestrate from a higher position, prompting the Spurs to embrace the principles of the Princeton offense. The ensuing 6 minutes transformed into a sacred battle of basketball philosophy. Yilong humiliated Harper with 5 exquisite nutmeg passes, one of which ricocheted off Jordan's legs, setting up Elliott for a corner three-pointer. Duncan transformed into an interior version of Magic Johnson, delivering 3 consecutive high passes that enabled Yilong to slice through the defense effortlessly. When the Bulls were compelled to tighten their defensive line, Yilong suddenly darted into the paint like a phantom, receiving a behind-the-back pass from Duncan to execute a reverse layup. The Spurs regained the lead. The tension was palpable. Victory was never certain until the final moment. In the closing stages of the third quarter, Jordan once again showcased his unparalleled individual prowess. First, he executed Yilong's signature fadeaway to sink a three-pointer. Then he snatched the ball from Elliott to initiate a fast break. Leaping from the free throw line, he unexpectedly passed to the trailing Pippen, who unleashed a thunderous dunk over Duncan, howling in triumph as the deficit narrowed to 78-76. With the Spurs' advantage reduced to a mere 2 points. As the final quarter unfolded, the atmosphere in the Alamo Dome crackled with intensity. Jordan, shedding his gentlemanly facade, relentlessly elbowed Duncan while driving to the basket. Pippen, with a knee to Elliott's groin, evoked the referee's silence. When Rodman maliciously shoved Duncan out of bounds, Popovich slammed the tactical board onto the table, exclaiming, "You are murdering basketball." The referee promptly issued 2 technical fouls, ejecting Popovich from the game. This marked the first time this season he had been expelled. In this critical moment, the Spurs found themselves without their head coach. Yet Yilong responded with a graceful ferocity, repeatedly evading Jordan with his dazzling footwork, only to attract a 4-man trap before passing to the open Elliott. The veteran struck decisively, his three-pointer descending like a silver moon. In the subsequent play, Yilong replicated the finesse of a divine left hand, executing a finger roll with his non-dominant hand. The Spurs regained their lead. With just 1 minute and 47 seconds remaining, Jordan transformed into a force of nature. First, he toyed with Duncan using his signature skyhook. Then, on a fast break, he replicated the shot with a breathtaking fadeaway. As the score reached a tie at 96, he pilfered the ball from Yilong's dribble, but in the instant of his dunk, Duncan pinned him ball and player against the backboard. This marked the most savage block of the Stone Buddha's career, sending the ball crashing against the shot clock and rebounding past half-court. In the final 11.8 seconds, the Spurs held possession. Popovich called a timeout, his tactical board depicting a winged dragon, the Phoenix system, where all players serve as shields. As the sideline ball was launched, Yilong found himself besieged by 3 opponents in the logo zone. In an instant, he hurled the ball towards the heavens and darted into the paint like an arrow released from its bow. Elliott, with his broad back, shielded the pursuing Jordan, while Avery Johnson sprang forth like a wraith to receive the pass, only to deftly redirect it to the corner where Tim Duncan awaited. This burgeoning star, who had been ravaged by the Bulls throughout the game, now unfurled his wings like a celestial judge. Chapter 105. Nightmare away game. At the moment the basketball left his fingertips, Rodman's fingers grazed Duncan's eyelashes. The ball spun through the air like a fateful roulette wheel, and as it finally pierced the net, Duncan maintained his shooting stance, tears streaming down his cheeks. The score was 98-96, and the Spurs bench erupted into a silver and black tsunami. The entire arena was ablaze with fervor. The Bulls hastily inbound the ball, and Jordan's long-range three-pointer, taken with just 2 seconds remaining, struck the rim's edge. It missed. The game was over. Yilong rushed madly towards Duncan, embracing him in tears. Subsequently, he leaped onto the technical platform by the sidelines, spreading his arms wide amidst the confetti. In that moment, he was no longer a solitary dragon, but the leader of a pack of wolves. The Spurs triumphed in Game 2 of the 1998 NBA Finals. They successfully defended their 2 home games. In this match, Yilong showcased his exceptional skills, scoring a remarkable 37 points, along with 12 assists and 10 rebounds, becoming the youngest player in Finals history to achieve a triple-double. However, the true hero of this victory was Duncan. Although his statistics were not particularly dazzling, with only 18 points and 12 rebounds, he effectively curtailed Rodman's impact on both ends of the floor, effectively neutralizing a critical component of the Bulls' formidable trio. In the final moments, he delivered the game-winning shot. This rookie, who had played only 1 year in the NBA, found rebirth and refinement in the finals. On the other side, Michael Jordan and his loyal followers departed without a backward glance. At the post-game press conference, Jordan's demeanor was not one of anger. Having witnessed countless grand spectacles throughout his career, a 0-2 deficit was not a dead end for him. With 3 consecutive home games ahead, they had every opportunity to turn the series around. When bombarded by fervent inquiries from reporters, Jordan simply uttered a few words. "See you in Chicago." 3 days later, the Spurs assembled, ready to head to Chicago. The setting sun poured over the glass facade of the United Center, casting a sanguine hue upon this basketball sanctuary. Above, 5 championship banners fluttered in the twilight, resembling 5 winged demons, looming over their impending prey. On the streets, the shouts of Bulls fans surged like a tidal wave, their torches flickering in the dusk like countless bloodthirsty eyes. In the plaza outside the arena, a colossal bronze statue of Jordan stood at the center of a fountain, the basketball in its hands seemingly ready to be hurled at any mortal daring enough to challenge divine authority. The pedestal bore an inscription, "Here reigns the king." And tonight, a young man from the east would stir a tempest of blood and fury upon this hallowed ground. Inside the United Center, the red spotlight poured like molten lava, as waves of vengeance surged over the 20,000 seats. Prior to the game, Jordan strung 5 championship rings into a necklace, hanging it on the locker room doorknob, while Pippen inscribed the blood-red message 3-2 on the tactical board. When the Spurs player tunnel opened, a deluge of confetti mingled with beer rained down. Yilong lowered his gaze and beheld the newspaper commemorating his first game-winning shot, now torn into shreds and steeped in a brownish wine stain, resembling a shattered butterfly. The match commenced amidst the deafening roars of Chicago fans, transforming the first quarter into a veritable battleground. The Bulls exhibited an exceptionally aggressive demeanor, with the formidable Dennis Rodman morphing into a veritable meat grinder, seemingly venting the frustrations of the previous game. It appeared as though he was determined to exhaust the last remnants of vigor in his aging frame, intent on tearing apart every player of the Spurs. Long and Duncan found themselves mercilessly targeted and relentlessly double-teamed by their opponents. Seizing the opportunity, Jordan unleashed his killing instinct, successfully executing 7 consecutive isolation plays. The most lethal of these shots mirrored his iconic 1991 mid-air switch as he landed and whispered towards the Spurs bench, "This is what a god looks like." Duncan, in a defensive stance, was unceremoniously knocked aside by Jordan, yet the referee called a defensive foul. Popovich, seething with rage, challenged the decision, but the Bulls' technical staff remained oblivious. The gears of the Spurs team began to rust slowly, and as the first half concluded, they found themselves trailing the Bulls by a staggering 21 points. With a score of 42-63, this season's finals presented the Spurs with unprecedented adversity. The locker room was steeped in silence as Popovich endeavored to uplift his players' spirits. The third quarter continued to be a dark hour for the Spurs, as Long relentlessly fought to narrow the gap, hitting successive three-pointers. The Bulls adeptly exploited the Spurs' weaknesses, launching swift counterattacks. When Duncan attempted to post up, the condensation dripping from the ceiling rendered the basketball as slippery as an eel. The most bizarre moment transpired at the start of the fourth quarter when the timer inexplicably accelerated by 10 seconds, obliterating the Spurs' golden opportunity. Jordan thrived amidst the chaos, elegantly scoring with the finesse of a medieval knight, and with 3 minutes remaining in the game, the Bulls led by 25 points. In the waning moments, Duncan stubbornly remained on the court. He managed to sink a buzzer-beater three-pointer against the Bulls' third-string unit, but it was too little, too late. As the scoreboard froze at 112-89, Pippen tore open his jersey, revealing the tattoo of the Windy City on his chest, while Jordan sat at the technical area, swirling a glass of red wine filled with Gatorade pilfered from the Spurs bench. The rout in Game 3 seemed almost predestined. The Spurs' twin stars had delivered crushing blows in the previous 2 matches, leaving the defending champions humiliated, their anger simmering. Despite Long's commendable 30-point performance, he could not prevent the team from being thoroughly subdued by the Bulls, with only Duncan managing to score in double digits, while the Bulls' core trio all surpassed that mark. Rodman ferociously grabbed 23 rebounds, and Jordan erupted for an impressive 45 points. On the eve of Game 4, a slick sheen of black oil surfaced on the Chicago River, attributed by environmental authorities to a chemical plant leak, yet Spurs fans insisted it was the result of Popovich's dark sorcery. The United Center resembled a medieval execution ground, with spectators donning Jordan masks and singing hymns. When the referees entered, they were draped in cloaks emblazoned with the Bulls' insignia. The opening whistle sounded like a death knell for the Spurs as Jordan unleashed a full-scale offensive, biting down on his mouthguard to effect a steal, while Harper's elbow sent Elliott sprawling, losing 3 of his own. As Long broke through for a shot, the crowd erupted in derisive boos and jeers, which Jordan seized upon to execute a steal and fast break, flashing a gesture of heavenly greeting to the camera. The first quarter concluded with a score of 26-12, with only Long managing to score for the Spurs while the rest remained scoreless. In the second quarter, Popovich resorted to desperate measures, pulling all starters and sending bench warmers to execute reckless fouls. Backup center Perdo collided with Jordan's knee like a cannonball, only to have Jordan capitalize on the momentum for a 3-point play. Rookie guard Daniels attempted to provoke Pippen, but the seasoned Batman outmaneuvered him mentally, forcing an 8-second violation. By halftime, Duncan's foul count mirrored a death sentence, having reached 5. The Bulls led the Spurs by 20 points, with a score of 50-30, marking another nightmarish half for the Spurs. The team's performance showed no signs of improvement. The Long shooting touch remained relatively intact, as he valiantly supported the Spurs in their struggle. In the third quarter, the Spurs' collective defensive effort stifled the Bulls, limiting them to just 13 points in that period. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, Long scored an impressive 11 points, momentarily narrowing the gap to just 2 points for the Spurs. However, at the outset of the fourth quarter, Duncan committed his 5th foul and was forced to exit the game, leaving the Spurs' interior defense in a state of profound vulnerability. With almost no resources available, Long was temporarily placed in the center position on the defensive end. Yet he could not prevent the Bulls from flourishing both inside and outside. Jordan, with his incisive and unanswerable breakthroughs, drew the attention of the Spurs' defensive double team. His shooting touch from beyond the arc was nothing short of explosive, leading to a series of consecutive scores. With just 9 seconds remaining in the game, Long had the opportunity to equalize with a 3-pointer. However, Rodman, unwilling to relent, committed his 6th foul prematurely, allowing Long to step up to the free throw line for 2 attempts. Yilong faltered once, yet even if he had made both free throws, the Spurs would still require resorting to fouling tactics. Following this, Jordan also converted one of 2 free throws. However, Pippen seized the rebound and, with a ferocious dunk, penetrated the paint, sealing the outcome of the match. The final score stood at 102-97. The Bulls triumphed on their home turf for the second consecutive game, leveling the final series at 2 games apiece. Both teams were poised to embark on the climactic 5th game. In the aftermath, when faced with media inquiries, Yilong calmly stated before the cameras, "We will undoubtedly prevail in the decisive battle." Chapter 106, The Battle at the Summit. 2 days later, the 5th game of the 1998 NBA Finals commenced, marking the onset of the crucial showdown. Once again, it took place at the United Center, home of the Chicago Bulls. Having endured the bruising defeats of the previous 2 matches, the Spurs' young players grappled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. The coaching staff even enlisted the help of a sports psychologist to assist the players in processing their emotions. After this guidance, the team's morale improved significantly. They realized that securing victory in this pivotal match was imperative. The outcome of this game could greatly influence the trajectory of the series. Conversely, the Bulls, akin to a pack of wolves, were equally eager to seize the moment. This was their final home game of the season and quite possibly Michael Jordan's last performance at the United Center. The entire arena transformed into a sea of red, with waves of fans surging through the stands, all seats occupied. In the Spurs locker room prior to the game, Coach Popovich emphatically struck the chalkboard, reminding his players, "Remember, we must double-team Jordan every time he receives the ball, leaving Rodman on the weak side." The locker room was thick with the acrid scent of pain relief spray. While Duncan tightened his left knee brace, still affected by the swollen meniscus from Rodman's accidental slide in Game 3. Having faced severe injuries during his college years, Duncan had managed to recover, though his athleticism had diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, he continued to assert his presence in the league with his refined skills, proving that his status as a #1 draft pick was well-deserved. The intensity of competition in the finals exceeded all expectations, with Duncan battling through injury. In this remarkable season, every Spurs player was determined to avoid any regrets, much like their former captain, David Robinson, who, despite being sidelined for the season, donned a suit and provided moral support from the sidelines for his teammates. Amidst the passionate commentary, the battle at the summit officially commenced. During the jump ball, Rodman still attempted to employ his usual antics, suddenly bending down and swinging his arm. However, the Stone Buddha was well prepared. He effortlessly sidestepped, then gently tapped the ball, passing it to Yilong. The Spurs initiated their classic elbow flex strategy, with Avery Johnson utilizing Duncan's high screen to cut and receive the ball. As